Synopsis. A boy awakens in a new world after tragedy strikes, finding himself in a futuristic DC universe. Gifted with a mysterious system that allows him to summon legendary heroes from history, he must endure loss, adapt to incredible powers, and face dangerous enemies. Torn between revenge and justice, he joins a team of young heroes, determined to protect others, and perhaps, find peace in his second chance at life. Chapter 1. Coast City, January 1, 2006. Random alleyway. A young soul found itself floating unintentionally, attaching itself to a dying child. The child was 10 years old and had been out walking with his family. Suddenly, a mugger attacked them. The father tried to fight off the thief as they struggled, managing to get hold of the gun. However, the thief kept resisting, and in the struggle, accidentally shot the mother. This enraged the father, causing him to lose control and ultimately lose the gun to the robber, who fatally shot him. The robber, shocked by his own actions, noticed the kid who was equally shocked. The robber was about to run but then realized he wasn't wearing a mask. Since this turned into more than a normal mugging, he feared a lifetime in prison if he let the kid go and he recognized him. So, he turned back and shot the kid in the chest, sealing the fate of young Raiden and his family. However, fate had different plans. The wandering soul attached itself to the boy's body as he lay there unconscious. Coast City, January 3, 2006. Central Hospital. I'm sorry for your loss, kid. We'll do our best to apprehend the killer, but we need your help. We have a couple of suspects in confinement. Do you think you can recognize the killer, said the lead detective on the murder case of Satoshi Kagawa and Emily Keith, also known as the Kagawa family murder, to the media. The boy just woke up. And you useless pricks want to get a kid's help. You should be out there finding the killer of my daughter and her husband, not hassling my grandson after he just lost his parents. Raiden's grandfather, Jacob, screamed at the officers. There had been no progress in the murder case of the Kagawas, and his frustration with the law force grew more and more. It's okay, Grandpa. I want to help. I have to help. I miss them already. I can't live knowing that their killer is out there free, Raiden said as he tried to pacify his grandfather while also assisting the officer. Well, my acting was decent, but I have a major conundrum on my hands. Whoever owned this body could probably remember his killer. I don't, he thought to himself. I disapprove of this. You can't just take a kid to a place full of criminals and expect him to remember who killed his mother, said Mr. Jacob, affirming his fears. He really wanted his daughter's killer to be found, but he also wanted to give his grandson time to grieve. Losing one parent is hard, two in the same night is a lot, and Raiden hadn't cried or wept at all since he woke up. Once again, Mr. Keith, we are sorry for your loss, but we have to get his testimony. Without it, we have no way of identifying the killer. Please understand, the detective said. I feel like if I see him, then I can recognize him. Please, Grandpa. The old man had a sour face, but he said, fine, I'll allow it, but I will be with him there, insisting firmly. Of course, we'll arrange for that. An escort will come to take you to the station as soon as the doctor authorizes it. According to the doctors, your injuries aren't severe and should be healed in 2 or 3 days. I will leave you now. Have a good rest, kid. After the detective left, Raiden decided to sleep again. His body was extremely tired and in a lot of pain. His injuries hadn't healed yet, so of course, he needed a lot of time to rest. Waking up, Raiden groaned. His body was very tired, and he felt like he was out of breath. His body wouldn't even respond to him anymore. What the hell? What is happening to me? Son, are you okay? The old man who was always by his side said. Raiden. Raiden, answer me. Nurse, doctor, help. System initiated. Body assessment 98%. 99%. 100% completed. Life force check, done. Magical force check, failed. Using system gift pack class, AAA. Initiating magic implementation. 1%. Magical power implementation, done. Magical circuit implementation, done. Summoning circle implementation, done. Initiating magic implementation. 100% completed. Magical force check, done. Mental force check, failed. Host is too weak mentally. Using system gift pack A. Borrowing mental fortitude from the throne of heroes, initiated. Host's mental fortitude increase, completed. Mental force check, done. Physical ability assessment. Creating a profile. Name, Raiden Kagawa. aka, Rai. Gender, male. Attribute, man. Alignments, unknown. Basic traits, humanoid, systems host, loved by Gaia. Passive skills, none. Active skills, none. Noble phantasms, none. Stats. Strength E, endurance E. Agility E, mana, A+++. Luck E, NP, null. Profile creation completed. Due to the host's weak body, it's impossible to activate the Fate system. Backup plan initiated. Using Gift Pack 3, SSS. Host's permission needed. Y/N. Host's permission needed. Y/N. Host's permission needed. Y/N. Host is in a critical condition. Bypassing host's permission. Initiating the reconfiguration of host's body to be compatible. 1%. 2%. 3%. 4%. 98%. 99%. 100% host's body reconfiguration is completed. Physical ability assessment. Name, Raiden Kagawa. aka, Rai. Gender, male. Attribute, man. Alignments, unknown. Basic traits, humanoid, systems host, loved by Gaia passive. Skills, none. Active skills, none. Noble phantasms, none. Stats. Strength, C, endurance, C. Agility, C, mana, A+++. Luck, E, NP, null. Physical ability check, done. Host's body is now ready. System is now updating. Please wait. Raiden's perspective. My head is spinning, I don't know what's happening. Everything is so confusing. One day, I'm at work, and then there's some kind of accident. I can't recall exactly what happened. I think there was a fire, and I was trapped. All I remember is extreme pain. At first, it was the fire burning all over my body, but then it focused on my chest. I didn't understand the change until I woke up in a hospital. The nurse was large, which felt strange. Then an old man appeared, telling me he's relieved I'm safe. I was incredibly confused, but as I cleared my head, I started to look around. My body had changed, and I was now a kid. Things began to make sense, especially after the detective showed up. I had been reincarnated into this kid's body. The child was a victim of some sort of robbery, which led to his injuries. The old man and woman were my grandparents. I felt sorry for them. They had not only lost their daughter and her husband but also me, their grandson to some extent. I wished I could express more emotions to ease their pain, but I couldn't. Even if I were to fake it, it would have left a bad taste in my mouth. Faking grief over someone's death wasn't something I wanted to do. However, things changed again. I don't know what happened, but I fell asleep. Then, a strange mechanical voice started speaking, and I blacked out completely, leaving me in this situation. I found myself inside some sort of pod, surrounded by water, and shackled to it. It wasn't a bed, the pod was upright with numerous cables connected to me. I tried to move, but nothing happened. It took a long time before someone showed up. It was an ugly, elderly man with a disfigured face. I immediately sensed that this man was not good, not just from his appearance but also from his aura and unsettling smile. He gave me the creeps, to be honest. This guy seemed insane. Ho! You are awake. Yes, yes, yes. Good, very good. I'm interested in you. Yes, correct. The formula is successful, but you don't know about that. Excuse me, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Professor Evo, I'm an incredible scientist, and I like you. I like you a lot. No. I envy you. I hate you. You are God's way of spiting me. What the heck? Oh no, what's going on? This is not ideal for me. It's weird. What did I do to deserve this lunatic? So, you won't speak to me? Introduce yourself, perhaps. Do you see me as such an insignificant bug that you won't even introduce yourself to me? This man is crazy. I'm submerged in water, I can't speak, for crying out loud. You have a tube in my mouth. Muffled sounds. I tried to signal, and thankfully, he understood. My apologies. Ah, yes, of course, you can't speak. You must be wondering about where you are, why you are here. Well, let me explain. 5 years ago, you went into a coma. It's somewhat normal, expected even, for someone as young as you who got shot in the chest to go into a coma from the injuries. Those doctors at that pathetic hospital didn't even realize that. Pathetic pests. Seems like anyone can get a degree these days. Such annoyances. Ah, sorry for my tangent. I usually wouldn't care about some random pest going into a coma. However, you were special. Coma patients usually get weaker and weaker, and the hospital can at least keep them alive. But you were different. Instead of getting weaker, your body became better, stronger, healthier. In fact, at this moment, I highly doubt there's a 15-year-old more athletic than you are. Something that seemed impossible. So, you were put under the supervision of the Star Labs institution. They wanted to care for you as you were considered a meta-human. Fools, I say. Ha ha ha. You are my life's work, yes, yes, yes. You see, my goal is to create a medicine, an immortality elixir, to defeat God and death. And to a certain extent, I have. But God, that bastard. He cursed me. Look at me. He turned me into a monster. But you are the key. What the people at Star Labs didn't get is that you are the evolution of humanity, a human with a body capable of regulating itself to a perfect condition using minimal nutrients. You are perfect. This man is messed up. I need to escape from this place. I can't move, damn it. That voice from before, are you there? System is updating. Please wait. This isn't the time for that. Can you do something about this? I need to leave this place. This man is out of his mind. System is updating. Please wait. However, you are being a nuisance to me. I haven't been able to analyze anything special in your blood. Your brain is nothing special. Nothing about you is special. Or is that what you want me to think? You are hiding immortality from me. You are my last obstacle. Then I will ascend. I will be eternal. Now, let's start experimenting, shall we? With you awake, I will get more input on my research. Chapter 2. Unknown location, February 24, 2011. Initially, enduring the ordeal wasn't overly challenging. He primarily extracted blood and occasionally took patches of my skin. It was excruciating, but bearable. However, as time passed, the cruelty escalated. Over the ensuing months, he subjected me to various forms of harm, all in the name of observing my body's regenerative capabilities. During one of his skin sampling sessions, he deduced that I possessed a mild regenerative capacity, which only fueled his experimentation further. He would intentionally fracture my limbs, shatter my fingers, and even bend my back beyond its limits to test his theories and record observations. Although his hypothesis was correct, my body's ability to heal itself didn't mitigate the torment. I despised him, life, and this existence. In my previous life, I perished, hoping for a fresh start, but he denied me that. I was consumed by anger, helplessness, and fear. I did not deserve this. Losing my freedom in such a manner was something I never anticipated. There were brief reprieves when he left me alone, diverting his focus toward perfecting his creation, Amazo. I relished those days, unaware that he was preparing something even more sinister. Unknown location, July 13, 2011. A man entered the chamber that held Raiden captive. He wore a meticulously tailored black suit, was completely bald, and exuded an air of sharpness. He peered into the tube containing the slumbering Raiden and remarked, "What an inefficient allocation of resources. 5 years and still no tangible results." The unattractive man, known as Professor Evo, hurriedly responded, "No, you don't comprehend. Once I succeed, this will prove immensely advantageous to the light, I guarantee it. He is extraordinary. Once I harness his abilities, you'll be astounded. There are certain similarities between him and my creation, Amazo. I don't quite grasp them yet, but given time, I will figure it out. I just need more time. Money doesn't grow on trees." 5 years have passed, and all you've discovered is that he possesses modest regenerative abilities. We lost Project KR a year ago, and we haven't recovered our losses. I'm considering shutting down most of our research facilities. Neither you nor the cloning team has managed to replicate Project KR. Furthermore, your incompetence allowed him to fall into the hands of the Justice League, bolstering our enemies. You have 1 month. If you can't yield any substantial results by then, this research is terminated, and Project M is discontinued and eliminated. Ag. Damn you. This, and that, it's all your fault, you damn bastard. God is protecting you. Evo spat out in a fit of rage as he mercilessly beat the lifeless body of a woman before Raiden's eyes. Driven by relentless pressure from his superior, Lex Luthor, Evo had resorted to experimenting on others using vials of potions he had concocted with Raiden's essence. Most of the unfortunate test subjects met a gruesome fate, either dying or suffering disfigurement. This led to his furious outburst and the brutal assault on the woman, all while he vented his anger directly at Raiden. For Raiden, this was a fate worse than death itself. He had witnessed over 43 people perish or become maimed solely because of his inability to produce the required results. Deep down, he knew he wasn't to blame, and he wasn't responsible for these tragedies. Yet, an overwhelming sense of guilt weighed upon him, no matter how unjust it was. I will kill him, I swear it. I will end him, Raiden vowed, his anger boiling over, his desperation palpable. As if the heavens had heard his impassioned plea, the stars aligned for his moment of reckoning, and the world responded to his cries. System update complete. User now in full control. Brief explanation will commence. To hell with the explanation. Activate whatever I can use to kill him. Summoning ceremony initiated. Servant class, Berserker. Servant tier, A. Servant name, Heracles. Raiden's body began to emit a crimson glow, and he grew in stature until he resembled a colossal figure, a formidable, black giant. What is this? Damn it. Monkeys, attack. Stop him. Evo realized the gravity of the situation and summoned his monkeys, small monkey-like robots. Raiden opened his eyes, taking in his newfound freedom, reinvigorated with boundless vigor, power, and, above all, rage. Ivu. Evo hastily made his escape, his monkeys converging to confront Raiden. They tried to overwhelm him, but they were no match for his newfound Herculean strength. Raiden swept them aside with a massive sword axe crafted from rock, slicing through most of them. The remaining monkeys attempted an aerial assault, using jetpacks to fire laser beams, but Raiden shrugged off their attacks effortlessly. Ag. Raiden leaped at each monkey one by one, tearing their heads off. When he had dispatched the last one, he focused his gaze on the exit and charged through it. Outside, a group of soldiers armed with rockets and machine guns awaited him. They unleashed a barrage of firepower as he emerged, but it was like trying to stop a tempest with a pebble. Raiden simply seized the broken door and hurled it at the soldiers, clearing his path. Ivu. Raiden bellowed as he pursued the man who had inflicted unimaginable suffering upon him. His rage knew no bounds, especially now that he had been endowed with the mad enhancement skill, a characteristic of all berserkers. Raiden sprinted until he stumbled upon an elevator. Realizing he wouldn't fit inside, he opted to tear it apart and leap to the top. Upon reaching the upper floor, he recklessly demolished everything in his path while pursuing Evo. Eventually, he entered a vast, empty room containing a giant robot close to his own size, with Dr. Evo perched atop a podium, glaring at Raiden with manic intensity. Now you've done it. You've destroyed my lab, my life's work. You are finished, done. Amazo, kill him. Evo yelled, desperation lacing his words. Amazo glanced at Raiden and calmly stated, "Access Superman." Before Amazo could launch an attack, Raiden struck first, delivering a powerful punch that sent the robot crashing into the wall. Raiden prepared for another assault, but he found himself attacking empty air as Amazo swiftly changed to Martian Manhunter mode. Behind him, he heard the command, "Access Atom." Access Atom. Raiden heard before being hit by a powerful energy beam, sending him flying. Before he could regain his footing, another assault commenced, Access Flash. Amazo unleashed a rapid barrage of punches to Raiden's chest. Following the flurry of blows, a sound wave from Access Black Canary slammed into Raiden's face as he clutched his ears, leaving him vulnerable to another attack, Access Superman. The robot fired a laser beam from its eyes and followed up with a series of punches aimed at the fallen Raiden. Growing increasingly angry, Raiden gripped his sword axe and swung it at Amazo, but once again, his attack struck nothing as Amazo switched to Martian Manhunter mode. Recognizing the pattern, Raiden left his sword inside Amazo's body, forcing the robot to retreat to avoid injury upon reverting. As Amazo flew away, Raiden regained his footing. The relentless onslaught of unexpected attacks and rapidly changing abilities had surprised him, but they hadn't caused any lasting harm. Despite his fury, Raiden had become one of history's mightiest heroes, embodying Heracles, a berserker driven by rage but not devoid of strategic intelligence. Raiden scanned the area, locating Evo, and leaped towards him, sword axe poised to strike. This move prompted Amazo to intervene to protect its creator, once again transforming into Access Superman. Amazo intercepted Raiden, using laser beams to deflect the sword axe. Raiden shifted his attack from a slash to a kick, sending both him and Amazo hurtling outside the building. Meanwhile, Evo made his escape in the direction opposite of the attack, utilizing his monkey minions. Blinding sunlight enveloped Raiden momentarily as he and Amazo descended from the building, the first time he had seen the sun in over 5 years. Access Red Tornado, Amazo used wind abilities to slow their fall, though Raiden paid it no mind and landed gracefully on his feet. Scanning the surroundings, he attempted to locate Evo but lost sight of him, foiling his previous plan. Amazo unleashed 2 tornadoes in a futile attempt to harm Raiden, who effortlessly dissipated them with a swift hand motion. Raiden roared in frustration as he countered Amazo's attacks with his sword axe. Once again, Amazo reverted to Martian Manhunter mode and attacked from an unexpected angle. This was proved fruitless as the robot realized that only Superman's punches could inflict any meaningful damage. Seizing the high ground, Amazo took to the skies and transformed once more into Access Atom. He fired a beam from his hand, but Raiden swiftly evaded and lunged at him with his sword axe. Amazo switched to Access Martian Manhunter midair, striking Raiden as he attacked. This time, however, the attack proved ineffective against Raiden's resilient skin. Access Superman followed as Amazo transformed yet again. Flying towards Raiden, the robot tackled Raiden with his double fist upwards, catching him off guard and flying him through multiple buildings. Raiden interlocked his hands, delivering a powerful blow to Amazo's back, halting the assault. Raiden quickly got to his feet, charging at Amazo before it could transform. He punched the robot, sending it soaring. Ag! Raiden yelled as he grabbed his sword axe and hurled it towards the airborne Amazo, slicing through its hand. He leaped once more, catching the sword and attempting to strike Amazo's head. Yet again, Amazo shifted into Martian Manhunter mode and swiftly gained the high ground. Access Superman came next as Amazo shifted forms again. This time, Raiden devised a brilliant plan. He hurled his sword axe at Amazo, motion Martian Manhunter. The sword passed through Amazo's body as it changed, then in attempt to transition back into Access Sub-HAI. Raiden surprised Amazo with an astonishing burst of speed, launching a rapid punch to the head. He continued to pummel Amazo's head until it shattered into pieces, repeatedly slicing and destroying every part. Raiden then looked to the sky and bellowed, Ivo, where are you? However, Evo was long gone, and Raiden's rage showed no signs of subsiding. Soon, a green dome formed around him, and he heard a voice from above, "Relax, Mr. Big Scary Monster. It's time to calm down." Gazing upward, he saw a man in a green suit, another in blue and red, a woman in armor on a green platform, a man with a bow, and a man in a bat suit. On the ground, a man in a red suit approached. "I want Ivo." Raiden roared with unrelenting anger, shattering the green barrier and lunging towards the green-clad man, almost landing a punch before collapsing to the ground. Transformation limit reached. A rank transformation new record, 9 minutes 27 seconds. Raiden's head spun as he glanced around before losing consciousness. The woman descended and remarked, "It's just a kid." Creating a servant profile. Name, Heracles. AKA, the immortal great hero, Hercules. Gender, male. Attribute, sky. Alignments, chaotic insane. Basic traits, Argo hero, divinity, Greek mythology male, humanoid, servant. Passive skills, mad enhancement divinity. Active skills, bravery A+ eye of the mind, false, B battle continuation A. Noble phantasms, 9 lives CA++ god hand B. Stats. Strength A+. Endurance A. Agility A. Mana A. Luck B. NP A. Chapter 3. Am I genuinely witnessing a 15-year-old who emerged from a 5-year-long coma defeat Amazo? The observer, a tall and imposing man with piercing green eyes, watched the camera footage of Raiden and Amazo's battle. He possessed black hair streaked with gray, a long black mustache, and unruly black eyebrows. This man was none other than Raz Al Ghul. Yes, the child is Raiden Kagawa. He's an orphan, and his last surviving family member, his grandfather, passed away a year ago, explained another man. This man appeared on a blue screen among several others, participating in a virtual meeting. He was the bald man responsible for the issues caused by Raiden, also known as Lex Luthor. "So, you're saying we have no way of using his family members as hostages?" inquired a woman on the screen. She had dark skin, dark blue eyes, and long black hair, known as Queen Bee. "No," replied the bald man. "Luthor, please tell me you've implemented a mental switch, similar to Project KR, interjected a man with extraordinary intellect this time. "We tried multiple times, but it was impossible. We have no understanding of his powers and abilities, but we do know that he's immune to mental and psychic invasions. When some of our psychics tried to infiltrate his brain while he was in a coma, they were all incapacitated. It was as if they had entered the minds of hundreds of people," Luthor explained. "Who cares? He's just another runaway from Evo. Maybe it's time to eliminate him," suggested a childlike entity. "No, we need Evo to create a Mazo again, and this time it must be perfected. It will play a crucial role in our future plans. As for this matter, it's a lost cause. Raiden is now in the hands of the Justice League. Our plans proceed as usual. The mind control over the Justice League was only the beginning. We move on to our next plan," declared a tall, muscular man with medium dark skin, rugged features, broad shoulders, and a square jaw. He bore 3 pale scars across his face, brown eyes, and long black hair pulled back. This man was Vandal Savage, the oldest living human. After closing the connection to the other members of his organization, Vandal pondered to himself, the ability to maintain peak performance even while in a coma and the power to transform into a higher form, rivaling the output of 6 League members at approximately 50% power, quite impressive for a child. But is this truly the evolution of humanity I've been seeking, or is the child concealing more? Star Labs, July 14, 2011. Ugh, what's happening? The young teenager lying on the bed slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the blinding lights and the cacophony of mechanical noises emanating from the equipment surrounding him. Groggily, Raiden surveyed his surroundings for a moment, his gaze eventually falling to the tubes connected to his body. "No, not again. Leave me alone." He hastily removed the tubes and sprang out of bed, rushing towards the wall to get a better view. After a closer look, he realized that the room was filled with hospital equipment. "Thank God, I thought I was put back in that damn tube." Contemplating his situation, Raiden noticed some peculiar bracelets adorning his wrists. "Maybe I should transform and make my escape." Not recommended. The perimeter around the host is patrolled by A+ class warriors, and the system deems causing chaos unwise. If the host disregards the recommendation, the chances of success are a mere 6%. They increase to 80% if you summon an S-class. It's also advisable to feign an inability to transform. The bracelets on the host's wrists are suppressors for the human metagene. They are ineffective against the system's powers, but the host can use this opportunity to mislead his captors and gain an advantage. "Damn, you're very useful, I haven't even had the chance to see anything about this system, what are you anyway?" The Fate system is a potent ability granted to the host due to the high karmic value of his previous life. It offers several features, as previously explained. Can you explain these features again? I wasn't exactly paying attention last time. Main feature of the system. Summoning Circle, the host can utilize his body as a summoning circle and serve as a conduit for a servant from the Throne of Heroes. Servants are ranked from S to E. Current host records. S rank servants, none summoned yet, record time as a servant, none, estimated time, 3 minutes. A rank servants, Heracles, record time as a servant, 9 minutes 27 seconds. B rank servants, none summoned yet, record time as a servant, none, estimated time, 19 minutes. C rank servants, none summoned yet, record time as a servant, none, estimated time, 57 minutes. D rank servants, none summoned yet, record time as a servant, none, estimated, 2 hours 51 minutes. E rank servants, none summoned yet, record time as a servant, none, estimated, 8 hours 33 minutes. System sub-feature. Bond, after using the same servant multiple times, you can form a bond with them. Each servant has specific needs and requirements for bonding. Reaching bond level 5, gain one of the servant's active skills permanently. Reaching bond level 10, gain the ability to specifically choose this servant when summoning. Reaching bond level 15, gain the servant's noble phantasm, select one if the servant has multiple. Reaching bond level 20, gain the ability to transform into the servant for an unlimited time, unless you run out of mana. Current bonds. Heracles, bond level 2, increased due to sharing a rage-filled moment together. These are currently the only features of the Fate system. Wow, this system I have is quite something. Well, it will be helpful. Servants of Fate, huh? I've always been a fan of that series. As for the world I'm in right now, I can tell it's DC, but I have no idea which one. DC has so many timelines, it's overwhelming. My goal remains the same, nonetheless. When I find Evo, I will tear him apart. But for now, I won't let him dampen my happiness. I've been granted a second chance at life, and I won't waste it. While Raiden pondered his current situation, the door swung open. I take it you've finally settled down. The man who entered the room remarked. Upon seeing the newcomer, Raiden immediately recognized him. It wasn't as if the man was hiding his identity, with his dark attire, bat logo, and lengthy cape. It was none other than Batman. You've sealed my powers. I understand. I didn't mean to cause that chaos. I was simply escaping from my captor. His name is Professor Evo. We know, Batman interrupted. Unfortunately, he managed to escape. You seem remarkably composed for someone who was in captivity for 5 years. Raiden smiled in response to Batman's comment. I do, don't I? It's quite new to me, to be honest. I wasn't like this before I got these powers. It's as if they've changed me. Well, I mean, obviously, they did. You know what I mean, right? Besides, I know you're Batman, a hero, so I feel safe. Before Batman could respond, another person entered the room. It was a tall, fair-skinned woman with straight, waist-length black hair, blue eyes, and broad shoulders. Raiden immediately recognized her as Wonder Woman. I thought I told you to wait for me. We were supposed to investigate together, Wonder Woman scolded. Raiden tilted his head and said, this is an investigation, huh? Well, I'll speak the truth and nothing but the truth. Although none of you have asked for my name or anything, I assume you already know me. I suppose it wouldn't be challenging for heroes. Smiling, Wonder Woman replied, yes, we know who you are, Raiden Kagawa. Currently 15 years old, you were kidnapped 4 years ago when Star Labs was attacked by Evo and many other villains. You were in a coma back then. Indeed, that's true, Raiden responded. I don't really know much since I was in a coma. The last thing I remember before waking up in that tube was the death of my parents, and my grandfather taking care of me. My parents died, and I couldn't even mourn them back then. At least I had my grandparents. I'm allowed to meet them, right? Wonder Woman's expression saddened as she said, it is with a heavy heart that I must tell you your grandparents are no longer with us. Your grandmother passed away in 2007 from cancer, and your grandfather spent his last years searching for you but passed away last year. I see. That's unfortunate, Raiden replied, lowering his head slightly before touching his cheeks. A tear fell, and he thought, it's not like I knew any of them personally. I never even knew my old family. I was looking forward to having a family here, but it's unfortunate. But the fact that the host of this body has lost all his family is sad to me. I hope wherever you are united with them. Do you need a moment? Wonder Woman asked. No, it's fine. I expected things to be this way ever since that day. Things haven't been going my way, anyway. Let's get through this interrogation. I don't want to stay here any longer. Feeling a bit guilty, Wonder Woman suggested, the doctor has cleared you of any injuries. Would you like us to change the room? After a moment of consideration, Raiden replied, yes, that would be nice. The trio left the hospital bedroom and moved to a nearby lounge where they were joined by Green Lantern, Superman, and Martian Manhunter. Green Lantern approached Raiden and said, hey kid, I apologize. I failed you. I was the one who placed you in Star Labs when you were declared a metahuman in Central City. I should have looked for you more diligently. Smiling, Raiden reassured him, don't worry about it. I understand. It's not your fault that I was kidnapped by that lunatic. Seated on the couch, Raiden spoke up, saying, alright, let's begin. Batman for harsh questions, Wonder Woman for the lasso of truth, Martian Manhunter to scan my mind, Green Lantern to scan me with the ring, and Superman in case anything goes wrong. These guys aren't hiding at all. Raiden, I hope you don't mind, but I'll need to use this rope. It's the lasso of truth. This will ensure that your answers are genuine, Wonder Woman explained as she gently retrieved her lasso of truth and began to wrap it around Raiden. In a sarcastic tone, Raiden quipped, "Would you refrain from using it if I objected? Let's just get this over with." Wonder Woman began, "The lasso of truth compels you. What is your name?" "Michael Jordan." "Wait, hold on, it didn't work." Raiden exclaimed, genuinely surprised by the result. "What? How is that possible? The lasso of truth compels you. What is your real name?" Wonder Woman pressed, causing the League members to become tense and vigilant. In response, Raiden jokingly suggested, Michael Phelps. "John Smith? Are you certain you activated it correctly? How can this be? No human, demigod, or god can resist the lasso of truth." Wonder Woman exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. It seemed that the straightforward interrogation they had planned had taken an entirely unexpected turn. Chapter 4. While Wonder Woman grappled with her shock over her lasso not functioning, Batman took the initiative to speak. "How did you do that? No one can evade the lasso of truth. You can bypass it by believing a lie, but to completely evade its effect? Not possible. So, what did you do? Does this mean you have different powers? And how can you activate them when bound by these metahuman suppressors? Your powers shouldn't work." Taken aback by his own situation, Raiden looked at Batman and replied, "I have absolutely no idea. My powers aren't working, I can assure you of that. But I don't know why her lasso didn't work. However, I do have an idea." Batman narrowed his eyes before turning to John and said, "Can you check him for me, Raiden? This is Martian Manhunter. He can read minds. Since you've been very open about yourself, I don't think you'd mind him reading your mind." Nodding his head, Raiden said, "Look, I may have an idea as to why the lasso failed, and I think the mind reader here will confirm it for you. But I have to warn you, Sir Martian, the people who had me captive tried this with me too. I don't remember exactly what happened, but I do remember that all those who tried to aggressively attack my mind ended up hospitalized. So please, be careful in there. You'll understand once you try." Manhunter, being the reasonable man he is, said, "I understand. I don't plan on being aggressive either. I'm not someone who abuses his power. I have faith in you, child, and I do believe that you are innocent. But please, allow me to ease the mind of my fellow League member. Now, shall we start?" Putting his fingers to his head, Manhunter attempted to enter Raiden's mind. Then, mostly 5 seconds later, he removed his hands and opened his eyes. "Just as you said, young Raiden, I now understand." Batman looked at Manhunter and asked, "What did you find?" "Nothing. It was impossible to penetrate his mind. He's completely immune to mental attacks." Once again, the League was shocked. Wonder Woman then looked at Manhunter and said, "That doesn't explain why my lasso didn't work. The lasso isn't a mental force." "May I explain?" said Raiden. "Go on," replied Batman. "I think it may have to do with my powers. While I'm unable to activate them now, they will always be active inside my mind and body, regardless. Martian, sir, can you tell them exactly why you couldn't read my mind?" Martian Manhunter closed his eyes before saying, "While this may sound unbelievable, for some reason, this child has more than 500 people inside his mind and body. I still don't understand it, but no matter how much I tried, my mind will never be able to read all their minds, especially some of them. They were vicious and powerful. This also probably explains why he was immune to the lasso of truth. It was like she was using the lasso on not one, but many, many people." The more Manhunter spoke, the more shocked the League members became. Then Batman looked at Raiden and said, "Why are there more than 500 people inside your mind and your body?" Raiden sighed before he said, "As I said before, this is the result of my ability. I'm not happy about telling you what my powers are, but I guess you won't trust me unless I explain it. Do you remember my last transformation?" Green Lantern interjected, saying, "Yeah, the dark-skinned Goliath. I remember. You tried to take my head off. Well, not like you would have done any damage." Snickering, Raiden said, "That dark-skinned Goliath that you think wouldn't have been able to damage you is the legendary hero Heracles. If that attack had hit, you wouldn't be smiling right now. Once again, Raiden revealed shocking information about himself to the League. Brother Heracles. That's why I felt weird around him, said Wonder Woman. Superman, who had been sidelined the entire time, asked, Heracles. The hero of strength, right? He looked very angry, almost like Doomsday. The legendary hero from Greek mythology. Well, considering Diana here, it's not unbelievable that he's real. But why was he inside your body, said Batman. Well, that is my power. I have the ability to summon heroes of the past inside my body and use their powers as if they are mine. I haven't had the time to mess with it a lot, but from what I can understand, the heroes are random. So I was actually lucky to get Heracles, or else I don't know if I could have defeated Amazo, explained Raiden. While the other members were still digesting the implications of such a power, especially in the hands of a 15-year-old, Batman had already started planning contingency plans. He then asked, do you always go mad when you transform? Noticing the profile Batman had started creating for him, Raiden said, no, that was a special case. I was very angry, obviously, but most of the rage came from Heracles. He's like that, a berserker, if you will. Before Batman could ask more questions, Wonder Woman said, I find that hard to believe. Even though I sensed Olympian powers from him, Brother Heracles was known as one of the most dignified heroes in history. He even earned a spot amongst the gods. His statues didn't look like that as well. So how come the Heracles you summoned seemed different, mad, and insane? Sighing, Raiden said, you had to ask that, didn't you? Well, it's a bad memory, but I guess I'll have to share it. You see, when I summon these heroes, they are taken from different points in their history, significant moments if you will. Such as this one, the Heracles I summoned was the one driven to madness by Hera and tricked into killing his wife and children. So yeah, that's why he was like that. Hearing the story, Wonder Woman felt a bit of shame. Her ancestors weren't exactly nice, and this story was real. Her stepmother, Hera, had done this before. Seeing the tension in the air, Superman said, I believe this should be enough, no? The kid has had a rough day, a rough life, if I may add. Questioning him anymore would be useless. He's been very honest with us, so we should respond in kind. Hal, use your ring to scan him for any irregularities. If the check is good, we let him relax. Although everyone, especially Batman, had many questions to ask, they understood Superman's point. After Green Lantern scanned Raiden, he was left alone in a room and given a day's worth of rest. The room had a TV and an Xbox, a gesture from Green Lantern. Raiden lay on his bed and closed his eyes before asking, hey, system, if I transform into a servant, can I cancel my transformation at will? Yes, host can always cancel a transformation, unless certain conditions are met. Raiden followed up with a hint of concern, conditions? That sounds somewhat ominous. Is there any way for me to determine if this room is bugged or equipped with hidden cameras? The system constantly scans the host's surroundings. No unusual items have been detected, ... Feeling more at ease, Raiden decided, that's reassuring. In that case, I'll proceed with the transformation. I'm curious about the kind of servants I have. Summoning ceremony initiated. Servant class, Rider. Servant tier, B. Servant name, Ashiwakamaru, ... After a gentle glow, Raiden examined his transformed self and was utterly shocked. His hands and body felt considerably smaller, and he glanced at his attire, which resembled armor. To his astonishment, he noticed that instead of his usual chest, he now possessed round, perky breasts. He exclaimed in disbelief, what the fuck? In a sudden panic, he instinctively placed his hand where his previously slumbering dragon would reside and gasped, no fucking way, it's gone. A voice identified itself, saying, I am Ashiwakamaru and I have been called upon. Honoring the full devotion as a samurai, I will do my utmost best. Oh, master, do you perhaps find my body appealing to you? Raiden, startled by this turn of events, stammered, ah. You can talk. Ashiwakamaru replied with a touch of humor, certainly. Although I cannot employ my physical form, I can still provide guidance. Raiden expressed his sincere apologies, I see, I apologize about your body, I was merely admiring it. I also apologize for the fact that you are stuck in my mind. Ashiwakamaru reassured him, no need for apologies, master. My body is wholly at your disposal as your servant. You may use it as you see fit. A master's desires take precedence over those of his servants. Moreover, I don't mind, most servants would consider themselves fortunate to have an opportunity beyond their usual confines. Even if it is within your mind. Raiden acknowledged with gratitude, I understand now. Thank you for your understanding, Ashiwakamaru. I was merely testing my newfound powers, so I didn't require your immediate assistance. Nonetheless, I greatly appreciate your prompt response. I feel honored to have you and the others with me. Ashiwakamaru humbly replied, the honor is mine, master. As your devoted retainer, I am deeply grateful for the opportunity you've given me. Please summon me again and make use of my abilities as needed. Raiden expressed his intent, I will do just that. Thank you, Ashiwakamaru. Summoning cancelled. Raiden's body emitted a red glow as it reverted to its normal state. He sighed with relief, my King Cobra is back. Thank goodness. Well, at least I didn't lose consciousness this time, but I feel incredibly weakened. The host's body has been adjusted to accommodate servants. However, due to the substantial power of most servants, the host's body will always feel weakened upon returning to its original state. It is recommended that the host increase his power. According to current calculations, if the host were to summon an S-rank servant and then revert, he would be incapacitated for a week. Intrigued, Raiden inquired further, a whole week, huh? How powerful are these S-rank servants? What are the cooldown periods for other ranks? The system provided the information, given the host's current physical limitations, the cooldown periods vary by rank. S-rank servants, cooldown time, 6 days. A-rank servants, cooldown time, 30 hours. B-rank servants, cooldown time, 12 hours. C-rank servants, cooldown time, 8 hours. D-rank servants, cooldown time, 4 hours. E-rank servants, cooldown time, 1 hour. Raiden speculated, so, if I understand correctly, if I were to attempt a transformation after just 1 hour, I'd be guaranteed an E-rank servant. Incorrect. The host must wait for the cooldown period appropriate to the rank last used, which in this case A-rank, meaning your current cooldown is 12 hours. Raiden chuckled, I thought I could perhaps find a way to cheese the system. Well, no matter. I'm going to get some rest. I still have no idea what the League has in store for me. We'll find out soon enough. Creating a servant profile. Name, Ashiwakamaru. aka, Minamoto no Yoshitsune. Gender, female. Attribute, man. Alignments, chaotic balanced. Basic traits, loved one, humanoid, servant. Passive skills, magic resistance C riding A+. Active skills, Tengu Art of War EX6 Secret Arts of War, Thunder and Gale A Art of the Swallow B. Noble Phantasms, Wandering Tales of Shano EX+. Stats. Strength, D. Endurance, C. Agility, A+. Mana, B. Luck, A. NP, A+. Chapter 5. Members of the Justice League convened at their space base to discuss numerous global issues and devise solutions. After a brief deliberation, Superman expressed his perspective regarding the situation with the kid. Now, regarding our current situation with the kid, I believe he has been transparent and truthful with us. He is, after all, just a 10-year-old at heart. Having spent 5 years in a coma and enduring experimentation can be deeply traumatizing for anyone. We can't keep interrogating him and treating him as a criminal, Superman emphasized. In support of Superman's viewpoint, Diana, also known as Wonder Woman, added, I agree. Although I'm frustrated that my lasso didn't work on him, the fact remains that he possesses the power to summon beings like myself. The defective Heracles we encountered was just a glimpse. If he manages to summon the real Heracles, he will be on par with Superman in terms of raw strength. Having an ally like him, raised and trained here, could greatly benefit the League. Offering her perspective, Black Canary chimed in, while I agree with not interrogating him further, I disagree with Diana. He is just a child. Training him and exploiting his powers is not the right approach. He hasn't experienced the real world in the last 5 years, and turning him into a soldier is not the Justice League's mission. Aquaman interjected, you say that, but don't we already have a team of children under Batman's supervision? They are all approximately the same age. Furthermore, we can't ignore the potential of his power. As Princess Diana mentioned, one of his heroes could reach Superman's power level. The world has seen many historical heroes with extraordinary powers and perspectives. What if he were to lose control again? Superman interjected once more, once again, I think you're forgetting that he is a 10-year-old in the body of a 15-year-old. I've had my powers since birth, and controlling them as a child was challenging. I endured many hardships because of that. Forcing him into training and then into battle is barbaric. It's not what the League stands for. Diana looked at Superman and added, Clark, you saw him back there. He is not an ordinary 10-year-old or an ordinary 15-year-old. He wasn't immature. He knows his place in the world, and so should we. We can't lose him to the other side. Green Arrow weighed in. What makes you think he isn't already on the other side? While I hate to admit it, it's been less than a year since my prodigy unwillingly betrayed the League. What makes the kid different? He could be programmed the same way Roy was, or worse, he could be a villain in disguise. Martian Manhunter then spoke up, I'm not entirely sure if he's a villain or not, but I can assure you that programming him the same way is impossible. His mind is much more complicated, making it nearly impossible to control him in any way, shape, or form. Green Lantern added, his parents were killed by a thief, and since then, he has been in a coma, followed by torture at the hands of Professor Evo. I don't believe for a moment that he could be a villain. This kid has been through a lot. I must remind you all that Star Labs is under our supervision, and we failed him, allowing his kidnapping by the villains. After thoughtful silence during most of the conversation, Batman stated, I do not trust the kid yet, but I also acknowledge the impossibility of him being a villain. Regarding taking advantage of his power, I don't believe we have the right to decide. As mentioned by Diana, he is very mature for his age. We will present all the possibilities to him and let him choose. With the League collectively agreeing that Raiden is not a villain, they resolved to allow him to choose his own fate. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the door knock, Raiden got up from his bed and said, come in. Entering the room was an attractive young woman with long blonde hair, blue eyes, and a slender yet toned build, Black Canary. Hello, Raiden. My name is Dinah Lance, but I'm also known as Black Canary, a member of the Justice League. I'm here to talk to you and get to know you, if that's okay with you, she greeted. Smiling, Raiden said, yeah, why not? I'm bored out of my mind, so a little conversation would do me some good. Good. I wanted to get to know you a bit, Raiden. So, what can you tell me about yourself? Dinah inquired. Smiling again, Raiden said, what is there to tell? I'm Raiden Kagawa. Recently, I learned that I'm an orphan now, so that's that. I have this new power. It's not exactly a blessing, considering it put me in a 5-year coma, but I can't exactly complain. It's quite a power, eh? Asking seriously, Dinah said, you seem oddly uncaring about the fact that you're an orphan. Were you not close to your family? This isn't exactly the reaction someone would have when they wake up from a coma to find themselves an orphan. Nodding his head, Raiden said honestly, I agree. In fact, I really wish I could cry and mourn. It hurts, you know. I've lost everyone in my life. But once again. One of the perks of this power is mental. It strengthens my mentality quite a bit, so I can handle the summoning. To be more precise, it's not like I don't feel bad about being an orphan. It's just that I can handle it better than most. Feeling a bit sad for Raiden, Dinah asked, do you hate your powers for that? No, I don't. While it has lots of negatives, with this power, I can help people. I couldn't do anything about the people that Evo killed, but now I can, Raiden confidently stated. Tell me about that, Raiden, about what happened with Evo, asked Dinah. Well, it wasn't pleasant. At first, it was constant abuse of me personally, taking my blood, plasma, and many other bodily fluids. Then skin, muscle tissue, and eventually bones. My body always regenerated with time, so it hurt. That wasn't the worst of it. It was when he kidnapped random people and used some messed up potions and medicine on them, using me. He didn't care. There were children, elderly, women, men, he experimented on them all. 47 people. I remember all their faces. 4 survived and were crippled, probably dead now. As for the other 43, they died right in front of me, looking at me, said Raiden with sadness in his eyes. Placing her hand on Raiden's shoulder, Dinah said, it isn't your fault. You are not responsible for what that lunatic has done. I know, I really do. But I can't help but feel guilty. If I was strong enough to awaken this power early, I could have saved them. Hell, even after I awakened this power, I let him escape. I'm not exactly someone who will be held by guilt, but unless I get him, I won't rest easy. Seeing the state Raiden was in, Dinah concluded, as much as I hate to admit it, we have to train him. If we were to place him in a safe house somewhere, he would eventually escape looking for evil. Raiden, the Justice League had a meeting. We were about to decide your fate, but we ultimately decided to let you choose. We can't exactly let you go free since the light knows about you and your powers and will come after you. But we can easily place you in a safe place, with a new identity in life. You can start over. No, I want the other option, interjected Raiden. I had expected this outcome. Then you can join us. To be more precise, you can join the team. The team consists of teenagers like yourself. The goal of the team is to do undercover missions, as well as training for you. I will personally be there for you, Raiden. Do not hesitate to come to me. I always have time. But promise me something. Tilting his head, Raiden said, What? Do not be consumed by revenge. You are too young to lose your life over revenge. You have a life ahead of you. Live it to the fullest, get to know people, make friends, get yourself a lover, be happy, enjoy food, play games. Don't let revenge consume you. Don't let your guilt win, Dinah advised. Raiden looked down, then smiled and said, I'll try, Miss Dinah. I'll try. Chapter 6. After a brief and oddly therapeutic conversation with Dinah, Raiden patiently awaited in his room until Batman entered. So, I heard you've chosen to join the team. That's a wise decision. The light will come after you regardless. Training from now on, until you confront them, is your best solution, Batman said, locking eyes with Raiden. Nodding in agreement, Raiden asked, Could you tell me more about this team? Drawing closer, Batman grabbed Raiden's hand and, using some sort of code, removed the bracelets that had suppressed his metagene. Come, walk with me. I'll explain as we go. Following behind Batman, Raiden inquired, Well? Batman decided to speak as they walked. The team is a group of young superheroes assigned to carry out covert operations on behalf of the Justice League. They entered a room with a peculiar-looking tube. Batman retrieved a computer and instructed, Stand in that circle. After a brief moment, a machine stated, B-10 Raiden Kagawa, confirmed registration. Batman looked at Raiden and explained, The team provides a place for young heroes to learn and do good away from the public spotlight. Currently, there are 8 members on the team. Let's go meet them. Following Raiden, Batman walked toward the circle, which began to glow. Authorization Batman 0 to 2. Authorization Raiden B-10. After a brief glow, Raiden looked around and spotted Dinah and Wonder Woman. Next to them stood a group of teenagers in superhero costumes. Could have warned me about the teleportation, you know, Raiden quipped. Before he could get a good look at the team, a yellow blur darted toward him. Surprisingly, Raiden managed to follow its path, taking a step back in surprise. Hello, Wally West. You can call me Kid Flash. Would have preferred a girl, but hey, the man who defeated Amazo alone is also welcome, the kid, known as Wally, spoke up first. Wally, the girl in the green suit called out to him. Wally quickly returned to her side as she grabbed him by the ear. Did you say you would have preferred a girl? Chuckling, Raiden smiled and said, This is quite the eccentric team you've got here. I like it. Nodding, Batman introduced Raiden to the team, this is Raiden Kagawa. You've already received a briefing about him. Since he has no place to go back to and powers beyond our comprehension, it has been decided that he will join all of you. A confident, blonde, dark-skinned kid spoke up, My name is Calder AHM. You can call me Calder. I'm known as Aqualad and the current leader of the team. I welcome you as one of us, Raiden. Behind Calder, a smaller-sized kid in a dark suit raised his hand slightly. Hey, Robin here. Nice to meet you. On his left was a girl in an oddly magician suit. Satana Zatara. Nice to meet you as well. Another teen, on the stronger side, added, Connor, or Superboy. Nice to meet you. Hi, I'm Megan. Welcome to the team. The green-skinned girl beside Connor greeted Raiden excitingly. Raiden noted that she looked to be of Martian origins. Hi, I'm Artemis. Nice to meet you as well. Sorry about Wally, Artemis, the girl in the green suit with blonde hair, said. Finally, the dark-skinned girl with short hair spoke, Raquel Irvin. You can call me Rocket as well. Nice to meet you. After the entire team introduced themselves, Raiden stepped in front of Batman and said, My name is Raiden Kagawa. Nice to meet you all. I'm happy to be joining your ranks, and thank you for taking time to meet me. Batman stepped forward and addressed the group. Raiden will be a new member, and his abilities are not yet fully known to us. We will help him discover and learn how to use them. Since he is new, I need all of you to keep an eye on him, especially during missions. Unlike you all, Raiden has only experienced one battlefield encounter. One battlefield encounter where he defeated Amazo. Alone. This guy is incredible, exclaimed Kid Flash. Don't expect that every time, though. I could only hold that for a maximum of 10 minutes, but thanks, Wally, Raiden replied. No need. While we're on that topic, since we've removed the metagene suppressors, we'd like to see your powers, Raiden. If that's okay with you, of course. Dinah here will be your opponent, Wonder Woman suggested. I suppose I don't mind. I hope I get an actual battle servant, though, Raiden replied as he walked towards the combat arena indicated by Wonder Woman. What do you mean by that? Batman asked, taking mental notes. From my understanding, the heroes inside me aren't strictly combat-oriented. Although I can't say for sure since I've only managed to contact one. Get ready, Raiden. I won't go easy on you. Consider this your entrance exam. If you impress me, I'll let you join the team, Dinah said, attempting to motivate Raiden. Okay, here I go. Throne of Heroes. Summoning ceremony initiated. Servant class, Archer. Servant rank, C. Servant name, Robin Hood. Okay. I will get to work since I was summoned. Well, this is very ideal. I don't have to work. You take over my body, Master. Raiden's appearance transformed into that of a tall and lean young man with gray-green eyes, messy spiky orange hair partially covering his right eye, Lincoln green clothing, a dark green cloak, bandages on his left arm, and brown boots. Well, this is quite the coincidence, Raiden remarked. Whoa. This is completely different from the one in the security footage. So you really can change into different heroes, exclaimed Wally. Quite the amazing power you have, Raiden, added Calder. Who is it? Sounds familiar, wondered Dinah. I won't say who it is, but I'll give you a hint. He's an inspiration to one of the League's members. Now then, Miss Dinah, who is it? I'm an inspiration to someone. I was a thief, you know. After some thought, Batman finally spoke up, an inspiration to one of the League members, green where indicates forest battles, and a bow. An inspiration to Green Arrow, Robin Hood. What? Exclaimed Dinah. Well, this just got more interesting, said Robin. Robin Hood? Is that true, Raiden? Wonder Woman inquired. Indeed. Although this isn't exactly the real Robin Hood, since Robin Hood has many iterations and fictional tales, this is merely one of them. You said you summon heroes? Robin was a thief. He did it for the good of the people, yes, but a thief nonetheless, Wonder Woman pointed out. I think you are misunderstanding the term hero, Miss Wonder Woman. You can call me Diana. Hearing Wonder Woman after Miss sounds awful. Well, you see, Miss Diana, the term hero is subjective. Genghis Khan is a savage murderer to most people, but to his countrymen, he's a hero. As such, he qualifies as one due to my ability, same as Robin. Getting impatient, Dinah urged, I'd like to start our spar now, Raiden. I'm not interested in a history lesson. Robin isn't exactly useful in this type of confrontational 1v1 battle, but it doesn't matter. Miss Dinah, stay safe. I'll try to hold back. Hold back. Are you underestimating me, kid? Let's get started, shall we? On 3. 1, 2, 3, go. Immediately, 3 shots from Raiden's crossbow were launched at Dinah, who managed to dodge them all and went on the offensive. She forced Raiden into close-quarters combat, but he skillfully evaded her punches. When he attempted a low kick, Dinah effortlessly dodged backward. However, this move allowed another round of arrows to be launched at her, catching her off guard. Dinah had to use her sound wave to stop the arrows. I see. Quite the impressive sound, Miss Dinah. I doubt anyone would argue with you if they knew how loud you scream. Although, I wouldn't mind such arguments, Raiden commented. What's with this talk? You seem like a 30-something bum, Dinah retorted. Realizing that he had unintentionally hit on Dinah, Raiden quickly said, Don't mind me, Miss Dinah. I'm sorry. I forgot to mention that my personality is affected a bit by whomever I summon. Hey, don't go blaming me for this. Although I agree, I like women like her. I'll accept this excuse. Brace yourself, Raiden. I'm about to beat that old man inside your body, Dinah warned. Jumping directly toward Raiden, Dinah kicked him, and although he blocked it, she followed up with a round kick to his guts, pushing him away. She then unleashed a scream, sending him flying. Holding back, You're not impressing me right now, Raiden. Hey, master, come on now. You're not going to take that, are you? This is my reputation on the line, you know. You need to show that beautiful woman how powerful I was. Raiden mumbled as he got up and looked at Dinah. He then said, fine, shut up. Oh, sorry, I'm not talking to you, Miss Dinah. Dusting himself off, Raiden said, alright, got it. Thanks for the advice, Robin. Alright, Miss Dinah, I'm gonna take you down now. You're still with that cocky attitude. Unless you've got something to show for it, it won't work. Raiden loaded the U-bow crossbow and said, here we go, aiming it and letting loose several arrows. Dinah managed to dodge most of them and went on the offensive again. However, she wasn't ready for Raiden to jump backward and shoot another arrow. She screamed to dodge it, but something unusual happened, the arrow exploded into a smoke screen that covered the area. No face may king. Good luck finding me, Miss Dinah. Is this it? Attacking me inside the smoke. Raiden, I train with Batman and Green Arrow. I'm very used to these kinds of tactics. Biding her time, Dinah waited for Raiden's attack. When facing an opponent with an advantage in low visibility conditions, it was best to remain calm and prepare for counterattacks rather than launching one. Unfortunately for her, no attack came. After a while, the smoke dissipated, but Raiden was nowhere to be seen. What? I win, Miss Dinah, said Raiden as he shot her with another arrow. The arrow bounced off her back since it wasn't real, and Dinah looked around to find Raiden. He then announced, I'm here, Miss Dinah. She looked forward again as Raiden's normal form began to reappear. I see. So you used the smoke to trick me into thinking you were hiding in it. But the truth is, you had another ability that concealed your appearance and used my momentary confusion after the smoke disappeared to strike. Impressive, Raiden. Well done, Dinah conceded, realizing she had been bested. Rushing towards Raiden, Wally exclaimed, dude. You beat Black Canary. You are awesome. Not as awesome as me, but up there for sure. Reverting back to his normal form, Raiden said, and this is where we have a very nice weakness. He fell face first and passed out. Due to the host passing out, cooldown has been halved. Current cooldown, 3 hours and 59 minutes. Creating a servant profile. Name, Robin Hood. AKA, Hunter of the Woods, Green Archer. Gender, male. Attribute, man. Alignments, neutral good. Basic traits, fairy tale servant, humanoid, servant, loved one. Passive skills, magic resistance D independent action A. Active skills, sabotage A golden rule E. Noble phantasms, you bow no face may king. Stats. Strength, C. Endurance, C. Agility, C. Mana, B. Luck, B. NP, D. Chapter 7. Awakening from an unexpected slumber, Raiden groaned, my head is spinning. Finding himself in an unfamiliar room, he recalled his situation, saying, right, the team. I didn't even get a tour of this place. System, can you explain what happened again? The host wished to expedite the cooldown, so the system complied. The cooldown can be halved if the host ceases all other mental activities. Alright. Well, don't do that again unless I request it, okay? 5 years of a coma were enough sleep. Host commands accepted. Rising from the bed, Raiden ventured outside, discovering a tastefully decorated hallway filled with various rooms. He mused, so, this is like a dorm room, Nice. Does that mean I can put wallpapers on the wall? A big Ishtar wallpaper would be perfect for this place. Wait. I probably won't find any Fate media in this world. From what I could gather, this must be that one special Earth from the Young Justice show or something. I have no idea about this world. I wasn't a fan of DC. Nor Marvel, for that matter. I enjoyed some superhero movies, but, well, they got too Marvelly. At the end of the hallway, Raiden stumbled upon an open room, where Megan, Artemis, and Connor were engaged in various activities. Connor sat at the table reading the news from a TV-like projector on the table, while Megan and Artemis were busy with cooking something in the kitchen. "Oh, hey, you're up. We got worried about you, but Batman said you were fine and that it's some sort of side effect." "I hope it wasn't too bad," Megan greeted Raiden. "Good afternoon. Well, it's actually dinner time, or maybe good night is more appropriate, but that's usually for sleeping." Connor pondered the semantics. "Just say good afternoon, Connor. Don't make us look like weirdos," Artemis chided with a playful tone. Raiden reassured them, "Don't worry about it, it's like a cooldown every time I use my power." Megan offered him a plate of lasagna, and Raiden exclaimed, "Oh, thank you. I haven't eaten since. Wait. I haven't eaten in 5 years. Those bastards in the Justice League didn't even give me dinner last night." Artemis was shocked. "That's actually crazy, you haven't eaten in 5 years? How did you survive?" Connor inquired. Raiden replied, "Well, I don't know. Apparently, my body is entirely self-sufficient or something." Megan asked excitedly, "Whoa, does that mean you're immortal?" Raiden chuckled, "I guess. I don't know. I'd have to die first, and I'm not exactly willing to give that a try. I can regenerate, though, very, very slowly." "Hello, Megan." "Of course, he wouldn't know. He was in a coma when he gained his powers," Artemis remarked. "Actually, that's something I wanted to ask. Was it the same as mine? Are you a clone?" Connor inquired. "Connor. Did you not read the briefing?" Artemis scolded him, offering a silent warning regarding his question, as she was aware of Raiden's background from reading the League's briefing. No, I'm a normal human." "Well, I was. Actually, I'm still considered human, right? My parents were murdered, and after that, I went into a coma. I had grandparents, but they both passed away while I was in the coma," Raiden explained in response to Connor's query. Realizing he had touched on a sensitive topic, Connor quickly apologized, "Sorry for bringing that up. Don't worry about it. We're going to be a team from now on, and I'm going to be trusting you with my life. It's better if you know more about me," Raiden said, encouraging more questions. He realized that the team would be his home for a while, so trust was essential. "Besides, it's not like I have any secrets, my power allows me to be unpredictable. Not even Batman can come up with a contingency plan. Hell, I don't even know half the servants I can summon. Since that's the case, we can talk about secrets too. I'm half Superman's clone and half human. My human side has Lex Luthor's DNA," Connor shared, attempting to bond with Raiden. With a sense of urgency, Raiden abruptly inquired, "Did you just say Lex Luthor? The rich guy, the bald bastard?" Yes, you know him?" Connor asked. "Do I know him? He's one of the main reasons I was kidnapped. That bastard was financing Evo's experiments on me. He's second on my shit list." Raiden exclaimed angrily. "It's difficult to pin anything on him, though. The League has been trying for years," Artemis mentioned. "To pinpoint? That's not what I want. I want him to pay for his crimes with his life, but of course, I can't say that, thanks to that no-kill policy. It's idiotic." Deciding to focus on his meal, Raiden began to eat. Holy! He relished the food more than expected, finishing his plate and expressing his gratitude. "This was great, thanks, Megan." Artemis. Megan kindly offered more food, to which Raiden enthusiastically responded, "Yes, please." After enjoying some more, Raiden finally asked, "So, where's everyone?" Artemis provided an update, with their families. Robin lives with Batman, Zatanna had a father, but she's living alone now after he was forced to become Dr. Fate's host. Wally is with his family, Calder went back to Atlantis for some kingdom business, and Rocket has a family too. Raiden playfully remarked, "Ah, I see, so we're the orphan group." Connor disclosed, "I have 2 fathers. Well, I'm a clone, but they are like fathers, I think." Raiden lightened the mood, saying, "Very progressive, Connor. Okay, you're off the orphan group." Megan shared, "I have parents and more than 20 siblings on Mars." Raiden joked, "Mars sounds like an awesomely underpopulated place." Artemis opened up, "As for me, since we were on the topic of secrets and parents, let's mix them up. My mother is a former convict, while my father and sister are both active criminals." Raiden praised her, saying, "Wow, that's actually a badass story. You managed to become not only a decent person but a hero while growing up in a criminal family. High respect from me." Raiden's eyes widened with delight as he continued to eat. This is good. Wow, this is really good, thanks Megan, Artemis. Megan chuckled, I spent years watching human cooking channels. She placed her hand on her hips and flexed a little. After dinner and some casual chatting, Connor suggested, would you like to train a bit? Not sure how your body is after you passed out. Is it okay to train? Raiden agreed, yeah, no problem. I can train. As they made their way to the training area, Megan inquired, so, Raiden, can you use your power? Raiden nodded, saying, yup, here we go. Throne of Heroes. Summoning ceremony initiated. Servant class, Assassin. Servant tier, E. Servant name, Matahari. Raiden's body started glowing as he turned into what appears to be a woman in her late teens. She was wearing incredibly exotic and scantily clad dancer clothes. Her large breasts were covered with simple cloth same as her legs, only thing really covering anything was her panties. Connor was taken aback, oh, what? Raiden, now in his new form, mused, holy crap, I'm attractive. Wait, should I cover up? Assassin class servant I go by the name of Matahari. Nice to meet you, master. Megan rushed over to Connor, covering his eyes, and shouted, Connor. Cover your eyes. Artemis echoed, you too, Raiden. Raiden protested, what? But it's my body, well, Matahari's, but. No, cover them. Artemis insisted. Raiden acquiesced, okay. Moo, did I cause master trouble? Raiden comforted the servant, oh no, it's not your fault. It's just that they're not used to my abilities. Artemis, noticing Raiden's appearance, asked, Raiden, why are you half naked? Connor, curious, questioned Megan, can I see now? Both Megan and Artemis yelled in unison, no. Artemis quipped, glad Wally isn't here. Raiden decided to end the transformation, hold on, I'll cancel the summoning. With another bright flash of light, Raiden's body returned to its normal state. Megan half angry half curious said, Raiden, explain. Raiden clarified, there's nothing to explain. I just transformed into one of the servant heroes, just like last time. Artemis was puzzled, what kind of hero dresses like that? Raiden enlightened them, the femme fatale kind. I transformed into Matahari. She practically created the spy and exotic female genre, one of history's bravest spies. Connor was still intrigued, so you can transform into a woman? Raiden admitted, yeah, I guess I can. I was shocked too, you know. Megan noticed something, wait a minute. Raiden, you didn't pass out. Raiden elaborated, oh yeah, that. It turns out that if I pass out, it halves the cooldown. But since Matahari was on the weak side, her cooldown is less than an hour. Artemis let out a sigh, that's good to know. You should refrain from passing out, it will hinder you in battle. But we should train now. Connor inquired, without Raiden. He can't transform for an hour. Artemis explained, that's for the better. While his ability is incredible and very powerful, Raiden needs to be able to survive even without his ability. What if he transforms into a very powerful servant but fails to defeat the enemy before the transformation wears off? He could be exposed to danger. Megan concurred, I agree as well. I don't want to be a hindrance after my power wears off. Artemis decided, okay then, let's start with basic CQC. Raiden, still somewhat confused, asked, CQC. Close. Q. Q. Quick. Combat. Artemis clarified, close quarter combat. You really are a novice, but that's fine. I'll train you well. Raiden enthusiastically agreed, alright, let's get to it, then. Sorry for the late release, I was in collage without internet for a week lol, so I wasn't able to. Double release as an apology. Chapter 8. For the past hour, Raiden had been engaged in close-quarter combat training with Artemis. He had experienced a series of defeats, to be precise, nothing but defeats. He understood that the journey to becoming a proficient martial artist was arduous, but what he had just gone through seemed almost comically challenging in his eyes. Effortlessly dodging Raiden's wild punches, Artemis swiftly maneuvered, ducked, and then seized him by the collar, slamming him to the ground. Ah! Damn it! That move is known as Suri Komigashi, a judo technique. It's more effective against amateurs who act without thinking, which, in this case, effective against you. You need to regain your focus, Raiden. It's like you've given up on learning the techniques and just attacking wildly because you want to strike me regardless, explained Artemis. Yeah, that tends to happen when you spend an hour getting your ass kicked without landing a single hit. Not even one, damn it, Raiden complained. Injecting some energy back into Raiden, Megan chimed in, saying, just so you know, it took Connor a week before he landed a single hit on Miss Dinah. What? That's not true, protested Connor. Before the training could resume, a robotic voice announced, Authorization Red Tornado 804. Emerging from the gate was none other than their team's observer, Red Tornado, a tall red robot with no ears or nose. His mouth and eye sockets were black, giving him an emotionless appearance. A yellow T symbol adorned his chest, and a yellow arrow was on his forehead. He also wore a blue cape. I see that you've already become acquainted with your new teammate, inquired Red Tornado. Yeah, we're trying to teach him martial arts. Progress is at a solid 0, but it's fun, said Artemis. You sadistic monster, there's no fun in this, Raiden protested. Why are you here? Do we have a mission? Miss Martian asked excitedly. Unfortunately, no. I'm here to introduce myself to our new resident and show him around the cave, unless you've already done that, said Tornado. Nope, no one showed me a thing. They just took turns bullying me. So, anyway, I'm Raiden Kagawa. Nice to meet you, Mr. Red Tornado. Is that what I'm supposed to call you? Asked Raiden. You can call me Tornado. I'm the team's supervisor. Please follow me, and I'll give you a tour of the cave. Following Tornado, Raiden spent the remainder of the evening exploring the cave alongside Tornado and the other team members. As he concluded his day, Raiden inquired, Hey system, display my human stats. Name, Raiden Kagawa. AKA, Rai. Gender, male. Attribute, man. Alignments, chaotic neutral. Basic traits, humanoid, systems host, loved by Gaia. Passive skills, martial arts F. Active skills, none. Noble phantasms, none. Stats. Strength, C, F. Endurance, C, E. Agility, C, F. Mana, A+++. Luck, A. NP, null. C rank is equivalent to Robin Hood, yet today I felt utterly inferior to Artemis, an ordinary human. Is that why that Beth is there? The host's actual physical abilities are indicated in parentheses. The host perceives C rank for physical abilities because the system enhances the host's power to facilitate summoning. The host's power can only increase when about to transform, as attempting to transform with their true physical abilities would cause the host's body to explode. Geez, it seems like you're deliberately weakening me or something. Anyway, what about the loved by Gaia part? What does that mean? The host is favored by the will of the planet Gaia. The reason for your reincarnation and acquisition of the Throne of Heroes system is unknown. There have been instances in the past of ordinary humans reincarnating, but it typically requires accumulating a significant amount of karma. As for the system, it's a mystery why you were granted such an ability. The system has no knowledge of your past. Karma, huh? Isn't karma meant for those who perform great deeds? I don't recall ever doing anything outstanding. I was just a college student, and that's all I can remember. I've even forgot my name. So many enigmas. Why this DC universe? Why me? What's my purpose here? Will I simply become a hero, befriend the team, and become a full-fledged member? Besides dealing with Evo and Lex Luthor, it seems I lack a defined purpose in my new life. I don't have a reason. Ruminating in solitude, Raiden found himself somewhat vexed. Not knowing the reasons behind such a significant gift is always disconcerting. What if this is all an illusion? What if he awakens, and it's all gone? What if there are demands in return? Forget it. I've been granted a second chance at life with incredible powers and a rejuvenated body. I won't squander it. I'll live life to the fullest, assist the team, resolve matters with Evo, and then set out on my own. Yes. I'll travel not just the world but the entire universe. Yeah, that's a bit much, but fuck it. With a declaration of his life's purpose, Raiden felt a rush of excitement and anticipation for the future. A week passed, and Raiden's days were filled with nothing but training. While the other team members didn't visit frequently, they all checked in on Raiden from time to time. One morning, Raiden was pleasantly surprised to find most of the team members gathered. Wally rushed to his side, exclaiming, "Yo! What's up, dude? How have you been? Excited for today?" Raiden responded, "I've been doing well." "Excited for what?" Artemis chimed in, "We have a mission today, Raiden." "Oh, finally. I get to do something other than training." "Hold your horses, newbie. It's your first mission, so you'll follow the lead of your seniors and do as we say," Rocket cautioned. Raiden retorted, "I'd rather take orders from you all day than endure Artemis's training that ends up with me getting my ass kicked." Rocket assured him, "It's alright, newbie. I'll watch out for you in the field." Wally interrupted, boasting about himself, "Hold on a minute. Dude, she's also a newbie. Follow my example. I'm one of the founders of this team. I was supposed to be the leader, but I was too busy to lead, so I let Calder do it." Artemis mocked Wally, saying, "You? A leader? You can't even lead a team of chimps." Wally, seeking support, exclaimed, "Artemis, you were supposed to have my back." Megan rushed toward Rai and said, "Rai, I got you something. Since this is your first official mission, I decided to create an outfit for you. I made it using special Martian fabric. It'll look just like your regular human clothes, but now, they have added defenses and a stealth mode, just like all of ours." Raiden was taken aback as he examined the outfit Megan had designed. It appeared exactly like his usual attire but was sturdier and more versatile, boasting a self-cleaning mechanism and enhanced defensive capabilities. Raiden expressed his gratitude, saying, "Megan, I don't know what to say. Thank you." With genuine happiness, Raiden thanked Megan, touched by her kind gesture. "You're welcome, Raiden. This was my gift to you for joining us." "Oh, hello, Megan. I won't take all the credit. While I did create the outfit, the design was done by Artemis, so she deserves the credit too," Megan said, encouraging Artemis to accept her part in the gift. Raiden playfully suggested, "Actually, how about you take all the credit? I don't want to thank this sadistic monster." Artemis, in good humor, punched him in the gut and asked, "What did you call me?" Raiden chuckled, "Ugh, I said thank you for the design." Batman observed the team's interaction and remarked, "Looks like they are getting along." Calder agreed, saying, "Yes, it seems Raiden has already integrated well with the team." Batman praised Raiden, saying, "Good, I need you to help him adapt to being a hero. The life he's lived isn't ideal, and his mental fortitude is impressive. Smiling and playing after going through so much is something not everyone can do." Calder added, "I agree. Artemis has been training him for the last week, and she mentioned that he has a strong will. She keeps pushing him all day, yet he doesn't give up. He genuinely wants to overcome the limitations of his power." Batman received a message on his hand monitor and announced, "Team, get ready. It's time for the briefing." Raiden, momentarily confused, asked, Batman, sir? Sir Batman, Robin and Zatanna aren't here. Shouldn't we wait for them?" Robin and Zatanna are on a separate covert mission. "This mission will be carried out by the members currently present," Batman explained. Projecting a location on the wall, Batman continued, "There have been sightings of metahuman gene experiments on teenagers right here in Kurak, near the borders of Byalia." Batman pointed at the projection map and continued. "We have intel that the perpetrators have been using Byalian children as test subjects. Your mission is to infiltrate, identify the culprits, gather evidence, disable critical equipments, and, of course, rescue any survivors if found." Raiden thought to himself, "This could be the work of Evo. If I find him." Batman added, "Raiden, you will act as an observer for this mission. You can accompany the team, but do not use your powers or actively participate in the infiltration, unless your leader deems it necessary. Since this is your first mission, I want you to observe and learn how the team operates." Despite his disappointment in not being an active member, Raiden was still eager to leave the cave. He didn't voice any complaints about Batman's decision and simply said, "Okay, let's get ready." Chapter 9. You know what I mean, right? Picture this, we board this amazing bioship, everyone has their designated seats, the ship boasts invisibility mode, and it feels like we're in a Star Trek movie. Everything is just fantastic. But then, suddenly, silence falls. I look at them and inquire, "Hey, is everything alright? Why is everyone so quiet?" And do you know what they tell me? Those bastards had the audacity to tell me that they're planning the mission through psychic communication. Can you believe it? I mean, it's partly my fault for having strong mental immunity, but come on, show some respect. And now, they're off on the mission, and I'm stuck here alone. Honestly. Oh. Yeah, I understand, Wolf. I know you're here, you're the only one who truly gets me. Oh. Sitting alone in the ship, his sole companion being Wolf, Superboy's pet wolf, Raiden engaged in a conversation with it, evidence that he wasn't having a great time on his first mission. Men, I like how Batman said observe. Observe what? Them going stealth mode and then completely disappearing on me. Sigh. Pip. 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 Hearing a strange voice, Raiden followed it and discovered a communication button. Upon pressing it, Raiden heard. Megan. Megan. Can you hear me? What's happening? Why did you switch to the secondary comms? The mental comms are down, you fool. Can't you see? Megan and Connor aren't responding. Rocket and I heard an explosion in the south of the facility. Our cover might be blown. What? Hearing the voices of Aqualad, Artemis, and Kid Flash, Raiden was confused and asked, this is Raiden. What's going on? Raiden? How can Raiden hear us, said Kid Flash. I left the ship's comms connected to us just in case, replied Aqualad. So, what's happening? Why aren't Megan and Connor responding? Artemis inquired. We don't know either, but considering the earlier explosion, it's safe to assume they've had contact with the enemy, Aqualad said. There's also the possibility that they may have been captured, added Rocket. Wally, maintain a low profile and gather information. The rest of the team, rendezvous at Point C, ordered Aqualad. Understood. Be careful, Wally. Should I come too? It seems like you guys need help, Raiden asked. No, stay put, Raiden. We still don't know the situation here. We can't risk any complications, Aqualad replied. But you might need assistance. Raiden pleaded. No, Raiden, stay put. Click. Calder. Calder. He shut down the comms. Damn it. Frustrated, Raiden slumped down on the ground. Oh. Wolf comforted Raiden by licking his face. Damn it. Screw it, I'm going. Oh. Yeah, I know I'll get in trouble, but what if something happens to Megan or Connor? I have to do something, Wolf. Oh. No, you can't come. You're too big, buddy. Keep the ship safe. Now, let's see who is the lucky servant today. Throne of Heroes. You didn't have to be so stern, cutting off communication like that will only frustrate him, remarked Rocket. She and Aqualad were partnered for this mission. That was the intention, replied Aqualad. The intention was to frustrate him? Yes, this way, I'll get to know him better. If he disregards my orders and comes anyway, he's the emotional type. If he stays put, he's the logical type, explained Calder. I understand. Do you think it would be a problem if he decides to come, asked Rocket. He's the only one among us with no prior experience in hero work, but he's exceptionally powerful. Even if he does come, it won't pose a problem. However, it will demonstrate that he may not be the best at following orders, Aqualad replied. Is that a concern? Not necessarily. Depending on the circumstances, disobeying orders isn't always a negative trait. But since this is his first mission, we'll have to wait and see how it plays out. Waking up feeling disoriented, Connor surveyed his surroundings to figure out what was happening. To his shock, he noticed that Megan was bound to a chair next to him, and there was something placed on her head. Reacting with immediate anger, Connor attempted to free her, but he found himself unable to move. That's when he realized that he too was tied to a chair, struggling in vain to break free. It's pointless, young man. Your chair contains kryptonite, and the room is illuminated by red sunlight, the captor informed him. What have you done to her? Connor demanded. As of now, nothing. We're simply suppressing her mental powers. Consider it a short nap, the captor explained. Staring at the men, Connor identified, Ra's al Ghul. Since when has the League of Shadows been experimenting on children? Oh, yes, I almost forgot. You've come here to stop that. Unfortunately for you, that operation was a ruse. It was merely bait, Ra's al Ghul clarified. Bait? You were luring us. Connor exclaimed. No, not you. The light no longer has any use for you. We found a new and more intriguing target. While conversing with Connor, Roz received a message on his comms that brought a smile to his face. "Father, it appears that the others are on the move." "Did you hear that?" Kid Flash inquired. "Yes, it appears this operation was a ruse. The League of Shadows is behind all of this, and they're targeting someone," Artemis replied. "They knew the League would send us since this is foreign territory," Rocket noted. "Their target is Raiden." Pip. 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 Raiden. Raiden. "Can you hear me, Raiden?" Aqualad repeatedly called out to Raiden, but there was no response. "I guess he's the emotional type, huh?" Rocket commented. "Everyone, I can't reach Raiden. Most likely, he ignored my orders and is heading to the base. If you come across him, intercept him and instruct him to retreat. But first, we need to rescue Superboy and Miss Martian. Artemis, find a way to disable the red sunlight. Rocket and I will remove the kryptonite from Superboy's chair. Kid Flash, when I give you the signal, rush in to rescue Miss Martian." "Got it. I'm on it." "Alright, Rocket and I will attack in 3, 2, 1. Go." With synchronized timing, the team leaped out of their hiding spots and initiated their assault. Artemis took aim at the red sun lights with her arrows, attempting to disable them. However, the attempt proved futile, as a skilled individual deflected her arrows. "Foolish. We are the League of Shadows. Your attempt at stealth is laughable to us," taunted the woman who had deflected Artemis' arrows. Aqualad and Rocket rushed toward Superboy. Aqualad engaged Ra's al Ghul in combat, while Rocket focused on freeing Superboy by deactivating the kryptonite restraints. Upon seeing her, Superboy mentioned, "The kryptonite doesn't affect me as much. You need to disable the red sunlight." Ra's al Ghul exchanged blows with Aqualad, challenging, "Fighting a losing battle is unwise. Give us what we want, and we will let you leave. Come, Shadows." Members of the League of Shadows surrounded the team from all sides. Artemis aimed her arrows at the women. 3 arrows were released, but only 2 hit their target. The woman, known as Talia, skillfully evaded the arrows and commented, "Do you think this will stop me?" Just before she could taunt Artemis further, the 3rd arrow exploded on the ceiling, deactivating the red sunlight. Superboy swiftly moved to Miss Martian, shattered the helmet placed on her, and released her. He then turned to Ra's al Ghul and declared, "You." In an attempt to avenge his girlfriend, Superboy charged toward Ra's with full force. However, before he could reach his goal, he was struck in the chest by a laser and sent flying backward. "Don't get too excited, kid," taunted the man who had shot Superboy. He was a Caucasian man with black hair and a short black mustache, wearing a blue helmet from which he fired laser beams. Charging his attack again, the villain known as Professor Ojo stated, "Good night, fake Superman," and released his laser blast. But his plans were thwarted as Rocket stepped in to block the attack. "Now!" Aqualad commanded. Kid Flash raced in, pushing Professor Ojo aside and joining Aqualad in battling Ra's al Ghul. Kid Flash, with his super speed, expertly dodged Ra's al Ghul's sword and landed several hits in his blind spots. However, an unexpected interference occurred. Kid Flash was speeding when something attached to his legs, causing him to tumble forward and, due to his velocity, crashed directly into a wall. "Wally!" Artemis screamed. Talia then kicked her in the gut, saying, "You should focus on yourself." "Everyone, regroup!" Aqualad shouted. The team rallied and retreated to the back wall as the League of Shadows surrounded them. Among their adversaries were Ra's al Ghul, Talia, Ojo, and the assailant who took down Wally, Black Spider, accompanied by an additional force of 40 League of Shadows assassins. "We can resolve this now, children. I will allow you to leave unharmed if you give me what I want," Ra's proposed. He knew that Vandal had future plans for the youngsters and was willing to let them go as long as he achieved his objective. "No. We won't give him up," Megan protested. She had just regained consciousness from being knocked out. The League of Shadows had used a mind overload device created by the brain to counteract psychic powers and induce a coma. "Him. What do they want, Megan?" Connor inquired. Aqualad was the one who responded, "Our newest member, Raiden. That's who they want. And our answer remains the same. We won't surrender anyone. He's a member of our team, and he's already like family. Save me your sentimental babble. What do you know about the boy? You've only known him for a week," Roz mocked. "Are you all ready?" Aqualad communicated telepathically using Megan's powers. Yeah, we'll take them down, and we absolutely won't give up on Rai. Wally affirmed. I don't want to go back to being the newbie. Then, let's do this. Their determination to fight was suddenly interrupted by an unexpected presence that appeared before them and Roz. Impossible. How could I not sense this entity? Who is he? Roz and the League of Shadows were equally taken aback. The figure had seemingly materialized out of nowhere, leaving them all in shock. The enigmatic figure wore a white skull mask, with nearly pitch-black skin and clothing, and a dark hood shrouding his head. So. It's me you seek. Well, here I am. Chapter 10. Observing the new intruder, Ra's al Ghul remarked, So, you're Raiden. I must admit, your stealth technique is incredible. You've genuinely piqued my interest. I could use an individual like you in the League of Shadows. Rai. What are you doing here? Aqualad yelled in surprise. Raiden let out a derisive snort and replied, The League of Shadows. I see. Quite audacious, indeed. Tell me, Ra's al Ghul, who inspired you to establish the League of Shadows? Inspiration. What prompts such a question? Are you contemplating accepting my offer, perhaps? Raz responded. I see. Your arrogance has gone too far. Tell me, do you know of the Order of Assassins? Raiden inquired again. So that's why you inquired about my inspiration. You believe I was influenced by the Order of Assassins? Amateurs who prioritize faith above all else. My league is far superior. It's an affront to suggest that I drew inspiration from such a subpar and unprofessional religious cult, Raz retorted, clearly offended by Raiden's insinuations. Truly arrogant, then allow me to reveal the true might of the Hashashin, Raiden declared. Raz al Ghul responded, I'll concede that you are an excellent user of stealth techniques, but you seem to underestimate the danger you're in. You are surrounded by over 40 of my elite, outnumbered and outmatched. What do you hope to achieve, young one? Surrender peacefully, and I'll spare your friends over there. They were willing to fight to the death for you. Why not spare them such a fate and end this peacefully? Raz al Ghul's patience was wearing thin with Raiden's theatrics, and he was ready to conclude this, whether by force or consent. Mr. Raz al Ghul, it seems that you are genuinely uninteresting. You've made numerous mistakes today. Perhaps you are not as great as your reputation suggests. You've insulted my order, made baseless assumptions about my skills, and if you wish to discuss numbers, allow me to introduce you to the might of the Hashashin, Raiden stated confidently. Raiden raised his hand in the air, clearly showing off as he said. This is the power of hundred-faced Hassan. Now. We as a group is an individual, and the individual, a group. The group's innumerable shadows possesses 100 faces. Zabaniya, delusional illusion. Much to the astonishment of everyone present, whether they belonged to the team or the League of Shadows, a sudden emergence of assassins, numbering 1, 2, 3, and eventually 4, 5, 20, and even 40, overwhelmed the scene. They all donned identical white masks and had matching complexions, but it was vital to understand that these were not clones. Each possessed unique abilities, skills, and advantages. Without warning, they appeared behind every member of the League of Shadows, with the most formidable position directly behind Raz al Ghul. The assassin army caught the League of Shadows completely off guard, and the onslaught commenced as each assassin targeted a member of the League. Instead of a one-sided battle of 40 versus 7, it now became 86 against 40. A massive assassin delivered a powerful blow to Raz al Ghul from behind, and two more assailants swiftly emerged from the left and right. To Raz's credit, he managed to deflect 3 of the attacks, but it was a futile effort. 2 others closed in, with one delivering a crushing punch to his ribcage, shattering it, and the other aiming a slicing attack at his chest. Although he narrowly evaded the latter because the other attack propelled him backwards to the right, it cost him the use of his arm, which, while not completely severed, was rendered useless. Exploiting the openings created by Raiden, the entire team sprang into action. Connor immediately targeted Ojo. Ojo was already being distracted by 2 other assassins. As such, an opening opened, and it allowed Connor to land a punch that shattered his helmet to pieces. Wally took advantage of the momentarily distracted Black Spider, who was fending off 4 assassins, and delivered a series of super-fast, powerful punches. Some from the left, some from the right, some from the back. His speed, and the distraction that was given to him by the assassins, allowed him to swiftly end the battle. When done he quipped, "That's what you get for making me look bad in front of my girl." Aided by Megan and 3 assassins, Artemis lunged toward Talia, who attempted to escape by tossing a smoke grenade on the ground. One of the assassins retorted, "Foolishness. You think you can hide in the dark? In smoke. We see it all, we are the darkness." A purple-haired assassin delivered a powerful kick to Talia's face, sending her flying into a wall. As she attempted to evade another attack, 3 arrows pinned her to the wall from her shirt. She quickly discarded her shirt to escape the second assault, but then Megan used her telekinesis to immobilize her completely, as the purple-haired assassin jumped to kick her to the face. In the end, while not knocked out, she was immobilized, in the sky with Megan's telekinesis. "Father! Help!" To her shock, her father was locked in combat with 5 assassins, while Aqualad and Rocket provided support and protection. No matter what he would do, landing an attack on one, the other strike, forcing him back, and with one of his hands useless, Roz was trying to come up with an escape route. "Father! Take down the leader, that might be our way to victory." Hearing his daughter's plea, Roz al Ghul momentarily abandoned his own defense and focused all his strength on the leader. He knew that the moment he attacked, Rocket would defend him, so instead, he feinted an attack on an assassin, then risking injury, turned it to Aqualad, and threw few hidden blades, distracting Rocket to protect him. With this he found the opening to attack the original assassin. Despite further injury to his already weakened body, he delivered the decisive blow, stabbing the main assassin in the chest. "Your arrogance led to your downfall, child," Roz gloated as he delivered the fatal blow. The assassin's eyes widened as his body disintegrated into nothingness. "One down. 79 to go." Roz's eyes widened as he realized the gravity of those words, but before he could express his shock he was stabbed in the back and another colossal assassin punched him in the face, a punch so powerful it almost knocked him out. The giant was twice his size, so it wasn't all shocking that the punch sent him hurtling to the farthest reaches of the room. "Father! But how?" In perfect unison, all the assassins spoke simultaneously. "While we may appear different, behave differently, and sound distinct, do not be mistaken. We are one, unified as Raiden Kagawa, as Hassan I, Sabah. We exist as a collective, and the collective is an entity in itself. One of us goes down, another arises." Just as he said that, another assassin emerged from the shadows. That was the true power of the noble phantasm, Zabaniya, delusional illusion. The assassin, named 100 Faces Hassan, was a man with multiple personality disorder. He used that to create real illusions of himself, each with their own individual powers and personalities. He could only summon 80 at one time, but they were 100. As for the Hassan himself, even he doesn't know which personality is the original. With all the other members of the League of Shadows incapacitated, Roz gazed in shock as his elite assassins were defeated by a young individual in less than 2 to 3 minutes. His entire League of Shadows was now outnumbered and outclassed. He had been outwitted in his own domain. Before he could convey his frustration and astonishment, a yellowish portal materialized behind him, and a hand reached out, pulling him away and sparing him from the further humiliation of being apprehended by children. The same fate did not befall his allies and daughter, for they were not granted such leniency. Ojo's head was brutally smashed in, and without his helmet, he was rendered defenseless. Black Spider stood no chance against Wally's lightning-fast speed and the relentless assault of the assassin army. Talia was completely immobilized by Megan's telekinetic powers, her body bearing numerous injuries from Artemis and others. And the remaining members had all been defeated. One of the assassins punched a wall in frustration and remarked, "TSK. Damn it, the others are worthless. I wanted to capture him. He was my only lead to Evo." Aqualad glanced at the numerous assassins and said, "Raiden. I thought I instructed you not to come. You ignored my orders." Hearing Aqualad, Raiden's attention refocused, and he responded, "Oh, yeah, look, I was worried, okay. I couldn't help it. You said Megan and Connor were in danger, and I had to do something." Sighing, Aqualad admitted, "I'll concede that you did indeed help us significantly. I don't think we would have emerged unscathed without you. So, thank you." Raiden quipped, "Great, right? So, what should we do with all these people, then?" interrupting Aqualad. "Raiden, you ignored my orders. It's important to exercise judgment and question me, but when you came here, you should have coordinated with us. You also cut off communication. From now on, even if you decide to go rogue, it's crucial to inform us of your next move, at least that way I won't have to worry about the enemy capturing you," Aqualad explained in a stern voice. Kaldor wasn't angry that Raiden had ignored his orders, but he was concerned about Raiden as he was the target of today's attack. The responsibilities of a leader were a heavy burden on Kadler, and he couldn't bear the thought of losing a team member. Lowering his head, Raiden scratched his head and replied, "Yeah, I understand, Calder. I'll be more careful from now on." "Cut him some slack, he saved our butts today." "You did great, Raiden," said Rocket as she patted Raiden in the back. "Yeah, that was super cool. There were like 50 of you out there fighting with us. The League of Shadows couldn't even figure out what happened to them. But let's be honest here, I played a major role too," Wally added. It began with Wally and Rocket, but soon everyone expressed their gratitude and amazement at Raiden's powers. "Thank you, everyone," Raiden responded. "You did well, Raiden. Now, let's contact the League. We have many people to question and arrest," Aqualad said. "Alright, cool. I can maintain this transformation for an extra 10 minutes or so." After waiting for a few minutes, members of the Justice League arrived to investigate. "So, they were after you? Do they know about your true powers?" Batman inquired. "No, I don't think so. The battle against Amazo was my first ever transformation," Raiden replied. "Our assumption was correct, the light is after you now. This means you need to become stronger," Batman explained. "Yeah, that I do because soon enough, I'll be the one going after them." Name, Hassan of the 100 Faces. AKA, leader of Hashashin, 100-faced Hassan, Hassan of the 100 Personas. Gender, male. System rank, B. Attribute, man. Alignments, lawful evil. Basic traits, humanoid. Passive skills, presence concealment A. Active skills, library of stored information C. Expert of many specializations A+. Battle retreat B. Noble phantasms, Zabaniya, delusional illusion B++. Stats. Strength, C. Endurance, D. Agility, A. Mana, C. Luck, E. NP, B++. Chapter 11. Strolling through the dimly lit cave, a bald man carried a serving tray bearing a steaming cup of coffee and a plate of cookies. "Master Wayne, shouldn't you consider taking a break and getting some rest?" inquired the bald man, known as Alfred. "Take a look at this, Alfred," Bruce Wayne, the enigmatic figure beneath the mask of Batman, remarked. "It appears the young one is maturing and honing his abilities," noted Alfred. "Yes, and each new transformation he undergoes is markedly distinct and increasingly challenging to control," Bruce replied. "Very well, Master Wayne. I'll leave you to your work," said Alfred. "Good night, Alfred." Bruce fixed his gaze on the array of screens before him, each displaying the various forms adopted by Raiden. He clutched a recorder and began to speak. Currently known transformations. Heracles, a wrathful warrior with incredible physical strength, speed, and high endurance. Robin Hood, proficient in the use of a crossbow, firing energy-infused arrows with extraordinary speed. These arrows possess various effects, with smoke being the sole confirmed one. Special ability, complete invisibility. Mata Hari, femme fatale, powers remain undisclosed, further observation is necessary. 100-Face Hassan, possesses superior stealth skills compared to high-ranking assassins of the League of Shadows. Strength varies among its members. Special ability, manifesting numerous copies, or more accurately, distinct personalities. Bruce revisited the footage and continued, presently acknowledged contingency plans. Metagene suppressors, 80%. While Raiden seems unable to transform under the influence of metagene suppressors, his mental defenses remain intact. I believe his power may eventually surpass these suppressors, or he may be concealing his secrets to protect them. Cooldown duration, 100%. During the cooldown phase, Raiden is entirely vulnerable, making it the optimal time to strike. Concluding his analysis, Batman switched off the recorder and sighed, "I hope I never have to resort to implementing these plans." He then placed the recorder on his shelf alongside many others. Mount Justice, 24 TD July 2011. "So, I heard your first mission went well?" Robin inquired, patting Raiden's back with a smile as he returned from his secret mission with Zatanna and learned about Raiden's accomplishment. "Yeah, I think it went well. How about you and Zatanna?" Raiden asked. "Well, you'll see soon enough. We might be getting a new mission, all of us this time," Robin replied. "Cool. I'm excited to see the two of you in action, especially Zatanna. I've always been interested in magic," Raiden expressed. Coincidentally, Zatanna entered the kitchen where Raiden and Robin were seated. "Are you? I can show you some. Emit OTYRT 2A8 when cool, time to try out the new look." Reciting her spell, Zatanna's clothes instantly transformed from her regular attire to her magician outfit. Wow! So you just have to say words in reverse, and magic happens? Raiden inquired. Well, not exactly. You need a lot of training and practice, as well as an affinity for it, Zatanna explained. So, someone who isn't born a magician can still use magic? Raiden questioned. Yes, they can, but having a genetic and personal affinity for sorcery is helpful. While you don't need to be a homo magi to use magic, talent and affinity make a significant difference, especially for high-level performance, Zatanna clarified. Alright, let me give it a shot, Raiden said. What? It's not so easy, Zatanna began, but Raiden got up from his chair and headed to the training area. Robin looked at Zatanna and shrugged, let's go see him. Okay, this might be funny to watch, Zatanna agreed. Something badass and cool, Raiden thought aloud as he planned the spell he should use. You do realize it's not as easy as just saying words in reverse, right? You need training, talent, and time. You're going to make a fool out of yourself. Zatanna warned. Just watch, I've got it already. Sailor Arif Lab Morph Ym release a fireball from my hand, Raiden chanted. He raised his hand, and a fierce fireball manifested in it, the size of a large bowling ball. In an instant, it smashed into the wall, leaving a big crater and scorch marks. Oh my god, Raiden. You can use magic. But that spell, it consumes a lot of life force. Are you okay? Zatanna exclaimed. Yeah, this spell has consumed a lot of my magic, but don't worry about it, the magic inside me is a lot more potent than you think, Raiden replied. He looked at his system, which had quantified his magic in numbers. Magical power, 4500/5000. The system was also the major reason he was able to use the magic in the first place. It was able to replicate DC, baby magic, using magic from his mana circuit. Usually it would be a hard ordeal for someone to use magic of a different structure, let alone a completely different world's magic. This system is just the best. So, you can use magic as well? The list of surprises with you is endless, Robin remarked. But how? I've spent years training with my father, and creating such a spell is incredibly hard. Is this really your first time using magic? Zatanna asked, clearly shocked by Raiden's display. Well, I think what helps is the heroes inside me. There's a handful of wizards in my arsenal of heroes, which is why the control was efficient. It also helps having a system that guides the mana pathways inside me and provides great access to A+++ magic, Raiden explained. Beeb. Oh, it's time. I have to go now, Zatanna said as she immediately darted out of the cave using the teleporter. That was unusual. Why was she in such a hurry? Raiden inquired. She's going to see her dad, Robin explained. Upon hearing this, Raiden recalled what Artemis had told him about Zatanna's father and Nabu, how Zatanna could only see her dad one day each year, and today happened to be that day. Hey, Robin, I hear you're very close to Zatanna, practically lovers, Raiden teased. Taken aback, Robin replied, I guess, yeah, you're correct. Then, if I were to suggest something kind of crazy and daring, but it would help her a lot, would you be willing to go along with me? Raiden asked. Narrowing his eyes a bit, Robin responded, help her. How? What are you thinking, Raiden? Raiden sat down on the ground in a lotus position and said, look, I'm going to try something. If this works, you won't be prepared for the kiss Zatanna will give you. What are you talking about? Although, if I get a kiss from Zatanna, then I'm in, Robin said. Alright, just watch. Alright, system, I know that you take into consideration the situation I'm in to transform me into the right servant. What I need right now is him. If I can summon him, I can help Zatanna out. Please, system, please. Throne of Heroes. Summoning ceremony initiated. Servant class, Caster. Servant rank, C. Servant name, Paracelsus von Hohenheim. I can't believe it, Robin. I got him. Ho. Master, are you happy that you've summoned me? Paracelsus inquired. Oh, Raiden, you look different. But what will this hero do? Robin looked at Raiden's new transformation. He resembled a scientist, wearing a traditional white-tailed lab coat with unique modifications. His hair was exceptionally long, almost resembling a woman's hair. Mr. Paracelsus, I need your help with something. I have control of your body and powers, but not your intelligence and skills. Can you assist me? Raiden asked. Of course, master. That's what friends are for, right? So, what is it that you need? Paracelsus agreed. I need to create a homunculus. Raiden revealed. Of course, why not? But you'll need to acquire certain items first, Paracelsus advised. Paracelsus provided Raiden with a list of items he needed, and Raiden began writing them down on paper. He turned to Robin and said, "We need all of these things." Robin examined the list and replied, yeah, we can get most of these. Within an hour, or the cooldown will start, Raiden emphasized. An hour. Let's go then. What do we need this for, though? Robin asked. I'm making a homunculus. What we're going to do is force Nabu to use the homunculus as a body and take it over instead of taking Zatanna's dad. Raiden explained, stunning Robin with the revelation. Holy smokes. I might really get a big kiss if we pull this off. Let's call Wally. He was part of the reason the Helmet of Fate was released. I'm sure he'd be happy to help. Sitting alone at her home, Zatanna anxiously awaited her father's arrival. This was her first annual meeting with her dad since he had been possessed by Nabu. She had missed him dearly and couldn't wait to see him. Knock knock knock. Rushing to open the door, Zatanna wasn't surprised to see her father, but he was wearing the Helmet of Fate. Dr. Fate walked in and said, "From here on out, you can see your father for 24 hours. Any longer, and I'll cancel our arrangement." Dr. Fate removed the helmet, and Zatara regained consciousness. He looked at his teary-eyed daughter and immediately rushed to hug her. Chapter 12. Whoa! Seated in a downtown Gotham cafe, Raiden attentively observed his surroundings. Robin, noticing Raiden's astonished expression as he gazed at the Gotham City skyscrapers, inquired, "Is this your first time in a big city? I thought you were from Central City." Raiden explained, "Oh no, it's just that. I haven't been outside the cave since I was freed." "Really? Why didn't you leave?" asked Robin, genuinely curious. Struggling to articulate his reasons, Raiden thought to himself, "This is my first time in America, that's why, Robin." "Well, I guess I can't say that." Raiden then answered, "I was 10 when I went into a coma, Robin. Even if I wanted to leave, I wouldn't know where to go." Robin suggested, "You could have asked Wally or Connor." Raiden countered, "Ah, yes, what a great idea. I'll ask Wally, who'll always invite his girlfriend, Artemis, or Connor, who'll always invite his girlfriend, Megan." "Nah, thanks. I don't want to be the third wheel. Calder is ocean-bound, that man only comes for missions. And Rocket. Well, I can't really ask a girl that, or she'll think I'm hitting on her or something, I don't know." Okay, you've made your point. "Hey, I promise, after we help Zatanna, I'll show you all the best places to hang out in Gotham," said Robin. Raiden asked, "Promise you won't bring Zatanna?" Robin assured him, "Yeah, duh. We're not really a couple. I just, don't like committing to relationships." While the duo conversed, a yellow blur suddenly appeared and occupied the chair next to them. "I've got everything we need," exclaimed the yellow blur. The yellow blur turned out to be Wally, who had been tasked with gathering the resources needed for homunculi. "Nice. We've got 30 minutes left before the transformation wears off. Let's hurry up and go make the homunculi. I'm in the body of a 30-something-year-old man, and I'm sitting at the same table with two 15-year-old kids. I don't want people to get the wrong ideas," Raiden commented. Raiden and Robin got up from their seats, and as they did, Wally plopped down and said, "You guys just sat around and hung out, while I was running. Can't I at least get something to drink?" "Move it, Wally," both Raiden and Robin urged, eager to get on with their objective. "And here we have the final piece." "Yes, indeed, Master. You have successfully created a homunculus. Now, it's time for the most crucial part. Although it won't take much time to create, you'll need to fully utilize my item construction skill for this one. I still don't quite understand, Raiden. What sets this homunculus apart from any other robot, like a Mazo? We know for a fact that the Helmet of Fate can't possess inorganic beings," Robin inquired as he observed the lifeless white homunculus that Raiden had crafted. "You're absolutely right. In its current form, this homunculus isn't any different from a robot that Evo or any other mad or genius scientist could create in this world," Raiden admitted. "In its current form? There's more." Robin realized. "Indeed. Here's the thing, the homunculus itself accounts for only 20% of the process. The truly essential part is this. Raiden completed his work and displayed a contented smile. In his hand was a palm-sized, glowing red gem. Raiden, what is that? Robin asked. It looks like a ruby, remarked Wally. Raiden approached the homunculus and inserted the large, red, glowing gem into its heart. This is the remaining 80%. It's one of humanity's most sought-after secrets, the Philosopher's Stone, Raiden explained. The Philosopher's Stone. I thought that was a myth. What's the Philosopher's Stone? Wally inquired. The Philosopher's Stone is one of alchemy's 4 wonders. It has the ability to grant even amateurs the power of magic. Magic is the essence of life, the life force of all living beings. Essentially, by imbuing the homunculus with it, while it won't possess free will or humanity, it will, technically speaking, become a living being, a perfect vessel for the helmet of fate. And as an added bonus, it will have a strong affinity for magic. So, I doubt it will disappoint, Raiden explained. Holy shit, Raiden, this is amazing. We need to go to Zatanna now. Robin urged in a hurry. Hold on a sec, my head is spinning. I'm reverting. Thanks Paracelsus, I really appreciate your help. Sitting in a chair after feeling dizzy, Raiden's body started reverting to normal as he heard. No need master, seeing you work hard for your friends, has truly moved my heart, alas I am the one who has committed treason. Therefore, I must not be forgiven. Being close to anyone again, will definitely not. Bond increased. Paracelsus von Hohenheim Bond 1 Bond 3. Raiden, you're back. Will the homunculus still work now? Robin asked. Don't worry, the work is complete. Alpha, get up, Raiden instructed. Upon hearing his command, the homunculus, now formally known as Alpha, sat up. Do a full body check, Raiden ordered. After a few seconds, Alpha responded, body fully functional. Magical ley lines and the magic circuit are fully operational, 100% ready, awaiting further commands, Master. Alright, now we can proceed, Raiden confirmed. So, how have you been? Zatara inquired. I've been doing well. My teammates have been by my side, and I'm content with them. But I miss you, it's not the same without you, Dad, Zatanna expressed. I understand, darling. I know, but this is the only option we have. Dr. Fate is needed to keep the world safe. I'm sorry that it has to be this way, baby, Zatara regretfully acknowledged. He had no choice, without him, the helmet would have taken over his daughter. So, how do you like the team? I know I sheltered you a lot as a kid, but I'm pleased to see you with others like you, Zatara asked. Yes, I'm happy with them. I've made plenty of friends too, and we even have 2 new members. Knock knock knock. What? Who would come now of all times? Zatanna was slightly annoyed at someone interrupting her precious time with her father. It's okay, darling. Let's see who's at the door, Zatara suggested. Walking over to open the door, Zatanna was shocked to see Robin, Raiden, Wally, and a strange humanoid figure. It had a human appearance but was fully white and naked, as Raiden didn't have time to make it more presentable. Hi, Robin greeted. Yo, Wally added. Sup, Miss Wizard, winked Raiden. Guys. This is not the time. I'm busy now. My father is here. Also, what even is that thing? Zatanna was angry at them for showing up at this moment and tried to close the door. Zatanna, are these your friends? Please invite them in, Zatara requested. Hearing her father's words, Robin pushed the door open and said, Trust me, you'll appreciate us coming over. What? Just come in. You guys better have a good reason for coming here now of all times. Zatanna relented. Raiden said, I want to see Mr. Wizard. Is that not a good enough reason? Walking inside, Robin greeted Zatara, good to see you again, sir. Zatara shook his hand and replied, It's nice to see you again, Robin. Wally stepped forward, shook Zatara's hand, and said, Good to see you again. It's nice to see you as well, Wally, Zatara responded. Finally, Raiden approached Zatara, shook his hand, and said, Nice to meet you, Mr. Zatara. I'm a huge fan of your work. My name is Raiden Kagawa, and I'm a friend of your daughter. Nice to meet you, Raiden. I'm happy that you're getting along with my daughter, Zatara acknowledged. Why are you guys even here, and what is this robot? Zatanna inquired. Ignoring Zatanna, Raiden walked toward the table and grabbed the helmet of fate. Raiden, put that down. Satana screamed. Young man, that is not a toy. Please put it down. It's a very dangerous artifact, Satara warned. Relax, Mr. Satara. You too, Satana. Raiden knows what he's doing, Robin reassured. That's the whole reason we're here, Wally added. What are you here for? Satara asked. We're here to free you from the helmet of fate, Mr. Satara, Raiden declared. Raiden, this isn't the time for jokes. Satana expressed her annoyance once again. And how will you do that, young man? The most brilliant minds in Star Labs and the Justice League weren't able to lift the curse of the helmet of fate. How will you? Satara questioned. Raiden looked at the helmet and said, Hey, wake up Nabu. I know you can hear me. The helmet of fate's eyes glowed with golden brilliance, and a voice was heard, You, what is your aim here? Asked Nabu. Satana, you asked me about the robot. It's called Alpha, and it will be Nabu's newest host. Raiden explained. That's your plan. You think no one thought of that? You came here to ruin my moment with Dad over this. Satana shouted. Young man, it's futile. Nabu can't possess inorganic beings, Satara stated. However, to the surprise of both the father and daughter, the helmet of fate flew toward Alpha. It circled around it briefly, and then Nabu said, yes, this will work as a suitable host. What? Screamed Satana. Then you will. Satara insisted. However, I will not use it. Our deal still continues, Satara, Nabu clarified. What? Hey, this is a suitable host, right? Then why won't you leave him alone? Robin exclaimed. You. Do you not care for the destruction you caused to this family? We found you a suitable host. Just leave the man alone. Wally urged. Give me back my father. Satana demanded. I refuse. While the robot you've brought does work as an appropriate host, it still isn't as capable as Satara's body. Its magic is only half of his. The world needs Dr. Fate. I will not leave a perfect host just because another one exists, Nabu reasoned. I see. So, in the end, no matter what, you won't let me go. Satara lamented. You are bound to me by your soul. If you retract your choice, I will possess your daughter again, Nabu asserted. So, in the end, it's all about magical power, huh? A suitable host is someone with the most magic, so you can use them effectively? Raiden questioned. Yes, it is, Nabu replied. Then let's make a deal. Forgo Zatara's soulbound curse, and I will be your new host, Raiden proposed. Have you not been listening? I need a host with high magical power. Before Nabu could finish, Raiden's body began to glow. System, stop suppressing my magic output, leak as much as possible. I want him to know who he is dealing with here. What is this? Satana wondered. Her father, however, recited a spell, Woes Sai Lassim Latenatop, show his magical potential. Dear heavens! This magic is more than thrice as powerful as mine. Satara exclaimed. Upon hearing her father's words, Satana repeated her father's spell to see what he was talking about. To her shock, a massive surge of magical aura surrounded Raiden, filling her entire apartment. I will accept that proposal, young one. However, you will have to make a soulbound promise to wear the helmet, Nabu agreed. No, Raiden. Don't. I will not allow you to be entrapped by him. You're too young to squander your youth. Satara pleaded. It's okay, Raiden. I'm grateful that you even made the robot and tried to help my father. Thank you, truly. But please, don't do this. Satana implored. Hey, Raiden. That helmet is dangerous, man. You won't be able to remove it. Robin cautioned. I wore it for a time, man. It's not a good feeling, Wally added. Relax. You think I'm foolish enough to do something like this without a plan? Just watch. Hey, Nabu, how confident are you in your magic? Raiden challenged. Confidence has no matter here. I'm the agent of order. No one in this world has superior magic, Nabu asserted. Then are you up for a wager? Raiden asked, planning something. Chapter 13. A wager? What kind of wager? Inquired Nabu. You and I, let's bet our mental fortitude. I've heard that no one can resist your possession, so let's put it to the test. If you can possess me, then congratulations, you get a body that suits you perfectly. But if you can't do it, then you'll have to settle for Alpha, Raiden explained with unwavering confidence. Your arrogance will be your downfall, child, warned Nabu. This isn't wise, young Raiden. Nabu is the world sorcerer supreme. I don't know how you've acquired such powerful magic, but it won't be enough to resist him. You should just let it go, urged Zatara, trying to persuade Raiden. Listen to Dad, Raiden. I'm the last person who wants to see Dad possessed again, but sacrificing you is not an option, added Zatanna. Sheesh. What's with the lack of faith in me? Nabu, get the contract ready. Or perhaps you're not willing to wager with me. Afraid, oh dear agent of the Lords of Order. Raiden mocked. Let the contract emerge. You will regret this foolishness, child, declared Nabu as a golden contract materialized in the air. Raiden took the contract, read it, added his own rules, and then scanned it using the system to ensure there were no tricks. Contract rules. 1. Upon signing the contract, Giovanni Zatara will be relieved of his duties as the host of Nabu. 2. Upon signing the contract, Nabu's contracts with the Zatara family will be abolished. 3. Raiden Kagawa must wear the helmet of fate for a full minute, this must be done in less than 3 minutes after signing the contract. 4. If Nabu takes control of Raiden Kagawa shall serve as Nabu's host for 50 years. 5. If Raiden Kagawa withstands the possession of the helmet of fate for a full minute, Nabu is forced to obey Raiden Kagawa's words and is not allowed to possess anyone without his permission. 6. If Raiden Kagawa refuses to wear the helmet of fate within 3 minutes of signing the contract, Nabu's contracts with the Zatara family will be reinstated. The system has detected no loopholes, the contract is secure. Young Raiden, please, I urge you to reconsider, pleaded Zatara as a final plea, aware that when magical contracts are involved, neither he nor the others in the room can interfere. His only hope was that Raiden would back out of his words. Hearing the system's statement, Raiden summoned a pen and signed his name, and immediately afterward, Nabu's name was signed. What have you done, Raiden? Exclaimed Zatanna. It's done, isn't it? Said Zatara. Raiden. Robin screamed. The contract is sealed. Giovanni Zatara, you are relieved from your duties as my host, and our contract is null for now. As for you, Raiden Kagawa, you have 3 minutes to say goodbye to your loved ones, if you choose to commit to your foolish actions, declared Nabu. Yeah, whatever. Let's do this, shall we? Raiden, with an air of carelessness, picked up the helmet and placed it on his head. Raiden's body bathed in a golden radiance as his attire transformed. The new outfit included a golden helmet that covered his entire head except for his ears, a high-collared cape fastened with 2 large buttons, a blue shirt with a golden oval on the chest, a large golden belt with a circular centerpiece, and deep blue pants paired with golden boots. Ha 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 ha. So. This is the child's body. Truly perfect. I am the Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Fate. I have returned, this time much stronger than before, proclaimed Dr. Fate, who now inhabited Raiden's body. Oh no. Raiden. This is my fault. I should have stopped it, regretted Robin, lamenting his decision to let Raiden create the robot. Damn it. He was just settling in, too. He had only just woken up from a coma, and he didn't even get to experience life again, exclaimed an angry Wally, recalling that Raiden had recently regained his freedom, only to lose it again. Raiden, no. He did all of this for me. This isn't right, protested Zatanna. Nabu, please. Take me back. He's just a child. Let him go, he's learned his lesson, pleaded Zatara. No. Ahahaha, you think I'll go back to that old body now? I've gained the most perfect body for a sorcerer in history. I am a god now. I will rule the world as its supreme god, declared Nabu with immense pride. What? What do you mean, rule the world? Exclaimed a shocked Robin. Rule the world? I thought Dr. Fate was a hero. Was he planning this all along, wondered Wally. Dad, is it true? Is Nabu trying to rule the world? We have to stop him, implored Zatanna. No. This isn't possible. Nabu, Fate isn't evil, he can't go against the wishes of the Lords of Order, Zatara insisted, continuing, oh, heavens. Child, what have you done? Ha ha ha. Well, the jig's up, I guess. You all really had no faith in me. Like seriously, none, quipped Nabu, or more precisely, Raiden. Raiden. It's you. Seriously, man, you gave us a heart attack. But how? Asked Robin. Geez, man, I was remembering your backstory and all. Don't do this, added Wally. Don't do this, Raiden, urged Satana as her eyes welled up with tears. Child, how is this possible? The transformation has occurred, but fate isn't the one in control. How did you do this? Questioned Zatara. I understand why Mr. Zatara would be shocked, but you three? Shame on you. Have you forgotten what my power is? Inside me is the sum of humanity's greatest historical figures and heroes. I summon them at will, and none can take over. Some are much stronger than Dr. Fate. What makes him any better? Possessing me would mean possessing all the heroes inside as well, and I don't think he has the capacity for that, explained Raiden. Host can maintain this form for 5 minutes and 27 seconds. Once the timer runs out, Host won't be possessed but also won't be able to use the powers any longer. Note, Host's fate system is locked when in this form. So you're in control? Does that mean you can force him to use Alpha instead? Inquired Robin. Yup, but give me a second. Something is happening, said Raiden, floating slightly before assuming a lotus position and closing his eyes. Inside his mind, Raiden found himself face to face with Nabu, who asserted, "You've made a mistake. Stripping me of power will alert the Lords of Chaos. The world isn't safe without me. You have to relinquish control, you fool, or you will doom the world. Don't give me this bullshit. You think you can guilt-trip me? You took over a man's body, denied him his freedom. What's the difference between you and some villain out there?" Raiden retorted. "It's for the greater good. Don't you comprehend? Sacrificing one man's freedom to maintain order." Nabu insisted. "Enough," a voice interrupted. Turning toward the voice, Raiden spotted several golden rectangular entities emitting a soothing aura and a sense of security. "You, Gaia's agent, you must release your hold on the helmet completely and allow it to find another host. If this is not done, the Lords of Chaos will unleash chaos upon the universe and Earth," the voices spoke in unison. Raiden presumed they were the Lords of Order. "I do plan on doing that, however, in accordance with the contract, I get to decide its host. The contract cannot be breached, as it is sealed with magic. Unless you can alter the rules you've set as the Lords of Order, then Nabu will be hosted by Alpha," Raiden replied. "Then it shall be done," the voices affirmed. "This Alpha he speaks of is an inferior host," protested Nabu. "It matters not. You signed the contract without our permission. As such, you must accept the consequences. The agent of Gaia is also part of the universe's order and chaos cycle. It was unwise of you to attempt to use him as a host in the first place," stated the voices. "I shall accept it then. Too many different hosts have influenced my judgment and personality. Perhaps a robotic host will serve me better," Nabu conceded as he was cast out from the realm of the Lords of Order. "May I ask what you mean by the agent of Gaia?" Raiden inquired. "It is not our place to speak on behalf of Gaia. Just know that you are now a linchpin in this world's progress. Stray too far from order, and we shall be your enemies. Stray too far from chaos, and the Lords of Chaos will target you," explained the Lords of Order as Raiden was also cast out of their realm. "I apologize for my actions against you and your family, Giovanni Zatara, and to you as well, Wally West. I shall take my leave now," said Dr. Fate, now possessing Alpha, as he departed through the window, flying away. "Man, I know I forced him to apologize, but damn, I expected more. Well, whatever, at least you're free from him." Ugh, Raiden began to speak, but Satana jumped and hugged him, thanking him repeatedly as tears welled up in her eyes. "You're welcome, Satana. It's what teammates, friends do. Teach me magic, and we're even," Raiden said as Satana continued to embrace him. Then Raiden turned his eyes to see the smiling Robin before he winked and gave him one of the greatest assists in recorded history by saying, "You should thank Robin too, he's the one that urged me to do all of this, he deserves as much credit as I do." Turning around, Satana exclaimed, "Oh, Robin." She rushed to his side, hugged him, and gave him a deep long kiss. Ahem, clearing his throat, Zatara encouraged his daughter to release Robin as he expressed his gratitude, saying, "I will be forever in your debt, young Raiden. Robin, you have saved my life and reunited me with my daughter. I thank you deeply and will do everything in my power to repay this debt." "You too, Wally. At least someone remembered me," Wally remarked, and everyone shared a hearty laugh. A few days after this incident, many of the League members' opinions of Raiden changed. Those who had suspected him now respected him for his actions. Batman was displeased with the way things had transpired, but he acknowledged Raiden and Robin for saving his friend Zatara, something he himself couldn't do. "Hey, Raiden, I got you a gift," Robin said as they hung out in the same cafe they had visited before. However, Raiden was now in his human form. Raiden picked up the gift, unwrapped it to find a box containing a pair of dark, circular-shaped glasses. He put on the glasses and commented, "These look cool. They complete my look." "Thanks, man. I thought you might need them, for going out in public," Robin explained. "You do realize I don't have a secret identity, right? I don't even have a superhero name," Raiden pointed out. "Well, I'll think of something for you," Robin assured him. "Alright, I'll hold you to that. Anyways, we need to address the biggest problem at the moment," Raiden said. "Problem? What problem?" Robin inquired. To which Raiden declared, "I need a girlfriend, man." Chapter 14. In a dimly lit cave, Batman sat before his computer, facing his trusted companion, Robin. "What are your thoughts on Raiden?" Batman inquired. Robin replied, "He's a remarkable individual, hardworking, immensely powerful. I'd even venture to say he's one of, if not the most formidable member of the team." "Why do you ask?" Batman interlaced his fingers on his desk, expressing his concerns. "I have my doubts about him." "Doubts?" "Raiden has been nothing but an asset to us since he joined," Robin responded, perplexed by Batman's doubts. Batman elaborated, "His recent development made me question him. His metagene abilities have always been a source of suspicion for me and the League. Metagene powers result from mutations that force human evolution to create unusual abilities. But his powers are different, with an intricate set of rules and mechanisms, unlike natural evolution." Robin, clearly disheartened by Batman's doubts, remarked, "And now, you're bothered by his magical affinity?" Batman continued to explain, "His powers are exceptionally potent and mysterious. He's now displaying magical abilities on par with a League member. Furthermore, he resisted the Helmet of Fate's possession." In a somewhat irritated tone, Robin retorted, "We all have our quirks. Have you seen Connor? He's essentially an angry teenage Superman. The reason we formed this team was to support one another. Raiden's magic is potent, but he lacks control. It just happens that he was born with a high affinity. And you know why he resisted the helmet's influence: there are too many heroes inside his mind." Batman countered, "I comprehend his resistance to mental powers and the lasso of truth, but the helmet of fate is different. The Lords of Order are beings beyond our comprehension, claiming the ability to alter the laws of the universe. Yet, Raiden resisted them. I understand your trust in him, particularly for his kindness in saving Giovanni. But even you must acknowledge, Raiden is more than we originally believed. Remember, the friend you trusted for years turned out to be a pawn of the light." Robin concluded, "Leave Roy out of this, even he didn't know about it. Raiden is different, we should support him, adapt rather than doubt him. He's clearly discovering his powers as he goes, much like you're analyzing them, let me guess. You've already devised a plan or two to neutralize him." As he prepared to depart, Robin added, "Helping people align with the side of righteousness is far more productive than devising plans to take them down if they turn to the dark side." "Nedra," Raiden shouted as he assumed a defensive stance, his fists raised. A kick pushed him back momentarily, and then he attempted to reinforce his hands, uttering, "Ekrovni Ughhh" as he prepared for an attack. However, Raiden's spell was interrupted as a punch to his gut broke his defensive posture. It was followed by a kick to the face. To his credit, Raiden managed to stay on his feet, but his efforts were in vain. Black Canary used a judo technique to slam him back first onto the ground and pinned him down. "You did well, lasting longer than last time, but you need to be quicker with your spellcasting or forego it altogether in close-quarters combat. Your magic is mostly ineffective in such situations unless you memorize spells like Zatanna and Zatara," Dinah remarked, providing Raiden with his daily close-quarter combat lessons. "Could you perhaps do that without sitting on my back?" Raiden quipped. "Access is Robin B01. The warp gate opened, and Robin walked through it. Getting up from Raiden's back, Dinah commented, "You're late." "Yeah, sorry. I was busy with something," Robin replied in a not-so-friendly tone. Noticing that Robin wasn't in a good mood, Dinah thought, "Batman. Sigh everyone." Calling everyone, Dinah waited with Raiden and Robin until the entire team had assembled. "Today's mission briefing will be done by me, Batman is busy. Now, let me be clear, this mission is different than usual. Your objective is to investigate a cult known as the Church of Blood. A week ago, Robin and Zatanna investigated this cult, and we managed to find out the name of their leader, their location, and a portion of their plans. Dinah pressed a button on the remote, and the projector displayed a small island. This is Zandia, a small island nation in Europe and the home of the Church of Blood. She pressed the button again, revealing the face of someone. This is Sebastian Brown, the leader of this cult. According to the intel gathered by Robin and Zatanna, he plans on opening a gate to a realm known as the Red. Your job is to stop him before he does this. He has an ally who is bringing some sort of artifact that would help him open this portal. Your mission is to wait for the right moment. Once the artifact is revealed, you are to strike them down. We cannot risk losing the artifact or Sebastian Brown. Calder looked at the projection and asked, "Do we know who is bringing this artifact?" Negative. We have no idea who this person is or what that artifact is. We tried to gather more information, but it seems that even Sebastian Brown doesn't know this person well enough, answered Zatanna. Whoever it is, we believe they are well connected to the world of magic. That's why Zatanna was tasked with the mission in the first place. But even then, we weren't able to find any trace of them, explained Robin. Okay, we'll gather more intel and plan this mission carefully. Let's get ready, said Calder. Magic user and a cult. Doesn't sound like something the Light would be involved in, but then again, who knows what those fuckers are into? Raiden thought. On their way to Zandia, the team began discussing their plan. We will blend in with them, said Calder. We're going to roleplay as cultists. Cool, said Wally. More like idiots. There's nothing cool about joining a cult. Only weak-willed fools and pathetic losers join cults, Raiden remarked, clearly uninterested in cult behavior. Well said, Raiden. But we must be careful. This cult seems to be a formidable adversary. We are uncertain about their equipment and powers. Magic is to be expected, and we'll rely on Zatanna to analyze and guide us in countering such magic, Calder cautioned, emphasizing the need for caution. Hold on, aren't we overlooking something? This is a cult on a small island. Members of such a cult typically know each other well. Can't we be spotted immediately? Artemis inquired, raising concerns about the infiltration plan. Well, that's what we initially thought. However, when Zatanna and I investigated, we were surprised to find that the cult comprises very wealthy and influential people. They all gather annually in Zandia for this occasion. So it's likely that most members don't know each other well. They're more like investors, explained Robin. Whatever they hope to achieve in this realm known as Red, it is something of great value to them, far beyond mere money, Zatanna added. Sheesh, creepy people, quipped Rocket. We had our fair share of cults back on Mars. Some even tried to ban TV shows that Uncle John broadcasts to Mars, Megan added. Well, with the plan decided, let's ask the most important question of all, Raiden. How did it go? Artemis asked with a mischievous grin. How did what go? Raiden asked, puzzled. Your date. Wally told me all about how Robin set you up with a classmate of his in Gotham. Artemis revealed. Hearing her words, Raiden's shoulders slumped as he recalled the terrible date with one of Robin's classmates. You are a failure to brotherhood, Wally, said Robin. You're not supposed to speak of a man's failures, Connor added. A friend's secrets should be taken to the grave, Calder chimed in. Seriously, Wally. Even Connor knows the bro code, Raiden remarked. What? I had no choice, okay. She forced my hand. Wally defended himself. The cat's out of the bag now, Raiden. Just tell us, Rocket urged. A charming guy like yourself should be able to handle a date with an average high schooler, right? Zatanna asked. Average. She was anything but average. What Robin failed to mention is that he studies in those fancy academies. The girl spent the entire date talking about the world's financial situation and political spectrum, or whatever. She kept asking me if I'm on the left or right. I don't even know what that means. Raiden recounted, recalling the confusing girl from the date. Oh, that kind of girl. Probably a daddy's girl. Her dad must be some sort of politician, Artemis mused. Politics? Sheesh, nothing is scarier than a political girl, Rocket added. Robin, you should have picked someone more down to earth, Zatanna scolded Robin. Hey, don't blame me, Robin protested. No, blame him and his fancy school friends, Raiden retorted. You're the one who said all redheads are perfect and totally won't be a mess of a girl. Robin countered. They are. She was an exception, probably not even a real redhead, Raiden concluded, as everyone shared a laugh. Everyone, the island is in sight. Be prepared, Megan reminded them. Alright, time to join a cult. Wally declared with a chuckle. Shut up, traitor, said Raiden. Sorry for not posting in a while, lost internet whilst in collage, terrible place honestly, but I'm back home now, can post freely. Chapter 15. Any new information? Inquired Calder, dressed like a cultist in a complete red cultist outfit with his hood concealing his head. Other than the fact that these people are deranged? Nope, replied Rocket. I heard one of them mention they're starting the ceremony in a few minutes. The nature of the ceremony is unknown, added Raiden. The entire team had successfully infiltrated the church, each pretending to be a member. The cult's base of operations was a massive church located at the center of the country. It was adorned with the Church of Blood's logos, indicating the cult's lack of concern for secrecy. The massive doors swung open as a group of church members entered, clearly of higher status. They were attired in red and black, but the man at the center stood out the most. His outfit matched the others, but it was predominantly white with black and gold accents, demonstrating his elevated position in the church. That's him. Get ready. Once we confirm visual on the item, we strike, instructed Robin. The man proceeded to the podium, removed his hood, and revealed himself to the crowd. My brothers. My fellow peace-seekers. Welcome to the day of salvation. The day when our Lord and Savior, Trigon, emerges. He will free the world from its pain and usher in an age of darkness and blood, proclaimed Brother Blood, to the cheers of the crowd. We are not here to wage war. We are here to bring peace to the world, through red and everlasting death. Murder is love, and I want to murder everyone, declared Brother Blood with chilling confidence. Yes. Yes, screamed one of the members, while the rest continued shouting, murder. Murder. Death. Death. Red. Red. Salvation. This is ridiculous. They seek death, and they paid millions for this nonsense. It makes no sense, remarked Robin. Satana, did you feel it too? Asked Raiden. Yes, it was faint, but I felt it, replied Satana. Raiden, Satana, what is it that you sensed? Calder inquired. Faint usage of magic. From his mouth, said Raiden. Mind control. I don't want people in my head again. Connor exclaimed angrily. Don't worry, it's not affecting us. We have Megan's protection, reassured Robin. It's not simple mind control either. This type of magic is special, he can't control anyone he desires. He needs them to truly believe in him first. The moment they start trusting him, his words become gospel. He may have kept half of his church's goals a secret up to now, explained Satana. Explains why he went after the rich. Most wealthy people are desperate enough to try and achieve immortality and such, so they believe in a lot of nonsense. Just look at Scientology, noted Rocket. Shoo, enough, stay quiet. We don't want to draw more attention to us, cautioned Wally. Wally being reasonable was not on my list of weird things I'll see today. After the crowd's rage and shouting subsided, Brother Blood raised his hand in the sky and announced, Today, a friend visits us. She is a like-minded individual, a true believer in our cause, and she brings us the article we need for world salvation, the Tablet of Blood. With my powers and magic, and the tablet's great powers, we shall open the gate to hell, the underrealm of the 6 kingdoms of Trigon. Now come, join us, Sister Jinx, said Brother Blood, revealing his plans and his ally. One of the church members removed her robe, revealing her true identity. She was a bald Eastern Indian woman, wearing revealing clothes as she walked towards the podium where Brother Blood waited. She said, It is ready, waved her hand, and a dark portal opened. Wait until the item is revealed, then we all strike together, Calder communicated through their secret comms. As everyone kept waiting for the item, Brother Blood said, There are some among us who have no right to pray in our midst. We have sinners here. Look into your damned souls, and you will know who you are. Our cover is blown. Artemis exclaimed. Don't panic, he still doesn't know for sure, reassured Robin. You think I wouldn't recognize you in my own church? Brother Blood declared as he used his powers to make the entire team's bodies float. This isn't telekinesis. Megan screamed, unable to resist his attack. This is blood control. I recognize the blood of everyone here. Should I use my powers, the cooldown could be a problem, and the item wasn't revealed yet, thought Raiden. Good, kill them. Let's get rid of the hassle, Jinx suggested. No, I want them to witness salvation and be the first prey for our Lord. Brother Blood declared, driven by his bloodthirst. Okay, Jinx replied, clearly annoyed at his words. She then proceeded to reveal the item, and Brother Blood placed his hand on it as she said, with this sacrifice, I open the gate to Azarath. Hearing Jinx's words, Brother Blood was shocked and yelled, What? No. Open the gate to the kingdoms of Trigon, you wench. He tried to strike her, but she blocked him and sent him flying away with wind magic. Getting up, Brother Blood attempted to use his powers but was shocked that they didn't work. What have you done? He demanded. Your powers rely on your cult following. The more people in it, the stronger you get. But have you forgotten? To use the tablet of blood, one must sacrifice their entire following, and for you, that is your cult, your people, Jinx explained with a laugh. Brother Blood looked around to see all of his followers lying dead on the ground. Throne of Heroes. Oh my, you are a rather cute master. I can help save you, said the voice in Raiden's head. His entire body transformed into that of a witch, now wearing a hooded bluish-purple robe. Summoning ceremony initiated. Servant class, Caster. Servant tier, C. Servant name, Medea. The team sprang into action, attempting to take down Jinx. Too late, it's open. Ahahaha. I will now join the land of witches, a kingdom of magic. I will gain access to the library of magic. As she said that, a massive gate emerged, sucking everyone in, and Raiden wasn't even able to unleash his noble phantasm. Opening their eyes, the team observed as Jinx vanished from their view, and they surveyed the scene of utter destruction. Where the heck are we? Raiden inquired. This looks like ancient Greece, Robin remarked. A distorted and ruined version of ancient Greece, Rocket added. Should I scout our surroundings? Wally suggested. No, stick together. We're in an unknown territory, Calder advised. Boom. Upon hearing the explosion, the entire team exchanged looks. We should investigate that, Connor proposed. Stick together. Calder ordered. The entire team sprang into action and found Jinx engaged in a battle with someone. Raiden. Is this part of your power? Robin questioned. No. She looks younger than my current self, Raiden replied. The team observed as a young mage, approximately their age, confronted Jinx using dark magic. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Medea but appeared younger. Let's help her. Raiden urged. Taking flight, Raiden opened his robe, revealing multiple magical circles. Machia Hecatic Gria. A rain of light descended upon Jinx, piercing her body with some of it. Be careful, Raiden. You might kill her. Calder cautioned. Raiden then descended towards the injured Jinx. To his surprise, she dropped something in front of her as she said, Open Labyrinth of the Minotaur. A bright light shone, and everyone felt weightless. Opening his eyes in a dimly lit space, Raiden surveyed his surroundings and found himself inside a dark room with a single door. He made his way out only to discover another door. Is this an illusion? Should I use Rule Breaker? Raiden pondered. No, that item she holds has created this place. Rule Breaker won't be of any use here. However, if you manage to locate the center, you can probably break the entire maze with Rule Breaker. Medea's voice advised. A labyrinth, huh? Another dimension and now a labyrinth. Great, Raiden muttered. Continuing his exploration, Raiden soon spotted someone, the same girl who had been fighting Jinx earlier. Hey, you! Raiden called out. Upon hearing his words, the girl started running, floating slightly and darting away. However, Raiden quickly caught up with her, showcasing the disparity in their abilities. Thanks to Medea's magic, Raiden was much faster. Just wait a second, Raiden placed his hand on her shoulder, but the girl turned and unleashed a burst of magic. Raiden used a defensive magic circle and reassured her, just wait. Relax, I'm not going to hurt you. I saw what you did to that woman. You filled her with holes, the girl retorted. She was a villain, she killed hundreds of people to get here. She deserved worse, Raiden explained. I see. Who are you people? She inquired. We're the team, part of the Justice League, Raiden replied. The Justice League? The girl asked, confused. I guess they don't exist in this dimension. They're a group of heroes that save the world from various dangers, Raiden clarified. Heroes. No, it's useless. No one can defeat him, the girl mumbled. My name is Raiden Kagawa. What about you? Raiden asked. Raiden, the girl questioned, puzzled by his name. Oh yeah, I look like a witch now. It's just part of my power. I can transform. I'm really a man inside. Creepy, the girl commented. She removed her hood to reveal her purple hair, purple eyes, and an emerald on her forehead. The name my mother gave me is Rachel, Rachel Roth, she replied. Rachel, huh? Cool name, to be honest, Raiden remarked. You should call me Raven. Only my mom called me Rachel, she suggested, clearly not liking that Raiden had called her Rachel. Edgy much? Raiden teased. I don't know what that means, and I don't care. Whatever you people are doing here is dangerous, and eventually you will cause the destruction of the world, Raven warned. Yup, very edgy, Raiden quipped. Chapter 16. Raven turned her back on Raiden as she moved forward, leaving him behind. Hey, wait. How did you even get here? Asked Raiden. This realm, it's some messed up place that a witch teleported us into. Do you know anything about it? Stopping in her tracks, Raven turned to him and said, It's not a messed up realm. It was beautiful and peaceful. She then mumbled under her breath, until he came. Not failing to hear that, Raiden asked, Who's he? Annoyed at his question, Raven said, Doesn't matter. Just leave me alone, okay? I don't want you to come near me. She then turned around and started walking away from Raiden. Hey, stop being annoying. I just want to help you here. Raiden walked behind her. But before she could respond, a voice responded. She is here. Find her. Hearing the voice, Raven said, They are here. She then ran away inside the labyrinth, trying to lose them. Seeing this, Raiden chased after her, curious about who that voice belonged to. After a while of running, the owner of the voice was finally found. It was a four-eyed humanoid with red skin and large black horns. Found you. Then behind the four-eyed humanoid, another 5 of them showed up. Are those demons? Asked Raiden. Yes, be careful, they are dangerous, said Raven. You suddenly care about me, mocked Raiden. You. Kill the man, we will bring the girl. She is the key, said the four-eyed demon. The demon then launched itself toward Raiden with the other demons. Raiden flew upwards, dodging the attack. One hit from them and I'm dead. Medea isn't strong physically, thought Raiden. Raiden opened his cape, raining light magic upon the demon that attacked him. Unlike Jinx, however, he didn't just stand there and take it, the demon started dodging. So Raiden followed after him, but the demon's luck was over as the labyrinth wasn't exactly that spacious in its rooms, the demon's body was filled with holes. Killing demons shouldn't be a problem, right? Meh, who cares, thought Raiden. He then looked at Raven to see her surrounded by the other 4. She blasted one with her black magic as a bird shape, but the other one managed to hold her arm, at least for a second. A light blasted the demon's arm away as she was able to swing her dark bird around and cut all of them down. She then looked at Raiden, who was the one to cut the arm of the demon that caught her, and said, Thanks. No problem. I told you I'm here to help, said Raiden. He then flew down and said, So. Demons, an unknown entity you refused to mention, and you are the key. I think there's something you want to tell me. It's none of your business. Why do you even care, said Raven, angered by Raiden. I was just attacked by one of the demons, and now I care. What's up with you anyway? You're being aggressive for no apparent reason here. I'm trying to help you, and you'd be surprised by the kind of help that I can provide, said Raiden. Yeah, sure, as if you could defeat an extra-dimensional demon that destroys worlds, said Raven, mocking Raiden. If I get the right servant, I'd probably be able to defeat, or at least repel it, answered Raiden, genuinely thinking about his chances. Seeing Raiden answer her genuinely, Raven got a bit confused. You really think you can fight such a being? Yeah, why not? I'm pretty strong, you know. But the current you. The current me is just one of my transformations. I've got plenty of them. I can at least think of 1 or 2 that would defeat such a being, said Raiden. You really think so? Asked Raven. Well, I can't be exactly sure because you still haven't told me about the being or who those demons were, what is this place, and who you are. Really, replied Raiden. I guess I can tell you a bit while we try to find an exit, said Raven. Long ago, a group of witches found this realm. It is called Azarath. They took it as a home to shelter young witches and train them, to stay safe and raise them well. This place. It was a paradise. However, one day, something happened. He attacked. His name was Trigon, and he was destruction incarnate, pure evil. The only thing he knew was how to destroy, kill, and pillage. He brought down the entire dimension under his rule. Hearing her story, Raiden asked, where is he now? Slumbering, as he prepares for his next conquest, your realm, the place you come from. However, he is unable to attack it now, as he doesn't have a gateway to it. Thinking for a few seconds as they walked, Raiden asked, how did he attack Azarath then? After asking the question, Raiden saw the way Raven reacted, she turned to the right and was visibly annoyed. Meh, doesn't matter. Raven, I will protect you and take you back with me to Earth, said Raiden. Ha. Why, said Raven, confused. If you stay here, you'll constantly be attacked, right? So I'll take you with me, I'll protect you, not just me, but the others as well, replied Raiden. I'm the key, do you not understand, said Raven. He needs you to attack Earth, right? So what? We'll just repel him, or even better, you just don't let him in, said Raiden. It's not that simple. Yes, it is. I'll be there with you, I'll help you. Annoyed by Raiden's constant optimism, Raven said, ugh, you don't even understand. Whatever, let's just find a way out of this labyrinth first. Boom. Did you hear that? Let's go, Raven. Ag. Connor screamed as he punched the four-eyed demon away. Adoak Ronoxnoisuli. Zatanna exclaimed, as multiple Connors emerged, distracting the four-eyed demons surrounding them. Glock nu woolb. Glock nu woolb. Glock nu woolb. Zatanna chanted, and a cold wind left her hand, freezing one of the four-eyed demons. Connor then smashed him to pieces. It's that one. Kill him, screamed one of the demons. Connor, blend in with the illusion, said Zatanna. She added, Salberif, and blasted one of the demons away with fire. Connor hid behind one of his illusions, step by step he snuck up on the last demon, chokeholding him, and the demon was knocked out. Let's interrogate this one, said Zatanna. Before the duo could start the interrogation, a voice was heard. Zatanna. Robin, she then looked to his left and saw Rocket. Rocket. You guys are all right. Have you seen Megan? Asked Connor. Relax, she's a big girl, she can handle herself, said Rocket. Then another voice was heard. Looks like half the gang is already here. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Raiden. Yo. Had a feeling you all would be okay. Anyways, guys, this is Raven, said Raiden. Raven looked at them and just slightly raised her hand. She's a bit shy, but she's been stuck here. We're going to help her. Connor raised his hand as well. Zatanna shook her hand and said, nice to meet you, I'm Zatanna. Hi, I'm Robin. Name's Rocket. Nice to meet you. Everyone had a bit of dry introductions. Raven needs someone like Megan to open her up. Master, there's less than 6 minutes left before the cooldown starts, please hurry up and find the middle of the labyrinth. Guys, my cooldown is coming up. I have a way out of this labyrinth, but we need to locate the middle of it, said Raiden. We can interrogate this demon we caught, said Zatanna. Connor walked to the demon and slapped him, the demon opened his eyes. Laver 8 Noitakal fo roi retsam, said Zatanna, asking the demon to reveal the location of his master. Aha, you fool. You think magics work on us. We are protected by Lord Trigon, said the demon. That's so. Then let's see how strong your master's magic is, said Raiden. He then pulled out a special knife and placed the tip on the demon's heart. Rule breaker. Ag, damn you, it burns. Go again, Zatanna. Laver 8 Noitakal fo roi retsam, said Zatanna. This time the spell worked immediately, as the demon started speaking. Master Aragon is in the labyrinth center. He is waiting for our Lord Trigon's daughter so we can capture her, blurted the demon. Who is his daughter? Asked Robin. This girl, Rachel Roth, pointed the demon at Raven. Hearing the demon's words, Raven opened her eyes wide as she backed off little by little. She knew that they wouldn't trust her anymore, and she had to escape. Damn girl, your father is a demon. Must be rough, said Rocket. Are you not afraid of me? Asked Raven. Afraid? This guy's DNA father is Lex Luthor, we all got our fair share of problems, said Rocket. Even still, how can you ever trust me after hearing that, said Raven. We trust in Raiden's judgment, since he trusts you, we do, said Zatanna. Well, not entirely, but that doesn't mean I'll chastise you for being born the daughter of a demon. Your actions are what I'll judge, said Robin. Raven was shocked as she turned her head to Raiden. Raiden smiled, then winked at her. Raven blushed, then she said, I can help locate the center. She then turned to the demon and used some dark magic that came out of her cape and invaded the demon's mouth. The demon got up and started walking. He will lead us to his master. Raiden smiled then said, alright, cool, let's go beat up some demons. Chapter 17. Following the demon they had controlled, the team was able to locate the labyrinth center. It was filled with demons guarding it, with their leader Aragon, a six-armed, four-eyed demon leading them. Aragon is a very formidable enemy, so be careful everyone, said Raven. Don't worry about it, Connor and I can handle him. Y'all just focus on the others. Once I'm done, I'll use Rule Breaker to shut the labyrinth down, said Raiden. Okay, the plan is set then. Raiden and Connor on the big guy, and everyone else handles the rest of the fodder, said Robin. Go. The attack commenced. Raiden took to the skies, and Connor faced Aragon head-on. He jumped, trying to deliver a joint fist blow, but was blocked by the demon's hand. The demon used his four arms to block Connor's hands, catching them. The other two were about to counterattack, however, a massive light attack struck the hands, forcing the demon Aragon to backtrack. He lost feeling in his arms, but other than that, his arms were intact. Looks like you're more durable than the other ones, huh, said Raiden. You fools, do you even know who you are going against? Hand over the girl, and you can be granted a swift death, shouted Aragon, clearly annoyed at the fact that he was pushed back by inferior beings. Oh, please spare me the bullshit villain monologue. Connor, hold him steady. I'm going to end this, said Raiden. Got it. Be quick, though, he's pretty tough, shouted Connor as he lunged again. This time, Connor aimed for a kick. Aragon blocked the first, but another swiftly followed. Shifting from a defensive stance, Aragon opened his six arms and launched an attack. Connor's training enabled him to dodge some of the strikes, but the relentless barrage of six fists made it impossible to evade entirely. He took a couple of blows before Aragon finally wore him down, seizing Connor and hoisting him up, preparing to smash him onto the ground. Alpha Tau Lambda Alpha, Atlas. Nice work Connor, the spell is ready, had to learn it pretty quick my bad. As soon as Raiden shouted the spell's name, Aragon's body became heavy, immobilizing him. Raiden descended and placed his hands on Aragon's chest. Alpha Epsilon Rho Omicron Kappa Epsilon Rho Alpha Iota Nu Omicron, Aero Seleno. From within Aragon, a whirlwind of electricity spun, effortlessly twisting the demon's insides and tearing apart his chest. As the whirlwind continued, Aragon shattered into pieces, his body parts splashing away. Raiden then soared into the skies and declared, Machia Hecatic Gria, as light magic circles opened up, raining destruction upon the other demons in the room. Now then, time to leave this place, Raiden said as he walked toward the floating spell book. Beside it lay the limp body of Jinx, who had been killed as soon as she created the labyrinth and locked herself in with the dangerous foe, Aragon. Magic's principles, divine providence, the principles of the world. All creation. I will send back everything to their origins, Rule Breaker. As Raiden spoke the noble phantasm's name, the sword cancelled the labyrinth, sending everyone back to their original locations. Connor, exclaimed Megan as she ran toward her boyfriend. Looks like everyone is fine, said Calder as he approached the team. You worry too much for your own good, replied Rocket. A yellow streak zapped towards Raiden. Looks like you're the hero of the day again, huh? Who's the new blood? Artemis asked, looking at Raven. Well said, Artemis. She's the new blood. Artemis, this is Raven, I'm hoping she would join us. Raiden introduced. I don't think I'll be joining you or your team anytime soon. I thank you for the help with the demons, but it's time to leave. You need to find a way out of here, or you will be in danger, said Raven. Relax. Whatever it is, we can take care of it. Oh wait, Time's up, Raiden said as his body shone with light. I once had a brother. If he had lived, he might have grown to be much like yourself. But alas, forget I spoke of it. I liked viewing the world from your perspective, master. Please, summon me again. Maybe one day I'll be able to be trustworthy to someone, such as yourself. Bond increased. Medea Bond 1 Bond 4. Thank you for everything, Medea. And thanks for teaching me ancient magic as well. Raiden's body returned to its normal state as he opened his eyes, finding Raven looking at him with wide eyes. Raiden casually stroked his hair and said, charming, I know. More like basic. I liked you more as a witch, replied Raven, shutting down Raiden's hopes as she turned away. Approaching Raiden, Robin placed his hand on his shoulder and said, you have much to learn. Raiden simply looked at Raven and said, I can fix her. Hello, have you all forgotten about our mission? Asked Artemis. We're stuck in a foreign land without the power to go back or communicate. We'll have to search the terrain. Miss Raven, can you tell us about anything we can use to return home? Inquired Calder. Raven turned around and said, no, I don't know. Find your way on your own. Hey, wait. Come on, we helped you, can't you do the same? Said Raiden. Oh no, said Raven as she looked at the sky. Oh my god. What is that? Exclaimed Rocket. Everyone, take cover, screamed Calder. As the colossal red-skinned demon emerged, towering above them, with long white hair, black horns, pointed ears, and 4 orange eyes, a yellow laser shot from its eyes directly where everyone had been. Thanks to Calder's warning, everyone dodged, except Raiden, who had been too slow to see the attack coming. We are meant to be, always, and we shall, my child. Open forth the gate, join your father in his endless conquest, spoke the entity known as Trigon. Raiden, screamed Raven as she flew towards his location. The entire team came out of hiding and rushed to Raiden. Shocked at the sight, Raiden was badly injured, with his left leg completely gone, his right hand in the ground, gut spilling on the floor, and his left eye bloody, likely gouged out. Oh no. Artemis put her hand on her mouth. Lay needier, screamed Zatanna, but it was too late. Oh. Did you like that insignificant bug, my dear daughter? It matters not, you can always get a new pet. Look, there's more of them. Just pick one, and let's move to Earth. I hunger for more destruction, declared Trigon. You monster, screamed Raven at her father. Monster? Monsters hide under children's beds. I am destruction. I am Trigon. Now open the gate or I shall kill all of your pet friends, one by one. I'll tear them limb by limb and make you watch. They are inferior. Beings meant to serve me. We have to escape, said Calder. What? We can't just leave him, protested Artemis, pointing at Raiden. Losing his composure, Calder shouted, I can't risk losing any more of you. Silence, you insignificant bugs, said Trigon as he blasted Calder and the team with his eye laser. However, Raven was prepared this time as she cast a dark dome barrier, covering the team and Raiden. Oh. You've grown. Is rage the reason? Perhaps I should make you more angry, then, said Trigon as he intensified the power of his laser. Rocket rushed to Raven's side and assisted her barrier with her own. This isn't working. He's too strong, screamed Rocket. Ugh, groaned Raiden. Raiden, screamed Zatanna. He's trying to say something, added Megan. The ugh, groaned Raiden again. Hang in there, Raiden, screamed Robin, holding his new friend's hand. Throne, of. Heroes, said Raiden. Grand Ritual Summoning. Summoning Condition, World Threat, Interdimensional Demon Trigon. Grand Servant, Caster. Raven's body gave in, and so did Rocket's as the laser struck, but nothing happened, as the laser was absorbed by a golden sword held by a man's hand. The man wore a robe woven with the finest fabrics. His beauty was unmatched, and his purple glowing eyes were filled with wisdom. His long hair appeared with the colors of the rainbow under sunlight. Ah, such a shame. I really wanted to meet this master. He seemed like one that would appreciate my romantic advice. Ah well, he's asleep now. Let's see, this one looks like a toughie. The eccentric man looked up in the sky as his eyes gazed at Trigon with no fear or worry. Raiden. Is that you? You transformed without cooldown. You're okay, said Zatanna, happy to see Raiden. I'm afraid not, child. I'm not the master of this body, I'm merely borrowing it to save the world. My name is Merlin. People call me the Mage of Flowers. Just call me Merlin, spoke Merlin, the current Grand Caster, here to vanquish the world threat. You are the legendary wizard, Merlin, spoke Satana as her eyes glowed with brightness, meeting one of the world's most renowned mages. Can you defeat that demon, mage, spoke Connor. Well, I doubt I could defeat such a being. Raiden said he can defeat him. Was it a lie, spoke Raven as she got up from the floor, her magic completely drained. As I said, I doubt I could defeat him. So instead, you will, spoke Merlin. You insignificant mage. Just because you managed to block a Mirai blast, you think you can speak to my daughter in such a casual tone? I will end you, spoke Trigon, enraged at Merlin's emergence. Trigon made a fist out of his hand and attacked the spot everyone had been in. But to his amazement, nothing happened. His hand did reach the ground, but it was different, filled with pink flower petals. We're here. Spoke Merlin, waving his hand from another location. As for you, what do you say? My master was quite fond of your looks and powers. He's got a good eye for it, you fit perfectly. Would you like me to make you a hero, said Merlin. A hero, asked Raven. I've made a great hero before. Her name was King Arthur Pendragon. I doubt you can reach her level, but his level is possible, said Merlin as he pointed at Trigon. I will do anything if it means I can defeat him. Good answer, child, spoke Merlin as he looked at Trigon attacking another illusion. That's it. I'm done with your tricks, mage. I will destroy everything, spoke Trigon as his eye blast manifested with tenfold the earlier power and attacked everything, making sure to leave no space for Merlin's illusions. From the inner sea of the planet, from the Tower of Insight, from the four corners of paradise, let them know, their story is filled with blessings. Only those free of sin may pass. Garden of Avalon. The land they had been standing on changed. The Garden of Avalon was reproduced onto the surrounding area. Flowers bloomed in profusion above the ground, and no matter what sort of darkness or hell that might be, a warm sunlight shall shine upon it. What is this feeling, noticed Robin. I feel fast, very fast as Flash. I feel power, said Connor. The fatigue, it's all gone, spoke Calder. My magic. It feels endless. This feeling, it's like I'm in my peak form. My mind feels stronger. Sheesh, this power, wow. Welcome to Utopia. Well, at least that's what people think it is. It's more like a prison, spoke Merlin, then he turned to Raven and said. Time to make a hero out of you, as he activated his hero creation skill EX. Chapter 18. Aha! What is this place? What have you done to my realm? Trigon screamed in rage at Merlin. He punched and punched again, but no matter what, he couldn't land a single hit on the area surrounding the tower and its garden. My dear child, I believe your name is Rachel, correct? Asked Merlin. Yes, I'm Rachel, replied Raven. Good. What lies deep inside you is power, a very incredible power that far outclasses your father's. You must have felt it, right? Why else would he need you to open those gates? It's because you are everything he can't be, a true interdimensional demon hybrid, a mix between a god and mortal, spoke Merlin. Don't call me a demon. I'm nothing like him, replied Raven with anger in her eyes, nothing she hated more than being compared to her father. Everyone, you are all now much more powerful. I will need you to hold him for as long as you can. You can use as many equipments as you need. I'll supply you all with my illusion magic. Now, go. Hearing Merlin's words, the others all jumped to action. Superboy now felt complete, he could fly and laser Trigon just like his DNA father. Robin, with the endless amount of equipment supplied to him through Merlin's illusions, was far more efficient than ever. Just like Raiden, Alpha Epsilon Rho Omicron Kappa Epsilon Rho Alpha Iota Nu Omicron, spoke Zatanna as she used a spell far more powerful than her normal self would ever use. This power, ahaha, father would never believe that I met Merlin, the real Merlin. Holy crap, spoke Wally as he darted faster than he ever had. He ran circles around Trigon's legs, giving him zero chance to even see him. You pathetic worms, spoke Trigon as he punched the ground, making Wally stumble. But to his shock, a purple barrier protected Wally from his strong attack. My barrier is even more durable now, you ugly four eyes, screamed Rocket in excitement. Screamed Trigon as, on his back, two blades pierced his skin and slid down his back. Then water blades shot out that penetrated his back even more. My water, it's much more solid, spoke Calder. What, spoke Trigon, as his hands weren't able to move. In fact, they moved without his will, making him do a T-pose. He looked at the source of this power. Megan's eyes glowed green as she looked directly at him. You little dash, Trigon charged his eye blast. But before he could release it, 4 arrows blasted his eyes and exploded. I can shoot better than Oliver now. With Trigon closing his eyes, Superboy took advantage of his momentary shock to deliver a flying double fist to him with the help of Robin tying his massive legs and a slight super push by Wally. Trigon fell back first. They are hanging on better than I thought. All have some special latent power, but they won't last long, and you know it, spoke Merlin. I won't become a demon, answered Raven with rage. Why not? I may not show it, but I'm a demon as well. I'm an incubus. Yet at the same time, I don't harbor such evil desires that your father harbors. Merlin walked to Raven and placed his hands on her head. It might be surprising, but being a mixed blood isn't a curse, it's a blessing. You can be the best of 2 worlds. Merlin used his illusion magic to showcase Azarath in its prime. Beautiful women danced around fire as they laughed and joked amongst themselves. Mother. Spoke Raven, recognizing one of the women. Yes, and that little child over there is you. Why are you showing me this, said Raven, once again angered by Merlin. Look into your mother's eyes, what do you see? She was happy, replied Raven. Indeed she was. I took that away from her. All because I wanted to meet my father. It hadn't messed with the gates, spoke Raven as sadness filled her heart. Is that what you think? Do you think your mother was happy because she was amongst the peaceful people of Azarath? Why else would she be happy, replied Raven. Let's try this. The illusion changed as it showed a young 6-year-old Raven asleep, and her mother sitting next to her. My Rachel, as long as you're safe, I can forever be happy. I know you will grow up to be the most beautiful child ever. I love you, spoke Arella, Rachel's mother. You might not know this, but you've forever had the love of your people, Raven, even knowing what you would become and what that would bring, spoke Merlin. This was their duty, to protect and save you from your father, and yet, you are still afraid of him, afraid to tap into your true potential and power, added Merlin. If you help me, can I become someone that would make her proud, asked Raven. No, I can't do that, Raven, because she's already proud of you, replied Merlin. Then can you help get vengeance, asked Raven. Today. Yes, you can repel him, but to truly defeat him, you must become Raven on your own, without my help. I am ready then. Good. With each step, Merlin's feet created a trail of flowers as he said, this may be temporary, but it is your true power. Its essence will be drawn out temporarily, and you will become the you you've suppressed. Hero creation. Time to awaken, child. On the ground, Trigon's rage reached its limit. To think that I would be brought down by measly beings such as yourselves. Foolishness. It is my blunder. I shouldn't have played with you. I will end you all. Red energy burst from his skin, creating a barrier around him too hot to cross, forcing everyone to retreat. Between his horns, a yellow sphere of energy was created, swirling around with incredible speed. The sphere grew larger and larger, filled with energy until it was the size of a massive city block. The Plyracete Gia Na Amphisvatizete Anan Theo, Sphera Catastrophis. The yellow sphere launched itself, wreaking havoc in its path, completely obliterating the surrounding area. A cloud of smoke covered everything, but light still shone in one singular area. The mage, I wonder how long can you last? The entire team found themselves teleported back to the Garden of Avalon as Merlin smiled at Trigon and said, not much longer, I'm afraid. But that doesn't matter because you will lose. As soon as Merlin said that, a purple raven, the size of a skyscraper, flew towards Trigon's face. The raven blasted Trigon into the skies far upwards as a voice was heard. Hataras. Afti inai I ektikisi mau, gia ti mitra, gia tun azarath kai gia mina. The raven wrapped itself around Trigon, and dark purple energy was released, countering the red energy by Trigon. Child. You dare betray your father, screamed Trigon as he released one of his hands from the raven's wrapping and started punching it over and over. Guess I'll have to help, said Merlin. What? Trigon looked at his shoulder to find Merlin walking on it. In his hand, a gold sword, more holy than anything Trigon had ever laid eyes on. The sword shone with brightness, the power of good, the planet's hope. I hope Artoria doesn't get mad at me, but I'm going to use her power for a bit. This light is the planet's hope. Proof of the life that illuminates this world. Behold. Excalibur. The sword released a golden torrent of energy, blasting directly at Trigon's face, melting half of it away. But the pain wasn't done. The Raven took this chance to sneak past Trigon and enter its inside from the blast's location, destroying Trigon from the inside out. Trigon's body fell down from its high-up location all the way to the endless abyss surrounding Azarath. Raven's body shrank to her normal as she fell down on the ground, but Merlin was there to soften the fall with flowers. He then said, "You've done well, child, one step forward to a brave future." "Did I defeat him?" asked Raven. "For now, yes. He will come back eventually, but by that time, you will have grown stronger to fight him head-on and win on your own. What should I do to reach that future?" "Join Raiden, join them, make friends. There's nothing that can make anyone stronger than the desire to protect their loved ones. I have to say goodbye now. The child's body can't hold on any longer, he will be out for quite a while. Make sure to keep him safe." Merlin's body shone as he lost control, and the injured Raiden emerged once again. He fell on Raven's shoulders, she hugged him and whispered in his ears, "Thank you." The team arrived at her location shortly, where she opened the gate back to Earth, informing Calder of her desire to join the team. Of course, Raven was accepted immediately. As for Raiden, he was rushed to Star Labs, but no doctor, healer, or magic could affect him, his body simply healed with time on its own. After 2 weeks, he opened his eyes. "Thank you for helping her, Merlin. I've been observing you from afar. The tough battles aren't going to stop. You are Gaia's chosen in this world. As such, you must grow stronger. Your journey is quite a long one. I'm only joining you because I'm a little curious. You haven't gained my full trust, but I want to see what you can do. As such, here, this is for you." Bond increased. Merlin Bond 1 Bond 5. Host can choose an active skill. Dreamlike Charisma A. Illusion A. Hero Creation EX. You are forcing your bond to level 5. Indeed, it's easy to trick such a system, or perhaps you have earned that level of trust from me, who knows. I recommend the Charisma. Your fate is that of a leader, a king, and all kings must have charisma, said Merlin, even recommending a skill to Raiden. Then I shall go with that. Thank you, Merlin. Goodbye. Name, Raiden Kagawa. aka, Rai. Gender, male. Attribute, man. Alignments, chaotic neutral. Basic traits, humanoid, systems host, loved by Gaia. Passive skills, martial arts E. Active skills, dreamlike charisma A. Noble phantasms, none. Stats. Strength, C, E. Endurance, C, E. Agility, C, E. Mana, A+++. Luck, A. NP, null. Chapter 19. Did I fall asleep again? Raiden muttered as he opened his eyes, realizing he had indulged in too much sleep since arriving in this world. Rising from his bed, Raiden shed the medical robes enveloping him and planted his feet on the ground, revealing various medical devices. Before he could make a move, a nurse hurried into his room. Oh, Mr. Raiden, you're awake. Please don't exert yourself, we're still uncertain about the side effects of your healing ability, the nurse cautioned Raiden. Don't worry about it, I'm feeling pretty fine, I can tell, Raiden assured. Please, Mr. Raiden, we need to conduct some tests first, just to be sure, replied the nurse. Well, since a beauty like you is asking, I'll allow it. Thank you. Please wait a few moments, Dr. James will be here shortly. The effects of your regeneration could be dangerous, warned Dr. James. You need to avoid relying on it, your body is expending energy it doesn't possess, logically impossible. We consulted with some magic scholars, and it's not a magical effect either. Whatever it is, it's not normal. Your powers are more than a simple metagene, we can't rule that out entirely, but there seems to be more to it. I guess so. I don't understand my powers well, but I feel I can trust them. I don't know how to explain it, Raiden admitted. It's faith. Looking at the person who spoke, Raiden opened his eyes and said, Wonder Woman. Good to see you again, Raiden, and please call me Diana. It's good to see you again as well. I wonder, though, why are you here, asked Raiden. I'm here to visit. I don't believe for a second that one of the most important members of the Justice League would take time out of her busy schedule to visit me. You're right. I'm not here to visit you, you just happen to be on the way. Someone I know got injured in battle, and I'm here to visit her, explained Diana. Oh, my bad then. I hope she's fine. She is. Want to come with? Asked Diana. Yeah, sure. Anything to get out of here. Just be sure to listen to what I said, Mr. Raiden. Whatever powers you have, they are the most mysterious thing to ever exist in this lab, and we've had a lot of mysterious powers here, cautioned James. Sure thing, document. What the fuck is this? Said Raiden in a fit of rage. Raiden, said Diana. Watch your tongue, young man, spoke a woman sitting next to the child. Don't tell me to watch myself. What is this? She's a child. Why did you allow someone like her out on the battlefield, said Raiden. I didn't. She escaped on her own, I couldn't control her, said the woman. Mom. Hearing the commotion, the child woke up from her sleep. She looked around and then said, Aunt Diana. Hello, Cassie, said Diana. Oh my, Cassie, spoke the woman as she hugged Cassie. After a while, the mother said, Cassie, where did you go? What happened? Although she was reluctant, Cassie started speaking, I wanted to be like Aunt Diana. A hero. So I did some investigations on my own. I investigated the war in Eastern Europe, between Galonia and Torren. How did you even learn about such war? Asked the mother. I saw it on TV, I felt bad for the people, and since I have powers like Aunt Diana, I wanted to help them. I did some research, and I found out that Buchanan International had something to do with the war. Buchanan International? The weapon manufacturing company? Asked Diana. Yes. So I tried to sneak in and find some real evidence. While I was there, I was attacked by a man in armor. I couldn't even land a single hit and tried to escape. Thankfully, I managed to escape. Hearing Cassie's story, Raiden said, well, what are you going to do, Diana? We need to take down this Buchanan International company. It's not that simple, Raiden. Buchanan has ties with the US government and US Army. We can't just waltz in there and take it down, replied Diana. Why not? Your niece got injured. You, Superman, Batman, can easily walk all over that company and collect whatever evidence you need. I mean, for God's sake, a child figured out their connection to the war, and yet the Justice League can't. Raiden. Enough. Even if we're heroes, we have to abide by laws, said Diana. And that's why so many villains run rampant in the world, because you have to follow such laws. Raiden took one look at the injured Cassie then walked out of the room. Raiden went to the warp gate in Star Labs and walked into it. He was seething with rage, but he couldn't do anything about it without more information. Access Raiden Beat 10. Surprise. Raiden looked at the cave, decorated with balloons and party aesthetics. The team decided to give you a welcome back party, to celebrate your recovery, spoke Dinah as she walked towards Raiden. She put her hands on his shoulders and said, they were worried sick about you, you know. Thanks for keeping them safe. A yellow blur darted towards Raiden, it was Wally. The idea was Megan's, but of course, I was the one that did most of the decoration. It wasn't that they used me for my speed, it was because I really wanted to do it, for you. Right. Thanks, Wally. Everyone came one by one to congratulate Raiden on his recovery. They had some snacks and drinks, all supervised by Miss Black Canary herself, so of course, no alcohol. After chatting with his friends, Raiden walked towards Raven. So. How are you settling in? Okay. I'm enjoying my time here. It's my first time hanging out with people my age, replied Raven. Well, it was the same for me too. I mean, look at us. We're a bunch of super powerful teens, not exactly a conventional group, but I like it here, you know. I can be free, help people, I guess. At least that's what I thought at first. At first? Yeah, I've been noticing a lot of things lately. This team, the Justice League, we do things to help people, but not enough. Most villains in the world walk freely, as if they own the world, clarified Raiden. I'm not sure about this stuff since I'm new here, but I believe whatever you do, it's the right decision. How could you possibly know that? You barely know me, said Raiden. I don't know you, frankly speaking, I think you're stupid, but I know that if not for you, I wouldn't be free today. You helped me face my past, so for that, I'm in debt to you, and I fully support you. My current impression of you is that of an idiot who would do anything to help others, just like you helped me, explained Raven. Whether it was Raiden or Merlin, it was still because of him that she was able to face her dark past and finally stand up for her father. Although he isn't vanquished yet, she can say proudly that she is walking the path of righteousness, and one day, she would strike him down for good. Meh, I don't know. I only helped you 'cause you look nice. I wouldn't offer the same service to some ugly guy, said Raiden jokingly as he left. What an idiot. Raiden got up from his bed and walked towards the cave's main hub. He sat down in the chair of the main computer and started his research. Increase in profit by 200% in the last 7 years for Buchanan International. Galonia and Tauren War started 7 years ago. That's hardly enough evidence. Many defense companies' shares increase whenever a war is waged. Malchikov Defense also increased its profit by 145%. Malchikov Defense and Buchanan have grown more than the others. A bit too much. Raiden clicked on another article. Galonia accusing the US of supporting Tauren. Tauren found using high-grade US military equipment, manufactured by Buchanan International. Tauren, on the other hand, accused Russia of supporting Galonia. Galonia found using high-grade Russian military equipment, manufactured by Malchikov Defense. This is all typical war bullshit. Russia supports a side, and the US supports a side. What could Cassie have found that prompted her to infiltrate Buchanan? Raiden then started his search on the owners. Malchikov Dmitry Semyonovich, owner of Malchikov Defense. Let's dig into him first. Blood Diamond, shares in a football club in Europe, Russian gas company shares. Wait a minute. Arnold Buchanan, owner of Buchanan International. Fast food companies, car manufacturing, and... I see. Michael Buchanan, the brother of Arnold. He owns a football club in Europe. The same football club that Dmitry has shares in. This war. It might be something that was orchestrated by these two companies. Dmitry, Arnold, and Michael, they are all connected. Raiden stretched his hands then said. I can see why Cassie infiltrated Buchanan. It was the closest to her, and she needed more substantial evidence. Without real evidence, this is all but a conspiracy theory. Access Raven B11. Raven looked around her, then she left the phone booth. She kept looking around to see if anyone saw her before she flew into the skies. She looked left and right on the rooftops before, to her surprise, someone said, Why are you after me? Raiden. Having used a YLF spell, Raiden flew behind her and scared her a bit. Nothing, I was just checking. Oh. Were you worried about me? What? No, I just... Well, you just came back from injury, so I just wanted to save you from getting your ass kicked by some mugger. Aha, alright, sure, said Raiden. What are you doing this late at night anyway? Asked Raven. See that building over there, said Raiden as he pointed to a massive skyscraper. What of it? I'm investigating them. I want to infiltrate that building, said Raiden. That's stupid, replied Raven. Didn't you say you would support my decision? I didn't realize that your decision was to go behind the league and the team's back to infiltrate some dangerous place, right after you recovered from a 2-week-long injury. Are you stupid? They are dangerous people, Raven. That's why it's stupid. If they are dangerous, then we need to do it as a team. Going alone. You could get hurt again. Sigh, I'm not going to infiltrate them now anyway. I was just checking up on them secretly. Good, because I was about to beat some sense into you, said Raven. Wow, 2 weeks in, and you're already this aggressive, huh? Miss Dinah's work. Her training isn't so bad. You going to snitch on me? Asked Raiden. No, but you owe me something, replied Raven. Alright, I'll take you on a date. I said you owe me something. Taking me on a date is a privilege to you, said Raven as she turned her back on Raiden and went back to the cave. Huh. That's weird. It worked in movies. Meh, I'll get her one day. Chapter 20. Hello, Cassie. Raiden. Cassie's eyes lit up upon seeing Raiden. She had been confined to this bed for a week now, and it's been rather dull, except for Raiden's visits. He has been entertaining her, sharing fun stories about heroes like her Aunt Diana. And then your aunt, using the lasso of truth, tied up Cheetah and made her confess to all her crimes. Keep this a secret, okay? Cheetah cried like a baby. Ha ha ha, the scary villain cried. Yep, all because of your aunt's lasso of truth. You know, Raiden, Diana isn't actually my aunt, explained Cassie. Huh? Oh, is she a friend of your mom's? Asked Raiden, confused. Nope, we're sisters, stepsisters actually. We're both the daughters of Zeus. Except her birth is a bit special, I guess. She was made of clay. Wow, Greeks are wild, huh, said Raiden. Mr. Raiden, I see you're here again. I appreciate it. My work is a bit hectic, so thanks for staying by Cassie, said Helena. No need, Cassie is great company. She and I are becoming quite the friends. Isn't that right, Cassie? Of course. Mom, did you know that Aunt Diana's lasso doesn't work on him? Said Cassie in excitement. No. I didn't. That's very special, Mr. Raiden, said Helena, shocked a bit, as she knew firsthand how strong the lasso is. Meh, it's just a byproduct of my powers, said Raiden, trying to downplay it. And what are your powers? Asked Helena. Yeah, Raiden, tell me. I'm curious, said Cassie, excited. Well, this is fun, Miss Helena, you're an archaeologist, right? What would you do if you could talk to people of the past? Heroes and notable figures, to be specific, replied Raiden in a rather interesting question. There isn't a lot I wouldn't do to try and talk to them. I'm very interested in how they lived and their achievements, answered Helena diligently. Well, that's my power. Sort of. I can summon heroes of the past, notable figures, and use their powers and bodies as my own. WOH, said Cassie. That's unbelievable, Mr. Raiden. If you don't mind, can you transform into one right now? Not that I mind, but transforming puts me on cooldown and essentially exposes me to attacks, so I try not to transform as much. But I can show you a picture of someone you would be interested in, Miss Helena. Raiden then pulled out his phone and showed a picture to Helena and Cassie. In the picture was a very handsome blonde man. This is Jason, the leader of the Argonauts. Whoa! He's wearing a cool armor. This is incredible. I still want to see one for myself, but it's incredible that you have such a great power, Mr. Raiden. Okay, can we drop the Mr.? It's like really awkward. As if the fates have played with him, a doctor walked in and said, Miss Helena, Cassie, and Mr. Raiden, good to see you all. Raiden rolled his eyes as Helena walked forward and said, nice to see you, Dr. James. I'm sorry, but I carry very heavy news, Miss Helena. Can we talk in private? Feeling the awkward tension, Raiden looked at Cassie and said, all right, it looks like I have to go, Cassie. See you later. What? No, it's okay, Dr. James. Raiden is my friend. Dr. James, please just lay it on me, said Helena. Are you sure, Miss Helena? You might need to sit down, explained Dr. James. It's okay. Please, just speak. Cassie is injured in her back, as you already know. Now, usually, we can easily heal it. We have many ways to do such a thing. Magic is one such option. However, we discovered that it's not working. None of the solutions we came up with are working. In fact, it seems that her injuries are almost sentient. It's rooting itself more and more into Cassie. In fact, if we don't stop it, Cassie might be crippled from the waist down. Forever. What? Then stop it. What are you waiting for? Said Helena in rage. We have been trying, but we only managed to slow it down. The injury. We found out its type. It's a curse. To be more specific, a godly curse. It was inflicted by a weapon made by a god. Such a weapon can only be wielded by a god. Helena's legs felt weak as she finally took a seat in the chair in front of her daughter's bed. The horror of knowing that her daughter might never walk again has made her weak, and for the first time, wanting to pray for the man that impregnated her and left Zeus. Mom. Does this mean I can't be a hero anymore? I'm sorry, I just wanted to be like Wonder Woman. What is needed to cancel the curse? If it's a curse, then it's cancelable, right? Asked Raiden, filled with rage and regret. He had decided not to investigate further into the weapon manufacturers because he wanted to keep his promise of not doing anything too reckless, but now, for Cassie, he'll do it. Well, if we can get the weapon and analyze it, we might be able to cancel it. Or what? Or kill the god in question. Raiden turned to Cassie, put his hand on her face, and said, Cassie, you want to be a hero, right? Cassie nodded as tears filled her eyes. Heroes don't cry, Cassie. And heroes don't give up as well. I promise you, I will heal you, no matter what. Okay, I won't cry, and I won't give up. I'll trust you, Raiden. Raiden then turned to Helena. Miss Helena, stay strong. Call Diana and tell her that I'll be waiting for her on the roof of Fander's Pharmacies. That's the building facing Buchanan International, the one Cassie got injured trying to infiltrate. Yes, tell her about what Dr. James said. She'll join me after knowing what is up. I'll get going now. Raiden turned his back to everyone as he walked outside. Mr. Raiden, what are you going to do? Asked Helena. I'm going to kill a god. Whatever you're thinking of, I won't allow it, looked Wonder Woman at Raiden, where he had been waiting for her. So even knowing Cassie's case, you are unwilling to bend the rules a bit? She's a child, damn it. How can you stand there and defend the people that hurt her, crippled her, spewed Raiden in utter rage, angered by Diana's thoughtless words. I'm a princess, Raiden, a princess of an island of warriors. In such a situation, do you think I, or any of my people, would care about the rules? Asked Diana. Then why? Because I can't risk your life too. This is something that I have to do myself, a mistake that I have to correct, said Diana. A mistake? What are you talking about, Diana? Asked Raiden, confused about what Diana meant. Aaron Buchanan, the owner of Buchanan International. He's someone I know very well. I fought against him over 70 years ago. 70 years. World War II, said Raiden. I thought I had won. I thought I had ended it, but no, he persisted. He is like a parasite that lives on regardless, fueled by humanity's hatred and greed. He's the man that is behind all wars, the god of war. Ares, spoke Diana with regret over her failed attempts to kill him. Both in World War I and World War II, she had fought him countless times in that period, yet failed to kill him once and for all. I see, then I understand now, but I refuse to leave. I made a promise to her, to Cassie. I will kill the god that cursed her. Whether it is Ares or any other god, today, nothing stops me, not even you, Diana. So choose, step aside, or join me. Any other choice, and we'll have to cross blades, said Raiden, expressing his intention of not backing down. Diana thought for a bit then said, I do wish to cross blades with you, Raiden, but not as enemies, but as allies. As such, I will join you. I have failed twice now. Maybe this time, with your help, we can win. Let's do this, then. Sitting in a fancy office chair, a blond man wearing a black suit was sipping on wine as he watched multiple monitors showcase the war he had incited in Eastern Europe. He was proud of his work, delighted even, as he not only managed to start another war, but his powers had grown significantly over the years. Although the wars weren't on the level of World War I and II, the build-up was almost the same, especially now that he managed to dig out Hephaestus's masterpiece, the Annihilator armor, a self-propelled battle suit that fed off human rage and anger. He has been loading it up since the Cold War, and his power now was 4 times what it was back in World War II. War is many things. It is a crucible by which mortals may discover, and abandon, their humanity. It is a forge by which they build and destroy their civilizations. But like the fire Prometheus gave to the mortals, war is always hungry. Chapter 21. Be cautious, Raiden. If we're apprehended, Ares might escape. Ares's powers are fueled by mankind's desire for war, making it easy for him to regain strength if he manages to break free, warned Diana, alerting Raiden to the potential threat of Ares. Despite promoting war, rage, and hatred, Ares was not above fleeing to ensure his own survival. Don't worry. This time, we'll aim for the kill, assured Raiden. Are you not a bit too eager to take someone's life? Diana inquired, taken aback by the newfound determination in Raiden's expression. Why shouldn't I be? He's a monster. Hundreds of children are suffering as we speak because of the war he incited, and millions in the past, responded Raiden. For a god like Ares, it's understandable to want him dead. He is driven by his divinity, ensuring he will always incite war, explained Diana as she leaped onto the rooftops of Buchanan International. Raiden followed suit, and Diana continued her discourse. However, for ordinary criminals, killing them isn't the right solution. Humans, by nature, can learn to become better. They can undergo rehabilitation and be forgiven for their sins, Diana reasoned. Raiden glanced at the rooftop entrance door, muttered, Nepo Pu, then turned to Diana, stating, I disagree, before walking inside. What is there to disagree about, Raiden? Diana followed after him. The idea that criminals should be forgiven or given the chance to rehabilitate. I believe those are luxuries a criminal doesn't deserve if their crimes are severe, Raiden expressed as he crouched and surveyed the area. He then checked for cameras above, saying, "Ikam mdna anade elbasivni." We are invisible now, but be quiet. Let's not give him a chance to escape, Raiden advised as he navigated the hallway, searching for Aaron Buchanan's office. What do you propose, then? If they are not to be rehabilitated, what should be done? Diana inquired. As I mentioned, it depends on the crime. But in general, if you take a life, then your own life is forfeited. Only the victim's family can forgive you, sparing you perhaps. However, commit murder more than once, and you don't deserve to live anymore. Of course, there must be irrefutable evidence proving your guilt, Raiden explained. An eye for an eye, huh? You do realize how that ends, right? Diana questioned. The world goes blind? That's nonsense. If you make a mistake, you pay for it, plain and simple. What does the world have to do with this? You kill, you shall be killed. Done, Raiden asserted. Isn't that a rather savage way of thinking? Diana remarked. A criminal might try to convince you otherwise, but it's not the case. Let me ask you, Diana, how many people has the Joker killed? Raiden inquired. I am unaware of the numbers, replied Diana. The Joker has killed 53 people, crimes recorded of him either pulling the trigger or blowing up a building. Now, let me ask you, how many times has he been arrested? Raiden repeated. I am also unaware of this number, Diana admitted. The Joker was arrested more than 19 times, 6 of which he was sent to maximum security prison. He escaped each time. The first time, he had only killed 3, the second time, 12, the third, 27, the fourth, 33, the fifth, 42, and the sixth, 53, explained Raiden. Now think with me, Diana. If he had been killed the first time, we would have only lost 3 lives. Instead, he was sent to prison, escaped, and took the lives of 12 and so on. Essentially, because Batman and all of you in the Justice League wanted to rehabilitate the Joker and fix him, the lives of 53 people were lost. In other words, to the Justice League and Batman, the Joker's life is deemed more important than the lives of 53 innocent people. Hold on, Raiden. You're just speaking from numbers. Life isn't math. We can't be the judges and executioners, we can't kill everyone we think doesn't deserve to live, replied Diana, appalled by Raiden's ideas. Can't we? You are the Justice League, the Justice League. Where is the justice for those 53 dead people? And this isn't some random crook on the streets. I'm not a monster, I won't kill someone for stealing or fighting or being in a gang. But 53 people, on camera, what more can he do? Raiden, please, you're making too much noise. We'll continue our talk later. Look, pointed Diana at the top of a room that displayed the name, storage. Storage room on a top floor. That's very suspicious, spoke Raiden. Using his magic, Raiden opened it up and walked inside, it was mostly empty. Oh, God, said Diana as she looked in front of her. Raiden looked the same way to see a giant dark piece of armor, a full-piece armor that resembled a robot from a mecha anime. Its size was 4 meters high. What the hell is that, some sort of new weapon, spoke Raiden. No. This is a god's work. To be specific, it's Hephaestus's work. It's believed to have been lost to time, the Annihilator armor, said Diana, shocked. Her knowledge was limited to what she had read as a child, but its description and aura fit exactly. As if on cue to respond to her shock, the armor's eyes glowed red, and a voice sounded, "Welcome, Diana of Themyscira. It would seem the fates have reunited us again. Tell me, sister, do you still hold the same baseless and meaningless faith in mankind after so many years?" The voice was clearly Ares. Yes, I do. No matter how much time passes, I will always believe in them, said Diana. Such delusions. Of course, what did I expect? The half-sons and daughters of Zeus, always fated to be heroes of humanity. Unlike you fools, I was born a god, and as such, I know mankind's truth. And as such, I encourage it, spoke Ares. A god who harms children, said Raiden. Children? Oh, that little lass from a few days ago. How is she? Dead yet? Or merely crippled? I couldn't care less. I have killed many of Zeus' children. She's smart, though. She managed to escape, and I didn't want to bother with chasing her, spoke Ares, enraging Raiden. Raiden, however, was no fool. He wasn't going to blindly attack, so he decided to go back to Ares' earlier point and taunt him. You know mankind's truth. Or perhaps you're jealous of it. After all, regardless of what title you call yourself, a god or a demon, creator of war or evil, your life is bound to us. If there's no conflict, then there's no you. Pathetic, really. All the arrogance that gods have, yet their entire existence is dependent on the same beings they claim to be superior to, spoke Raiden, antagonizing Ares and taunting him. Ho! And who's this little human? I do sense some interesting presence from you, but a maggot nonetheless. You think my life is dependent on you? Foolishness. I guide humans like the lambs they are, control them, and lead them to war, spoke Ares. Oh, really? My dear pathetic god, the one who harms children. After we're done here today, after you die, humanity will continue to wage war. It will continue to wage conflict. It is our nature, not your influence. You are merely a leech that latched itself to our hatred and rage and pretends to be the puppeteer. But the truth is, if not for us, your existence would be meaningless, retorted Raiden, taunting Ares further. You dare. Child, you will die first. I will annihilate you. Ares activated his armor as his body moved inside of it. The armor was fast and on another level. Raiden took notice of that immediately and shouted, Alpha Tau Lambda Alpha. The spell forced Ares in place for a few seconds, enough for Diana to attack with a punch and for Raiden. Throne of Heroes, let's kill a god, shall we? Summoning ceremony initiated. Servant class, Lancer. Servant tier, S. Servant name, Scathach. I come from the land of shadow. My name is Scathach. 3 minutes and 43 seconds, that's how long you will last in this body. I won't teach you anything about my powers. Beat him on your own. Show me your talent. If you fail to impress me, then I will refuse to be summoned by you again. Hearing these words, Raiden instantly felt it, the power surged through him. Until now, the strongest servant he had summoned was Heracles. Merlin was an exception since he wasn't in control at the time. But now, he felt everything he needed to do. His body movement felt light and accurate, the spear in his hand glowed red, as if it was connected to him, an extra body part. Raiden had never felt this complete. Raiden's connection with the body was so strong that he didn't even have time to appreciate the body he was in. Wearing a skin body suit, purple hair, sharp eyes, Scathach was a perfect woman. However, that wasn't all she could bring to the table. Both Ares and Diana felt it. Their instincts screamed at them that whatever power Raiden had activated, it was not something they should underestimate. What they sensed, of course, was Scathach's skill, God Slayer. Spinning the spear a bit, Raiden looked in front of him and said, 3 minutes. I will make sure to impress you. Then, in a speed that Ares could barely keep up with, Raiden slashed the armor, inflicting a lasting wound inside Ares' body. Ugh, damn you, what are you? A foreign god, screamed Ares. Wonder Woman then wrapped her lasso around him, pinning him in place. Although he tried to resist, Raiden was already back, slashing his side again, stopping and stabbing him in every major location possible, heart, lungs, stomach. Raiden made sure to look him in the eyes as he snuffed the life out of him. However, Ares wouldn't be a god if he died this easily, a god of war at that, a formidable warrior who had crossed blades with gods, nonetheless. The core of his armor, ring-shaped, started spinning, creating massive waves of red energy. The energy surrounded him with powerful aura and flowed throughout his body, healing him. Years of rage and hatred, I have been collecting it all. I will not lose to you. I will usher a time of endless war, screamed Ares as the armor sent a magical explosion, sending both Raiden and Wonder Woman flying, breaking the walls of the storage as the battle now moved to the streets. Raiden landed on his feet, and Diana on her back. She had lost her grip on her lasso, so she was now going to use her sword. Walking out of the building, Ares screamed, I am the god of war. My death will never come. As he created a giant red energy sword, clearly made from all the rage he had collected over the years, he slashed towards both Raiden and Wonder Woman. Raiden was quick to dodge, and so did Diana, but the slash was powerful and strong, destroying everything in the vicinity of 30 meters. Huge buildings fell, and many people lost their lives. Diana, we need to kill him fast. He's causing too much collateral damage. I said I won't help you, but a warning is in order. That red energy is dangerous. It's made of human emotions. As such, the effect of God Slayer is nullified as long as it's intact. 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Spoke Scathach, giving Raiden a warning as he prepared to face Ares. Chapter 22. Raiden spun his spear as he dashed towards Ares, the war god blocked with his sword as the two exchanged a barrage of endless blows in a mere 3-second period. Interfering between them, Diana landed with her sword, swinging it at Ares, her eyes glowing blue as lightning sparks surrounded her sword. Zeus. Ahahaha, my father's power is magnificent, isn't it, Diana, said Ares as the red energy in his body burst out, forcing Raiden and Diana to retreat. But, as the child said earlier, our power is bound to humans, and nothing is as powerful as human greed, rage, and thirst for war. Now die, continued Ares as his sword raged with exceptional power. With one slash, an attack could destroy a full building. Ares kept chasing Diana with the sword's power, but he knew that Raiden was as much of a threat as Diana, so he increased his energy shield. One hit, enough to keep him occupied for half a second. Can you do it? Spoke Raiden as he dodged the attacks. The three were in a stalemate. Raiden could easily dodge Ares' attacks, but he couldn't land any since the energy negated his God Slayer skill and protected Ares from his sure-hit attacks. So now, the only way to defeat him is with the help of another variable. Diana heard Raiden's words as she collected her power and condensed it. Her goal was simple yet dangerous, to release her full power for a brief moment. She knew that in her full power, she could easily end Ares, but it also meant losing control of herself and going on a rampage. Raiden, screamed Diana as she removed her bracelets and threw them at Raiden. Put them on me before I lose control. As her body glowed blue, her eyes now filled with electricity. She grabbed her sword and clashed blades with Ares. Their red and blue energy clashed together, destroying almost 500 meters of the vicinity. Human rage, greed, and thirst for war against Diana's power, her belief in humanity, peace, and equality, a clash that brought the maximum out of them. Her sword started to crack a bit, but Ares' energy decreased in size. The sword's crack increased faster as Ares smiled and said, "Little lost princess. Do you not see that you are already done? This world already belongs to me. You will die today, Ares. Even if I fail, he won't." Realizing what she meant by he, Ares then sensed it. He knew Raiden had disappeared from his vision, but he also trusted the energy that had protected him this whole time. His clash with Diana had lowered the energy just enough for one fatal blow, one sure hit that Raiden needed. This spear is an embodiment of who I am. And I am the epitome of the spear. Gi Balg. An instant zap of red light. Its direction was unreadable as it zigzagged throughout the battlefield. Its speed was readable to both Ares and Diana, but its effect was guaranteed. No matter what, it would pierce Ares' heart, and indeed, it did. From behind his back, Ares looked down to see it, a spear, a red blood spear filled with darkness and evil power, the power to kill him, to kill the gods. Ag. Nothing is beyond death. It's the end of all things, God, man, concept, or an object. One truth is inevitable. There's an end to everything, spoke Raiden as the life of Ares was coming to an end. No. I won't die like this. Not today. I will end everything before I'm dead. The red energy that surrounded Ares intensified as Raiden got hold of the tired Diana and jumped away. He looked back at Ares and said, "Ridiculous. He survived that." No, he didn't. Ares, the god of war, is dead, but humanity's urge for war is so powerful that it still fuels him. Look at his heart, said Diana. Raiden looked at his heart as the energy condensed itself into a fake heart for Ares. It's merely rage that drives him. He's a husk of what he was, continued Diana. Seeing this, Raiden grabbed the bracelets and placed them on Diana's hand and said, "Enough, let's not get you to lose control now. Stay put, Diana. Call for backup, we need some support to help the people affected. As for Ares, leave him to me, I'll handle him." Ares' rage became a torrent of destruction. His loss of control meant that he wasn't channeling the red energy through his sword anymore. Instead, it was raging all around, creating a tentacle-like effect. Ares himself lost himself in the armor. Death, war, I am God, war, battles, riches, glory, death, shouted Ares randomly, his body destroying whatever was in the way. Raiden jumped towards Ares, using his evasive techniques. Raiden avoided the tentacles one by one, getting closer and closer to the main body. Reaching there, Raiden attacked the red orb inside his heart, but as soon as he touched it, it exploded him away, pushing him back to his starting point. Raiden did this again, trying to attack different points of his body. Raiden took his arm, cutting it away, but as if it didn't matter, the energy simply created a red arm. Raiden's time was catching up, he felt like he was trapped. No matter what he did, the energy simply regenerated. His noble phantasm, Gibalg, was ineffective as well, as it pierces the heart, and the heart is already gone. Then suddenly, a rush of information pushed into his head. His mind was filled with a power he never knew he had, as a voice declared. "I'm a little impressed. In an unfamiliar body, you handled yourself pretty well. Use this noble phantasm, I was withholding it from you since you didn't seem like someone who deserved it." "I see. Wow, you are. Just wow. How long would it take to be this powerful?" spoke Raiden after getting the information rush. "If trained well, not long." Raiden directed his attention towards the red robot made of energy, Ares, and started activating his powers. His body shone bright as his eyes glowed purple. The gate leading to the haunted land, brimming with death. Gate of Sky. The noble phantasm, Gate of Sky, temporarily summoned an immense gate to the land of shadows. The gate exuded an ominous darkness and an aura of death. Within its confines, one could witness the land of shadows, a desolate realm teeming with skeletal figures desperately searching for an escape from torment. The gate drew in all life forms within its range, affecting the red energy of Ares, now pulsating with vitality within his corporeal form. Ares found himself powerless to resist the potent suction energy of the gate. Only a heroic figure endowed with considerable mana and luck could hope to withstand its force. Gradually, the energy was drained from him. Despite attempting to anchor itself to buildings and various objects, resistance proved futile. The inevitable had arrived, the Gate of Sky meant instant demise, even for gods or conceptual beings. Ares was no exception, his fate was sealed. Raiden sealed the gate, surveying the aftermath of the battle and the widespread destruction it wrought. A smile graced his face as he proclaimed, "Humanity wins." However, he, too, succumbed to exhaustion and fatigue, collapsing onto the ground, unconscious. "I can no longer die. Unlike that being, no poetic or horrific death awaits me. I'll persist until everything within and beyond this world fades away. Perhaps here, I could find my end." Bond increased. Scat-Hack Bond 1 Bond 3. The battle concluded with significant losses, as many individuals perished due to the collateral damage resulting from the clash and Ares' rampage. Consequently, blame was attributed to both Diana and Raiden. The Justice League initiated preparations for a trial concerning the two. Although the public remained unaware, the trial aimed to determine whether Diana should be expelled from the Justice League and if Raiden should face suspension for their actions. Buchanan International and other implicated companies were exposed for instigating the war in Eastern Europe. Cassie's curse was lifted, although a full recovery still required some time. She was gradually regaining mobility. "Raiden, I'm sorry," Cassie expressed. "Huh? For what?" Raiden responded. "Because of me, you're in trouble. I don't want you to be suspended," Cassie said with sadness in her eyes. She felt guilty for the predicament, realizing her recklessness put both her Aunt Diana and her new friend Raiden in jeopardy. "Oh, that? I don't mind. A hero's duty is to save people, and you, Cassie, have saved many lives. Because of your bravery, we located the god of war Ares, a man responsible for the death of millions. I don't mind facing trouble for being a hero. You should never apologize for saving lives." Raiden praised her efforts. Hearing Raiden's words, Cassie felt a mix of happiness and guilt about her role in the trial. Her mother placed a comforting hand on her head and said, "You shouldn't feel guilty, Cassie. What you should do is start training, so such things never happen again." With renewed resolve, Cassie affirmed, "Yes, I will. I will be just like Aunt Diana. Wonder Woman." Raiden smiled and added, "Wonder Girl for now." Cassie laughed, then had a sudden realization, "Wait, does that mean you approve of me being a hero?" Helena smiled and replied, "It would be selfish of me to prevent you from becoming who you are, a hero. But please promise me one thing, promise that you will always come back to me." "I promise. Why, I'll be a hero." Chapter 23. 123 people are deceased today in downtown Coast City following a clash between Wonder Woman and her unnamed sidekick against a supervillain. The estimated damage is a staggering $27 million, a cost that you and I will bear through our own taxes. Our hard-earned money goes into covering these expenses, yet superheroes and supervillains continue to wreak havoc worldwide, taking the lives of our friends and family and destroying our property. And they have the audacity to label it as collateral damage. Let me remind you, people, 123 innocent, hard-working American citizens, just like you and me. When must we endure these superhumans? Why permit this metagene in our world? When will our government officially hold these monsters accountable for their actions against regular people like us? People call me crazy. They insist I acknowledge that these beings help and save the world. But what about the dead people, huh? Who speaks for them? These so-called heroes are nothing but a menace. The more heroes created, the more villains born. We must put an end to this epidemic of heroes and put them all in jail. Time's up, ladies and gents. Stay tuned for sports news with Dan Spiral. Thank you for watching CCN News. The television was promptly turned off by Superman holding the remote. He then turned to Wonder Woman, who today was not considered an active member of the Justice League. Instead, she was to be on trial. The actions you took were reckless, Diana. Because of you, tens of lives were lost, and the property damage is excessive. As heroes, we understand that such things are inevitable. We aren't always in control, especially against powerful foes like Ares. But you fought alone, something that isn't necessary. Isn't this why we created the Justice League? To band together against enemies that are too formidable to face alone, spoke Superman. In the trial, the judges were Superman, Batman, Green Arrow, Green Lantern, Aquaman, Captain Atom, Flash, Martian Manhunter, and Black Canary. The trial took place at the Watchtower. Diana looked directly at Superman and said, "Then why didn't you help?" The League started investigating Buchanan International way before Cassie or Raiden did so, yet we all stood by and allowed their actions to happen. Superman responded, saying, "We had no evidence of such wrongdoing, it was all merely speculation." So what? We have multiple heroes here that specialize in espionage and infiltration. Why were they not deployed? Asked Diana. Captain Atom spoke up in response, "That would be an infringement on people's rights. We can't just investigate the lives of people on mere speculation. We are not the police. We are not a governmental association either. The Justice League is here to save humans from villains and protect the world. If ignoring privacy rights will achieve that, so be it," spoke Batman in response, clearly annoyed by this trial. A little child was cursed, a war was raging. I'm an Amazonian warrior, I will fight for those who cannot fight for themselves. And if it means interfering in an ensconced, outdated system to help just one woman, man, or child, I'm willing to accept the consequences, said Diana. Not wanting to speak any longer, she wholeheartedly believed that her actions were the right thing to do. What about Raiden? Why did you allow a new recruit and a teenager in a battle such as that? Asked Aquaman. Raiden is no child, he is a warrior. If you haven't been paying attention to the team, due to him, they have done some incredible things even we couldn't do. As for why I allowed him to come with, well, I had no choice. Raiden was prepared to fight me, I wasn't confident in my ability to take him down. I knew that fighting him then and there would result in both of us being exhausted and ambushed by Ares, so I made the only choice that felt right at the time, replied Diana. You expect us to believe a teenager was such a threat to you, Wonder Woman, mocked Captain Atom. No, she speaks the truth. Raiden is different from the others in the team, his powers are special. Under the right conditions, he could even rival Superman, the one to reply was Batman. Is that so? I'm excited to see this Raiden, spoke Captain Atom. Now, for the voting. Those who believe Diana should be expelled, please raise your hands, said Superman, awaiting his colleagues' votes. As expected, no one raised their hands. Diana may have acted without the League's permission, but the war god Ares was defeated, and no one believed she should be expelled. I can't believe you're being put on trial. For suspension nonetheless. We didn't even get a single chance for a mission together, remarked Raven as she sat with Raiden, who awaited his trial. Does that mean you want to spend time with me? Asked Raiden. I just wanted to see more of your silly transformations. But I wouldn't mind spending more time with you, replied Raven. Is that so? Are you not getting along with the others? Inquired Raiden. No, it's been fine. They have all been very nice to me. But with you, the feeling is good. Someone who understands the burden of power, perhaps, said Raven. Was that a confession? I've never had a girl confess to me, Raiden smiled as he joked. Not in a million years. But I will accept your offer. Offer? Which offer? The date you wanted a few days ago, spoke Raven as she left Raiden to go talk with the others. Well, looks like I might have a chance after all. Raiden turned his head to the right to see Diana walk out. He then looked to the left to see Calder. You got this, Raiden. Wonder Woman wasn't found guilty of anything, you can just do what she did. Robin walked in front and said, Batman is against these trials anyway, he'll back you in there. Ike, thanks. I'll try to be cool in there. Raiden, welcome. Please relax, we'll just ask you some basic questions, and you shall answer them. Then, we'll do the ruling, spoke Superman. Raiden stood opposite the League judges as he awaited his questions. Now, we know of your involvement in the battle a few days ago against the god of war, Ares. We understand the gravity of the situation, and we know that if not for you, many more could have died, said Superman. However, it was also you who instigated this battle. If you hadn't decided to take matters into your own hands, we could have saved more lives by cornering Ares in a battle without any collateral damage. Captain Atom scanned Raiden up and down, feeling a bit disappointed. He said, because of your actions, 123 people died, American citizens. How do you plead? Raiden tilted his head at Atom's words and then said, I did the right thing, something you all were too afraid to do. Afraid? Our insistence on the laws of our nation isn't fear, it's respect. We respect the citizens that make this great nation and follow its orders, spoke Captain Atom. The Justice League doesn't fall under any government, Atom. Watch your words. We do not follow the orders of the United States of America, spoke Batman against Captain Atom's words. Regardless, the battle happened on American soil. As such, it is American laws that need to be discussed here, specifically the right of privacy and fair investigation, said Captain Atom. Am I speaking to heroes or what? Captain Atom, what are you anyway? A hero or a soldier? I do not care for your country's laws, nor do I care for their right of privacy. A little child was hurt, cursed by a god of war. 2 nations were ripped apart by that organization and that god. Instead of being tried here, you should follow my example. Sticking by the laws of the masses leads to failure, replied Raiden, clearly unsatisfied by the rules and laws imposed on him and the League. We are the Justice League. If we do not uphold our first name, justice, then we wouldn't be a band of heroes, we would be tyrants, spoke Aquaman. Tyrants? I like the sound of that. You should be tyrants. How many villains run rampant around the world because they don't fear you? Hell, Lex Luthor is running to be Secretary General in the United Nations, a known villain, killer, and vile human by each and every single one of you. But you hesitate to do anything to stop him. Villains don't fear you anymore. All you do is arrest them and send them to a jail that they'll stay in for a maximum 1-year period before they escape again, replied Raiden, once again criticizing them. Then what do you suggest? Asked Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern. Kill them. Simple as that, spoke Raiden. Silence descended on the League members as they all gasped in shock at what Raiden had said. Raiden, do you understand the gravity of what you are asking? Said Black Canary, Dinah. Boy, you wish to turn the world into a battlefield? If heroes start killing people, we will lose the public support and, most of all, our own values. We are heroes, we do not kill. We give people a chance to reform, said Aquaman. Oh yeah? Reform, and how has that worked out? Mocked Raiden. Eel O'Brien, also known as Plastic Man, was a criminal with a record and jail time. Now he's an active member of the Justice League, a hero that saved many lives. Just because it doesn't result in a 100% success rate doesn't mean we should discard it, replied Batman. Oh please, don't start that with me. Plastic Man was a heist artist. His crimes were against the government and its people, sure, but they didn't result in the deaths and destruction of many homes. I'm not a psycho, nor am I delusional. I'm not here to put a God King rule or showing. I'm here to simply state that some villains deserve death, regardless of the rules. People like Ra's al Ghul, Jinx, Joker, Deathstroke, they all deserve an end befitting of their ways, death. Because the longer you let them live, the more people they will kill. In my opinion, you are all responsible for their murders, replied Raiden, dismantling Batman's argument and trying to show that you can easily decide which villains should die or not. Sure, some people can be reformed, but others are beyond saving. Is this for the sake of revenge? Asked Dinah. Raiden turned his head towards Dinah. He then scanned the entire league as they looked at him like a crazy person. Raiden then realized, you people are truly unbelievable. You can't even realize how your failure to be more effective is leading to more and more villains rampaging throughout the world. And no, Dinah, it's not just for revenge. It's for those people that died. I watched them all, one by one. They were killed without mercy. They begged for their lives, but he didn't care. A man, that one day, either I or you will catch and arrest, committed such atrocities. Yet all you will do is place him in a cell and wait for his natural death. What about the people he killed? Ha! What about the woman that looked at my pod and screamed that it was my fault? That it was my fault that she is dead. How can you allow such a creature to exist in our world knowing what you know, all of you? It's because of you, screamed Raiden in rage. His eyes glowed golden, and his magic surged, and Superman got up and took a battle stance, as did most of the members. Raiden simply didn't care as his magic surge stopped flowing and his eyes returned to normal, as he said, so Justice League. What is your ruling? Chapter 24. So. A 3-month suspension, said Calder. Yup, plus weekly counseling from Black Canary. Instead of seeing the logic in my ways, they see a crazy man that needs to be fixed, replied Raiden. Raiden, you said you want villains dead, we are not murderers, said Zatanna. No, I asked for the execution of villains, especially bad villains with very hefty death tolls and are most definitely irredeemable. Raiden replied. We are heroes, we exist to save people. We can't act as judge, jury, and executioners, spoke Robin. Sigh, look, I don't want to repeat this discussion here, but in short, why shouldn't we? No prison has been able to keep these monsters in it, except death. Raiden turned and then left, clearly angry about what had happened inside the trial. This boy. Are you sure you want to keep him inside our ranks? Special team or not, he is powerful. I admit to that, powerful enough to be a threat, and this threat is being allowed freedom inside our headquarters, spoke Captain Atom. At first, his opinion of Raiden was that he seemed interesting, but upon meeting him, he was very disappointed. The kid looked fit and looked the part, but his aura was non-existent. He wouldn't look any different from an average high school boy. But when his aura surged, Captain Atom felt fear. It wasn't like he could sense mana or extraordinary energy, but the anger changed him. His golden eyes felt as threatening as the sun, and his bloodlust was that of a killer who has ended the lives of millions, so his fear was justified. Atom was all too happy when Raiden deactivated his powers and relaxed again, a sense of relief dawned upon him. Raiden has been nothing but an asset to our ranks. He has dismantled 3 of the most dangerous villains and organizations in a matter of a month. His intentions are good as well. I see no reason to kick him out or treat him any differently from the other kids. He just needs to learn about heroism and what it takes to be one, replied Dinah, Black Canary. Can we even trust him? You saw how he reacted, asked Green Arrow. We had a traitor infiltrate our ranks a year ago, and his power wasn't nearly as strong as this kid, spoke Captain Atom. He was the only one who advocated for the removal of Raiden from the Justice League completely and went even as far as to ask for his imprisonment. I have been monitoring Raiden ever since we met him. While I have observed that he has hidden some things from us, his intentions and what he has done have all been pure good. I don't need to remind you that our friend Zatara was saved by Raiden and released from the shackles of the Helmet of Fate. He went as far as to grant the Helmet of Fate its own host, adding to our ranks, replied Batman. Most of us realize that Raiden is a good kid. He's been nothing but help. We can't be too angry at him for his views and beliefs as well. He is still a kid, spoke Superman. I'm not exactly angry at his beliefs. I, for one, think that he had the right idea. In my land, killers are executed. I see no reason why we shouldn't try to apply it here, in the Justice League and the surface world, said Aquaman. The same thing in space. Criminals with double-digit murders are killed on sight. Of course, we, the Green Lantern Corp., have to deliver them to the appropriate authorities, said Green Lantern. Some countries do have the death penalty, said Flash. Raiden suggested that we do it, said Atom. We do not kill, replied Superman, firmly. Killing is an addiction, spoke Martian Manhunter. If we start killing villains with our own hands, it will become addicting. Eventually, we will try to find reasons to kill villains, instead of judging them based on their actions, replied Batman. Well, let's discuss this later, but I do think we should consider adding some sort of way to take down villains permanently. If not, one day, someone will be crazy enough to destroy a city and kill thousands, said Aquaman. 2 weeks later. Raiden was sitting on a rooftop. He was currently in his servant form, specifically the archer-class servant, Mirage. Looks like things are going smoothly, Master. Yes, it's pretty straightforward. We won't need to interfere. Raiden was watching the team take on a group of a terrorist organization in Croatia. He, of course, followed them, even though he is not allowed, just to check on them. Access Raiden beat 10. You are late, said Dinah. Raiden looked at her then went directly to the counseling room. He didn't want / have the energy to speak with her, but he obliged nonetheless. Dinah sat on her seat then said, So, how was your little trip to the outside? Pretty fine, said Raiden in a monotone way. Raiden. This is our third session together, you have to start saying something. Like what exactly? I don't like being here, I don't want to be here, and I don't like the attitude you take with me, replied Raiden with bitterness. What exactly changed? You weren't like this before. Was it the battle with Ares? Dinah tried to come to a reason for what changed and why his attitude was suddenly aggressive and unsupportive of the League. You don't get it, do you? I haven't changed, Miss Dinah. I haven't changed one bit. I was merely suppressing myself, trying to observe you all, to come to a conclusion. I wanted to believe in your justice, but I haven't found my peace with it. It's suffocating in here, how you all act so graciously and heroically when, in fact, you are all the cause of many crimes, spoke Raiden in rage. Raiden, have you ever tried to consider our position? We are heroes, yes, but we are all also normal people. We have lives and families to care for. We can't bear to kill anyone, the responsibilities of such an act are too big, said Dinah. If it's that big, then why did you step up for it? Is your courage, strength, and resolve as heroes limited? Hell, if it's too big for you, then don't interfere when others do it. We're simply repeating the same thing here, Raiden. The world isn't so black and white, explained Dinah. No, it's not. But sometimes, it's better to see it that way, said Raiden. Can we talk about your time as a prisoner, asked Dinah. Raiden immediately got up and started leaving as he said, Your time's up, Miss Dinah. You can't avoid it forever, Raiden. You have to open yourself to me so I can help you. Chapter 25. Perched atop a rooftop in Coast City, Raiden observed the sunset as his mind wandered through thoughts and ideas. It's beautiful, a voice spoke behind him. What? The sunset? I guess so, Raiden replied, turning his eyes to the person who spoke. His gaze locked with hers as he smiled. It's good to see you again, Raven, Raiden spoke. Raven sat beside Raiden, saying, Someone had to check up on you. Guess I had to do it as the newbie. Did you have to do it as the newbie or because you were genuinely worried about me, asked Raiden. Maybe both, spoke Raven. Raiden smiled, saying, So. 2 missions already, huh? You're becoming an integral part of the team. Yeah, it has been. Fun, said Raven. Not as fun without me, huh, joked Raiden. Yeah. Not expecting Raven to say that, Raiden was taken aback. He looked up and said, I am sorry. I should have been more considerate of you. I forced you into this team but didn't spend time with you as I should. Instead, I did something reckless and almost got myself kicked out of the league. Even worse, I could have been killed. I don't blame you, though. I think what you did was the right thing, Raiden. You saved that little girl's life. I still don't know what a hero really is, but I know one thing for sure, it's that I trust you and your judgment. I believe in you, Raiden. You saved my life and freed me from a prison that I put myself in. I owe my life to you. Hearing her words, Raiden's heart tightened, and he couldn't resist himself any longer. Raiden immediately closed the distance between their faces, locking lips with her. The kiss was tame, average at best, but its emotional significance was important for both of them. That was my first kiss, said Raven. Me too, replied Raiden. Both of them smiled as Raiden said, You didn't hate it. No, not really. Still, though, very unexpected. Raiden smiled again as he stared at the last bits of the sun going down. He turned to Raven and said, Hey, would you come with me? If I decided to go far away, leave the league, the team, everyone, and go somewhere that is different, away from this life, would you come with me, Raven? Raven considered his words carefully as he spoke them, but she didn't answer. Instead, she grabbed his hand and placed it on her cheek. She took a few seconds before she finally answered, saying, I don't know what this feeling truly is, but I know one thing to be true, it's the fact that I want to be with you, no matter the where, when, or how. Raiden smiled and said, thank you. I have no plans for now, but I truly want to leave, the league, the team. I want to journey somewhere far away, discover myself, who I am, what I should do, what my place in this world is, what my power means. All those questions, I believe I will answer them if I leave. Raven turned to the sky as well, saying, me too. I want to find my inner self, and as I said before, I believe I can do that with you. Good, that's good. Thanks, Raven, for being here with me. Over the following couple of weeks, Raiden's sessions with Dinah increased, along with his training. Since he had free time, he managed to connect with many other servants. His skills in martial arts improved, his knowledge of magic increased, and his plan to leave started to solidify. 2 months later, Raiden and Raven were enjoying a pleasant dinner at an upscale restaurant. This is a bit challenging, isn't it? Raiden remarked as he attempted to cut his steak with a knife and fork. You're embarrassing us, Raven teased, gracefully placing a bite of steak in her mouth. I can sense traces of magic in that fork. It seems you're not familiar with dining in such a fancy place either, Raiden playfully exposed Raven. She blushed a bit but pretended as if he had said nothing. Robin's recommendations are always a bit extravagant. Anyway, about the mission tomorrow, I hear it's a tough one, Raiden expressed his concern for his girlfriend Raven. Though their relationship had progressed slowly with only 2 kisses exchanged, he felt comfortable calling her his girlfriend. Yeah, somewhat. I'm not sure how difficult it is, but according to Calder, we're infiltrating a genetic testing site, likely owned by the Light, Raven explained. Mentioning a genetic testing site triggered memories of Raiden's old location, but he shook them off. This might be your last mission with the team. Make sure to stay safe. After this, we leave, Raiden advised. Hearing this, Raven nodded, saying, I'm ready. Access, Raiden beat 10. Access, Raven beat 11. The couple entered the headquarters together, finding their friends waiting for them. Raiden's relationship with the team remained unchanged after his suspension, but there were noticeable cracks between him and Calder and, to some extent, Robin. Here come the love birds. Zatanna exclaimed. You two fit well together. Megan added. Looks like you finally found a girl worthy of you, Raiden. Or perhaps you're the worthy one here, Artemis teased. Huh, okay, whatever, guys. Very funny, Raiden responded in annoyance. Raven blushed, saying, we're still not a thing. Yet. Keyword yet, dear Raven. Pretty soon, you'll be as inseparable as Connor and Megan, Rocket observed. Of course, all of this is credited to my love advice. Isn't that right, Raiden? Wally chimed in. Had I followed your advice, I would have found myself on some registry somewhere. I don't even know how you got Artemis to like you. Maybe she's a creep like you, Raiden retorted. What? Hey. No, I'm different. Artemis protested in shock. So, 2 weeks left, huh? Soon, you'll be back on the team, Robin mentioned. Yeah, Raiden replied dismissively. Guys, I want to thank you for welcoming me as a member of this team. I don't think I had the chance to say this. I learned a lot from all of you, and I'm proud to call myself your friend. Raiden dropped a bombshell of a confession to his friends, his way of saying goodbye without revealing his plans to leave. Where is that coming from? You know we're happy to have you with us, Raiden, Connor assured. Yeah. You're a great friend to have, and you've saved us many times. We should be thanking you, Megan added. We have differences, but beneath all that, I see you as a friend, Raiden. And I'm happy to have you on our team, Calder spoke, the leader of the team. So, another session today, huh? Dinah inquired. Yeah, looks like it, Raiden replied. I want you to know that I'm happy. You're showing great progress, Dinah acknowledged. Raiden had decided to stop aggravating her and engaging in debates about his opinions. Once he decided to leave, he chose to go with the flow until his departure. Miss Dinah, I want you to know that I'm happy you're going through so much to help me, train me, and be here. As a hero, this must be time-consuming for you. So, I thank you for that, Raiden expressed his gratitude. Don't worry about it. I take it as part of my job here. Besides, Raiden, you interest me greatly. Talking to you is always fun. System, show me my bond list. Bond list. Heracles, bond level 3. Ushiwakamaru, bond level 1. Robin Hood, bond level 2. Mata Hari, bond level 1. 100 Faces Hassan, bond level 2. Paracelsus von Hohenheim, bond level 3. Medea, bond level 4. Merlin, bond level 5. Scathach, bond level 3. Mordred, bond level 2. Rama, bond level 2. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, bond level 1. Arash, bond level 3. The list is getting bigger. If I can acquire more skills through these bonds, I'll be able to transform for far longer. Well, it matters not now. I'll have to prepare for tomorrow. With his goodbyes in order, all Raiden had to do now was await the completion of the team's mission and then pick up Raven to leave. Chapter 26. November 27, 2011. The mission is clear and simple. We infiltrate, destroy/confiscate any essential equipment, and take down any scientist working in this facility. Due to the nature of the facility, expect heavy defenses, and we might have to face many super powerful people, explained Calder. The entire team entered serious mode as the mission was now greenlit. Everyone had a role in this mission, and they were all grouped into 3 teams of 3. Team A, Raven, Megan, Artemis. Mission location, top floor. Team B, Rocket, Zatanna, Robin. Mission location, middle floor. Team C, Connor, Calder, Wally. Mission location, basement. Raiden, as usual, stayed far away from the mission location but ensured to observe it, making sure everything went well. This mission was delicate and sensitive, so he stayed at a considerable distance. With Raiden not being with them, using Megan's mind telekinesis was possible. It took time to get Raven used to it, but it was not a problem like Raiden. As such, the team used that to communicate. Team, locations? Asked Calder. Team A has just entered the top floor, said Artemis. We're on the middle floor as well, said Robin. Good, just as we planned. To where our enemies thin, we attack simultaneously, spoke Calder. Make sure to try and get all our targets first. According to Batman, the chances of this being a completely secret mission are near impossible, so expect resistance, heavy. Now, good luck everyone, he added. And with that, the mission started. Alright, let's get to it. Our objective is to destroy the pods that they use to genetically modify people. Second objective, collect all data possible or destroy it, said Artemis. Okay, let me map the layout of this floor, spoke Raven. Using her dark magic, she collected data on the entire floor. There's a metagene user on this floor. Looks like they have him as a guard, spoke Raven. Did you locate the pods? Asked Megan. Yes, replied Raven. Okay, let's enter that room secretly. Then Raven will destroy them, while Megan and I keep guard, spoke Artemis. The 3 girls then started their mission. Raven and Megan easily knocked out all the scientists in the room silently, ensuring that their mission went smoothly. Artemis placed a hacking device on their computers, while Raven started crushing the pods one by one. Some had people in them, but mostly disfigured and failed test subjects. She made sure to give them a merciful death, as it was clear they were too far gone. Wee. It's the alarm, spoke Megan. Did you guys do anything? Asked Artemis. No, replied Raven. Nothing. We've been completely stealthy about this. Must be the others then. One of the teams failed to stay stealthy. Get ready, there will be many attacks coming through that door. Megan and I will take care of them. Feel free to join us once you're done, Raven, said Artemis. Few minutes earlier. Okay, those are our targets, spoke Rocket. Dr. Stevenson, Dr. Richards, and Dr. Miller, all of them are to be arrested. We need to be secretive, though. One wrong move, and this whole room will be filled with guards, affirmed Robin. Okay, let me handle this, said Zatanna as she grabbed a rope from Robin and said, Nerzer 8 Ertzratkad. The robe, in a super-fast manner, flew through the room and restrained all 3 doctors, pushing their backs to each other. Before the guards in the room could react, they were met with 3 smoke balls to the face, courtesy of Robin. The gas was sleep gas, so they immediately fell asleep. Rocket then created an energy ball around the 3 doctors, just to be sure. Wee. I didn't do anything, screamed Rocket. The alarm, spoke Zatanna in shock, as she turned to Robin, who spoke. It must be one of the others. Swish. 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 And we're done here, said Wally as he darted through the room, taking down all the guards. We're still not done here, Wally. Behind this vault is this facility's most important secret, spoke Calder. And we're here to destroy it, right? Said Connor. Yes, but we must be careful, said Calder. Yes, we know. Batman said that they will put their strongest guards in this place, spoke Wally. Is that why we are here? Because we are the strongest? Asked Connor. No, we're here because we have a role here, Connor. Let's stick to it, please. Now, will you do the honors? Said Calder. Are you sure? This will probably raise the alarms, said Connor. I have confidence that the others are already done with their missions, replied Calder. He has come to learn that his team is pretty strong, as such, it's better to trust them than to doubt them. All right, said Connor as he looked at the large massive vault door. It was one of those doors that can only be unlocked through eye scan, handprints, and multiple passwords. But all that didn't matter when facing Superboy. With a stronger punch, the door was sent flying down the room as the three entered. Then in front of them, there was a pod, larger than normal, very large, filled with green liquid. The pod opened up, the liquid was spilled on the ground, and steam was released from inside the pod. A gigantic monstrosity looked at them, its green eyes glowed as it screamed. Ag. Wally looked at the scene then said, we're screwed. Boom. Intruders. Kill them. Many guards entered the top floor pod area, their sole intention to kill the intruders. Artemis released multiple arrows towards their chests, electrifying them. The guards started shooting at the three girls, but it was all for naught, as Megan kept the bullets at bay. That's the last of them, said Raven as she used her dark magic to crush the last pod. She then turned around towards the entrance and said, let me help you with that. The entire platoon was shocked when multiple dark tentacles attacked them from the ground, knocking them out. Agitch, screamed Raven as she took back her dark magic, which was an extension of herself. What's wrong, Raven? Asked Megan. The metahuman, he's here, replied Raven. Standing atop the fallen guards, one man had a menacing look in his eyes. He was wearing a red suit compared to the dark ones worn by the guards. Careful, guys, his power is related to fire, said Raven. Yeah, well, I've got a solution for that, said Artemis. She pulled out one of her special arrows and launched it towards the red guard. The arrow exploded in white foam, the same foam used in fire extinguishers. Now what will you do? Smirked Artemis. Artemis, watch out, said Megan as she pushed her away using a strong force of telekinesis. Then from exactly under her, a huge hole opened up with a wave of lava gushing out from it. It's lava. That's his power. Mere fire extinguisher foam isn't going to be enough to stop it. It also looks like it's a long-ranged attack, said Megan. Look at him, said Raven. The team looked at the red guard, who had his hand on the ground. It looks like that might be his weakness, said Raven. Okay, if we can hit him from close range, we can beat him. Raven, you're on the attack. Megan and I will distract him, said Artemis. The three girls attacked. Megan took flight, fully avoiding his attacks. Although the lava could reach far high, it was very slow. Meanwhile, Artemis was dodging it by foot, jumping from a place to a place, avoiding the lava eruptions right before they struck. This was, of course, a coordinated plan by the three girls to distract the red guard so that Raven could attack. Right on point, Raven summoned the dark raven right behind him, attacking his blind spot, his back. They realized that the lava user was forced to use both his hands to create lava, so his blind spot would be his back. By forcing him to attack the other two, Raven took advantage of the chance created and took him out. Just as the girls were about to celebrate their victory, a message was heard in their general communication radio, Team C, Calder here. We need support. Everyone forget what you are doing and come to the basement. We found the enemy's main experiments. We need support immediately. Behind you, Robin, screamed Zatanna as someone emerged from Robin's back. The person attempted to stab him, but it was avoided by Robin after hearing the warning, narrowly. What the hell was that? Screamed Rocket. I'm not sure, it might be some metahuman, so be careful, said Robin. It can probably teleport, so watch out, said Zatanna. Come inside my energy bubble, we can restrain him if he teleports inside it, said Rocket as she created a large energy bubble enough to shield all three of them. The team tightened together, protecting their blind spots, awaiting an attack. Believing that they were safe inside the energy bubble, they relaxed a bit, and that's when he attacked, emerging from exactly behind Rocket. The man stabbed her in the back, but couldn't go very deep because right before he stabbed her, Robin delivered a kick to his face. "Agh!" screamed Rocket. "Rocket! Are you okay?" "Lay RH," said Zatanna as she tried to heal her using magic. The figure disappeared again, into the ground, something that both Zatanna and Robin didn't fail to notice. "Zatanna," said Robin. "Yeah, I understand," nodded Zatanna, preparing for her spell. The two played the long game, awaiting for the person to attack, and rightly so, he did, emerging right behind Robin. But to his surprise, Zatanna released a special spell that locked him in place. "Eterkthgil," said Zatanna as a massive ball of light was created above Robin, destroying his shadow. Then right after, she said, "Alpha Tau Lambda Alpha." The man froze, unable to teleport and unable to move. "After I hit you, I knew you would attack me next. You wanted revenge, but your downfall was revealing your true power, teleporting into other people's shadows. But without the shadow, and you restrained like that, there will be no escape," said Robin with a smirk on his face as he looked at the frightened shadow teleporter. Robin gave him quite the thrashing, making sure to beat the daylights out of him, as revenge for injuring Rocket. "Team C, Calder here, we need support. Everyone forget what you are doing and come to the basement. We found the enemy's main experiments. We need support immediately." Few minutes earlier. "We're screwed," said Wally as he looked in shock at the thing that was getting revived. "This can't be possible. Superman killed this thing, he destroyed it," said Calder. "What is this thing?" asked Connor. But the answer didn't come from Wally or Calder. Instead, it was the voice of a doctor that if Raiden were here, he would rage in an attempt to kill him. Dr. Evo Shiklrith. That is its original name, in its home world, the Sin of Krypton. After reading many lost books about Krypton, I understand this entity. You see, most predators attack their attackers. But this beast, it destroyed everything. That was its function, after all. To ensure that no Kryptonian would ever be safe again, spoke Evo about the creature. He then added, "And now, you bring to it, a half-Kryptonian being. You have given him the chance to kill again," continued Evo as he smiled and said, "Dear children, your death won't be quick, after all, you are facing Doomsday." Chapter 27. Team C, Calder here. We need support. Everyone, forget what you're doing and come to the basement. We've found the enemy's main experiments, it's Doomsday. We need support immediately. Escaping is our main priority. "Connor, no," screamed Calder, warning Connor, who decided to launch himself at Doomsday. Connor attempted to punch it, the punch landed, but for the first time in his life, Connor realized that he might not be as strong as he thinks. Doomsday didn't even flinch, instead, he grabbed Connor by the face and smashed him on the ground. With excruciating pain running through his body, Connor couldn't dodge the punch coming from Doomsday. Lucky for him, he wasn't alone. Calder used his water to splash Doomsday's eyes, and Wally quickly carried him away in super speed. Doomsday screamed as he placed his hands between his face and the water, then grabbed a piece of debris with his other hand and threw it towards Calder. The debris almost hit Calder, but once again, Wally came to the rescue, saving Calder from a life-threatening injury. Doomsday turned towards the fallen Connor, who had been placed far away in the vault by Wally, and dashed towards him. For Doomsday, the goal was to end all Kryptonians, the other beings were simply a nuisance he had to deal with later. He attacked Connor again, but for the third time, Wally intervened, placing him on the top of his to get rid of list. Doomsday followed Wally's movement with his eyes before dashing in a speed that shocked Wally. Holy shit, he's fast. Doomsday appeared right behind him, grabbed the running Wally from his leg, and, using one hand, broke it like a twig. "Ag!" screamed Wally in pain. Doomsday wasn't done, he wanted to kill him then and there. However, Connor finally managed to get over his pain. He jumped on Doomsday's back and grabbed him by the neck, choking him. This stopped Doomsday for a few seconds, allowing Calder to push Wally away with water to save his life. Doomsday placed his hand on his back and finally got hold of Connor, throwing him on the ground. Doomsday's blade-like hands were about to pierce his heart, but before he could kill him, some invisible force stopped him. "Connor," screamed the voice belonging to the invisible force. Doomsday turned to see the owner of the voice. As he pushed his hand further, the girl, Megan, kept pushing him to stop. She arrived earlier because she had sensed something bad was about to happen and managed to save her love using her telekinesis. But it almost didn't matter, his hand sank deeper and deeper, almost taunting her. Her nose started bleeding, and so were her eyes, but she pushed him away. Doomsday and her were now in a deadlock, but her health was waning bit by bit. Calder jumped on Doomsday's back, stabbing him over and over, but it was like stabbing a mountain. They both had no way to injure Doomsday. Megan's body was giving up as Doomsday's hand sank further and further, getting close to killing the passed-out Connor. But before she could give up, a black raven was summoned from under Doomsday. The raven pushed with telekinesis. This time, Doomsday was the one being pushed away. Connor was immediately covered with a blue energy bubble as well. Doomsday now had no way to kill Connor without getting rid of the others. But before he could execute that idea, 3 arrows pierced his face and exploded, a wire wrapped around his legs, electrifying him as well, and to add to the barrage of attacks, Satana said, Alpha Epsilon Rho Omicron Kappa Epsilon Rho Alpha Iota Nu Omicron. The whirlwind of electricity ran throughout Doomsday. However, it didn't matter. No matter how much they attacked, it almost didn't matter. After all, Doomsday was a tool made to destroy the Kryptonians, one of the strongest races in the entire universe. Ag, screamed Doomsday as he went on the attack, pushing away all the arrows coming his way as he darted towards Calder, punching him away. He turned to Raven and Zatanna. He attacked the duo, but he was stopped by an energy bubble. 2-3 hits, it broke. His body was wrapped by Raven's dark magic as Zatanna bombarded him with fire spells. But Doomsday didn't care. He grabbed hold of Raven's dark magical raven and ripped it apart, then turned to Zatanna. He was about to punch her, but Robin arrived, throwing smoke grenades as he picked her up and escaped. With one swing of his hand, Doomsday removed all the smoke as he looked at his opponents, choosing his next targets. Robin looked at his team and started thinking of strategies for running away with the members alive. But no matter what, he couldn't come up with a strategy where he could save everyone. He had already sent a message to the Justice League and Batman, but he knew the support wouldn't be fast enough to save them. Wally's legs are broken, Calder and Megan both passed out, Zatanna used too many advanced magic, and she's almost done for. The same for Raven, who had her main attack force destroyed. Artemis and I can't fight him head-on. Connor is hanging on but stands no chance. Rocket's bubbles can't protect us for more than 2 hits. There's no way to save everyone, thought Robin. Doomsday, seeing how the weaklings had given up, turned his back to them as he moved towards the half-Kryptonian. Connor was still holding on. He sat up and looked around, realizing the situation very well. So, he said, just leave everyone. I'll hold him for as long as I can, but please run away. Connor, said Robin, but he knew there was nothing he or anyone could do. Swish. A massive dark figure passed in front of him, his eyes could barely keep up. Before he could turn his head, Robin only heard a single sound. Ag. He finally turned his head towards the voice, and there stood a bronze-skinned titan, monstrosity equal to that of Doomsday. He was wearing some sort of armor with the head of a lion in its front and holding a massive golden round axe. He had seen this beast before somewhere, he tried to remember. Yes, it's him. Raiden. Raven looked in front of her to watch as well. She looked at the monster, then at Robin and said, "Is that him?" "Yes. I'm sure of it. That's the monster that defeated Amazo, Heracles. The Greek hero. It can only be Raiden." Raiden had arrived. He had been observing everything from a faraway place and noticed how the team had decided to all go to the basement, so he decided to transform immediately and check it out. Doomsday got out of the crater that he had created when Raiden attacked him and then jumped towards him. In Heracles' body, Raiden knew that he could fight this monster. He grabbed his axe and clashed it with Doomsday's fists. Of course, Doomsday wasn't cut by it, his skin was too tough. But it didn't matter, as Raiden moved left to lead the falling Doomsday into a trap and kicked him in the guts. He then used his axe to strike him in the back of the head and smashed it over and over again. Doomsday didn't take this as he used his leg to strike Raiden and placed him on one knee. He then turned his body and surprised Raiden with a strong eye laser right to his face. Doomsday got up as he kept blasting the laser in Raiden's face, burning half of it away. But after a few more seconds, Raiden threw his axe as he raised his hands and guarded his face with them. He then pushed one of them into Doomsday's face, stopping the laser blast. He then punched him in the face, and Doomsday punched back. The two giants exchanged blows over and over again, with Raiden clearly coming out on top. Unlike Doomsday, Raiden was in the body of an actual warrior with battle experience, so he knew where to punch and how to dodge, while Doomsday was a monster that didn't think, relying only on instinct. With one more blow, Doomsday fell on his back, almost passed out. Raiden went back to grab his round axe. His intention was to kill Doomsday. But then suddenly, something bright flashed, a yellow beam of some sort. And there stood Raiden. His chest had a large hole, his eyes opened wide as he looked to see the man that had shot him. This was made to assassinate Superman himself, a beam powerful enough to destroy a city, condensed into a small beam. It only has 2 charges and will take a long while to recharge it, but killing you is worth it, said a man wearing an odd armor, primarily black and gray, with goldenrod greaves and gauntlets. He wore a matching goldenrod mask with a black area that obscured the right half of his face. The man, known to the Justice League as Deathstroke, surprised Raiden. Raiden! "No!" screamed Raven. "Oh God!" "Raiden," said Artemis. "Raiden," cried out Satana. "Odd. Damn you! Why are you here?" screamed Robin. The man in question took his helmet off as he looked at Robin with a smile and said, "Why? To fulfill my job, of course." The Light knew of this attack. This is why they had Doomsday guard it. But it was obvious that his weakened Doomsday wouldn't be able to defeat the new monster, the monster that I was sent to slay, Raiden Kagawa. He then walked on top of Raiden's body. He got up close to the hole he created and said, "Looks like even monsters can die. What a shame I would what is going on?" He wasn't the only one shocked, as Raiden's body started glowing red. The hole in his body reattached itself with some weird red tentacles, as his eyes opened, full of red energy. Raiden got up to see the shocked face of Deathstroke, who jumped away as soon as he saw the red energy. "I was told to only use 1 charge to kill the kid, but fuck this. I'll have to use the other one. What's 5 more years to the light anyway," thought Slade, as he prepared another charge, fully ready to blast Raiden again. Slade watched in horror as his attack did nothing. It was like he shot Superman with a bullet. Did they lie? This had only 1 charge. And the other is blank. But before he could continue his thoughts, Raiden dashed towards him and grabbed him by the leg, smashing him left and right, then right and left, before he looked at Slade and said, "Puny assassin." And threw him away. Raiden was surprised a bit, but unfortunately, it was time. His body started reverting back to normal, most likely due to the energy that was used to regenerate. He then immediately heard the notification in his mind. Bond increased. Heracles Bond 3 Bond 5. Host can choose an active skill. Valor A+. Battle Continuation A. Mind's Eye, Fake, B. Raiden thought for a bit before picking his most desired one, an ability that will allow him to survive longer. Battle Continuation is a skill that allows for the continuation of combat after sustaining mortal wounds. It will also reduce the mortality rate from injury. This skill represents the ability to survive and/or the mentality of one who doesn't know when to give up, consisting of one's strength of vitality in predicaments. The best result is achieved when a resilient body is combined with this skill. After picking his skills, Raiden looked around. The passed-out Doomsday could be a major problem if he wakes up, so he decided to help the others escape. But before he could, someone jumped onto him. "Raiden," screamed Raven as she hugged him. "I thought you had died. Don't scare me like that." Raiden patted her back before saying, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." "Raiden. You are alive." "How?" said Robin. "Heracles' power, immortality," said Raiden. Of course, he glossed over the fact that Heracles can be revived 12 times and that he gains immunity to whatever killed him. The attack by Slade took out 8 of his lives, since strong attacks take more lives than normal. "I love my mind," screamed a voice that was sitting close to Doomsday's passed-out body. Raiden looked towards it, and his eyes turned red. Rage filled him, as anger took over. The only thing that ran through his mind was kill, kill, kill. There, in front of him, sat Ivo, the man he wanted to kill, the man he needed to kill, to free himself of all his sins. He needed to die. Ivo. Chapter 28. Oh. Hello, dear child. Raiden. My Raiden. I missed you, my dear. Oh, not a single day went by without me remembering our good times together. Of course, I hope you missed me too, dear child, spoke Ivo as he mocked the enraged Raiden. Rage filled Raiden as he jumped towards Evo's location. His body was enhanced through magic. Since the cooldown for his power had just started, his only means of fighting was his normal body skills and the magic he learned from his brief time with Medea. "No, Raiden, it's a trap," screamed Robin. Midway, Raiden felt pain in his chest as a robot kicked him in the skies, sending him flying back to his original spot. Raiden looked to see a Mazo in front of him. Raiden looked at it and then said, "Alpha Tau Lambda Alpha," using the spell to freeze the robot in place as he attacked Evo. Access Martian Manhunter, Amazo sank deep into the ground as he emerged from another location, pinning Raiden to the ground after grabbing him midway and smashing him face-first onto the ground. Alpha Epsilon Rho Omicron Kappa Epsilon Rho Alpha Iota Nu Omicron, Fireball, Fire Blast, Lightning Bolt, Magic Enhancement, shouted Raiden as he used every spell he could think of to get rid of Amazo's pin. But the robot didn't care, allowing most of the attacks to pass through him or ignoring them altogether because they didn't affect him. Evo walked towards Raiden, putting his leg on top of Raiden's head, and spoke, "You're a bit excited to meet me, eh? Oh, my dear child. You think it was only you that wants revenge? You imbecile. You absolute trash," smashing Raiden's face with his leg with every word. "Leave him alone," screamed Raven as her magic attacked Evo, but it was defended by Amazo. Robin threw multiple smoke bombs on the ground as Artemis released explosive arrows. While Rocket protected Raiden with her bubble, Ecam Meteor Elbasivni, screamed Zatanna as she tried to make Raiden invisible, hiding him from Amazo and Evo. Amazo grabbed Evo and jumped away, dodging the explosions before turning to the team. Access Superman, Amazo looked at Zatanna, and in super speed, he flew towards her, punching her away. Rocket's bubble barrier protected her, so she managed to survive but passed out immediately. Amazo looked at Rocket and released a massive laser blast towards her. She used her shield, but it didn't last much as it exploded. The laser hit her right in the chest, almost killing her if not for Raven creating a magic shield around her at the last minute. Access Atom, Amazo raised his hand, blasting Raven with an energy blast, blowing both her and Rocket away. Access Martian Manhunter, said Atom as multiple arrows passed through him. Awaiting that moment, Robin attacked, throwing his now extended staff towards Evo as he transformed back. It worked before, so why not now? But to his shock, the staff stopped midway, as another entity grabbed it. Robin's face darkened, as did Artemis. Doomsday has awakened again, using his hand, he crushed the staff and screamed, "Ajh. Ahaha, welcome back, my dear. Now, grab everyone, but don't kill them," said Evo. Doomsday darted towards the remaining two, knocking them out and collecting everyone, including Connor. Raiden got up and tried to fight again, but now, up against both Amazo and Doomsday, his chances were naught. Amazo placed his knees on Raiden's back, grabbed his head, and forced it up, making him look at Evo. Evo walked towards Raiden and spoke, "My position in the light was jeopardized because of you. I had to make a new Amazo. But it wasn't all bad. Ha ha ha, look at it," pointed Evo towards Doomsday. "You see this? This is a product of your work. After 5 years of studying your immortality and trying to control it, I hadn't realized, but I was able to control other creatures. You were an exception, but it's okay. Although it came at the cost of lowering its power significantly, I now control both these monsters. The light won't be able to ignore me anymore," added Evo. He then turned to Doomsday, who was carrying Raven, about to place her with the others as ordered. "No, not that one. Bring her here, that one is special to him." "No, you bastard, leave her alone. I will rip you apart, I will destroy you, Ivo, said Raiden in a fit of rage. "Ha ha ha, look at this. This is it. I finally got to hear it. Face to face, you see, you used to scream like this as well in my lab. But, of course, you had no voice, it was your eyes that did the talking. I love it. People like you, you are so emotional, I love that, it's so easy to manipulate. She's your weakness, isn't she? A lover perhaps? Meh, doesn't matter, I know you would scream like this for all of them," spoke Evo. "I will kill you," struggled Raiden as he tried to move his body, multiple times, trying his best to summon a servant, but failing because of the cooldown. "Your kind of person, it's my favorite. You remember our good time together? The people I killed, you suffered each time one died. Logically speaking, you are at no fault, I mean, I did the killings, but your kind, ahahaha, they blame themselves, crying out, saying that they failed. It's so predictable and easy to manipulate. I mean, I'm sure that you'll probably survive this, you're immortal after all. But you will never be the same, you will remember my face forever, the face of a man that killed all your friends, as you watched, continued to taunt Evo as he grabbed a knife and placed it on Raven's face, slowly cutting her cheek. "AGHH fuck you, leave her alone, you piece of shit, no leave her," struggled Raiden over and over again. Evo looked at him and said, "Make me." Raiden shouted and shouted, but it didn't matter. To the point that he passed out. "Oh. What is this?" He passed out. He held out strong before, you can't tell me he passed out because I was about to torture his love. "That's no fun," said Evo, as he dropped the bloodied knife and went to Raiden. He grabbed his face and slapped it. "Wake up. Wake up, damn it." Raiden opened his eyes, but something was different, his eyes glowed golden, and his face bore no expression, almost as if he were emotionless. "What is this?" said Evo. But immediately, Amazo carried him away, and after that, Raiden's body exploded, creating a crater of smoke. In its place, something else was there. A monster was the wrong expression, the devil was close, but it wasn't accurate. No, it was something much darker, something that knew no fear. It was a man determined to reach his goal, to achieve vengeance. He was called the Avenger-class servant, the Count of Monte Cristo. 11100101. Error summoning. System error. Unable to block the summoning. Avenger-class servant, Edmond Dantes summoned. "If you say you are my master, then at least show me something. Show me the revenge that you seek," spoke the servant, Edmond. Raiden heard many things in his mind about the system's notifications, but the only words he paid attention to were Edmond's. I will kill him." "What is your name?" "I am the Count of Monte Cristo. I am not the Edmond who struggled with revenge and was saved by regret and reform. I am the notorious incarnation of vengeance, the Avenger," spoke Edmond. "Then I will be the same," said Raiden. He then closed his eyes as he started to feel his first noble phantasm, Monte Cristo mythology. The noble phantasm was a special type, the way of life of Edmond Dantes, acting as the incarnation of revenge, sublimated into a noble phantasm through his manifestation as an Avenger. As he did not fit under any other class, his body that manifested as Avenger was converted into a noble phantasm. His body shined with electricity running through it, he was wearing a dark green suit, with a massive coat and a large hat. His eyes shone with golden light. "I've never felt this good. I feel complete," said Raiden as he used his speed to appear behind Doomsday. The latter turned to attack, but all he received was a hand shooting a massive blue beam that ripped apart his entire left shoulder area. Doomsday jumped backward as a laser beam attacked Raiden, but he merely dodged it. He effortlessly avoided all Amazo's attacks. Amazo activated Black Canary's sound powers, Superman's strength, Atom's beams, Flash's speed, and Manhunter's matter manipulation, but no matter what, Raiden dodged them all, hitting the robot with a strong beam, pushing it to its master's legs. From behind, Doomsday struck, but Raiden met him with his guard. The monster tried to punch him multiple times, but Raiden predicted all of them and punched them back. After hundreds of blows dealt in less than 20 seconds, it was no surprise that Doomsday's hands gave out. Every punch dealt by Raiden was filled with the power of vengeance, something that fueled Edmond greatly. He charged it up and released it, creating a massive hole in Doomsday's body, connected to its shoulder. Doomsday was killed. Raiden turned to see Amazo, he was surprised that the robot didn't take the chance to attack him, and he finally realized why. Amazo had run away with its creator. Evo managed to escape Raiden's grasp once again. The man he transformed into the incarnation of vengeance to kill had escaped. As if. I don't need any mercy. My path goes beyond love and hate. Offer Chateau d'If. The noble phantasm Offer Chateau d'If was a representation of Edmond's prison, his ability to escape everything, even time and space. Seeing his revenge as a prison, Raiden was able to escape from it, reverting time to the spot where Evo was and getting him back. What are we doing back here?" "Error," replied Amazo as the robot looked above it. There were tens of Raiden Dantes flying, charging their revenge blast, and then it was released, creating a massive blue ball of energy, destroying Amazo and injuring Evo. "What are you? To associate with me so much, it's just like." "No, you are not like Hades. You are you." "Master," spoke Edmond. Raiden walked toward the area Evo was in, he was crawling away, having lost a leg and an eye. Amazo clearly protected him, but it wasn't enough. "So, this is your revenge, huh? Well, then kill me." My vengeance will be the hatred directed at you by your friends when you finally do it. Robin was awake. He had awakened shortly after Raiden turned into Edmond Dantes. He looked at Raiden and said, "Raiden, please. If you do this, there will be no return." Calder, who had also gained consciousness, spoke, "Raiden, revenge isn't the answer. You'll regret this in the long run. Please, don't kill." Raiden turned his head to his friends and said, "Do you not understand? I am made of grudges, vengeance, and poisonous flames that bring death to whoever touches them. I am prepared for the consequences." Raiden walked toward Evo, grabbed him by the neck, and raised him up. Then and there, he stabbed his heart with his hand, taking it out and crushing it. "Ujigich, you did it, cough cough, I'm proud of you. Now you'll die with your friends," said Evo. As he looked at Evo's hand, the secret of this lab was revealed. A massive explosion occurred, as a huge gate emerged. "Shit," said Raiden. He tried to save everyone, but he knew he couldn't. This thing was sucking everything at a faster rate than he could get them out. He looked at Raven, then turned to Robin and said, "Tell her that I love her and that I will come back, no matter what." He dashed toward the gate, using his power to break it. Using his blast, he managed to do just that, at the cost of being sucked into it. "Raiden, no!" screamed Robin as he watched him sink deep into the gate. Then he disappeared with it, stopping. "Where is that thing going?" Artemis, who had recovered, said, "The files we collected said something about the Phantom Zone." Chapter 29. Error registered. The Fate system has been compromised, attempting to shut down. A robotic female voice resonated in a white void, the sound emanating from an entity that lacked form. In its attempt to shut down the systems, another voice commanded, "Do not shut it down, allow it." The voice belonged to another female, but it was clearer and more stern, exuding an aura of wisdom and charisma. "Mother." "Understood," responded the robotic voice. "Don't worry, my child. I understand that you are confused as to why I would order you to stop," spoke the older voice. "Yes, Mother. According to the rules, this system should be shut down and erased," replied the robotic voice. "Indeed, but that was meant to prevent people from using external means to break the system. This system was broken from the inside, by its own user's willpower," explained the older voice. "I don't see how this is different." "The system was broken, regardless of the means," replied the robotic voice, confused. "The whole reason I made these systems was so they could be broken, but not from the outside. Rather, from the inside, by the user's willpower. This system shouldn't be shut down, instead, it should be monitored further and studied. The future of the world is at stake." "What do you mean you can't save him?" screamed Raven, looking towards Batman. "The gate is unstable. Opening it now will only suck us inside of it. The Phantom Zone is a very dangerous place, and opening it from the inside is pretty much impossible," replied Batman. "Let me go after him, just me." "You can close it afterwards," replied Raven, appealing to Batman to reconsider his decision not to open the gate again. "No, I can't risk your life too," said Batman. "Then you're just going to give up on him? After all he's done? He has saved all our lives," screamed Raven at Batman. "He killed a man. He is a murderer now. He's committed a crime. He's not even a hero anymore," screamed Superman back, clearly angry. He was very enraged to find out Doomsday was alive and wasn't in a good mood. "He's more of a hero than all of you," replied Raven with bitterness in her mouth. Angered, she walked away. Megan tried to stop her but decided not to. Robin, on the other hand, turned to Batman and said, "If that had been me or Connor, would you not have looked for us? Would you not try to save us? The work we do is dangerous. There are risks that we all take and know of," said Batman. "Yeah, risks. If that was Superman in there, you would move mountains to save him. You only care about what benefits you, and Raiden was a threat," said Robin as he too turned to leave. "You both should be ashamed of yourselves," said Wonder Woman as she looked at Superman and Batman. She too turned to leave. "Dinah, take care of them," spoke Batman. "Yeah, right. You mess things up and expect me to magically fix it. If we don't find Raiden pretty quickly, this team might crumble." "Where am I?" spoke Raiden. He opened his eyes, and it started hurting. The place was like a rainbow, but it was dark, too bright. Raiden was confused. He looked around. There was nothing. It was confusing. Too confusing. Where's up, where's down? Where's left and where is right? It was jarring, felt like he was suffocating deep in water, but he could breathe easily. He felt in control of his body but couldn't move. What the heck? Master, you don't have much time. Use my noble phantasm once more. This will hurt you, but you don't have a choice. This place, it's a prison. The worst of its kind, spoke Edmund. Ugh, what? My noble phantasm now. Ugh, fine. Offer Chateau d'If. Bright light was invoked from inside his body as some sort of gate opened up and saved him from the phantom zone. I had a mentor in my past life. Abbe Faria. I felt like I was that to you today, Master. You and I don't understand it, but I feel connected to you. Bond increased. Edmond Dante's Bond 1 Bond 7. Host can choose an active skill. Determination of Steel EX. Golden Rule A. Wisdom from Desperation A. Without any hesitation, Raiden picked Determination of Steel EX. He knew that this was his missing piece, the way to decrease his cooldown between servants. Determination of Steel EX, the dynamism and mind of steel of the man who walked the path of revenge through his life after breaking out of Chateau d'If, the prison said to be hell on earth. A complete blocking of his sense of pain, resulting in a superhuman mind and body that can endure even super high-speed action. In Raiden's case, the super high-speed action was his body's transformation from a servant to another. With this skill, his body would be able to endure it much more. Ugh, Raiden woke up. He took a deep breath and then lay back on the bed. It wasn't comfortable, but he felt happy. He not only achieved his goal by enacting his revenge, but he was also now free to leave the Justice League. All he had to do was go bring Raven with him. XL. Kana Kalolo Kamiro Nyander. Raiden looked to his right. There he saw a child, a very different one. The child looked like she was 8, but what was special to Raiden was her golden skin and her voice that clearly spoke a language he never heard of. The door to the right opened. A woman in her late 20s walked in, looking exactly like the child and having gold skin as well. XL. Kororo. Kilaro Kamiro. The woman was clearly shocked to see Raiden awake as she grabbed her daughter and hid her behind her, looking at Raiden with a bit of fear. Kamiro. Nokoro no Paru, spoke the woman as she looked at Raiden with a stern look, as if she was warning him. I don't understand. Please don't be mad. I'm not dangerous, spoke Raiden as he raised his hand, believing that to be the universal language of peace. After looking at Raiden for a few seconds, the woman walked towards him, very carefully. She then looked at him for a bit before shocking him with a kiss. It was a short 10-second kiss, but it was Raiden's best kissing experience. He and Raven weren't exactly professional. Whoa. That was unexpected, welcomed but unexpected, said Raiden. Stranger. Do you work with the invaders? The Citadel, spoke the woman. Huh? Invaders? Citadel? What are you talking about? Why did you even kiss me? Wait, why are you speaking English now? Said Raiden, excited, shocked. And confused. By the name of Zhao. You're not with them. Good. As for the kissing, it's how my race learns languages. That's why I kissed you. My apologies. If what you say is true, then there is no need for me to be angry. However, can you tell me where you're from? Asked the woman. Where I'm from? I guess Coast City, replied Raiden. Coast City. The woman looked at him with confusion. Oh, I see. I get it now. What the fuck? Did I leave the planet accidentally? Said Raiden as he grabbed his hair. He then looked at the woman, sighed, and said. My apologies as well. I guess I look weird to you. My name is Raiden Kagawa, and I'm from the planet Earth. I don't know how far it is or even how to go back, so I would appreciate your help very much, said Raiden, hoping to be welcomed. Ah, welcome Raiden Kagawa. I'm Noriandar, and this is my daughter, Karyandar. Welcome to Tameran. Chapter 30. Ah, welcome, Raiden Kagawa. I'm Noriandar, and this is my daughter, Karyandar. Welcome to Tamarin, Noriandar spoke. Tamarin. And where is that exactly? Asked Raiden, confused about his location. I'm not sure how to explain that to a stranger, but I guess it's more accurate to say that we are in the Vega star system, replied Noriandar. Placing his hand on his chin, Raiden thought for a bit, then said, yeah, I've got no clue. How long has it been since I arrived here? My daughter found you in the nearby woods 15 days ago. We realized that you were alive because you were breathing, so we took you in. The village doctor checked you and couldn't do anything to help you, explained Noriandar to Raiden. So I'm in a village. And you people just took me in, just because, asked Raiden, confused as to why these people would care for what appears to be an alien to them. Back on Earth, if an alien was found, the first things humans would do are shoot and experiment on it. You don't look like one of the Citadel's soldiers, so of course, we helped you. Besides, the princess said that we will only win this war with love, and I agree, replied Noriandar. Kalolo Kamiro Candela Candle, spoke the child, Kariandar. Noriandar turned towards her daughter, then kissed her. The kiss was much more tame than the one she had given Raiden. Can you hear me, stranger? Carrie protects stranger. Carrie loves stranger's hair. Golden eyes pretty, spoke Carrie. Oh, thanks, I guess. You look cute yourself, Carrie, replied Raiden. Mama, the stranger said I'm cute. I'm happy, said Cory. Of course, you are, my dear, said Nori. Nori then turned to Raiden and said, let me show you the village, they will probably be happy to see you awake. Just as Nori said, the village was jubilant to see Raiden awake. Children were running around playing, and the elders gathered, asking him questions about his origin. Yes, of course, Mr. Ktbari. I will visit you next week, Raiden said as he held an old man's hand. He then turned to find Nori smiling at him. That was my 19th invitation. What's going on for real, said Raiden, confused. There is nothing going on, it's just that my people are happy to see you, said Nori. Have you all never heard of the term stranger danger, said Raiden. No, you just have to accept it, Raiden. Our race is emotionally driven. We love each other, we love others, we love everyone. We've always been a peaceful race. Unfortunately, the war with the Citadel has forced us to fight back, explained Nori. The Tamaranians have always been known as an emotionally driven race, and their emotions led them to be a very peaceful race with few wars in their history. Invasion? You don't look like you are being invaded, said Raiden. Nori lowered her eyes a bit, as sadness filled her heart. We try to forget about it, but we've lost more than 80% of our land. This is one of the few places where we can be at peace, all because of Her Highness's grace. Her Highness. The princess, said Raiden, questioning who this princess is. Yes, the second princess of Tamarin. She's been protecting the remaining areas, trying to fend off the Citadel. But it has been fruitless ever since the betrayal of the first princess. The king was forced to surrender, she was kidnapped and experimented on by the Citadel. She endured great hardships, yet still loyal to us and tries to protect us, explained Nori, saddened by the situation. Hearing the story, Raiden was also saddened by it. It reminded him a bit of his own situation. W.O. Raiden heard a loud voice, it sounded like an alarm, and he was right, as Nori said. It's the alarm. The Citadel found our location, we need to hide now. The soldiers will handle the fight. Go home now, I'll try to find Carrie, said Nori as she grabbed Raiden's hand and tried to escape with him. Wait, I'll handle it, go inside, said Raiden as he headed towards the direction of the attack. Raiden, wait. It's dangerous, screamed Nori as she chased after him. The two ran towards the direction of the screaming. There, Raiden got his first look at the Citadel. They were huge beings, dark-skinned, and they all wore armor and had weapons ready. There were more than 50 of them. They were shooting people mercilessly, but the Tamaranians were fighting them as well. Damn it, Carrie is there, said Raiden as he noticed her behind a house, hiding. I've got to do this now, Throne of Heroes, said Raiden as he attempted to transform. Error, cooldown not yet finished. Unable to transform. What? I was in a 15-day sleep coma. How long will this cooldown take? Error, unable to calculate the cooldown. Damn it. Damn it all. Raiden finally realized that this was due to his excessive use of the system, forcing it to summon a second servant after Heracles, and using a noble phantasm 2 times back to back. Doesn't matter, I can fight regardless. Alpha Epsilon Rho Omicron Kappa Epsilon Rho Alpha Iota Nu Omicron, screamed Raiden as he used his magic to attack. The spell created a massive wind of electricity and took down 6 of the Citadel's soldiers, but at the cost of them now recognizing him as a threat. Nari. Go get her and run now, I'll distract them, said Raiden as he headed towards the soldiers. The soldiers immediately started shooting him. Fuck, Rearab, said Raiden as he created a barrier from the earth. Thank God I learned those spells from Satana. Let's see. Raiden scanned throughout the battlefield, he saw Nari get to carry. Shit, they are stuck. This will end all my mana, but fuck it, I'm immortal anyway, I think, spoke Raiden as he jumped off his cover and said. Hey, you fucks, come here. Makia Hikatic Gria. Behind Raiden, a wave of tens of magical circles opened up, releasing a rain of light upon the soldiers. Raiden managed to take down more than half of them and distract them with enough time to allow the villagers to escape. Nari and Carrie also managed to get away. Shit, I'm losing consciousness. How the hell does Medea use this multiple times a day, spoke Raiden as he fell to the ground, his vision lowering. He could see some soldiers that survived get close to him and point their guns at him. But before he passed out, he saw a green light hit the soldiers, as a woman came running his way, shooting the remaining soldiers with green beams of light. She flew in the skies, destroying the rest and saving Raiden. Raiden's mind was slipping in and out of consciousness. As she got down and looked at him, she carried him in her arms. Raiden looked at her and said, yeah, I don't mind being princess carried by you, darling, as he passed out. Ugh, Raiden woke up. This just isn't funny anymore. I pass out at the end of every battle, said Raiden as he woke up. Before he could pay attention to his surroundings, a child jumped and hugged him. Brother Raiden. You're awake. It was, of course, Carrie. Yeah, I'm awake, Carrie. How are you doing, said Raiden, worried about her. Mom came for me. She said it's all thanks to you, so I'm supposed to thank you. Thank you, Raiden, said Carrie. Raiden smiled and said, no need, Carrie. It's my duty to save you. Keep this a secret, but I'm a hero. What's a hero? Hearing that, Raiden almost fell. Just forget about it. Where's your mom? Asked Raiden. She's outside with the princess. I'll go get her, said Carrie as she ran outside. Raiden sighed as he got up from his bed. He left the room, finding Carrie and Nori talking, and with them was another person. It was the woman from his last memories before he passed out. She had striking orange skin complemented by cascading red hair and vibrant green eyes. She was wearing what looked like a sports two-piece ensemble, but it had a royal feeling to it. It was purple and came with matching boots and gauntlets to complete her ensemble, boasting futuristic design elements. Oh Raiden, good morning. Thank you for what you did yesterday. The entire village is grateful, and so is the princess, said Nari. The princess in question looked at Raiden and then said, Kamiro, Kuroso ne Kolo. Raiden tilted his head toward Nari as she said, I'm not allowed to kiss the princess, no one is. But as if to contradict her, the princess walked to Raiden and kissed him herself. The princess placed her hand on his cheeks as she kissed him, tongue and all. She then released Raiden and said, nice to meet you, stranger. My name is Coriandar, second princess of Tamarin. But you can call me Cori. Chapter 31. Hello, Coriandar. My name is Raiden Kagawa, Raiden introduced himself. Coriandar smiled before responding, I know. Noriandar told me. As I mentioned, you can call me Cori. I heard you tend to drop the NR when addressing people. Is that a language thing, I'm guessing? Cori asked. Yeah, kind of, Raiden replied. I want to thank you for your bravery yesterday. Not many people can stand up against the Citadel's soldiers, especially to protect others, Cori expressed her gratitude. No. There's no need. It's my duty. You all here took care of me and have been very kind. If I turn my tail and run away, then I'm nothing but a coward, Raiden replied, genuinely believing in his words. What kind of person would he be if he didn't help those who provided him with food, shelter, and a roof? I'm glad you think that way. I wanted to talk to you about this anyway, Cori said. About what? Asked Raiden. Well, I heard that you are from a planet very far away, outside the Vega star system, Cori mentioned. Yeah, I don't even know how to get home, to be honest, Raiden admitted. So, I was thinking, because you are going to stay here for much longer, I was hoping that we would receive your help. You are one of the few powerful people that can stand against the Citadel. Of course, if you wish not to, it's within your right. I mean, you are from a different planet, so Tamarin's problems shouldn't concern you, Cori spoke. Other than her and now Raiden, no one from the remaining resistance soldiers could fight more than 2 Citadel soldiers. They were not only outnumbered but also outgunned. The Citadel had much more funding and more equipment in its military, having expanded for centuries, while Tamarin was only fighting to defend itself. Corey knew that the only way to fight the Citadel was to use unusual powers, such as the ones she gained from the Citadel's experiments on her. Of course. Yeah, I'll help. My powers are currently sealed, but once they're free, I'm going to do my best to support you for the time being. I won't promise you to stay here forever, but as long as I'm here, you've got my help. Raiden replied, making Corey and Nori very happy. Of course, Carrie was happy as well. Corey grabbed Raiden's hand and started shaking it hard as she said, "Thank you. Thank you so much. Tamarin is truly happy to have your support, Raiden. Thank you so much. Hey, relax, okay? Thank me once we make a difference, okay?" said Raiden. "Okay, I will. I have to go now, but I'll be sure to come back and let you know what the Resistance is planning and how you can help us," spoke Corey. "Yeah, sure. Take care," said Raiden as he turned to Nori. "Well, she's something, isn't she?" 1 month later. OGOT Peels, Raiden spoke as the guard fell asleep. He then looked around, scanning his surroundings before thinking, the command post should be the one up the hill. Invisibility magic won't work here since they've got energy scanners. Looks like they're evolving to my ways of fighting. "Gandr," said Raiden as he released a red magic curse directly at the sniper at the top. He turned to the other side and did the same, knocking out the second sniper. He then started sneaking into the enemy camp. He saw someone getting close, so he threw a rock at the opposite side. The soldier turned, and Raiden grabbed him and snapped his neck. Looks like Far Cry wasn't over-exaggerating with the rock thing, huh? Usually, the Citadel soldiers were much stronger than the average Tamaranian, let alone a human. So, he had to constantly use enhancement magic. With the effects of Determination of Steel EX active, he could break the human limits using this spell and skill combination. But he didn't want to risk draining his mana too fast. Okay, this is the command post. The info should be here. Raiden got in through a window, looked around for a bit before he found it, the blueprints. This will be very useful for the Resistance. With this, their fortresses will be penetrable. Ikama Ipak. Using his magic, Raiden made a copy of the files. He couldn't steal it, or else the enemy would know that he has it and account for it. So he opted to copy it instead. Raiden got out of the command post and escaped the camp, heading directly back home. We can't risk striking from the southeast gate. It will take too much time, and will risk reinforcement arriving. We have to take it down quickly. Our only way in is from the north gate, spoke Corey as she addressed her lieutenants. But my lady. The Radion energy cannons will wipe us out before we even get anywhere near the north gate, spoke one of the lieutenants. That won't be much of a problem anymore, spoke Raiden as he walked into the command tent. Raiden. Did you get it? Spoke Corey. Yeah, here it is. The Radion cannons are strong, but they have one flaw. They need to be charged every month. Here, look at this, said Raiden as he pointed towards the fortress's blueprints. Each cannon is connected with wires that lead directly to here, said Raiden as he pointed at the fortress's center. This is what allows them to charge it. This is amazing, Raiden. This gives us a solution, said Corey. We can finally deal a strong blow to the enemy. Everyone, prepare for combat. According to this file, they will charge it all day on the 17th of Karandi. That's 10 days from now. We need to transport equipment and manpower to our secret base close to Brandel. Get ready, everyone. Fortress Yuma will fall. The lieutenants all nodded their heads as they started making plans about their attack. Raiden, walk with me, said Corey. Yes, princess, said Raiden as he followed Corey. The two walked towards Corey's personal tent. As soon as they got in, Corey turned and surprised Raiden by jumping on him as she hugged him. Thank you. Thank you so much, Raiden. This is a great thing for Tamarin, said Corey as she kept hugging him. Feeling a bit embarrassed by the lack of self-awareness Corey had for her body, Raiden tried to ignore the fact that both her breasts were pressing on his chest as he said, I'm just trying to be helpful to you. Helpful. Everything has gone much smoother with you being here. We were able to secure weapons, medicine, and funding, all because of what you've done in the last month. You are a lifesaver, Raiden. Hearing her words, Raiden smiled as he said, this is how you feel now. I'm curious how you'll feel once I get my original power back. Corey got up and sat on her chair as she said, original power. You mentioned that before. I mean, what is it? Raiden smirked as he said, why don't we keep that a secret for now, huh? I'm going to go check on Carrie, she probably missed me. You always evade the topic. What are you hiding, Raiden, said Corey as she pouted. Don't think about it too much. We've got a fortress to take down. Brother Raiden, said Corey as she came rushing down from the stairs to jump on Raiden and hug him. How have you been, little devil, said Raiden. I've been doing great. Uncle Doran gave me 5 stars on the exam yesterday. I came in second in class, spoke Carrie. Oh really? That's amazing, Carrie, said Raiden. It would have been much more amazing if you got first place, though, spoke Nori as she walked out from her kitchen. I'm sorry, Mommy, said Corey. Don't feel bad, darling. You should strive to do better next time, okay? The past won't change, only the future will. Now go to sleep, it's bedtime. Okay, good night, Mommy. Good night, Brother Raiden, said Carrie as she ran back to her room. Raiden gave Nori a look before he went and sat at the table. What's with that look, said Nori. Nothing. I just think you should be more lenient on her, said Raiden. I would be if we weren't in a war. She needs to do better so she can earn an important spot in the resistance. I don't want to see her on the front line with the rest of us, said Corey as she looked towards her scarred hand, remembering her deceased husband who passed away fighting the Citadel. I understand. It's just. I want to see her happy, said Raiden. Me too, and I think her happiness comes from reaching the top of her class. It's all because of your Mago thing, that you're teaching her, said Nori. Magic? That's a good thing. She has the aptitude for it. She's going to be able to defend herself much more efficiently, putting my mind and yours at ease, said Raiden. Nori placed the plates on the table as he and she ate dinner. You know, I just realized. Were we acting like a husband and wife right now, said Raiden. Get up, go to sleep now. You're old enough to be my son. Get up. I can't believe I was talking like that to you, said Nori, having a moment of realization. You got to admit it, it was fun, right? You liked it, said Raiden. Out now, go to sleep. Don't even put the thought in my head. Raiden laughed, and Nori followed suit as the two laughed about their weird dynamic. Chapter 32. We're relying on you, Raiden. Once the barrier is destroyed, we'll attack immediately, said Corey as she spoke to Raiden. He was wearing a darker version of his usual outfit, sewn by Nori herself. I'll do my best to destroy them in time, spoke Raiden. Corey smiled at him, then placed her hand on his shoulder and got close to him so she could whisper, if you can't do it, just escape immediately. I'd rather fail the mission than lose you, Raiden. You won't. Are you ready, Sir Raiden, spoke one of the pilots who was transporting him to the fortress. Are you sure this thing is safe, screamed Raiden. He was screaming because the door to the strange airplane-like ship he was in was open, and the wind was blowing too hard. Yes, yes. It is. At least, I think so. Jump, Sir Raiden, jump, spoke the pilot. Raiden looked at the ground and said, Jesus. Fuck, okay, here we go, and he jumped. Raiden had his eyes closed as he jumped, but after a while, he opened them. He was still falling, but it was more relaxing. Oh. This might not be so bad after all, huh? He started doing backflips and front flips in the sky, having a very fun time. He then looked at the ground and noticed the fortress. Oh, fuck. Ikam Elbasivni, screamed Raiden as he went into his invisible mode. He then opened a parachute, clearly too late, so he said, Netfos ym Nidno, softening his fall. He landed on the roof of the fortress's biggest building, the headquarters. Thank God I memorized that spell before attempting the jump, thought Raiden. He then looked around, so, from what the intel said, they have heat sensors everywhere in the fortress except the roof. As soon as I go down, I'm going to need to be stealthy. Jumping using invisibility from the sky. I've got to give it to her, Corey is smart as hell. Raiden removed his invisibility as it was a waste of mana and decided to open the door and went down the first stairs. This floor is heavily guarded, probably because the leader, Yuma, is here. I'll deal with her later. First things first, the generator, thought Raiden as he sneaked his way to the stairways down. Luckily for him, it was close to the rooftop door, so he didn't have to sneak too much. All he had to do was evade the cameras. According to the blueprints, this should be the best way down without having to encounter too many soldiers. Only janitors use this. Raiden opened the door then looked down. Sheesh, that's a long way down. Looking at it, Raiden realized that he was about 20 stories up in the building. Walking down the stairs will make him risk being exposed. Fuck it, risks are the best part of sneaking, thought Raiden as he jumped from the top of the stairs. Netfos ym nidno, said Raiden as he softened his fall. He then looked up to see a soldier shocked at him falling. Taking advantage of the soldier's shock, Raiden sped up towards him. Eniskasai Samatos, Dexios Vrakionas. Calling the spell's name, Raiden enhanced his right arm and smashed the soldier's face on the wall, breaking the helmet and the wall behind him as the soldier passed out with blood coming out of his nose, mouth, and ears. Okay, that was close. I'll have to hide this guy and fix the wall. Raiden dragged the soldier's body and placed it in the ventilation window, a great place to hide someone as no one usually checks those. Okay, now that I'm on the bottom floor, I have to find my way to the basement. The only way down is through that elevator, face scanner, handprints, eye scanner, and a password. What a way to protect the fortress's main generator. All that won't matter now, though, thought Raiden as he carefully kept away from the cameras and waited for the men to come open the elevator for him. 10 o'clock exactly, the vice commander will go down the elevator to give the order of activation and start charging the rad-ion energy cannons. Good, he's on time. Raiden waited for him to scan his face, eye, and fingerprints. Then, the moment he used the password, Raiden activated his spell. Eniskasai Samatos, Podia. Enhancing his legs, Raiden quickly came out of the stairway's door and immediately ran towards the elevator after it opened up. While he was in the air, he kicked the vice commander's head, knocking him out. As soon as he landed in the elevator, the alarm sirens started ringing. The cameras and the soldiers in the hallway saw him. The soldiers started shooting him, but nothing managed to hit him due to the elevator closing. Woo-woo intruder woo-woo. Sitting at a distance from the fortress, Kori and her small army awaited the alarming sounds. Everyone, prepare to attack. Raiden's in the elevator, that means he's close to the generator. Stay safe, Raiden. In the brief moments that the elevator descended, Raiden prepared himself, taking a deep breath. Eniskasai se olo to soma. Enhancing his body completely, Raiden activated his skill, Determination of Steel EX. His body went beyond its limits as blue lines covered his arms and hands, and his eyes glowed a more intense golden hue. Outside the elevator, 10 soldiers aimed their guns at the door, anticipating his arrival. Ting! The door opened. The soldiers commenced firing, the sound of bullets echoing through the area. After emptying their clips, the soldiers realized he wasn't there. Mahata Nori Kamli, was it a false alarm, said one of the soldiers. To answer his question, Raiden dropped down, holding on to the roof of the elevator. Immediately, he dashed towards the group, Alpha Epsilon Rho Omicron Kappa Epsilon Rho Alpha Iota Nu Omicron, activating his first spell. The electric/wind combination proved lethal, annihilating the group waiting outside the door. Blood splattered all around. Raiden then looked up to check for the others. There were supposed to be more than 20 soldiers here, I only see 10. As if to answer his question, a laser blast hit his left shoulder, clearly a sniper. He looked up to see not one, but a couple of snipers positioned far away. They weren't that high up, since the basement wasn't tall, but it was enough to keep him on his toes. He quickly found cover. My enhancement can keep me safe for a while. Snipers, huh? Well, the best way to take a sniper down is to snipe them back. Raiden loaded his hand as a blood-red magic curse was ready to take them down. He looked at the first sniper, trying to locate them. Eknan ym Noisiv. Zooming in to see him, Raiden aimed, then said, Gandr. The dark red spell shot immediately to the man's head, killing him on the spot. Raiden continued the same momentum, killing the snipers one by one. After he was done with them, he looked back at the massive blue generator. Time to destroy this thing. Mavri Magia, Kappa Lambda Alpha Sigma Eta. From his hand, dark flames started forming into a massive dark ball of inferno flames. He then released it towards the generator, blowing it up. The explosion served as the signal that the resistance needed to finally attack. Looks like no one is coming down from the elevator to take me down. Looks like the resistance has started attacking. Throne of Heroes. Error, cooldown not yet finished. Unable to transform. TSK. This damn system has been on cooldown for a fucking month. What is going on with it, said Raiden as he looked at the elevator. Looks like I'll have to continue fighting with magic. I should have about 40% of my mana left. Attack. Do not give up. They have lost their strong cannons. They are vulnerable, screamed Corey as she flew around, using her green blast to destroy the Citadel's soldiers. She surveyed the scene, realizing that the soldiers were gaining ground quickly. She directed her vision to the top floor of the headquarters. Yuma. If I take her down, the Citadel's soldiers will be weakened, and their morale will drop. Turning around, Corey flew directly towards the top of the building. She used her strength to break the wall as she attacked. There she saw Yuma waiting for her. I see. It was the runaway princess. Had I known that you were leading the resistance, I would have sent word to Lord Paganmin and the capital. There's a hefty price on your head, spoke Yuma. Yuma, a female Citadel general, would usually be wearing her normal army clothes, but not now. Instead, she was inside a massive robot-like machine, Mach 3. This was a suit of robotic armor developed by the war-hungry Citadel to fight in more wars. Currently, it's limited only to high-level generals and leaders due to the rarity of the material used to make it. I will be taking you down, Yuma, for my home, spoke Corey. What home? You lost this planet 2 years ago, your sister gave it up for us. The Citadel will control the entirety of the Vega star system soon, and no one can do anything about it, ahaha, mocked Yuma as she attacked. From her shoulder, a weapon arsenal opened up, shooting heat-seeking rockets towards Corey. Corey evaded the first few rockets with her super speed and flight. She got out of the building to avoid exploding them in the building and having debris fall on her soldiers. She evaded a few but then turned around, grabbed one of the rockets, and threw it back towards Yuma. Yuma evaded the rocket by flying away from the building too and went straight to attack Corey. She activated another of her suit's abilities, a sword made of energy. The sword extended from her arms, and she used it to attack. Corey dodged away as she charged her green energy and released it towards Yuma. The attack struck Yuma on her shoulders, breaking her sword. Looks like you are all talk, Yuma, taunted Corey. Damn you, screamed Yuma. She then activated her trump card, the suit's self-destruction function. She quickly flew towards Corey, surprising her with a hug, and activating the self-destruct function. She used the ejection ability of her suit to jump back into the building and watched as the suit exploded while hugging Corey. Ha ha ha, fuck you, pathetic princess, screamed Yuma in joy. Before the massive cloud of black smoke dissipated, green energy could be seen shining through it. Then, with a single hand swipe, the entire smoke dissipated. Corey was there, shining in green, as her eyes glowed green too. That was a rich source of energy. Thanks, Yuma. I have to thank the Citadel as well for making me this strong, said Corey. She then used the leaking green energy to blast Yuma immediately. She went into the building, grabbed Yuma by her leg, and flew with her up in the sky. General Yuma is down. The fortress is ours, screamed Corey. The Resistance's morale increased upon hearing Corey's words, and the opposite for the remaining Citadel soldiers. After a few more minutes, the Resistance managed to take over the entire fortress. Celebrations were happening all over the battlefield. Corey located Raiden and flew towards him at super speed, hugging him immediately. Raiden. Thank you. This is all thanks to you, said Corey. I don't know, I saw you fight out there. You were hella impressive. You should take as much credit as I do. Hee, thanks. Corey released Raiden before she said, this is a great step forward for Tamarin, Raiden. I'm happy. Chapter 33. Raiden. Come over here for a moment, called out Corey. Raiden, engaged in a conversation with some soldiers about handling prisoners, turned around upon hearing Corey and made his way towards her. What's up? Raiden inquired. I've got a little something for you, follow me, Corey said, wearing a broad grin. Now I'm really curious. What is it? Raiden asked. Just follow me, Corey replied, continuing to walk. Raiden smiled and followed her. After a brief walk, they arrived at the storage building. You see, Raiden, I understand you're eager to get back home. While I can't assist you with that, I can provide the essential item to kickstart your journey, Corey explained as she opened the storage door. Inside was an enormous spaceship, though it appeared worn out, damaged, and entirely worthless. This, Raiden, is a spaceship, my gift to you. It'll take you through space, Corey announced with a wide smile. You're gifting me this junk. Raiden expressed his disappointment. What? It's not that bad. You need this to navigate through space. Corey defended. Raiden looked around at the other, much better maintained ships in the massive storage room. Or I could use one of these. Why choose this beat-up piece of junk, he suggested. Huh, I knew you wouldn't realize. Corey chuckled. Realize what? Raiden asked. Well, you see, this isn't just any spaceship like the others. While those can take you through space, they won't go beyond the Vega system. This, as you call it, is a hyper-starship. This, dear Raiden, means it can traverse star systems, explained Corey. Wait, seriously? Raiden said, approaching the ship. He had noticed its larger size but hadn't given it much thought. Now, his dream of returning home seemed more achievable. Unfortunately, it's in disrepair. Fixing it will take some time, our engineer estimates more than 5 months. But that's not your main concern. The ship runs on a special energy extracted from polydenium stone, a substance not found on Tamaran, Corey revealed, dashing Raiden's hopes. Well, that's just great, Raiden sighed. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Corey. You have a lot on your plate, and my quest to find a way home should be the least of your worries. Come on, let's go celebrate. Raiden suggested. Despite facing challenges to reclaim her home, safeguard her people, and avenge her family, Corey still sought to aid Raiden in his foreign quest to return home. 5 months later. Time passed swiftly, and Raiden, along with the resistance, achieved numerous victories over the past few months. 2 fortresses and several bases were successfully taken down, marking the continuous growth of the resistance in terms of finances, supporters, soldiers, and leaders. We must prepare for our next attack, shouted one of the new resistance commanders. I said no. We cannot risk it. We do not have enough information about Pagan Min. His fortress is off limits until we gather more intel, replied Corey. We must strike while the iron is still hot. The citadel hasn't fully prepared for our attacks. We must seize the opportunity, insisted the commander. The resistance represents the people. We can't jeopardize their lives for the chance to take down Pagan Min. Every fortress we conquered, Yuma, Jan, Gander, resulted from the hard work of our intel team. They gather information, identify weaknesses in the fortress, and then we strike, stated Corey, dismissing the idea. One of the commanders pondered for a moment and asked, what has the intel team been doing, anyway? Doing much more work than you, may I remind you of my importance? Every fortress fell due to my hard work, retorted Raiden. He was seated at the table and grew visibly upset when the commander spoke. Disputes with the commanders had become a regular occurrence, with some doubting him, others mistrusting him, some jealous of his close relationship with the princess, and others envious of his power. And here I thought that Tamarans are all good. I guess an emotionally driven race is going to have some bad apples. How dare you speak like that to a commander? You're just a unit leader. Princess, can we even allow this alien in here? What if he's a spy, said the commander. Yeah, the man who elevated the resistance to what it is now is a spy. Yup, very smart, mocked Raiden. Raiden is my most trusted ally here. I won't accept any baseless accusations like that again, or you will be stripped of your rank. Now, shall we end this meeting, or is there something else left? Before the meeting concluded, another commander, who had been consistently helpful, spoke up. Unlike the other commanders, I recognize the necessity of Mr. Raiden. I would like to share my new discovery. Some men under me managed to uncover a secret citadel base in North Sandoria. It appears to be a mine of some sort. We believe they were mining rad-ion rocks to power the rad-ion cannons. If Mr. Raiden can gather more information about that mine, we may be able to cut the supply of rad-ion energy needed to run Fortress Pagan. This will allow us to finally take down Pagan Min and recover North Tamaran. Why don't we just attack the mine and claim it as ours? We'll have a way to fuel our own rad-ion cannon that we took from the citadel. Why rely on the foreign alien, questioned one of the commanders. The calm commanders responded, if we take over the mine, Pagan Min will have no choice but to alert the capital of the existence of the resistance. Upon hearing about Princess Corey, the capital will unleash its full force, a force that the resistance is currently unable to face. So you're asking me to secretly infiltrate the mine, gather information, and then plan a double attack on both the mine and the fortress. Interesting. I'm in, said Raiden. Are you sure, Raiden? Asked Corey. Yeah, why not? It's just another place to infiltrate, replied Raiden nonchalantly. Okay, then. We have our plan set. I declare this meeting to be over. Nori's house. That was amazing, Nori. The food tasted great, exclaimed Raiden. Glad you liked it, Raiden. So, about that ship of yours, I heard that it was finally fixed, said Nori. Yeah, the mechanic was done with it a few days ago, replied Raiden. Nori thought for a moment before she asked, so, are you leaving? No, not yet at least. I'll help Corey as much as possible. Once I feel like she's got everything under control, I'll leave, explained Raiden. So, you really do care about her, remarked Nori. Oh, geez, don't bring this up again. I'm trying to have a good meal, said Raiden. Why not? She's the princess of Tamaran. How could you just reject her advances? She's truly in love with you, Raiden. Tamaranians don't fake emotions, we can never do that, pleaded Nori. I know, Nori. I know that better than anyone, but I can't return her feelings. That's it, said Raiden. Why? I know you care about her, inquired Nori. I just can't. I have someone I care about back home. I can't betray her, explained Raiden. Betray who? Raven, right? That was her name. I don't understand how she could ever be mad about it, said Nori. Look, Nori, Earth isn't the same as Tamaran. People's emotions on Earth are played with, lied with, and faked. A lot of traitors and liars exist on Earth, and they feed on emotions. That's why, on Earth, we tend to only have one partner and love them alone forever. It's not the same as Tamaran, where a woman can love 2 men at once and a man can have 3 wives like it's normal, Raiden explained. One of the arguments used by Nori before was that Tamarans don't have an issue with polyamorous relationships. She even suggested that Raiden can love both Corey and his human girlfriend together without any problems. What made it worse was the fact that when he brought up Raven to Corey, she also suggested the same. I don't understand it, you humans are weird. Besides, you are special, Raiden. In Tamaran, special warriors and heroes must always have more than one wife to spread their seed wide and create many great offspring, said Nori. Yeah, while that's a great idea for Tamarans, I'm still human, so I still go by human rules. So drop it, okay? It hurts me as well, you know. I can't bear the fact that I'm causing Corey to hurt, Raiden said as his heart ached with sadness. One of the things he learned about Tamarans in the half-year he spent there was their pain from emotions. When Tamarans fall in love, it is considered the strongest emotion possible, its effects are very strong. With Raiden rejecting her, Corey has been going through immense inner pain. She only held on due to the love of her people and her role as the princess of Tamaran. Love is pain. Chapter 34. Inside the Resistance Command Center, formerly known as Fortress Yuma, Raiden stood alongside Corey and Commander Balayandar, who had discovered the rad-ion mines. Good luck, Sir Raiden. May Zal be with you, Balayandar said as he exited the room. Once alone, Raiden and Corey found themselves in an awkward silence, broken by Corey. Your mission. It is vital for us. So, good luck. Hearing Corey's less-than-smooth words, Raiden replied, yeah, thanks. He briefly lowered his head before raising it again. So. How has it been? I'm doing. Good. Great. Corey responded. I see. It's just. You know. Ever since, Raiden started before leaving it for Corey to finish. Ever since I confessed to you, Corey admitted. Feeling a twinge of pain in his heart, Raiden responded, yeah. I just wanted to know if you're okay. I am better. I shouldn't have even done that to begin with. I'm busy with the resistance and all of this, so I'm not really ready for a relationship anyway, Corey said, offering excuses to mask the pain she felt. I am sorry, Corey, Raiden expressed. No. No, there's nothing to apologize for. I understand. Besides, you will be leaving us soon, right? A relationship with you was impossible to begin with. I never should have asked you, Corey acknowledged. Feeling the pain intensify, Raiden got up from his seat. I'm sorry, Corey. Had I met you sooner, I would have returned your feelings. I'm conflicted. I don't even know what I'm feeling these days. Raven is still my love and heart, but I like you too. I really do care about you, Corey. It's just. I don't wish to betray her. Upon hearing this, a tear fell from Corey's eye. She resisted the urge to lash out and tell him he could love them both, as she did before. Not wanting to dampen his spirits before a dangerous mission, she suppressed her emotions and said, Raiden, I understand, truly. Don't think too much about it. I'm royalty, and my loyalty belongs to Tamrin. I can handle my emotions. Now go, do what you must. We'll be waiting for your return. Nodding, Raiden said, Okay, I'll make sure to finish this mission and come back to you. Using his binoculars, Raiden scanned the mine camp. This is weird, this place looks way too easy to sneak into. There are about 20 guards overall in the camp, and not even one body energy scanner, thought Raiden. Ever since Fortress Yuma fell, the entire Citadel army had its camps and bases fully equipped with body energy scanners. They had figured out that the resistance had someone who could go invisible and accounted for it. This isn't right. This mine should be a very important camp for the Citadel, yet they aren't guarding it as they should. Perhaps inside the mines, the security is more tight. It doesn't matter now, I'm here anyway. I'll see what this place is all about, said Raiden. He went into invisible mode and sneaked right into the camp, and just as he predicted, it was very easy. All he had to do was walk slowly, and there he was, right at the mine entrance. I should prepare myself for surprises, this place might be more guarded than the outside. Walking inside the mine, Raiden followed the light trail made by the miners. After walking for a long time, he reached the end, a very large cave that was completely empty. He was a bit surprised, it looked like there were still mining equipments here, and there were some rad ion rocks left, clearly showing that this was truly a mining field, yet it was empty now. What the hell? Why is this place empty like this? It's almost like they left in a rush, said Raiden. That's because they did, spoke a low voice. Raiden turned to see who just spoke, and he found himself hit with a small powder the man blew on his face. What the hell, cough cough, said Raiden as he started coughing. Shocked, he saw the man who did this to him. He looked like a lizard with wings and was invisible before showing himself. That is the Shakrama flower powder. To most races, it doesn't do much, but to humans. It is lethal, spoke the man. Raiden opened his eyes wide as he started coughing. He fell on his knees, the coughing just didn't stop. He looked around, trying to find water. All around him, many lizard-like people started emerging, clearly removing their invisibility. He was being watched the whole time. This was a trap. I need some water. Surprised that we know you're human. Ahaha, of course we do. We are the slavers, we are Gordanians. Ha ha ha. Let me guess. You are looking for water, spoke the Gordanian. Fuck, I should have known, said Raiden as he crawled backward. The Gordanian that blew the powder smiled, looking at the pained Raiden before saying, Oh, and by the way, Sir Raiden, let me introduce myself. He then shape-shifted his body to that of the commander who sent him to the mines. Belayandar, it was you, said the pained Raiden. The Gordanian smiled as he said, Well, that was my alter ego. My true name is Grohl. I'm an assassin, hired by Lord Trogar to kill you. Damn you, said the pained Raiden. Just so you know, you aren't alone in this. Lord Trogar is attacking the resistance as we speak to retrieve his slave, Coriandar. The force that Lord Trogar has is 3 times the resistance's force. He's also with Pagan Min's forces. The resistance will be snuffed out today, and you with it. Hearing his words, Raiden felt pain as he started passing out, the poison inside his veins running quicker than his healing factor. Guess I'm not immortal after all, huh? Sorry, Raven. Sorry, Cory. Alright, let's pick up his body. Lord Trogar will want to see this, said Grohl. Host in critical condition. Host in critical condition. Host in critical condition. Attempting to revive host, failed. Attempting to revive host, failed. Attempting to revive host, failed. Cool down system update, 60%. Cool down system update, cancelled. Host's cooldown system has been deleted. Host will be responsible for his own cooldown. Host must be careful or he will be consumed by the servant's power. Initiating summoning ceremony. Raiden's body radiated a crimson glow as he underwent his latest transformation into the newest servant. Surveying his surroundings, Raiden noticed the Gordanian's astonishment at witnessing his revival. Even he found himself taken aback by his unexpected state of being alive. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Saber, Siegfried. I have come in response to your summons. I shall assist you, master. Upon hearing the servant's name, Raiden comprehended why the poison had proven ineffective. Siegfried wasn't merely a half-dragon, He also possessed the disengage skill, rendering debuffs such as poison useless. Turning his attention to his right, Raiden seized the first Gordanian's head, slamming it onto the ground, resulting in a gruesome spectacle akin to a watermelon splattering. He then unsheathed his sword from his back and cleaved the second adversary in two. Swiftly glancing around, Raiden accelerated to the left, beheading more than 20 Gordanian soldiers with such speed that they couldn't react. Gruul was in utter shock. A moment ago he had achieved his 3-month-long mission, of assassinating Raiden Kagawa, the magician of the resistance. He was a human mage, that was it. He had some prior knowledge to humans and magic, so he prepared for that. He brought up one of the deadliest poisons known to kill humans, and used it on him. He was sure that he had everything planned well, so why? Why is the human he had killed awake? Why did his appearance change to that of a tall man with silver-gray hair? Why is he holding a sword? Why is he cutting his soldiers to pieces? Why is his hands cut? Huh? Said Gruul as he tried to find his hands. They were not there. Agh! Gruul screamed as pain finally overtook him. Before he could finish screaming, Raiden stabbed him in the mouth, the sword exiting through his back. At that moment, Gruul died. You traitor! Exclaimed Raiden, stabbing the lifeless Gruul once more. Master, it is over. He is dead. Please ensure to protect your back, that is your weak point. My weak point, betrayal, advised Siegfried. We need to go back to the resistance, said Raiden. He swiftly exited the mine, and boom. A massive blast was released directly in his direction. Boom. 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 3 massive ships started blasting him immediately after he emerged. They had been waiting for Gruul to come out, but upon realizing the mission's failure through their comms, they intended to kill Raiden as soon as he surfaced. The entrance area was filled with smoke, but one thing was clear. A massive blue light shone up to the skies. The evil dragon shall fall. And the world will reach its sunset. I will bring you down. Ba Mung. The light radiated brightly from the phantasmal greatsword in Raiden's hands, and he brought it down on all the ships one by one. They were not merely destroyed, they were obliterated, almost erased. Not only the ships but also the entire mountain range was flattened, with mountains cut in half and destruction filling the area. Raiden marveled at the sheer amount of destruction he had caused, saying, so this is the power of an anti-fortress noble phantasm. You are very special, Master. Your ability to collect mana from the surroundings and use it is almost as fast and as destructive as mine when I was alive. Thanks, said Raiden, unaware of the magnitude of the compliment. Siegfried had the heart of a real dragon inside him, serving as a mana core. The fact that Raiden could compare to this was a massive achievement, enhanced by his skill, determination of Steel EX. The fortress. Raiden remembered as he used all of his speed to head back to the fortress, Yuma. 20 minutes later. Raiden arrived late and surveyed the scene in shock. The entire fortress lay in ruins, with thousands of lifeless bodies scattered on the ground. The resistance had been completely obliterated, extinguishing the hope of Tamarin. As Raiden walked inside, there was no sign of any survivors, they had been entirely wiped out. Returning to his normal state, after he started to feel the pain of the transformation. After a long while of scanning the area, and desperately searching for any sign of life. He said. Damn it. Nori. The village, Raiden shouted, recalling her, and immediately rushed to the village, which housed the ordinary civilians involved in the resistance. Upon reaching the village, Raiden was consumed by anger. Similar to the fortress, it lay in complete ruins. The citadel spared no one, whether elderly or children, they were all victims. Sprinting to Nori's house, Raiden opened the door and frantically searched for her, but she was nowhere to be found. Racing to the backyard, he discovered her lying on her back, grievously wounded. Den, Nori's feeble voice uttered as she saw him. Raiden, heart pounding, attempted to stem the bleeding, his efforts futile in the face of impending tragedy. Don't speak, Nori, please, he implored. She is. Ali. V.E. Please, keep her safe. Find her in your ship, promise me, safe, Nori pleaded. I promise. I promise. Please, just hang on. I'll find a doctor, Raiden said, tears filling his eyes and sorrow consuming his heart. I'm happy. Thank you. Raiden. For giving us hope, Nori uttered, passing away. No. No. Nori, please. Stay with me, please. Darn it. Why now? This system, why? Why didn't you come back earlier? I could have kept them safe. Why, damn it, screamed Raiden in sorrow and self-blame. After grieving for a while, Raiden dug a grave for Nori and laid her to rest. He then headed to the woods, where a waterfall concealed his ship. After repairing it, he securely stowed it there. Entering a secret cave behind the waterfall, he found Carrie sitting on the ground, writing with a stick, awaiting his return. Carrie. Raiden's voice trembled with anguish as he hurried to envelop her in his arms. Brother Raiden. Wait. Where's Mommy? She said she would come with you. Carrie's eyes filled with anticipation, a glimmer of hope in her voice. Raiden's eyes brimmed with tears, the weight of sorrow heavy in his embrace as he held Carrie close. I'm sorry, Carrie, but Mommy's gone. Nori's gone. What? No. This can't be. She said she would come. Carrie's cries echoed with disbelief and pain, her innocence shattered by the harsh reality. Raiden held her, attempting to provide comfort, driven by the promise he had made. Chapter 35. Raiden observed as Carrie delicately placed some flowers on her mother's grave. It had been a few hours since he discovered her, and after finally offering comfort, he accompanied her to her mother's resting place. These were her favorite flowers, Carrie remarked, turning to Raiden with tears in her eyes. Approaching her, he gently rested his hand on her head and reassured her, she loved you, Carrie. You were her everything, her reason to live. Stay strong, for her. My mother always said I should have hope, so that's what I'll do, Corey declared. Observing Carrie, Raiden thought, for a girl her age, losing her mother must be harsh, but she's holding up remarkably well. I'll protect and guide her, she will lead a good life. I promise you this, Nori. Come, let's return to the ship, Raiden suggested. Where are we going? Carrie inquired. To confront the ones responsible for this, he replied. Are you sure you can handle this, Brother Raiden? Carrie asked, trembling in fear. Raiden had taken the ship and headed towards the last enemy fortress, Fortress Kirit, where the leader Pagan Min and the man responsible for all of this, Trogar, were located. Yes, I am. I'll defeat them all. Just stay on the ship, Raiden assured her as he parked the ship, albeit poorly. His piloting skills were not the best, but considering he had been learning for a month, he was doing better than most. Please, Brother Raiden, they have many large ships. This could be very dangerous for you. Carrie pleaded. Carrie. They have Corey with them. I can't live knowing that I left her. I don't care how many of them are in there, I'll fight the whole planet to save her, Raiden declared with certainty. Seeing the events unfold, Raiden understood that if he abandoned Corey, she would blame herself for the Resistance's downfall. He had to do something to save and help her. Okay, but please be careful. I can't lose you too, Carrie implored. You won't. I promise, Raiden assured her. Fortress Kirit. How have you been, my sweet Corey, spoke the lizard-like man, his tongue dancing disgustingly in the air. Corey found herself pinned to the wall, her hands and legs bound, with a slave collar around her neck developed by the Citadel to control her power. Despite teetering on the edge of consciousness, Corey managed to glance at the lizard and quip, you still look as ugly as ever, Trogar. Heh, uncooperative as usual, huh? Just so you know, I cut the head of the jailer that allowed you to escape last time. Heh, you escaped before I delivered you to your destination last time. Heh, you know where you're going, spoke Trogar. Corey didn't dignify him with a response, she knew he enjoyed tormenting his prisoners, so she ignored him. You are joining your sister. You and that bitch will be serving the Citadel directly, spoke Trogar. You. What have you done to Commandar, said Corey, finally taking the bait. Heh. So even after betraying you, you still care about that little bitch? Well, it matters not. After all, her fate is sealed. She serves as a great general in the Citadel, and soon she will be made the Grand Empress of Tamarin, spoke Trogar. It is you that will have a painful future. You are set to serve as a slave for the High Councilman, Cambran. Heh. But, spoke Trogar with a fiendish laugh on his face. He then placed his hand on her cheek and said, there is no proof that you were a virgin before, so I doubt Cambran will mind me indulging in you. Heh. As Corey attempted to bite his hand, he quickly removed it and grabbed her neck. Bitch. Be calm, and everything will end. If you resist, I'll be more forceful, spoke Trogar. Before he could proceed further, a man rushed in to open the dungeon room doors and said, "Sir, Sir. We need your help up there." "You dare interrupt my fun time," spoke Trogar in anger. "I'm sorry, sir, but we have an intruder. A giant man driving some sort of old carriage has broken through the gates. He's driving some sort of giant black animal and killing everyone with lightning," spoke the soldier. "One man, and you come for me? Just blast him with the rad-ion cannon." "What is Pagan Min doing?" "Sir. He destroyed them. We cannot stop him. Lord Pagan Min sent me to inform you that we need your fleet to drop down from the sky and help us." "Damn it. Fine, I shall come," spoke Trogar as he left the dungeon room in anger. Earlier. "Throne of Heroes," exclaimed Raiden as he activated his power. "Looks like it's finally my turn. King of Conquerors. Iskandar is here. Let us carve a path for our dreams." Raiden's body glowed red as it increased in size. He now resembled a gigantic man standing over 2 meters in height. With large muscles that gave him the impression of being able to kill a bear with his bare hands, his hair and beard were burning red. He wore bronze armor with cuffs and greaves, adorned with white furred fringes that left his arms and thighs unprotected. A thick red mantle with a fluffy white fur collar completed his regal attire, luxuriously decorated, resembling a curtain wrapping the stage of a theater. "Truly an appearance befitting a king," said Raiden. "Ha ha ha ha, I'm glad you like it. Now, from your memories, we have a fortress to take down. Shall we? I am a man who is interested in the unknown. So go ahead, show me," spoke Iskandar. "Then, let us start with a bang, shall we? Gordius Wheel, Wheel of Heaven's authority." Raiden immediately used Iskandar's first noble phantasm, Gordius Wheel. It was a large antique war chariot with 2 prows, led by 2 divine bulls with rippling muscles. The chariot, greater in dimensions than an average truck, had 2 large, curved sickles on its sides to demolish obstacles and hurl debris at enemies. The bulls and the chariot tread atop lightning strikes, manifestations of Zeus. This flying chariot attracted the enemy's attention. Raiden rode the chariot, using the whips to strike. The divine bulls released a loud growl as they moved, each step feeling like an earthquake. Approaching the enemy gates, the chariot attracted the guards' attention, who immediately sounded the alarm and readied the rad-ion cannons. Boom boom boom. The shots, which would typically wreck massive spaceships, did nothing to the great chariot. Instead, the bulls ran on air, shocking the enemy. Despite continuous rad-ion cannon fire, the lightning generated by Gordius Wheel was completely resistant, and the bulls attacked the cannons directly, ramming their heads at them one by one. Soldiers attempted to shoot with regular guns, but with each pass of the chariot, a cannon was destroyed, and soldiers were cut to pieces with Raiden's sword. After destroying the cannons, Raiden stepped down from his chariot and left it to wreak havoc. He then jumped toward the headquarters of the fortress, where he found the leader. The leader wore a futuristic and special suit of armor, the same as Yuma's during battle. "So you are Pagan Min," said Raiden, observing the pink armor. "This is the Mach V, our current strongest suit of armor. You have forced me to use one of my treasured properties. I will destroy you Agi," spoke Pagan Min as he activated the feet thrust to increase his speed and attacked Raiden. With speed beyond most people's comprehension, he punched Raiden. However, Raiden wasn't like most people. He grabbed the punch mid-air and cut the arm off immediately, the sword passing through the metal and bones like butter. Without giving Pagan Min a chance to scream, Raiden used the other hand to grab Pagan Min's head, and due to Raiden's sheer size, it fit perfectly. Crack. Raiden crushed his head, helmet and all. "Pagan. Can your man not handle a single fucking person? Full attack. I don't care. Destroy the fortress. The enemy is Alpha-class danger." Walking to give Pagan Min a piece of his mind, Trogar found him in the hands of Raiden. Recognizing the armor as Mach V and seeing it crushed in Raiden's hand, he realized that he was in deep trouble. So, he immediately called for backup as he started running away. Opening his wings, he took to the skies, knowing he absolutely couldn't handle this guy. Raiden observed him running away but paid no attention. He followed the stairs from which the man had come, reaching the locked dungeon one step at a time. Guards were present, but Raiden didn't hesitate to behead them on the spot. Upon opening the dungeon door, he found her, tied up and in a pitiable state. Quickly reaching her, Raiden heard Iskandar's voice, "Boy, now that you're in control of the system's cooldown, you can transform back to normal. I'll be waiting for you after you talk to your woman." As the transformation occurred, Raiden's appearance returned to normal, but the divine bulls outside continued wreaking havoc. Removing her chains, Raiden tried to wake her up. After a few seconds of effort, Corey opened her eyes. Raiden. Am I dreaming? Whispered Corey. No, you're not, Corey. It's me, Raiden. I'm here for you, Raiden murmured, placing his hand tenderly on her cheeks. Raiden. What are you doing here? This place is dangerous. As the realization struck her, Corey's eyes filled with concern for Raiden's safety. Raiden gazed at her with eyes full of emotion as he tenderly kissed her. The kiss lingered for a full 20 seconds, an outpouring of the emotions he had held back. Finally, Corey managed to push him away, urgency in her voice. Raiden. You need to escape, this place is dangerous. Even after everything that has happened to you, you still care about my safety first, Corey and Dar. I love you, Raiden confessed with genuine sincerity. Hearing Raiden's heartfelt words, Corey blushed intensely but managed to say, I love you too, but what about? Doesn't matter. I'll talk with her later. Now I'm here to save you, and I love you. I don't care about anything else at the moment. Come on, get up, let us leave, said Raiden, helping her sit up. Raiden grabbed her hand as they walked. Shouldn't we sneak out, said Corey. Nah, I already killed everyone in the fortress, said Raiden. What? How? Exclaimed Corey. Remember how I told you I have a special power that I can't use anymore? Well, when I was about to die, it returned to me. Now you'll get to see the true Raiden Kagawa. Hearing his words, Corey smiled and said, well, I'm happy that you're safe, Raiden. The two reached the top, where Raiden looked through the massive open door he had created by destroying the building. He saw a giant ship, unmistakably intergalactic, capable of holding a crew of thousands. Raiden Kagawa. Surrender or we will destroy everything on sight. We will erase you from existence. Give me the princess, spoke Trogar from the command center of his ship. Oh my god, Raiden. What do we do, said Corey. It is I who will be doing anything, you just watch, said Raiden. What will you do, questioned Corey. You asked me about my power before, what it was. Well, you will finally have your answer. Deep in my heart lay hundreds of heroes. They are people that have changed the course of history, and I can summon them and use their powers. Now, watch, said Raiden as he returned to his Iskandar form. Oh my god, said Corey, seeing Raiden transform to his Iskandar form. He whistled, and his divine chariot rushed to him. Getting on it, he extended his hand to Corey and said, get on. Corey followed as she said, you changed. She held on to him as the chariot started flying. Seeing this, the ship started blasting all its cannons on Raiden, but he effortlessly dodged them as he approached the ship's engine. Light is at the other end of the world, conquer. Via Expugnatio. Using the divine chariot's true trump card, the bulls attacked the engines with a powerful trembling attack, destroying the ship's engine and disabling all of its electrical functions with massive electricity. Raiden took off, watching the ship fall towards the fortress, exploding upon impact. Raiden Kagawa, screamed Trogar. We are Gordanians. We will enslave the universe. You think this will take us down, said Trogar as he emerged from the ship with hundreds of his soldiers. Though the ship fell due to its powers shutting down, it was massive enough to survive the fall and keep its crew safe. Look at us. An army that will die before giving up. Give us the princess, demanded Trogar. Seeing this, Raiden said, I didn't expect him to survive this long, the Gordanians are truly tough, huh? What will we do, Raiden? Asked Corey. Kill them, of course. I'll call my friends to help, said Raiden. To this, Iskandar said, the king is the one who collects the envy of all his heroes and stands as their guide. Therefore, he is not alone, for his will equals that of all his followers combined. Indeed. Their bodies may return to ash, but their spirits still hear my call. These men are my legendary heroes, my loyal followers. They're my true friends, breaking the rules of space and time to fight once more at my side. They are my treasure within treasures, they're my right to rule. They make up Iskandar's mightiest noble phantasm Ionian Hitiroi. A blue light was released, with Raiden at its center. In a few seconds, the world turned yellow as everyone found themselves in a desert. AGHH, a scream of heroes resounded behind Raiden as his reality marble took effect. Breaking the rules of space and time, it summoned King Iskandar's army from the past to fight beside him again. This power wasn't meant for a normal human, but Iskandar had managed to achieve it. It came about through the combined efforts of his personal guard, who all shared his dreams and pledged allegiance to him after many victories and defeats, even after death, becoming heroic spirits on their own. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers came to support their king, even his horse Bucephalus joined in. Raiden raised his sword high in the sky and said, "Attack." Seeing this, Trogar and his army that would die before giving up panicked and started running away, trying to escape. Regardless, there was no escaping the king's army. After a mere 3 minutes, they were all hunted down and killed. "My king, here, this is their leader," one of Iskandar's soldiers brought Trogar, beat up and in utter pain. He looked up, seeking forgiveness. Raiden held his sword, then turned to Kori and said, "You deserve this." Kori dropped down from the chariot and used the sword to achieve her revenge, cutting his head immediately. "I campaigned to the ends of the earth, but you are on a journey to reach the end of time. Yes, it's truly fascinating. I never had any heroes with ambitions as grand as yours," spoke Iskandar as Raiden returned to normal. Bond increased. Iskandar Bond 1 Bond 3. Bond increased. Siegfried Bond 1 Bond 3. Chapter 36. Raiden surveyed the devastation he had wrought, then turned to the panting Kori, who had been standing on Trogar's corpse, and said, "Are you okay?" "No, I'm not. This bastard," said Kori as she stabbed him again and again. Raiden watched her mutilate his body for a few seconds, then decided to interfere. He grabbed her and dragged her away, saying, "It's over, Kori. Please stop." "No. No. It's him. The Citadel. All of them why? Children. Elderly. They killed them all," screamed Kori. But instead of anger, it was sadness that controlled her heart as she wept in Raiden's chest. After escaping and killing Trogar, it finally dawned on her. "There's nothing left, Raiden. It's all gone. Everything I've worked to create. We've worked to create, the entire resistance. It's all gone. What am I going to do?" wept Kori as she poured out her heart to Raiden. "Come with me," said Raiden in a serious tone. "What? Come with me, leave with me, Kori." "We'll travel to Earth," said Raiden. "What? No, I can't just leave with you, Raiden," said Kori as she pushed Raiden away. "Kori, I can see the pain in your eyes. The weight of your people's hopes and fears rests on your shoulders. But it's over, Kori. You can't face the Citadel alone. It is a path that will only lead to your death or something worse," explained Raiden. "Raiden. The Citadel took everything from me. They took away my home. My people. If I leave, there won't be anything stopping them from fully taking over Tamarin. I won't let the Citadel destroy what's left of my home. I can't abandon my people," said Kori, angered by Raiden's suggestion. "And you won't, Kori. But you can't save them alone. If you come with me, we can find allies, gather strength, and face the Citadel together. I promise you, once I'm strong enough, once my power is fully under control, I will come back with you, and we will free Tamarin, and not just Tamarin." "But all of Vega," said Raiden, trying to make Kori see reason. "Why? Why do you even care? You're not from here. You dropped down from the skies 6 months ago. How can I even trust you?" said Kori, trying to find reasons to doubt Raiden. "Because you love me, Kori, and because I love you too. I can't stand seeing you in pain. I will do everything to make sure that you regain your home, Kori. But for now, we leave so that we can one day come back stronger," said Raiden. "I can't just turn my back on my people. They look up to me for guidance," said Kori with sadness in her voice. "Kori, if you stay here, you will die, made an example of, and the Citadel will snuff out the light of resistance in the people's eyes. But if we leave, we will come back," added Raiden. "I can't let Tamarin fall, Raiden. You must keep your promise. I'll help you reach whatever heights of power you wish to reach, but Tamarin must not be forgotten," said Kori, pleading with Raiden. "I swear, Kori. Tamarin will be free. And we'll free it together. We'll face the Citadel, and we'll bring peace back to your people," Raiden spoke as he hugged Kori. Kori held him tight as she said, "Okay, let's go." "Follow me," said Raiden as he took her to the ship's location. I shot myself in the foot by naming Carrie, so instead she'll now be known as Carrie, that way you won't be confused with her and Kori, and so won't I. Princess Kori. Carrie rushed to hug Kori. Carrie, screamed Corey as she hurried to catch her and raised her in the sky, spinning her. You're okay. I'm glad, said Corey. She then looked around the ship, trying to find someone. She turned to Raiden in panic as he moved his head left and right. Oh God no, Carrie, said Corey as she hugged Carrie tighter. She had realized that Nori didn't make it, and she felt sad for Carrie. It's okay, princess. Mommy is in heaven now, with XL. She told me to be ready for a day such as this. I shouldn't have cried. I only upset Brother Raiden. From now on, Carrie is going to be filled with hope in her heart, just like Mommy said, spoke Carrie, shocking both Corey and Raiden. Raiden was about to move and say something, but Corey took the initiative. No, Carrie. You are not upsetting anyone. We love you and care for you, and will help you in whatever you need, no matter what. You can rely on us. Nori was like a sister to me and to Raiden as well. She cared for us, so we will return the favor to her by caring for you. So, don't feel the need to change or become something you aren't, okay, baby, said Corey. Okay. Then please, Miss Corey, Mommy wanted me to be smart. Can you teach me, said Carrie. Yes. Yes, of course. I will teach you about everything, said Corey, excited by Carrie's desire to learn. And I'll continue teaching you magic and much more. If there's anything you need, just ask me, okay, said Raiden. Okay. Thanks, Brother Raiden. Princess Corey, said Carrie. Call me sister. Sister Corey, said Corey. She got a bit jealous of Carrie calling Raiden brother, so she wanted it too. Okay, Sister Corey. So, where to, spoke Raiden. Huh. Aren't we going back to your home, said Corey. Yeah, I know, but it's not like Earth is close, and we still need that rad-ion energy thingy you told me about. Rad-ion crystals, yes. Well, we can still travel here in the Vega system, and where else would we go than the planet with the most riches and natural resources? However, it's filled with the Citadel's soldiers, they occupied it long ago, said Corey. That won't stop us as long as we're careful. We need those stones to leave the Vega system anyway, so we'll have to do it. Okay, but don't forget, Carrie is with us. We have to keep her safe no matter what. Of course, if I sense that we're in imminent danger, we'll escape. So, where is this place, said Raiden. We are going to planet Karna, said Corey. Well, let's get to it then. Put the coordinates in the navigation system, said Raiden as he hopped into the pilot seat. Sister Corey, can you please drive, said Carrie. Corey turned to Carrie, confused, and tilted her head. Brother Raiden almost hit 3 trees when we were taking off last time, and he couldn't even park it correctly, said Carrie. What? Hey, I was stressed out, said Raiden. I think you are just a bad pilot, Brother Raiden, replied Carrie. Okay, Captain Carrie said I'll pilot, so move out of the way, said Corey. You. Come here. Tickle attack, said Raiden as he chased after Carrie. Ajitich no. Corey smiled as she sat to drive the ship. Here we go. It doesn't make sense for the entirety of the northern bases and fortress to go down like that, said a man wearing the Citadel's highest-ranked stars on his left. He then grabbed a picture and looked at it. Raiden Kagawa, the Resistance's ghost. Ha, what a load of nonsense. No ghost can wreak that much havoc. You are a monster, said the High Council man, the current leader of Tamarin. He grabbed his communication device and activated it, contacting a very strange robotic voice. Who is it? Anonymous robotic voice. I would like to place a bounty on someone. Name, picture, origin, race, crime, last seen. Provide all these. Anonymous robotic voice. Target 1, Raiden Kagawa. Birth. Human. Rebellion, murder, terrorism. Leaving Tamarin. Target 2, Princess Coriandar. Tamarin. Tamaranian. Betrayal, terrorism, rebellion. Leaving Tamarin. Price. Anonymous robotic voice. 100 million SID. I would like a special request. What is it? Anonymous robotic voice. Make sure this bounty contract goes to that crazy bastard first. His fees are double of what you have offered. Anonymous robotic voice. It doesn't matter. Just make sure it's him. Understood. Anonymous robotic voice. Click. The conversation ended as the High Council man smiled and said, let's see you survive this, Raiden Kagawa. Chapter 37. May 27, 2012. Mount Justice. Great job, team. That was exceptional work, Dinah commended. Yeah, the coordination was solid. Aquagirl was today's MVP, remarked Robin, glancing at the new team member. I just did my job, said Aquagirl, scratching the back of her head. Don't be modest, Tula. You did great, complimented the new guy next to her, codenamed Tempest. You too, Garth. Excellent work out there, acknowledged Calder, known as Aqualad. Yeah, enough compliments. Let's get to eating. I'm hungry, exclaimed Wally as he rushed to the kitchen. What an idiot, remarked Artemis as she joined the others. Coming out of the gate, Zatanna and Rocket were conversing before noticing Megan and Connor. Megan, you can't be using your powers that way, scolded Connor. I'm trying to do what's best for the mission, defended Megan. What about the people you hurt, questioned Connor. Zatanna sighed, while Rocket commented, looks like the lovebirds are at it again. Access Raven beat 11. Raven walked in from the gate, observed everyone, and floated toward her room directly. Raven, wait. Please come with us. We're doing a girls' night out, pleaded Aquagirl, trying to persuade Raven. Raven stopped, looked right, then turned to her and said, sorry, I'm busy. She then went straight to her room. Artemis placed her hand on Aquagirl's shoulder and said, don't mind her. She's been like this ever since. It's not you. Raiden Kagawa, right? Isn't he a murderer? Asked Garth. Raiden is a hero and a missing member of our team, clarified Robin. He still killed someone, right? If he's found, will he even be allowed back here? Questioned Garth. He did it to save us. He is still a member and will always be one of us, asserted Robin, with a bit of annoyance in his voice. If you ask me, he's probably hiding somewhere. Before Garth could finish, Tula hit him in the side with her elbow. Robin turned and left as Calder spoke, you should mind your words. Raiden is much more than you've heard of him, and he is certainly not someone who would hide. I can assure you of that. He then turned and left. What's wrong with you? Said Tula. I just wanted to see their reactions to my words. Of course, someone who took down Doomsday and Evo in the same day wouldn't be so weak as to hide, revealed Garth. Then why? Said Tula. I just wanted to know why the king praised Raiden's personality, and it seems that he is respected even here. The entire team seems to like him. I hope we find him. I would love to meet such a great person and get to know him, said Garth. There were better ways of going about this, said Tula, to which Garth raised his shoulder. Just don't speak about him negatively again, especially not in front of Raven. In the Bat Cave. Master Wayne, it is your bedtime, spoke Alfred. It's a long night today, Alfred. I'm a bit busy with this research, said Batman, engrossed in his investigation. To find Raiden, he had dedicated the past 6 months to developing a tool to search the Phantom Zone. His goal was to locate Raiden and open only that part of the Phantom Zone to save him. I'm aware of the necessity of this research, but it's been 6 months already. Shouldn't we consider the possibility that he is? He is not dead, Alfred. He is not someone that will die that easily, declared Batman with confidence. I was going to say that he might have already escaped, but I'm glad that you seem to have a very high respect for young Raiden, said Alfred, correcting Batman's assumptions. Escaped. That could be possible. With the wide variety of heroes in his arsenal, I don't doubt the possibility of him escaping. But then, where is he? Raiden isn't someone who will just disappear without a trace, pondered Batman. Deciding to leave his master at work, Alfred asked, that I don't know. Now, what would you like for this long night? Tea. Or coffee? Coffee, said Batman. In space. We're approaching Karna. I'm going to activate the ship's stealth mode, announced Corey as she entered the planet's atmosphere. Raiden, come here, called Corey. What? Said Raiden as he took a bite of his meal. Do you see this? Asked Corey as she pointed at a specific button in the ship. She pressed it, and the ship's system spoke, autopilot mode. She then pressed another button. Autopilot mode, landing. And that's how you land without almost breaking the ship, explained Corey. Yeah, alright. That looks easy enough. I'll fly next time, said Raiden. Corey got up from her seat and went back to the ship's storage room. She then returned, carrying some clothes. Now, both of you, wear these. We'll be able to blend in easily with the locals. Also, here's this, she gave them a small circular device. This thing will translate everything you say into the language that the Karnan speak, explained Corey. Remember, this is Citadel territory. Do not do anything suspicious, okay? Yup, got it. Right, Carrie, said Raiden. Yeah, replied Carrie. I feel like you're mocking me, said Corey. No. Never. Why would we? Miss too serious, said Carrie as she smiled. Okay, you're learning too much from Raiden. Come here, said Corey as she chased after Carrie. Beep beep beep. Please be seated, approaching landing zone, spoke the ship's computer. The trio all went to their seats, strapped themselves in, and awaited the ship to land. Landing complete. The trio got up from their seats, grabbed their clothes and translators, and walked off the ship. What in the Jesus, Zal is this? Said Raiden as he looked around. Trees were everywhere, and the planet seemed like an enlarged version of the Amazon forest by 1,000 times. Wow! Brother Raiden, look! That tree is huge, exclaimed Carrie. This could be kilometers in height. Sheesh, this place is a vegan's heaven, remarked Raiden. Vegan? Asked Corey. People who don't eat meat, they exist a lot on Earth, explained Raiden. Earth must be pretty peaceful to have people who refuse to eat certain foods. Anyways, I made sure the autopilot parks far away from the city of Kundala. We will have to walk there and inquire about the rad ion. I don't know about that, anyways, let's get going, said Raiden. After walking for about 2 hours, the trio reached the city. Looks like we're here. Let's get you something to drink, Carrie. You seem pretty tired, said Raiden as he looked at the panting Carrie. He had tried to persuade her to hop on his shoulders, but she refused, saying that she needs more stamina. There, seems like a place to get drinks, said Corey as she pointed at a nearby bar. Come on, Carrie, get up, said Raiden as he grabbed her and placed her on his shoulders. She complained, saying, I can still walk, but Raiden didn't care. The trio walked into the bar, and a lot of eyes looked at them, but they quickly ignored them, except for one group. Raiden walked to the counter and said, we want something to drink, as he put some Citadelian coins on the table. He had stolen many from the Citadel soldiers and kept them as souvenirs. Strong or weak? Asked the Karnan bartender. 1 strong, 2 weak, said Raiden. The bartender turned around and grabbed the drinks. We're being eyed, whispered Corey to Raiden. Yeah, just stay calm. We'll be fine, said Raiden. Here you go, said the bartender as he brought the drinks. Raiden looked at the drinks, then whispered, Kachgate Sknerd. Seeing that the drinks were fine, he handed one to Corey and one to Carrie as he started drinking. So, what did you want to know? Said the bartender. Huh, replied Raiden, confused. I see, so you are new here. You paid 5 times the drink's amount. That either means you want info or you're new. Well, I'm both. Can you provide good intel? The best in town, replied the bartender. We'll see about that. I need radion mineral. That could prove to be difficult, said the bartender. What? I thought you were the best in town, mocked Raiden. Oh, I still am. I already know where you can get that. What's difficult is that most of it is run by the Citadel. I would guide you to the north. There are mines there, abandoned. You might find some leftovers, said the bartender. To this, Corey interjected, we're not looking for leftovers, we need a large sum. The planet has been stripped of all of it. The Citadel is employing their best machines to draw out more, but all the rad ion on the planet is in the Citadel's storage currently. You either have to find a vein of it in some mine that's not been stripped completely or get it from the Citadel's storage, which is impossible. Why is that? Can't we just buy it from them? Said Raiden. That will never happen, kid. The Citadel's greatest asset is the rad-ion cannons. They are very destructive, they run on rad-ion energy, and to get that energy, you draw it out from the rocks. They would never sell it, it's priceless, said the bartender. I see, so that's why it's rare, said Raiden. The only storage of raw rad-ion rocks is in the east, inside the capital city, Shakti. It's currently the most secure place in the Vega system after the Citadel's home planet. Well, thanks for the info, sir, said Raiden as he turned to leave. One more thing, kid. What? Be careful, you've drawn a lot of attention already. Karna is mostly a military planet, so bringing your woman here wasn't a great idea. I suggest you leave as soon as possible, said the bartender. Just as the bartender was speaking to Raiden, some man got up and interrupted Corey and Carrie, who were leaving before Raiden. Hey beautiful, why don't you ditch that kid and join us for some fun? Ha ha ha, said one of the men who got up as the others started laughing too. Gross, you should consider taking a shower. All of you. And just so you know, I don't hang out with lowlifes, said Corey. We're not asking, bitch, come over here, said the man. His pride was hurt because of what she said, and he raised his gun, aiming at Corey. Corey disappeared from the man's sight and appeared in front of his face, with green light energy coming out of her hand. The man's head was destroyed in a second. The others all fell on the ground, scared, looking at their buddy's headless body spewing blood. Seeing this, Raiden looked at the bartender and said, my woman can handle herself pretty well. Thanks for the heads up though, as he threw another large coin at the man, tipping him. Walking out with Carrie and Corey, Raiden said, that was way too gruesome, you know. We've got a kid with us, said Raiden. Oh, I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry, Carrie, you shouldn't have seen that, said Corey as she grabbed Carrie and hugged her, apologizing. It's okay, Sister Corey. I need to get used to it anyway. Wait, didn't you say we shouldn't do anything suspicious? I think blowing a man's head off is pretty suspicious. In space. A man cruised on a sleek space motorcycle when a message flashed on his bike's console. Seems like the main man is heading to Vega, ahahaha. Chapter 38. Shakti, capital city of planet Karna. That's a very stupid plan, Corey said with disbelief, looking at Raiden as he laid out one of the most complicated and incredible plans ever devised. The couple and Carrie were staking out the massive storage facility surrounded by heavy security, rad-ion cannons, tens of thousands of soldiers, and many battleships were on standby. This place was the heart of all the Citadel's operations. Without it, the war would become much more difficult for the resistance, and they wouldn't be able to sustain all the different wars they had started. What do you mean? This is like. Perfect, said Raiden. Raiden, you spent 5 months. 5. As the leader of our entire resistance's intelligence team. How could you not even think of a spy-like plan? Because I don't know who told you this, but blowing up their front door and beating everyone isn't a perfect plan, especially for spies, replied Corey. No, here's the thing. I'm back to being strong. Why should I play stealth mode? I don't need to be secretive or anything like that. We can easily defeat them, said Raiden. I know that, Raiden. I believe in your power as well, but you have to understand, if we go in guns blazing, the whole Citadel will be after us. While I think you're truly capable of protecting yourself, I do not believe me or Carrie could survive such a battle, explained Corey. Hearing her side, Raiden relaxed his hot-headed plan and said, yeah, you're right. I guess we shouldn't do that. I was just excited to go back home. It's okay, Raiden. I understand. Let's think about our plan carefully. Boom. A massive crater was created in the middle of the street outside the cafe where Raiden, Corey, and Carrie were sitting. It took out one of the fortress guard posts. The couple got up, battle-ready, and that's when they saw him, a large, muscular, white-skinned man with dark red eyes and black hair tied with a red knot. He wore a black vest, black pants, and fingerless gloves. He jumped out of the crater and into the cafe, aiming for Raiden. Raiden quickly sidestepped the punch delivered by the man before enhancing his body with magic. Blue lines ran all over his body as he punched the man, sending him flying to the end of the cafe building. Corey, take Carrie. I have a bad feeling about this man. WEEWEEWEE. Alert level 5. Alert level 5. Unknown intruder. All personnel are requested at section D. This is not a drill. Raiden. The alarm. What should we do? Said Corey. What about the Radon? Just focus on her, we're running away, said Raiden. No. Brother Raiden. I will be okay. Please. Trust us, said Carrie. Raiden looked distraught as he thought about his answer. Raiden, this is our only chance at getting the Rad Ion, said Corey. Aha fuck, okay. Do it. You get the Rad Ion. Just make sure Carrie's okay. I'll distract the army and deal with this guy. Corey nodded her head before carrying Carrie and flying away. Raiden turned to look back at the new guy, but before he got to see him, He found himself dragged on the ground as the man shot him with a hook to the foot and started dragging him, spinning him over and over again as he smashed him into everything in the vicinity before throwing him far away, outside the cafe. The main man always forks over his debts, ya fraggant know it. Now, let's spice things up a bit, shall we, said the white-skinned man. With more than a few broken bones, Raiden got up and looked at the man, saying, who the fuck are you anyway? Ahahaha well, that's easy to answer. I'm the main man, Lobo. When the meanest, baddest suckers in a galaxy need someone offed, they call me. When the Kuns need a planet's leader knocked off before they invade, they call me. When Darkseid needs someone assassinated, he calls me. And when the Citadel needs to snuff out a resistance, you know who they call, said Lobo. Yeah, they call you. Got it, so you're just a hired bitch who works for people. Glad to know monkeys like you never evolve, always serving someone, said Raiden. Ah, I see you're a prey with a bite, huh? Well, let's see if you can back up that yap of yours, you little fragger. Get your keister ready, I'm about to mess you up real good before I go hunting down your lady, said Lobo as he dashed towards Raiden, and so did Raiden. The former reached first, throwing 2 punches toward his opponent, a right punch which Raiden dodged and a left hook which he also managed to dodge. However, what he couldn't dodge was the shot to his leg as Lobo quickly reached his holstered shotgun and shot his leg, almost blowing it off. Ajijij screamed Raiden, but that didn't last as Lobo hit him with the back of the shotgun, shutting him down. He then punched Raiden again and grabbed him by his collar. This is all you got, sucker. The main man's feelin' pretty disappointed here. Fraggin' annoying, these contracts keep poppin' up like zits on a teenager, said Lobo. Nah, you're good. So I'll get serious for you. What's your name again? Ah yeah, I remember it, Lobo. You are fucked. Throne of Heroes. I am Saber. I am a servant who protects you and the world. Well. I suppose in this case, you will protect the people, not me. I'll support you from the back, master. Name's Arthur Pendragon. Raiden immediately cut Lobo's hand, then cut the other hand in a swift, unpredictable motion. He drew his sword backward, golden energy built up on the sword as a whirlwind of light energy was released, shredding Lobo and sending him flying away. This time it wasn't a cafe's distance, it was hundreds of meters away. Good to see you, Arthur, feeling ready to wreak havoc inside an alien base, said Raiden. Are they evil? Said Arthur. Well, they are an intergalactic invasion force that has led to the death of billions, said Raiden. Sounds evil to me, master. Let's enact justice. Yeah, let's do just that. Raiden looked at the surrounding area, thousands of soldiers were aiming their guns at him, and hundreds of ships had arrived. Raiden Kagawa. Surrender, said General Vaz Montenegro of Fortress Vaz, the strongest fortress on planet Karna and the owners of the Rad-Ion cannon. Raiden, now looking like a handsome short blonde-haired and green-eyed teen in his 20s, wore the standard armor of a knight. The armor parts were silver in color, while the tunic was blue. He also wore a black and white hood fastened to his cuirass. With all this glory and power surging through his body, Raiden laughed as he said. General Vaz. Did I ever tell you the definition of insanity? Raiden exclaimed as he vanished, reappearing in front of a massive ship. His sword glowed golden as he sliced through the ship's front and dashed towards it, causing chaos inside. Heads flew, limbs fell, and he continued to wreak havoc until he reached the rear end of the ship. Cutting it up, he seamlessly jumped to the next one. A demon in the form of a holy knight, Raiden faced hundreds of ships shooting millions of shots. Soldiers equipped with the latest gear all failed to land a significant blow as he cut through thousands of them. The soldiers of the Citadel, horrified, threw themselves at him only to meet their demise. However, a supposed savior arrived for them. The white-skinned devil, banned from hell and heaven, rammed his motorcycle spaceship into Raiden. Simultaneously, he shot Raiden with 2 double-barrel shotguns right in the face. Raiden took a couple of shots before stabbing the front engine of the ship, causing it to explode. The duo dropped down to the ground. Lobo, back in all his glory, and Raiden, now going all out, faced each other. Oh man, I knew I was gonna have fun today. Just fraggin' knew it, exclaimed Lobo. Chapter 39. You're incredibly irritating, do you realize that? Raiden remarked, glaring at the main man, Lobo. I've been called worse. Ain't had a decent scrap in ages, squirt. Time to make this entertaining, responded Lobo as he fired his hook at Raiden. This time, Raiden was ready. He caught the chain hook in his hand and forcefully pulled Lobo towards him. Utilizing his formidable strength, Raiden stabbed Lobo in the gut with his sword. However, just as he did, a faint ticking sound caught his attention. Tick tick tick. Raiden looked down to investigate, only to discover a grenade placed on his neck by Lobo. Boom. The explosion sent both Raiden and Lobo flying in opposite directions. Despite the pain, Raiden got up, hearing, "This man is incredibly cunning and experienced. Be careful, master." "Yeah, I'm starting to feel like tearing him into pieces," replied Raiden angrily, dashing towards Lobo. Corey sprinted through the fortress corridors with Carrie trailing closely behind. The duo sought the storage room containing the precious radion rocks. Abruptly, Corey halted and exclaimed, "Stop." Carrie obeyed, and they scrutinized the upcoming turn. To their surprise, multiple soldiers guarded a massive door. "Those are all Mach 4 suits, and there's more than 20 of them. This is definitely suspicious," remarked Corey. "Then this could be the door to the storage room," replied Carrie. "It might be, yes. We'll just have to strike and see. Can I trust you to keep yourself safe, Carrie?" "I can. Brother Raiden has taught me lots of useful spells. I think I can back you up," responded Carrie. Now, don't be too hasty, Carrie. I know you've been training, but I can't risk having you fight with me." "Please stick to protecting yourself," replied Corey. She then focused ahead, prepared for the confrontation. Training with Raiden since her battle with Yuma had enhanced her energy control, and she felt ready to take on the guards. With incredible speed, she launched herself at the first guard, knocking him out immediately. 3 others followed suit, all incapacitated with 3 green blasts to the face. Remaining guards, alert, moved in to attack. Corey easily sidestepped 2 attackers and knocked them out cold. She then flew upwards, beyond their reach, blasting them quickly before they could draw their guns. One guard proved faster than her and was about to shoot her down. Gandra. The swift guard received a red curse to the face, rendering him unconscious. Corey looked back at Carrie and said, "I told you to stay hidden. This fight is too dangerous for you." "But I helped. I knocked out the guard and saved you," protested Carrie. "I had it covered. He wouldn't have been able to do anything." "You only put yourself in danger, Carrie," said Corey with a stern look. Realizing she might be a bit too harsh on the little one, she added, "Look, I'm only worried about your safety. You recently turned 10, someone like you shouldn't be fighting at all." "I understand. I'm sorry, Sister Corey," said Carrie. "Good. Now let's blow this door off," said Corey, patting Carrie's head. She turned to the massive door, collecting energy in her hands. Corey condensed it and then released it, a strong green laser that created a path through the storage door as she melted it. The duo passed through and were shocked by what they saw. "Oh my God," exclaimed Corey. The storage room was far larger than she had anticipated. "Wow, this place looks larger than our village, Sister Corey," remarked Carrie. "This is unbelievable. How could we face the Citadel with all this?" "This could supply them with radion energy for centuries," said Corey. She had raided fortresses before, seized many radion energy containers, and knew that one rock half the size of a human could efficiently power a fortress for a year. Inside the storage, there were millions of rocks that size, if not more. "Damn it! Damn it," said Corey, angered. The storage was a massive reality check. Her resistance was nowhere near the level needed to challenge the Citadel. "I can't even destroy this place. Am I truly this weak?" said Corey. She shook her head, dispelling any self-doubt, and declared, "Let's take a few rocks and go." Corey managed to secure a few rocks and carried them in a massive cloth bag. She then placed Carrie on her back as they flew away, taking advantage of the chaos Raiden was creating. The duo swiftly reached the ship. Once inside, Corey began placing the rocks in storage, including one inside the engine's core. "This should be enough. Come on, let's go. We'll get Raiden and make a run for it." As she settled into the ship's seat and prepared for takeoff, Corey was met with a very unpleasant surprise. "Princess Coriandar, come out of the ship, or we will open fire. You have 10 seconds. Surveying the ship and its surroundings, she was shocked to find the entire fleet of Shakti surrounding her. Tempted to fight her way to freedom, she hesitated when she realized Carrie was with her, any wrong move, and the kid's life was at risk. So, instead, she chose to leave the ship, raising her hands and letting Carrie follow slowly. Corey looked around as she saw the Citadel ship slowly descending. The ship opened its doors, and the general of the area, Vaz Montenegro, emerged, accompanied by someone that widened Corey's eyes. Sister. With a speed only Corey could follow, her sister, Commandar, attacked, punching Corey in the gut and then in the face, taunting her. You've always been the weak link, never truly worthy of Tamarin. After I deal with you and that pathetic earthling companion of yours, Tamarin will finally acknowledge its rightful ruler. Blackfire, spoke Blackfire. Corey fell, losing consciousness. Gandr. Carrie released a dark curse at Blackfire, but she dodged it immediately. Blackfire appeared right in front of Carrie, who uttered, blaze, creating a shield in front of her body. Unfortunately, the shield wasn't strong enough to withstand Blackfire's punch, breaking it and hitting her in the gut. A small blue layer of unknown energy formed around Carrie, protecting her from certain death as she too passed out. Take her to the ship. Lock her up with this one. If anyone even thinks about laying a finger on her without my say-so, they're in for a very unpleasant surprise. Crystal clear. Yes. Said Vaz, as he ordered his soldiers to carry them. Boom. Raiden's sword intercepted the bomb Lobo hurled at him, but it detonated instantly. Lobo produced 2 shotguns and unleashed a barrage at Raiden. Raiden evaded most of the shots and aimed for the decisive strike, attempting to sever Lobo's neck. However, Lobo countered by defending with his shotgun. This effort proved futile as Raiden's sword glowed yellow, melting the weapon and effortlessly slicing through Lobo from neck to abdomen. Raiden followed with a swift kick, leaving Lobo in uneven halves. You're a nuisance. Just buzz off, Raiden remarked. Ahahahaha, Lobo never backs down from a contract. Today's your ticket to the afterlife, kid. No matter what, I'm gonna kill ya, retorted Lobo as his body began regenerating. Fucking cockroach, Raiden muttered in annoyance. I'm starting to love this more and more, declared Lobo, his body flexing and muscles expanding. No more fooling around with playthings. I'm gonna pound your sorry hide into the ground. Lobo swiftly attacked, and Raiden, prepared, dodged several punches while striking with his sword. This time, Lobo anticipated, dodging the sword and landing a punch on Raiden's face. Ugh. That one was different, Master. It looks like the enemy has started to take this seriously, observed Arthur. Boom boom boom. Each punch triggered a sound explosion. Lobo, once hired to assassinate Superman, possessed incredible physical strength. Raiden intensified his mana, causing his sword to glow golden and create a massive aura. He aimed it at Lobo, obliterating the upper half of his body. However, to Raiden's surprise, Lobo instantly regenerated. He then charged at Raiden, landing more punches and kicks, eventually sending him flying. Is this all you've got, pretty face? Maybe you ain't as tough as I figured, taunted Lobo, approaching Raiden. Struggling to get up, Raiden leaned on his sword. I'll have to use your noble phantasm, Arthur, Raiden decided. I don't believe that will be easy, Master, replied Arthur. You are not authorized to use it. Only those chosen by the sword can use its power. You are merely using Arthur's body, spoke a female voice. Dodging Lobo's punches, Raiden resisted the onslaught while conversing in his mind. Who the hell are you? Raiden inquired. She's the one that can release the seals on Excalibur. I can't use it without her. Currently, she's Merlin, explained Arthur. Merlin, please. Raiden and I are one. We have to use the sword's power to save the world, added Arthur. The planet is outside Earth, so it's not protecting the world. I see no reason to allow its usage. Without it, I'll die here, you know. I'm in control of this body now, and that is with his permission. I was acknowledged not only by your king but by Gaia as well. You can't refuse me. Raiden argued. Boom. Lobo was about to punch Raiden, but he managed to cut Lobo's hand. However, Lobo's rapid regeneration left Raiden unprotected as the punch connected, forcing him to his knees. Lobo then grabbed Raiden's head, hitting it with his knees, causing blood to gush from Raiden's nose. Ahaha, the main man is the victor. Be proud, punk. You gave me more of a run than most losers, gloated Lobo. He grabbed his hook chain, stabbed Raiden in the back, and connected the chain to a new ship stolen from the Citadel, dragging Raiden along. Raiden. Master. Merlin, please. This is Gaia's chosen, the same as me. You cannot deny him, pleaded Arthur for Raiden's case. I cannot give him my seal, sorry, Arthur. It's reserved for something much more serious. However, if the others give their seals, I won't stop it, replied Merlin, deciding to allow the activation of the noble phantasm if the others approved. While dragging Raiden with the ship, Lobo experienced a sudden shock as his ship halted, and he was launched from the window. Lobo got up, staring at Raiden, who had stopped the ship by grabbing the chain midway. Raiden glowed in golden energy, bloodied but more alive than ever. Heh, you're damn worthy, yeah. Almost as annoying as me, but I couldn't care less. I'll screw you up again if I had to, declared Lobo as he rushed towards Raiden. Raiden surveyed his surroundings. We're back at the starting point of our fight. Perfect. This will deal a significant blow to the Citadel. He turned to Lobo and said, it's time to end this. Raising his sword to the sky, the sword of promised victory glowed golden, accompanied by 6 blue dots marking its release. Let's start this, Merlin. Seal 13 decision start. Merlin, approved. Bedivere, Gareth, Lancelot, Mordred, Galahad, Percival. This battle is for me. Merlin, start. Excalibur. Raiden screamed as the golden energy ascended to the sky. This time, it wasn't the sealed version, though only 6 seals were released, it was enough. Excalibur, meant to fight an anti-world threat at full power, was now an anti-fortress noble phantasm. The golden energy obliterated everything in its path. The entire fortress was flattened as Excalibur fulfilled its role as a true anti-fortress noble phantasm. In its wake, Lobo was also destroyed, every atom of his body erased and disintegrated completely. The released energy was phenomenal but proved too strong for Raiden. After fighting as an S-class servant for so long, his body was shattered, bones in pain, mana at its lowest, and mentally exhausted. His body reverted to normal as he heard. Arthur, thank you. I don't think I would have made it without you, Raiden expressed his gratitude. If not for Arthur persuading Merlin, Raiden might have suffered much worse than a couple of broken bones. No need, master. If my sword can be of some help to you, I will devote all I have to being your strength, master. I'm honored to hear that from the King of Knights, Raiden replied. I no longer care about that. My only goal now is to rid the world of evil. As long as you continue to do that, I will be your sword, said Arthur. Raiden smiled as his body fully reverted to normal. Bond increased. Arthur Pendragon Bond 1 Bond 5. Host can choose an active skill. Mana Burst A. Instinct A. Gigantic Beast Hunting A. I'll take Instinct. It's much more useful for me now. I'll need something like that, Raiden decided. Instinct is the ability to instantly identify the best personal course of action during combat. Because this skill allows for the prediction of trajectory, it is possible to avoid attacks from firearms. At rank A, it is essentially in the realm of predicting the future. Through this ability, it is possible to negate the penalties inflicted by visual and auditory interference to a certain extent. Now let's see what this guy is doing, Raiden said as he walked towards a baby version of Lobo. What the fuck are you, man? Raiden inquired as he looked at baby Lobo. What's the matter? You never seen an archbishop regenerate himself from his blood before, retorted Lobo. Raiden looked at him and then said, well, main man, you lost. Pathetic, to be honest. I hope you remember this defeat as long as you live. You think I lost? Give it a few fraggin' hours, and I'll be back to my usual self. Then, I'll hunt you down to the ends of the fraggin' galaxy, kid, replied Lobo. Oh really? Then let me send you off on a good note, Raiden said as he picked up baby Lobo and put him on a ship of the Citadel, stating, computer, take this great fellow to the furthest you can go, far and beyond, all the way until this ship runs out of fuel. Raiden placed baby Lobo and strapped him into the ship seat, laughing. Good luck coming back, main child. You are so dead. So dead. So dead, said Lobo in anger. Bye-bye, Lobo, said Raiden as he jumped off the ship, laughing at Lobo being taken away. Now, let's go check on Cory. Chapter 40. Damn it. Damn it all. Raiden screamed in anger after discovering the ship destroyed and abandoned. You piece of shit better be useful, said Raiden as he turned back to the ship he stole from the Citadel base he raided. Whoever has Cory and Carrie couldn't have gone too far away, Raiden mused as he started the Citadel ship. TSH. The ship's communication channel activated, and a voice was heard, all units over, we have captured Princess Cory and Dar. The SS Blackfire will go back to Tamarin, spoke the voice on the communication channel. SS Blackfire, huh? That's good. At least I know what ship I'm looking for. Computer, locate SS Blackfire, Raiden ordered. Locating mother ship, SS Blackfire. Ship located. Would you like to return back to the mother ship? Replied the computer. I see. So it was this ship's mothership. This is why I got the notice. Alright, computer, set destination to the mothership, said Raiden. Destination set. Estimated time, 2 hours. Raiden allowed the computer pilot to take over the ship as he went to lie down. System, is there any way for me to recover faster, said Raiden, his body mostly broken, tired, and exhausted. Negative, host lost the premium recovery feature provided to him by the system, passing out. I wouldn't call that a premium feature, but seriously, is there no other way to recover my energy? Negative, host must simply bide his time. Damn it all, said Raiden as he relaxed his eyes. I'll sleep a bit. Maybe that will recover enough energy. Cancel it now, spoke Blackfire as she addressed a high councilman. Impossible. Are you crazy? Just because we granted you some liberties doesn't mean you get to order me around. Have you lost your mind? Do you know who you're speaking to? Spoke the high councilman, Kalmora. It seems you are the one who has lost his mind. I was granted Tamarin officially by voting from all the high councilmen. Any and all matters related to Tamarin are to go through me. So I'm telling you, right here and now, cancel my sister's bounty, spoke Blackfire. Damn you. Do you not understand? Raiden Kagawa has destroyed half of the Karna storage facility. He is now a threat to the Citadel, he needs to be eliminated, spoke Kalmora. What? What about Lobo? Did he not kill him, spoke Blackfire. No, he managed to repel Lobo for now, but it won't matter. Lobo is relentless, he'll kill him, spoke Kalmora. And he'll kill my sister with him, damn it. I don't want her dead like this. It must be done by my hand in Tamarin while facing the people. That way, Tamarin will fall completely, spoke Blackfire. Just cancel this bounty and release another one with the target being only that damned human. You're still new to this world, damn you. Do you know who we're talking about? It's fucking Lobo. If we take out Coriandar and only leave Raiden Kagawa on the bounty, he'll rage and come for our heads. He'll take it as an insult, and trust me, you do not want Lobo after your head, spoke Kalmora. Then cancel it completely. If you want Tamarin, then we must take it this way, said Blackfire. Fine, damn it. Fine, I'll cancel the bounty. Estimated arrival time, 5 minutes, spoke the ship's navigation system. Hearing that, Raiden prepared himself for infiltration. He was first going to use his stealth mode to infiltrate the mothership, but he decided against it. They might have already prepared for him using body heat scanners. Instead, he went with a new spell. The timing of this will be short, but it should be enough to get me through, said Raiden as he prepared his spell. Ikamem cool Ikil a Nainrak, said Raiden. His appearance shifted, he now looked like a full-blown Karnian. It was a random face he picked up when he was on Karna. He then turned into the ship's locker rooms. Since this was a Citadel ship, he found multiple Citadel soldiers' clothes. Wearing them, his preparation was now sufficient. Alright, we're good. Computer, dock inside the mothership, said Raiden. Preparing to land, spoke the ship navigation system. The ship quickly docked inside the mothership. Raiden got off to find someone waiting for him. The person looked important, surrounded by 4 other soldiers wearing the same clothes as Raiden. Seeing that, Raiden realized he might be a high-ranking officer. He quickly left the ship and went directly to the high-ranking officer. Raiden lifted his hand to his forehead, saluting the man. Welcome back, soldier. Name your squad, spoke the officer. Squad 4, sir, said Raiden, maintaining his vigilance and his disguise. Squad 4. Weren't you dispatched to take out Raiden Kagawa and give support to the bounty hunter Lobo? Questioned the officer. Yes, sir. Unfortunately, sir, we failed. My entire squad and many others have been wiped out. I alone managed to survive, I barely made it back, spoke Raiden. So you're merely a failure? You ran away as your brethren fought to death, spoke the officer in a not-so-pleasant tone. No, sir. I just had to make it back to report on the situation, spoke Raiden in a panic. Unacceptable. The Citadel doesn't need pathetic deserters as soldiers. You are hereby stripped of your rank and any achievement. Soldiers. Restrain this pathetic man and throw him in the cell, now, spoke the officer as he backed away from Raiden to allow the soldiers to restrain him. Raiden's thoughts raced. He was thinking of multiple ways to take out everyone in the vicinity quietly. But he realized it wasn't possible without alerting the entire mothership. Due to his energy being extremely low, he knew he couldn't transform into any servant now. However, another thought passed his mind. They're taking me to the cells. Probably close to where they're keeping Corey hostage. I should just allow them to take me in. Raiden stayed quiet as the soldiers pushed him around and dragged him to the cells. Lock the bastard in here, with the child, said the officer as he left the cells back to his duty. Raiden waited for the soldiers to leave before he turned to the child, Carrie. Hey Carrie, said Raiden. Don't talk to me, said Carrie in a fierce tone. I like that. You're learning. Never trust strangers, said Raiden as he added. I can't lie though, I'm a little hurt that you don't recognize me, even if I'm in a disguise. I said don't. Wait, disguise, Raiden, spoke Carrie. In utter happiness. Well, took you long enough, said Raiden. Then he added, but keep it on a hush, okay? Now tell me, where did they take Corey? They took her to a different cell, not too far from here. It was her sister, Raiden. Her name is Blackfire, and she is keeping Sister Corey a hostage. She said she will execute her on Tamarin, in front of the people. We can't allow that, spoke Carrie. I see. Then come with me, show me the way. Stay behind me, though, said Raiden. Of course. But Raiden, something's wrong with me, said Carrie. As she continued to add, ever since I fought that woman, I haven't been able to use my magic. I think she might have done something to me, or maybe it's the ship. I don't think it's the ship since I'm already using magic to disguise myself, said Raiden. He then turned to the bars in front of him, using enhancing magic to strengthen his hands and bent the bars of the cell open. I don't think it's the cell either. Don't worry about it, Carrie. I'll help you realize what the problem is later. For now, let's go get Corey. Chapter 41. Ikam Irak Kul Ikil Anainrak, said Raiden as he cast a spell on Carrie to resemble a Karnan soldier. He switched his own appearance as well, now resembling a different Karnan, just in case there are soldiers who remember him as an imprisoned soldier. Let's go, Carrie. My magic can't sustain our appearance for long, so I'd like us to get to Corey as soon as possible, spoke Raiden, urging Carrie to hurry up. Yeah, sure. It's this way, brother Raiden, said Carrie as she guided Raiden. The duo walked for a couple of minutes before reaching a highly guarded area. 2 soldiers were standing at the door. Carrie, you wait here, okay? I'll pass inside, you lurk around a bit. How will you get through the guards? Just watch. Raiden walked towards the soldiers. The moment the soldiers saw him, they saluted. At ease, soldiers, said Raiden. He then tried to get in, but the soldiers said, I'm sorry, Lord Officer, but the general said not to allow anyone in, spoke the soldier. What? How dare you attempt to stop me? You think I'd be here without the general's permission, shouted Raiden at the soldiers. The soldiers were momentarily shocked before they said, sorry, sir. Yes, please come in. Raiden walked inside without any further problems, successfully tricking the soldiers. Inside the cell, Raiden saw her, sitting on the ground defeated. Corey wasn't mentally weak, as such, it was a bit of an odd sight to Raiden, who decided to walk towards her. Knocking on the cell, he said, I didn't expect the Princess of Tamarin to be this weak. I'm not weak. I'm simply disappointed in myself, said Corey. She immediately realized who this officer was. It was simply not allowed to talk to her unless you were Blackfire or, in this case, someone who sneaked in. Disappointed in yourself? You shouldn't be. I think you would have won if you truly fought her, replied Raiden. She is my sister. I can't go against her, I can't fight her. Even after all she's done, the pain she caused, my mother, my father, they both are dead, my brother is lost, yet here I am. When faced with her, I couldn't lift a single muscle, I just couldn't. How can I save Tamarin if I can't even have the courage to do what must be done, spoke Corey. You are going about this in the wrong way. Must I remind you every time? You are not alone, Corey. If you can't muster up the courage to face your sister, then leave it to me. I'll fight for you. Think of me as your knight, said Raiden. Corey got up from the ground as she said, I have to change myself. That you do, but for now, you have me, Corey. I'll try to change you, said Raiden as he opened the cell for her. She walked out and hugged Raiden. This is the second time you've saved me. Raiden's disguise was undone as he said, told you, I'm your knight. What's a knight's duty if not to save his princess in dismay? Corey laughed a bit as she wiped her tear and whispered in his ear, I love you, Raiden. Such a moving sight, or is it disgusting? I can't decide, spoke a voice behind the duo. Corey was shocked a bit, but Raiden turned towards the voice. It was the voice of Blackfire. Sister, spoke Corey. You've arrived a bit earlier than I had predicted, said Raiden. Humph. At least you weren't foolish enough to believe you can actually sneak onto my ship without me finding out, spoke Blackfire. Then she smiled and added, I was somewhat afraid of facing you. Someone that can survive a fight against Lobo isn't someone I'd like to fight. But I can see it, ahahaha, you are weak. Lobo must have done a number on you because you can barely walk. Hearing her sister's words, Corey was shocked as she turned to look at Raiden. To the untrained eye, he looked fine, but his body balance was off. Raiden. Well, you may be right about that. You ain't special enough to defeat me, even in this state. Jandyar, spoke Raiden as he released a curse to her face, following it up with a kick to the stomach, sending her flying outside the cell room. Eniskasai se olo to Soma, enhancing his body, he followed after her. But Raiden was shocked to see her fine as she grabbed his punch with one hand, and her other hand collected dark energy and released it at him. I'm the future queen of Tamarin, said Blackfire as her eyes turned dark and she grabbed Raiden by the neck, smashing him through multiple rooms. She then floated with him, choking him. Raiden was struggling to create a spell in his hand. But before he continued, she grabbed hold of the hand that was about to shoot the spell and crushed it. Let him go, screamed Corey as she slammed into her sister midair. Raiden fell directly to the ground face first, completely exhausted. Ho! You are feisty now. Is this what they call love? Interesting. I'd like to see how you'd react when he's dead, said Blackfire as she collected energy in her hands and shot it towards the fallen Raiden. Corey quickly interjected, blocking the attack, her eyes turned green as her energy collected. Don't make me fight you, sister. You brat. This arrogance of yours is what I hate the most, said Blackfire as her energy encircled her, and she attacked. Her speed was incredible as she punched Corey again and again. Corey dodged most of them, but eventually, Blackfire's speed was faster, allowing for a couple of punches to connect. Then Blackfire charged her energy and shot it towards Corey, sending her flying. Corey regained her posture mid-sky and charged her own energy. The two sisters shot a massive amount of energy towards each other, the dark and green energies collided midway, creating a massive clash and bright light that shook the entire ship. The soldiers were already instructed to steer clear from the fight, as Blackfire knew they'd be useless. The two energies were fighting for dominance, but it was clear who the winner was. Experience and ruthlessness couldn't be compared to Corey's lack of courage and her inner conflict of not wanting to face her sister. The dark energy increased further and further as Blackfire said, You were always the one loved by our family, granted all that should have been mine. But the truth is here and now, I was always superior. The dark energy completely engulfed Corey as she was sent flying away, unable to defeat her sister. Blackfire looked around as she walked to the fallen duo of Raiden and Corey, both unable to move a muscle. Standing in front of her, one member of Raiden's party remained. Raiden looked at her and said, Carrie, no, run away. Carrie, please, go and hide, said Corey. This is amusing. Look at you, all that's left to protect you is one lonely child. Aren't you too pathetic? Carrie smiled as she turned to the duo and said, Ever since I've known you two, you've always protected me, guided me. Princess Corey, you were everything to us. To my mother, you sacrificed everything for our sake, for Tamarin. And you, Brother Raiden, someone who was a foreigner to our land, yet you did everything to help us, a hero for us. I know what that means now, Brother Raiden. I think it's time that I protect you too and show you my gratitude. Ahahaha you. And how will you do that, mocked Blackfire. I received an oracle from my mother. She's always told me to have hope. She said hope is the strongest weapon in the universe, and today, it turned out that she was correct, said Carrie as her aura turned blue. A ring appeared from nowhere, the ring shone blue, the color of hope. Carrie smiled as the ring entered her finger, saying, In fearful day, in raging night. With strong hearts full, our souls ignite. When all seems lost in the war of light. Look to the stars, for hope burns bright. Her entire outfit changed to that of a blue suit, her eyes now shone blue with her energy encircling the entire area. Raiden sensed the energy invading his body, making it stronger. This feeling, this power, it's making me recover my energy. You little witch. You had something like that hidden under your sleeve, huh? But that doesn't matter, this won't change anything, screamed Blackfire as her energy collected in her hands and released another blast. A blue shield formed around the trio protecting them. After the blast had passed, another blast was released, this time from Carrie. A blue energy struck Blackfire, shocking her quite a bit as she found herself flying away. But what shocked her more was when she found a blue rope entangling her leg, snapping her back. Carrie conjured a massive hammer and hit Blackfire with it. Recovering mid-air, Blackfire was enraged. Damn you! Her energy increased as she attacked, but Carrie was already in her face, punching her. The two exchanged punches. Carrie was inexperienced in hand-to-hand combat, so she was at a disadvantage. But her newfound strength covered for her body was now sturdier and stronger, so she endured much more than she should have. Brother Raiden. It's time. My power is new, I can't endure much longer than this, screamed Carrie. The Blue Lantern's primary role is to support others in battle, especially the Green Lantern, but due to Raiden's special energy, he too was able to recover energy. Yeah, I'm grateful, Carrie. Thank you. Throne of Heroes. Ushiwakamaru greets her lord. I'm glad I was called upon to serve you once again. Raiden's appearance changed to that of the first servant he summoned while being aware, the beautiful samurai, Ushiwakamaru. Glad to see you again, Ushi. Let's defeat our enemies together, shall we? Replied Raiden. He brandished his sword as he locked onto Blackfire. Carrie. Time to retreat, darling. I'm eternally grateful for your support, said Raiden. Okay, said Carrie as she backed away from Blackfire. You're back again. You changed, but it doesn't matter. I will not fail, said Blackfire as she attacked. Her fist was about to strike Raiden's face, but it clashed with a sword. Honor is a must when facing a samurai. But I guess you don't know what that is. After all, you did sell out your own nation, said Raiden. Blackfire was shocked to see her fist filled with energy blocked by a mere sword. Raiden pushed her away before saying, let me teach you something about the hero I'm using now. Her name is Ushiwakamaru. She embodies the legendary wandering tales of Shano. Tale 1, Eye of Shiva, detecting the 6 secret teachings. Said Raiden as he activated the noble phantasm of Ushiwakamaru, wandering tales of Shano. The first legend Eye of Shiva relocates enemies and allies alike on the battlefield. Blackfire found herself shocked as Raiden teleported behind her while saying, Tale 2, Yusumidori, Heavenly Blade Steps. A slash to her back, the unavoidable strike that is the embodiment of a samurai's dream. Ajijich screamed Blackfire as she found herself cut from the back, bleeding in pain. Damn you! Everyone, kill him, screamed Blackfire, calling upon the soldiers that had been watching the entire time. They were ordered not to interfere and, as such, were standing by. The whole ship prepared to attack as they all loaded their weapons and took aim at Raiden, who simply said, Tale 3, Benkei, steadfast position. Recreating the legendary body of Benkei, Blackfire and her soldiers attacked it, using her black energy blast. But it all meant nothing, Benkei's body was strong. After all, the more faith Ushiwakamaru has in Benkei, the stronger the body is, making it a sturdy shield. That is able to block a B-ranked anti-army noble phantasm. Something that Blackfire and her soldiers couldn't recreate. Tale 4, Homaru, Spider Slayer. Meant to deal with demons, this attack created sonic booms after each slash. Very ideal against hordes of enemies, with multiple instant flashes, the entire ship was wrecked from the inside with hundreds of sonic booms. And now, especially for you, Blackfire, the final tale in the Wandering Tales of Shano. Dan no Yura, Aso Tobi. Leaping through the battlefield, Raiden's body floated like a butterfly, almost weightless while also creating 7 other copies of himself, distracting Blackfire, who didn't know where the attack was even coming. After 8 leaps, he was in her face. Blackfire's demise was assured. No, screamed Corey. Hearing her scream, Raiden's sword stopped at Blackfire's neck. Blackfire looked in shock as she realized that if not for Corey, her head would have rolled on the ground. Remember this feeling, Commandar. This is what it means to be dead. Your survival was only granted due to your sister's kindness. You call yourself Black Fire, eh? When in the blackness of the universe, there she shines, a star. That's why you will eternally be grateful to Starfire for saving your life, said Raiden. Before he rubbed it in, adding. That's such a shame, isn't it? He then undid his transformation as Ushi said, My lord, you spoke so highly of me, and used my noble phantasm so gracefully, I'm truly honored to serve you. Bond increased. Ushiwakamaru Bond 2 Bond 5. Host can choose an active skill. Tengu Art of War EX, unobtainable. Charisma C+. Art of the Swallow B. Unobtainable. Weird, never seen a skill that I can't obtain. Skill is unobtainable due to it requiring real training with the creatures known as Tengu. I see, then I'll take Art of the Swallow, I could use a bit of acrobatic movement in this body. Art of the Swallow B is a skill representing the nimble and lightweight body of Ushiwakamaru's, comparable to a swallow. Chapter 42. Hey, you! You scoundrel! Blackfire screamed. She attempted to rise but was unable to move, her body was incapacitated. Observing Raiden's indifference, she yelled, Damn it! Damn you, just kill me! I won't let him do that, sister, said Kori as she approached. Kori Idnar. You do it then. Haven't I caused everything to go terribly bad? Why are you letting me live? Blackfire screamed. Commandar, I cannot do that. I still cherish you as my dear sister, despite all the wrongs you've committed. I still see good in you, spoke Kori. You're delusional. There is no good in me, replied Commandar. I know about the experiments, Commandar. They changed you, and I feel bad for you. You even stopped the Citadel from releasing mass destruction weapons on Tamarin. For that, I am thankful. Although Tamarin may be lost today, I promise I will come back and free it. Not just Tamarin, but all of Vega will be free from the Citadel's tyranny, promised Kori with hope in her eyes. Tisk, damn it, go, just leave. The crazy guy won't come after you from now on as well. I made sure of that, spoke Blackfire. Hearing the peculiar description, Raiden spoke, Lobo. I managed to convince the council to cancel the bounty. They wouldn't dare release it again, or Lobo will take it as an insult. So you're pretty much free. However, you will become persona non grata on Vega, and many other systems will follow suit, explained Blackfire. She convinced herself that it was her last goodwill for her little sister. Thank you, sister, spoke Kori. Humph. Let's go, Kori. This place isn't safe anymore. Many other ships are probably on their way here, said Raiden, calling for Kori. He then carried the sleeping Carrie and started moving. Carrie had immediately gone to sleep after deactivating her power, she apparently had exhausted her body. Blue ring. She looked just like the Green Lantern, how? I heard of other colors. She said something about hope. Does that mean the Blue Lanterns use the power of hope? Guess that explains why her magic wasn't working earlier. Where do we go, Raiden? Asked Kori. To which Raiden smiled and said, there are multiple ships here that can take us out of the Vega system. We'll just steal one. Come on. Raiden, with Carrie on his back and Kori behind him, ran towards the mothership's hangar. Finding a ship suitable for the three of them, they got on and started their journey once again. We're finally leaving Vega, spoke Kori. Yeah, the Citadel won't be a problem for us anymore, said Raiden. Yeah. Raiden, seeing that Kori was saddened, went to her and placed his hands around her. We will be back. Stronger. Kori nodded, then said, yes, we must. Warning, warning. Kori rushed to the ship's controls and said, Raiden. Check this out, a small object getting closer to the ship, very fast. An enemy? Already? In front of the ship, Raiden looked at the window as a bright light finally emerged. It was that of a man, with distinctive and otherworldly physical appearance, characterized by his vibrant blue skin, reflecting his affiliation with the Blue Lantern Corps. He wore a form-fitting blue costume that covered his entire body, adorned with the emblematic Blue Lantern symbol prominently displayed on his chest. With pointed ears, clearly an alien, his overall demeanor exuded an air of regality. A flowing blue cape completed his ensemble, adding a touch of elegance to the hopeful figure that stood as a beacon of optimism. Greetings, I am Brody Walker, a devoted disciple of the Blue Lantern Corps. I've arrived to welcome our newest sister into the embrace of hope. I shall be her guide, imparting the wisdom of our ways. Within the vast cosmos, our purpose is to sow the seeds of hope, and our radiant light is the embodiment of unwavering optimism. Hearing his introduction, Raiden sighed then said, "Can I communicate with him?" "Ah, yes. Just use the ship's voice enhancer," said Corey as she showed him. "Hello, Brody. I'm Raiden Kagawa. I'm willing to welcome you on the ship, but just to be safe, in the air compartment, you'll have to take out your ring. I know how powerful lanterns are, and I don't wish to endanger my allies," said Raiden, although he knew that the blue lanterns were not dangerous, he just couldn't risk it. "I will heed your counsel, yet the ring remains in my keeping." Raiden Kagawa, a comrade to a bearer of hope, must possess a heart untainted and true. "My trust in you is firm, and with the ring close, our journey shall be guided by the purity of our shared purpose," spoke Walker. After a few moments, Walker found himself inside the ship. An unexpected encounter, a human venturing to Vega, and you, young one, bear the aura of Tamarin's trials. Alas, the Green Lantern Corps is barred from these grounds, and we, the nascent Blue Lantern Corps, remain in infancy, unable to confront the Citadel's formidable might in its entirety, spoke Walker. Then he added, "May I be introduced to the Child of Hope, please?" "Well, she's asleep. I think she might have used too much energy, so you're going to have to wait," said Raiden. "What is this Green Lantern Corps? Or Blue Lantern for that matter?" asked Corey. "You don't know?" said Raiden. "No. No need for astonishment, human. The ban on the Green Lantern Corps was enforced millennia ago. Naturally, a child from Tamarin would be unaware of the Lantern Corps or any other corps for that matter," spoke Walker before he added. "Let me clarify. The Green Lantern Corps is a group of cosmic protectors using green willpower energy. On the other hand, I belong to the Blue Lantern Corps, powered by the blue light of hope. Our mission is to inspire hope in the universe. Together, Green and Blue Lanterns strive for peace and justice. Almost every planet gets their own Green Lantern. My planet, Earth, has as of now, 2 Green Lanterns," added Raiden. "So you guys protect the universe? But why are you not allowed in Tamarin? Or in the Vega system? You could have saved so many lives," said Corey, as she was getting worked up. "Yes, our purpose is to safeguard the universe. Unfortunately, the Green Lantern Corps faces bans in places like Tamarin and the Vega system. These restrictions limit our ability to intervene, preventing us from saving lives and bringing our protective light to those in need. It's a challenge we strive to overcome in our pursuit of universal peace," replied Walker. "How did the protectors of the galaxy get banned? How can you just watch as we suffer?" said Corey, very angered by Walker's response. "The ban on the Green Lantern Corps dates back thousands of years, and the reasons vary. Political conflicts, misunderstandings, and mistrust led to these restrictions. It's a painful reality, and we share in your frustration. We are not indifferent to the suffering, but our hands are tied by these ancient decrees. We work tirelessly to bring about change and seek opportunities to alleviate suffering within the boundaries we face," said Walker. "You don't share my frustration. You have no idea what it's like. You, a Blue Lantern with all that power, could probably keep your planet safe. But what about me? What about my planet? The people that looked up to me to save them? But I couldn't. Someone like you could never understand," screamed Corey. "I may wear the mantle of a Blue Lantern, but it doesn't shield me from the anguish of loss. I, too, have experienced the devastation of losing my homeworld. I understand the depths of pain and the yearning to save those you care about. Let our shared sorrow forge a bond, and together, we'll strive to bring hope and healing to the wounded hearts of the universe," replied Walker. Hearing Walker explain that he too lost his planet, Corey was silenced. "Corey, you have to relax, okay? The universe is wide, many share your pain, so don't feel helpless. Tamarin is still alive, as long as you are," explained Raiden. "Yeah, you're right. I apologize for getting angry at you." "No need for apologies. Your frustration is valid, and I appreciate your honesty," said Walker. "Sister Corey. Brother Raiden," Carrie came out of her room. "I heard screaming." "Oh no, it's nothing, darling. We just left Vega. Everything will be okay now, don't worry. It's just that we have a new guest, that's all," said Raiden. "Oh, I see, he looks funny," said Carrie. "Aha, indeed he does, Carrie. This is Walker. Walker, meet Carrie. She's about to turn 10, but her heart is incredibly brave. She's the one you seek, the newest member of the Blue Lantern Corps, said Raiden. I perceive it now. Naturally, a soul as untainted as yours would be the welcomed addition. Your optimism radiates even in this space. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Saint Walker, the inaugural bearer of the Blue Lantern Corps. With open arms, I extend my heartfelt welcome to you, dear Carrie. Embrace your place among our esteemed ranks. No. I don't want to leave Brother Raiden. I refuse. The ring keeps saying that you will take me, said Carrie as she ran to hide behind Raiden. Wait, what? Hey. Walker. Is what she said true? You plan on taking her away? Asked Raiden, his tone different. Ah, my sincerest apologies for any misconceptions. If your intention is to bring her to Autumn, our cherished home among the stars, rest assured there is no malice or peril awaiting. It is a realm devoted to fostering goodness and enlightenment. Your desire to acquaint her with our brethren and provide her with training aligns seamlessly with our commitment to nurturing beacons of hope. I can't just allow that, Walker. I promised her mother to keep her safe, that means she stays with me all the time, said Raiden. I can't just send her away with strangers. Ah, if such be your circumstance, why not unite your journey with ours? Autumn extends its arms in a hospitable embrace to all, granted they pledge allegiance to the tranquility that graces our celestial haven. Consider joining our ranks, and partake in the nurturing of your formidable spirit through the sacred teachings that abound on Autumn. Said Walker. I don't think that's possible, we're on a trip back to Earth, you see. I hope you understand, Walker, said Raiden. Earth calls to you, yet your path leads elsewhere. Young one, do you grasp the destination your journey unfolds towards? Fear not, for I offer my assistance, provided you pledge to make a detour to Autumn. I assure you, the detour will prove to be a rewarding venture. Said Walker. What does that even mean? Said Raiden. I think he means we are going the opposite direction of Earth, said Corey. Oh. The opposite? Well, we just escaped, so we didn't realize, said Raiden. Raiden, I think we should go with him, said Corey. Why? Said Raiden. If it's true what he says, he'll show us the way, and Carrie will become stronger and able to fend for herself, said Corey. I am convinced that embracing this course of action shall prove to be the most auspicious choice. I stand not as an adversary, harboring no intentions of evolving into one. My sole concern resides in the safeguarding of my fellow beings. Hence, I am deeply invested in the welfare of Carrie, my new cherished sibling. Fine, we'll go with you. I doubt I'd see trouble from pacifists. Chapter 43. Since the trip to Autumn was a few weeks long, Raiden had gotten closer to Walker, gaining a better idea about Walker's personality. He was a true pacifist, with no trace of violence within himself. This was evident when the group encountered pirates 3 times during their journey. Each time, the pirates were swiftly defeated, but Walker insisted on keeping them alive, taking the opportunity to preach about changing their ways. He also taught Carrie how to recharge her energy from the Blue Lantern battery. This proved helpful, especially given Carrie's age, as she tended to lose energy quickly. She even assisted Raiden and Walker in defeating pirates at one point. After about a month and a half, Raiden and his friends finally reached Autumn. The planet was breathtaking, with lush landscapes and an ethereal atmosphere. The feeling Raiden got from it, however, raised his suspicions. This place, it's beautiful, said Corey. And here I thought Karna was a green planet. This place is amazing. Even the feeling I get from it, something isn't right, said Raiden. What is it, Brother Raiden? Asked Carrie. It's just that, the same way you charged my power back on the ship, I feel so energized. It's like, hold on, Throne of Heroes. I am Saber, name's Mordred. Huh? You again? At least tell me there's a fight this time. Unfortunately not. This is only to test how long I can maintain the transformation. Huh? Does that even matter? You can barely hold on for 5 minutes, wait a minute. Yo, this is crazy. What? This energy. It's like you have infinite energy. Your body keeps regenerating it from that planet's blue energy. Holy crap, you can keep our transformation for years at this rate. You just have to remain close to that planet. Whoa. Sir Raiden, I don't believe you have shown me your power before. It would seem you can transform into a woman. A strong one at that. Is there something worrying you? Spoke Saint Walker. Yeah, I can transform into different things. That doesn't matter now, Walker. This planet, does it contain the Blue Lanterns? Said Raiden. The ship was close to landing, so they already let the autopilot handle it. Yes, our base of operations is here. Even the main battery of the Blue Lantern Corps is here, spoke St. Walker. So, the Blue Lantern's power, is it the same as the Green Lantern? Or is it different? Because, for some reason, I keep receiving power from it. It's like it's filling me with energy, said Raiden. With a bit of shock on his face, St. Walker asked, you receive energy from it? Yeah, first it was Carrie that charged me up back on Vega, but here, it's like this planet is making me stronger. Shit, I could destroy planets at this rate and not lose energy. I have no idea. I believe our guardian Ganthet would know more about this. It's quite strange. Our ring is meant to empower other rings, not normal mages, answered St. Walker. Well, I'm nothing but normal. Trust me on that. Let's go see your friend, Walker. Indeed. The ship landed as the door opened up to the beautiful planet of Autumn. Welcome to our home, Autumn, said St. Walker. As Walker spoke those words, a group of individuals descended from the skies, landing close. Two were diminutive figures, resembling small humanoids with blue skin, large blue eyes, and wearing simple robes. The third was a very peculiar elephant man, a blue-skinned humanoid with an elephant-like head. He possessed large, floppy ears, a trunk, and tusks, giving him the appearance of an anthropomorphic elephant. Welcome, allies of the emotional spectrum. I am Ganthet, guardian of the Blue Lantern and its progenitor. My purpose is to guide this world towards a tranquil existence. And as for you, young one, you have become a part of our corps, an unprecedented honor as our first female member. The sole female presence among us is Sister said, though she does not bear the mantle of a lantern, spoke Ganthet. Said stepped forward and added, my name is Said. It's truly a pleasure to make your acquaintance, especially yours, young one. The Blue Lantern Corps is in its infancy, and every new member is embraced with open hearts. Welcome, dear child. Ho ho. Greetings, dear friends. I am Brother Worth, and you may call me by that name. It brings me great joy to meet each and every one of you. May hope illuminate our paths together, young ones, spoke Brother Worth. Hello, my name is Raiden Kagawa. I'm human, lost, and trying to find my way home. This is Corey, she is a Tamaranian. And this young one is Carrie, she is your newest member. She is young, so I expect you to treat her as such. Her mother entrusted her to me, and I will watch out for her training with you all. If I sense that you aren't treating her well, I will take her away. Trust me when I say this, but I don't care if our entire corps is my enemy, warned Raiden, his words carrying a hint of a warning. The other members of the Blue Lantern Corps simply smiled, realizing that he was indeed serious. However, they were confident that they would treat Carrie well, understanding that there was no corps more peaceful and down-to-earth than the Blue Lanterns. Hello, I'm Coriandar, you can call me Corey, though, said Corey as she introduced herself. Hi, I'm Carrie Andar, but you can call me Carrie as well. I'm glad to meet you all, spoke Carrie, a bit embarrassed. Please, do join us. Follow along, and we shall guide you to our modest sanctuary, where you're welcome to reside as we mentor young Carrie. Perhaps both of you might consider participating in her training. Our exercises not only sharpen the mind but also cultivate a genuine sense of hope within. Spoke Ganthet. Sure, why not? I don't mind training with you all, but I'd also like to discuss some things with you, Guardian Ganthet, said Raiden. Indeed, I shall converse with you in private as well, dear Raiden. Said Ganthet. The group proceeded to follow the Blue Lanterns, eager to explore the new environment and embrace the training that awaited them. Ah, young Raiden, it appears you, a mortal, have found yourself astray in the celestial expanse of the Vega star system. Your explicit mention of Hal Jordan suggests a past affiliation. Alas, I lacked the means to commune with Hal for verification, yet knowledge of his true identity was a guarded secret among the Green Lanterns. Your acquaintance with his private appellation hints at a closeness, indeed, spoke Ganthet. Yeah, I wouldn't say close, we just worked together somewhat. Anyways, what I wanted to discuss was the blue energy of hope. What is its purpose, said Raiden. The overarching concept behind the Blue Lantern Corps lies in fortifying the prowess of the Green Lanterns. The synergy between the green and blue wielders yields a formidable force. While initially tailored to enhance the Green Lantern Corps, it should not astonish you if the blue ring holds the potential to amplify other rings. Therefore, Carrie's empowerment of you should not be a source of surprise, spoke Ganthet. Guardian Ganthet, I am not a lantern. I have zero connection to the emotional spectrum, said Raiden. That is inconceivable. I perceive within you a resonance, a saturation of our essence. Such a manifestation is exclusive to those who wield the might of the emotional spectrum, an energy beyond ordinary bounds, spoke Ganthet in shock. Nope, I'm simply a mage, I guess. I think I got the general idea. My body, for some reason, converts your energy to mana for me. Sound crazy, right? Said Raiden. Indeed, it verges on the realm of madness. The implication suggests your corporeal form possesses the uncanny capability to decipher and harmonize with the intricate energies of the emotional spectrum. Such a feat eludes even the divine entities themselves, said Ganthet. You'd be surprised at how many times I heard someone say something impossible regarding what I can do. Regardless of the matter, how long will Carrie's training take? I'd like to go home as soon as possible, said Raiden. One must not hasten into endeavors, young Raiden. If you seek to impart upon Carrie the wisdom to safeguard herself and embrace unfettered existence, patience is the key. A measured approach will yield a more profound understanding and enduring foundation, said Ganthet. I know. I'll take this as an opportunity to train, I guess. Using your power, I'll get to know many servants and strengthen myself, said Raiden. And just like that, 2 years had passed. Raiden's training with the Blue Lanterns yielded us some shocking results. Chapter 44. December 29, 2014, Mount Justice. Knock, knock, knock. Raven, can I come in, please? Spoke a voice outside Raven's room. The door slowly opened to Raven's dark room. What do you want? Said Raven. The person who knocked on the door, Robin, smiled and said, I was hoping we'd talk. Do we have a mission? Asked Raven in a monotone voice. No. Then there's nothing to talk about, said Raven as she tried to close the door, to which Robin put his leg in the way. Come on, Raven, please. Let's talk, just as friends, you know, said Robin as he practically forced himself in. Just be quiet. I'm working on something, said Raven as she went in the middle of her room. There was some weird magical circle written on the ground. Raven sat in a lotus position, her eyes glowed dark as she floated. Robin waited for a few seconds before attempting to talk. Quiet, spoke Raven, not even letting him say a word. Robin then stayed quiet for a minute or two before Raven's eyes opened. She had a faint smile on her face. This came as a bit of shock to Robin, as ever since Raiden had disappeared 3 years ago, she hadn't smiled one bit. Did you find something? Said Robin. I'm not sure. This spell, it's supposed to tell you if a loved one is safe or not. Since I failed to locate Raiden, this was my second best option. According to it, Raiden is safe. The spell allows me to hear his heartbeats, explained Raven. I see, isn't that great, Raven? That means Raiden is alive and well. We just have to find him, said Robin in excitement. Unfortunately, I have no way to locate him. Hell, I don't even know if this spell is true or not. Maybe it is a lie, maybe I'm hearing the heart of a different Raiden Kagawa. Essentially speaking, this proves nothing, said Raven. I see. But, Raven, this is at least something. You can't keep locking yourself up all the time. I can't stand seeing you sad like this. Raiden's last words were to me, he said that he loved you. I told you this many times, but I think he wanted me to take care of you. He wanted you to take care of yourself. It isn't right that you push everyone away, said Robin. I'm not pushing you or anyone away. Had I wanted to, we wouldn't even be talking, Robin. It's just my way of living with the problem. I love Raiden, he was my everything. I simply can't rest easy without knowing he's okay, Robin, no matter what you do. Pushing me to join you in New Year's Eve or any other celebration won't change that. I just ruin the mood with my sadness and dark energy. It's better that I stay here, said Raven. Robin, I'm thankful for you and everyone for trying so hard with me, but you must understand that this won't change. I suppose I can't change your mind this year, said Robin. No. I'll try again the next holiday, said Robin as he was leaving. Robin, said Raven. Robin turned to her as she said, thank you. The Watchtower. Hal Jordan gathered up the 8 original and most important members of the Justice League, Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Green Arrow, Martian Manhunter, The Flash, and the other Green Lantern in the team, John Stewart. So why did you gather us here, Hal? Spoke Barry, aka The Flash. This has to be something important. I had to leave the crime-filled city of Gotham for this, spoke Batman. Oh, it will be very important. After all, me and John have something we would like to reveal to the Justice League, said Hal. Indeed, this is related to a former member. If this is related to a former member of the League, then this is very important, said Superman. No, it is not a former member of the League, it's a former member of the team formed by Batman, said Hal. Hearing Hal's words, everyone opened their eyes in attention as Diana, aka Wonder Woman, said, Raiden. You have information about him? Yes, I'm not sure if it's him 100%, but there are some very clear similarities with him and this individual, said Hal as he used his ring to show a wanted poster of a hooded human with golden eyes. Even his name is a match. They call him Raiden. He has multiple nicknames such as, the Ghost of Resistance, the Devil of Vega, and the Human Mage, known for his ability to use high-speed magic and, most of all, change his appearance to different people and use swords, spears, bows, and magic. Rings a bell, said Hal. Oh my god, it has to be him, but where is he, and why is he wanted, said Diana. Why else, he had a taste of murder and is probably doing it again, said Superman, clearly unhappy with the fact that Raiden killed Evo. While you are correct, he is wanted for killing hundreds. It isn't exactly from a malicious intent. He is wanted in Vega by the Citadel, in Daxam by the Dominators, and in the Asmalt system by the Red Lanterns. Each system is controlled by a tyrannical empire. He has been freeing people in them. There's even evidence that he might have a connection to the Blue Lantern Corps, said Hal. Can you locate him? Asked Aquaman. Not as of yet, but if I had to guess, he's probably with the Blue Lantern Corps. They're known for fighting against tyrannical worlds, replied Hal. Can you contact the Blue Lantern Corps? Since you have worked with them before, asked Batman. It wasn't Hal that responded, but John who said, we're unable to do such a thing. The Guardians of the Universe have banned the Green Lanterns from working with the Blue Lanterns. With confusion on his face, Oliver, known as Green Arrow, said, why? Aren't you guys like a team? They power you up and stuff. John closed his eyes then said, the Blue Lantern Corps is formed by 2 ex-Guardians. They betrayed the Green Lanterns, as such, we don't work with them. That's a load of bullshit, and you know it, said Hal. So even though we know he's alive, we can't contact him. Not even in secret, Hal, asked Batman. Yes, I have no idea where Autumn is, and if I ask the Guardians, I'll be basically snitching myself out, said Hal. We have to bring him home. Can't we think of anything, said Wonder Woman. Why? Why are we even caring about this criminal? We shouldn't waste the League's resources to locate him. He's a criminal, a murderer, and he is still doing it, said Superman. We should just ignore his existence. He's a member of the team. He saved them and kept the world safe, whether you like it or not, said Wonder Woman. Let's not start another debate of whether Raiden's actions are justified or not. Let's first wait for him to come back home, said Aquaman. It is as Arthur said. We just have to wait for him to come back on his own or for him to send us his location. Our hands are tied, said Hal. Autumn. The air on Autumn was charged with an otherworldly tranquility as Raiden, Corey, and Carrie found themselves immersed in the serene training grounds of the Blue Lantern Corps. Guided by the gentle teachings of Saint Walker, the Blue Lantern leader, the trio embarked on a transformative journey to master the art of maintaining a calm demeanor and controlling their emotions. In the heart of Autumn, under the watchful eyes of Saint Walker, Raiden and Corey underwent intense meditations. The Blue Lanterns taught them how to connect with the deep well of hope within themselves, allowing it to radiate outward and soothe the tumultuous sea of emotions. They practiced in the tranquil gardens, surrounded by vibrant blue flora that seemed to respond to the newfound serenity emanating from the duo. This was especially helpful for Corey, who had many mental problems about abandoning her people and traveling with Raiden to Earth. Carrie, the newest member of the Blue Lantern Corps, received unique training tailored to her exceptional abilities. As a Blue Lantern, she possessed the power of hope, not just to fuel her own constructs but to empower and amplify the abilities of other lanterns. Under the guidance of the wise elder said, Carrie honed her skills in constructing intricate and powerful constructs, shaping hope into tangible forms. Carrie's training extended beyond the basic principles of emotional control. She delved into the art of constructing intricate structures, learning to manifest hope in complex and versatile ways. Her hands glowed with a serene blue light as she created ethereal bridges, protective barriers, and dazzling constructs that danced in the air. After a year passed, Raiden changed her aspect of training to support. Instead of fighting on her own, he transformed her into a supportive fighter. This suited him very well, as his power grew stronger when she supported him. Boom! Bang bang bang! Raiden used his pistols to shoot Walker multiple times, pushing him backward more and more. Then, behind Walker, Corey emerged, her eyes shining green as she launched her beam towards him. "Thanks, Billy, but it's time for Siegfried to come out," spoke Raiden as his body transformed. Earlier, he had been using the power of Billy the Kid, which is why he had a pistol, but now he changed to Siegfried. "Armor of Fafnir, blood armor of the evil dragon," said Raiden as his body aura glowed cyan, and the dragon's aura protected him from Corey's blast. He then smiled and said, "Siegfried for defense, but since you two are a nuisance, let me call on someone much more annoying. Come out, Mordred." His body shifted, he was now wearing strong armor with two massive devil-like horns on his helmet. "I am no king, but I follow in the king's path. I will destroy all that I must to bring the king peace." Clarent Blood Arthur. Massive red lightning shone brightly in the sky as they dropped down on both Saint Walker and Corey, the two remaining opponents of Raiden. Although they managed to protect themselves, both of them were completely exhausted and admitted defeat. "I remember 2 years ago when you said you'd make the Blue Lanterns your enemy to save Carrie. I hadn't taken your threat seriously then, but I do have to admit, Raiden Kagawa, you are a strong child." This new ability of yours to switch between heroes is ridiculous," said Corey. "Indeed it is," said Raiden. To Corey and Saint Walker, it was switching between heroes, but the truth is, it was that Raiden had achieved Bond 10 with these servants. Due to him being on Autumn, where his body was constantly being supplied with unlimited amounts of energy, he could instantly transform from a servant to a servant without any problem. Of course, outside Autumn, it is still possible to transform between Bond 10 servants, but he wouldn't be able to maintain them as long as he had in Autumn. His current record was 29 days with Ushiwakamaru. This made her bond reach 19, and he even got himself a noble phantasm from her. System, show me my bond list. Bond list. Heracles, bond LVL 13. Ushiwakamaru, bond LVL 19. Robin Hood, bond LVL 8. Mata Hari, bond LVL 11. 100 Faces Hassan, bond LVL 10. Paracelsus von Hohenheim, bond LVL 7. Medea, bond LVL 12. Merlin, bond LVL 5. Scathach, bond LVL 4. Mordred, bond LVL 10. Rama, bond LVL 11. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, bond LVL 9. Arash, bond LVL 10. Edmond Dantes, bond level 7. Siegfried, bond level 14. Iskandar, bond level 5. Arthur, bond level 8. Fuma Kotaro, bond level 3. Roland, bond level 2. David, bond level 2. Ozymandias, bond level 5. Esvathaman, bond level 13. Asterios, bond level 4. Neza, bond level 4. Charles Henri Sanson, bond level 8. Billy the Kid, bond level 10. Beowulf, bond level 2. In the last 2 years, his bond list not only increased significantly due to him using so many servants when he went on expeditions with the Blue Lanterns, he had also increased the number of skills gained from the servants. System, show me the skills I gained from each servant. Skills gained from each servant. Heracles, Battle Continuation A. Ushiwakamaru, Art of the Swallow B+, Noble Phantasm, Dan no Yura, Aso Tobi. Robin Hood, Sabotage A, is the talent to reduce the enemy forces in the preliminary stages before going into battle. An expert of traps. However, the higher the ranking of this skill, the more one's spiritual status as a hero declines. At this rank, it is possible to disable nearly 60% of the total military force before the enemy advances. Mata Hari, Pheromone B, even without being a beautiful courtesan, Mata Hari can dissolve the wariness of men and women alike. At this rank, Raiden only has to keep a brief conversation to make most humans fall for him, chances lower with mentally trained individuals. 100 Faces Hassan, Librarian of Knowledge C, is an ability that makes it possible for a clear recall of knowledge from memory with a successful luck check, even if the information perceived in the past was not consciously acknowledged at the time. Paracelsus von Hohenheim, High-Speed Incantation A, is the ability to speak magical incantations at an accelerated speed. Medea, Teachings of Circe a series of spells taught by the witch Circe to Medea. Merlin, Dreamlike Charisma A. Mordred, Mana Burst A, is the increase in performance caused by infusing one's weapons and body with magical energy and instantly expelling it. Simply put, recreating the effect of a jet burst by expending large amounts of magical energy. Rama, Blessing of Martial Arts A skill where Rama, whose fate is to defeat Demon King Ravana, not only displays excellence in swordsmanship but with all forms of martial arts as well. Also, due to this, he can bring out his prided spear and bow with powers close to a noble phantasm while as a saber. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, Appreciation of the Arts EX. If one happens to see an ability that possesses artistic anecdotes, there is a high chance that he or she might be able to figure out its complete effects and how to defeat it. Arash, Robust Health EX. Arash, who is strongly endowed with the vestiges of the Age of Gods, was born with an especially robust health. END parameter is ranked up, and attacks received have their damage reduced. Edmond Dantes, Determination of Steel EX. Siegfried, Disengage A, ability to disengage from battle, and it forcibly releases some of the bad status ailments inflicted on the user of this skill. Iskandar, Tactics B, is tactical knowledge used not for one-on-one combat situations but for battles where many are mobilized. Arthur, Instinct A. Ozymandias, Imperial Privilege A, is an ability that, due to the insistence of the owner, skills that are essentially impossible to possess can be obtained for a short period of time. Asvathman, Revered Warrior A+, by sacrificing one's mental stability, one can access the incredible power of rage. Charles-Henri Sanson, Executioner A++, is a skill that increases damage towards those of the evil alignment. Also, a servant will also become a target if her actions are regarded as evil. Severing evil by means of evil, the ultimate judgment act. Billy the Kid, Marksmanship A++, is a skill representing all-round shooting techniques, which include quick drawing and trick shooting by means of small arms. This amount of skills had made Raiden into a formidable enemy without him even using his fate powers. His strength now was on par with Superboy, and with the crazy amount of skills he had, Raiden's training on Odin could be called his greatest ever transformation. He was now truly strong enough to go back to Earth and change the world like he had intended all those years ago with Raven. Show me my full stats. Name, Raiden Kagawa. AKA, Rai, the Ghost of Resistance, the Human Mage, the Devil of Vega. Gender, male. Attribute, man. Alignments, chaotic neutral. Basic traits, humanoid, systems host, loved by Gaia. Passive skills, martial arts A, tactics B, instinct A, marksmanship A++, appreciation of the arts EX, imperial privilege A, dreamlike charisma A, librarian of knowledge C, high-speed incantation A, teachings of Circe A, battle continuation A, art of the swallow B+. Active skills, sabotage A, pheromone B, mana burst A, determination of steel EX, robust health EX, disengage A, revered warrior A+. Noble phantasms, Dan no Yura, Aso Tobi. Stats. Strength, C, A+, with revered warrior A+. Endurance, D, A++ with robust health EX. Agility, B+. Mana, A+++, currently EX as he is in Odin. Luck, A. NP, D. Chapter 45. At first, Raiden didn't want to stay at Odin for too long. He wanted to get Carrie to learn the basics and go back to Earth as fast as possible. However, over time, he realized that Odin was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In Odin, he didn't have to worry about any cooldown, his energy was infinitely regenerating while he was in Odin. As such, it was the greatest opportunity for training. He had planned on learning as much as possible from his servants, strengthening himself with skill, and raising their bonds to the point where he could seamlessly switch between 2 servants or 3 consecutively. And as such, 2 years ended up passing on Odin. He was now almost 20 years old, Carrie was almost 13 as well. She had grown strong and learned how to use her ring. She was now a truly official member of the Blue Lantern Corps. Corey had also grown stronger, learning how to efficiently use her powers. Her martial arts and battle intuition increased, and she was now a formidable fighter. Over the 2 years, Raiden and Corey joined the Blue Lanterns on many of their missions. He had ended up fighting the Red Lanterns on many occasions and sometimes even some members of the Yellow Lanterns, or as they call themselves, the Sinestro Corps. Raiden has yet to meet Sinestro, but everything he heard about him pointed at him being an awful person. Carrie was now his official support. With her around, Raiden was able to stay far longer transformed than usual. He would usually transform into S-ranked servants for about 10 to 20 minutes, but with Carrie around, he managed 2 hours as the great god king of Egypt, Ozymandias. This helped him carry out a very difficult mission where he and Saint Walker fought against 24 red lanterns on the Asmalt system and won. He ended up earning the respect of Ozymandias and gained Bond 5 with him. However, it wasn't all smooth sailing with the Blue Lanterns because, unlike Raiden, the Blue Lanterns were very much pacifistic and believed in giving villains a second chance. He even had a verbal fight with Saint Walker over him killing some red lanterns back in Asmalt. However, surprisingly, Raiden ended up apologizing and conceding. This was due to the efforts of the Guardian Elder, Ganthet. 6 months ago, Raiden came angry from his mission on Asmalt. He ended up killing 7 red lanterns in his fight, which earned him an unwanted verbal fight with Saint Walker. "Young one, may I engage in discourse with you?" said Elder Ganthet, seeing the angry Raiden. "Elder. Is this about the last mission?" asked Raiden. "Indeed, your observation is accurate," replied Ganthet. "Elder, I do not wish to speak about that incident," spoke Raiden. "My child, I approach you with eons of wisdom, not to alter your essence but to expand the horizons of your comprehension. I implore you to permit our discourse, not as a battleground of conflicting ideologies, but as an avenue to forge a shared understanding. Join me in my abode, that we may unravel the tapestry of mutual understanding together." Hearing the Elder Guardian's voice, Raiden lowered his head, sighed, then got up to join Ganthet. Sitting inside his abode, Raiden received a tea-like drink from him as he sat. "Pray, dear child, illuminate me with the events that transpired on Asmalt," asked Ganthet. The Red Lanterns were on a routine mission. They were burning farms and killing all who opposed them to strike fear into the population so they remained fearful of them and their king. It was horrific, many people suffered. So, me and Walker went in, defeated all of them. I ended up killing 7 of those scum, said Raiden, before he added, however, Walker wasn't happy with that, he didn't like that I killed them. I comprehend. Such an outcome aligns with expectations. His discontent is unsurprising, for it diverges from the path of the blue light, spoke Ganthet. That's what he said. I don't understand it, Elder Ganthet, said Raiden. The path of the light is one of pacifism, Raiden. We champion redemption, extending the prospect of self-correction even to those who have committed egregious transgressions. Each soul bears the right to redemption and a pathway towards atonement, said Ganthet. What about the people they killed? Were those poor villagers given a chance? Why must a killer be given a chance for redemption when he himself denied others the chance to live, said Raiden. It appears your mindset may need adjustment, dear child. Have I enlightened you about our third member, Razor? I heard his name before, but that's it, said Raiden. Razor, a former Red Lantern, endured the loss of his homeworld akin to Walker and numerous others. Diverging from Walker's path, Razor embraced the volatile emotion of rage, aligning himself with the Red Lantern Corps in pursuit of vengeance. In the throes of his quest, Razor became an instrument of suffering, claiming the lives of countless innocents. However, a transformative moment unfolded as Razor, gripped by remorse, repented and acknowledged the anguish wrought by his deeds, said Ganthet. Across the years since the inception of the Blue Lantern Corps, Razor stands as our most accomplished member. He has salvaged thousands of lives, embarking on prolonged missions to rescue even more. His journey exemplifies the profound transformation and potential for redemption inherent in the path of the blue light, added Ganthet. Envision, dear Raiden, a scenario where you encountered Razor before our paths intertwined. A clash would have inevitably ensued, a battle where your victory was assured. Unlike our creed, your intolerance for malevolence might have led to his demise. Is this not a plausible assessment, Raiden? Asked Ganthet. Yes, I don't think I would have had the patience to forgive someone who killed hundreds, replied Raiden. Thus, through your imprudent actions, the potential salvation that Razor would have brought to thousands would be forfeited. His existence erased, leaving countless souls to endure suffering in his absence. Hearing Ganthet's words, Raiden felt defeated. He didn't have an answer to that. What if he had killed someone that would have eventually saved a million? Dear child, I harbor no expectation for you to adopt our pacifistic principles, nor to embrace our patience. I understand the essence of your nature as a warrior, and the inevitability that confrontations and even killings may cross your path. My sole aspiration is that if the moment to take a life does arise, it emanates not from joy, arrogance, or hasty judgment. As a warrior, your actions should stem from necessity rather than a subjective determination of good or evil. The perilous road of defining what is deemed evil and just often leads to tyranny. Gradually, dissent becomes a justification for violence in the name of justice, and the path becomes obscured. I implore you to tread carefully, considering every choice with discernment and a measured heart. Hearing that, a memory unlocked in Raiden's brain. Raiden was a massive fan of Fate, but DC, he only had basic movie knowledge and a video game, Injustice. He remembered how in that timeline, Superman embraced the killing of villains and ended up becoming a tyrant that would kill even teenage rioters. And although Raiden had convinced himself that he would be the same, that he was different, one memory remained in his mind. It was the scene where Superman killed Shazam for disagreeing with him. Shazam was a 10-year-old child in the body of an adult hero, but due to his messed up vision and sense of justice, Superman didn't even hesitate to kill him. Seeing Raiden contemplate something, Ganthet smiled and then said, "Your uniqueness, Raiden, lies in your capacity to ascribe value to the words of others, to seek understanding rather than harboring a closed mind. This quality sets you apart and contributes to the richness of your character," said Ganthet. "Raiden, if you truly wish to defeat evil, then my advice to you is to get stronger," said Ganthet. Hearing Ganthet's words, Raiden raised an eyebrow and said, "Strong? Yes, formidable indeed. Your potential surpasses any I have witnessed, the capability to ascend beyond the confines of the emotional spectrum. You stand as the sole entity able to absorb its power without the tether of an emotion ring. As your strength burgeons, so does the influence of your might. A future unfolds before you, radiant and promising. Whether you eradicate evil or merely constrain its reach, the trajectory of your journey promises greatness. I implore you, however, to safeguard against losing your way, to uphold the sanctity of your purpose, and to remain steadfast to your ideals," spoke Ganthet. Hearing that, Raiden was filled with determination, to truly one day reach the level where he could completely eliminate evil, to reach the pinnacle of happiness and create a world where everyone is happy and content with their lives. "Thank you, Elder. Your guidance is always what I need to become a better individual. I'm truly humbled each time I speak to you," said Raiden. "There is no need for gratitude, dear child. It is my duty to impart wisdom to the younger generations. I only hope that my counsel proves beneficial to you." Chapter 46. "So, it is finally time for you to leave us, Raiden?" asked Ganthet. "Yes, I have grown a lot due to your help, Elder, I will remember that, but it's time to go back to Earth. It's my home world, and I have much to achieve there," said Raiden. "Verily, Earth unfolds a peculiar destiny. It has been our privilege to share this temporal realm with you, Raiden. Regrettably, the cosmic dance prevented your encounter with Razor. I extend my gratitude for your invaluable assistance. Our assembly now comprises 14 members, with Carrie among our ranks," spoke Ganthet. He had remembered how due to Raiden's efforts and his help in the last few missions, the Blue Lantern received a lot of support and respect, their name was much more famous now and their corps increased in number. "Well then, I'll go inform Carrie and Corey, it will quite the interesting thing to see. Carrie at first didn't want to come, but now she loves the place, and has become friends with everyone here. Honestly feel like the parent that changes homes without caring about their kid's opinion," said Raiden as he chuckled a bit. "Carrie comprehends with a depth beyond her years. The child displays a maturity that transcends her age," said Ganthet. "Sometimes I wish she wasn't, sigh she deserves a normal childhood," said Raiden. "Anyways, Elder, I'll be going now. Farewell, my friends. The parting is indeed a curious aspect of existence, ahahaha. Meeting you, Raiden Kagawa, Coriandar, and our sister Cariandar, has brought me great joy. Take good care of yourselves, and may the soothing embrace of the blue light illuminate your paths," said the eccentric Worth. "Thank you, Brother Worth. I appreciate that," said Raiden. "Cariandar, my dear, ensure your well-being and hold fast to the wisdom I've shared with you. Raiden Kagawa and Coriandar, I extend the same wish to both of you. Furthermore, I trust you'll find it in your hearts to forgive any perceived selfishness on my part in the times ahead. Take care, and may the cosmic forces guide you on your respective journeys," spoke the second Elder Guardian, said. "Yes, thank you, Elder said, I will remember all that you have taught me," spoke Carrie as tears started flowing in her eyes. "It is now my moment, Raiden. Despite our occasional disagreements, it has been an esteemed privilege to stand in tandem with you. Our paths intertwining brings me solace. You possess the potential to emerge as the very beacon of hope this universe seeks. I entrust you with that sacred charge. Take heed, safeguard yourself and your comrades. As for Carrie and Corey, serving alongside both of you has been a true pleasure," spoke Saint Walker. "Walker, I hope our paths cross again as well. It was an honor working with you, my friend," said Raiden. "Raiden, Corey, and Carrie, your roles within the annals of the Blue Lantern Corps are indelible. May your journey be shielded by cosmic providence as you pursue your lofty aspirations. Farewell, said Ganthet. Raiden smiled as he said, thank you, all of you. Corey nodded her head as tears welled up in her eyes whilst saying, goodbye everyone. Carrie however couldn't hold it in as she said, I will miss everyone, I was happy to have met all of you. Thank you all. The trio got on the ship. As they started the ship, Corey kept looking back at Autumn with Carrie, as Raiden drove the ship, allowing them to savor the moment. 5 months later. Sudarshana Chakra Yamaraja, screamed Raiden as he released his dark red chakram towards a massive alien ship that was shooting at his own ship. The chakram increased in size and started raging with fire before reaching the ship. It took no time in burning everything around it as entered from the front then came back from the back. The massive pirate ship sustained heavy critical damage, that it was suicidal to even consider fighting anymore. As such the pirate turned and started fleeing. Oi oi master. You ain't letting them or ya? Screamed Svathaman. Yeah, I think this is a lesson enough for them. Half of them are dead, the other half will probably realize the error of their ways. Why Ash? You wanted to rage more, said Raiden. Nah, it's fine, I get plenty of rage from you anyways, I'll head out, said Ash. Raiden's body returned back to normal as he floated back to the ship with his magic seal protecting him. Raiden walked inside the ship then sat down on his seat. Corey walked out wearing only a towel as she said, Is it over already? I was hoping I would catch a glimpse of the battle after the shower. She then walked to Raiden, sat on his lap and kissed him. The kiss lasted a long time. The duo's progress over the last 2.5 years has went far and beyond. They have already done the deed multiple times. In fact, the lovers were now a full-on couple. Stop doing that in the ship's main compartment, said Carrie as she too came out from her room to talk to her brother Raiden. The couple stopped kissing as Raiden laughed whilst Corey looked at Carrie and said, oh, I'm sorry Carrie, we didn't see you there. You always do this, HMPH, can't wait to get my own boyfriend and do this to annoy you brother Raiden. Hearing that the laughing Raiden started coughing, that is never happening. You are never allowed a boyfriend. What? No, I will get a boyfriend. Why do you get to do it and I don't? No, not allowed, screamed Raiden. Okay, hold on Raiden, you can't deny her a boyfriend, it's just inventable. However Carrie, you must be older. Hearing that Raiden said, yes. Older. Aha, you have to 50 to get a boyfriend. What no? You were 15 when you met Corey. I will get one once I reach 15, said Carrie. Okay, you win, 45. 15. 40. 15. 30. 15. Okay fine 20. I will kill all boys who approach you before 20". Seeing the interaction between the duo, Corey laughed as she said, Okie, this is enough fun. Carrie, come on, let's do the routine training. Destination buy it, locked in. Landing in 1 hour. What? Said Raiden as he looked at the ship AI's report. Buy it? What is going on? Said Corey. Raiden started messing with the computer to see what was happening, but he was surprised to see that he couldn't even stop it. Ship has been locked to buy it. Unable to change destination. What? Damn it, what's happening? Said Raiden. Corey quickly rushed to the commuter to see as she said. Oh god, we've been locked into Bayat's atmosphere, we can't move, it's like we're hacked. Corey kept messing with the ship as she looked at the destination and said. This isn't Earth's destination, this is Bayat's, we've been traveling to Bayat this whole time. Hey wait look, there's a massage here, said Corey. Displaying message 521. Hello, Raiden, Corey and Carrie. On the ship's monitor, a video of someone merged, shocking everyone. It was said. Hello, Raiden, Corey, and Carrie. I understand the shock of your altered destination and the apprehension surrounding this revelation. Speaking candidly, I hesitated to bring this matter to your attention, and Ganthet would never have redirected you to buy it. The truth is, the pressure exerted by the Guardians of the Universe compelled us to resist surrendering you. Nevertheless, now that you embark on this journey, you're likely to encounter the Guardians. Survival becomes paramount. To better prepare you, I'll disclose our secret and the reason for our banishment from the Vega system. In the past, the Guardians experimented on the ancient race known as Psions, intending to make them universal protectors. Unfortunately, the experiment failed, leading to the Psions committing genocide on Vega 5,000 years ago. Consequently, the Guardians, along with all their forces, were barred from entering Vega. Undeterred, the Guardians sought a second universe-protecting group, the Manhunters, androids designed for this purpose. Initially successful, the androids eventually realized a disturbing truth. by protecting life from other life, the universe could only be safe if all life disappeared. The third attempt was the creation of the Green Lantern Corps, fueled by the emotional spectrum. While a potent force for universal protection, they still adhere to the imperfect laws of the Guardians. I want to aid and protect you, Raiden, which is why I've guided you to Bayat. Bayat serves as the current prison for the Manhunters. Upon your arrival, they will power up and attempt to eliminate you. I have faith in your ability to persevere. Seek out the planet's capital, where evidence of the Guardians' wrongdoings lies. Obtain it, and the Green Lantern Corps and the Guardians will be compelled to steer clear of you. I apologize for taking this action without your consent, and I sincerely wish you the best of luck on this challenging journey. The recording then ended. Chapter 47. Are you kidding me? Screamed Raiden as he hit the ship's controls. Damn it. Is this some sort of a joke? Every time I try to find my way back to Earth, something has to get in the way, said Raiden. Corey looked at the screen and said, no matter what I do, we're unable to escape by its gravitational pull. We have to land, we just have to do what Zed said. Damn it. Why did she do it like this? Had she asked, I would have done it regardless. Damn it, said Raiden in anger. Would you have? You don't treat the Green Lantern as a real threat, Raiden. Had she not done this, you would never come to buy it. You would have told Zed that you could handle the Green Lanterns, spoke Corey. She was the first to realize Zed's action and why they were necessary. She had witnessed the power of the Blue Lanterns firsthand, and if it's true that the Green Lanterns have the same level of power, then they were more than a threat to Raiden. After all, unlike the Blue Lanterns, the Green Lanterns' force numbered in the thousands. They were too powerful for Raiden to handle, and if they were really eyeing Raiden, then doing this is a must. I think I could handle a couple of green police, said Raiden. That attitude will get you killed one day, Raiden. Come on, let's see what Zed wanted us to find here. Maybe it's a good thing. Whatever. Let's just get this over with. Try to land closer to that abandoned city, said Raiden as he pointed towards a massive city in the middle of Bayat. Sure, strap in, both of you. We don't know what sort of danger will be on this planet, so prepare yourself, said Corey. The trio's ship landed in the middle of the city. It was completely barren and empty, a desolate and dark place where no one had lived for centuries. Sheesh, this place is creepy, said Raiden. I feel like I'm being watched, brother Raiden, said Carrie. Let's get this over with, as quickly as possible. This place is making me uncomfortable, said Corey. The trio walked until they reached what they had assumed was the city center. In the middle of it was a statue of a massive robot with red marks on it, and under it was some ancient writing. Well, I don't know what this is saying, said Raiden. Wait, let me handle this. I can translate it for you, brother Raiden, said Carrie as she guided her ring towards the ancient markings and said, translate. The markings started shifting, then settled. The trio looked at it in a bit of shock. No man escapes the Manhunters, said Corey. The Guardian's second creation, said Raiden. Is the information Zed wanted us to get related to them? Who knows? Still, I'm starting to get truly uncomfortable, Raiden. It's like something is watching us, said Corey. Yeah, brother Raiden, it's weird, this place. Aren't you guys being a bit too much? There's literally nothing out there, said Raiden. The duo of girls glared at him, to which he said, okay, got it. Just stay close to me. I'll handle anything that comes our way. This looks like it's the place we're looking for, Raiden, said Corey. Raiden stared at the massive building with carvings on top of it saying in ancient language, headquarters. Well, this has to be it, or else we're never finding what we're looking for, said Raiden. The trio got into the building and were shocked to see the same statue they saw in the main square inside the building. However, it looked more real, and there were more than a dozen of them at the entrance. These look like they're alive. Shit, imagine they wake up right now, said Raiden. Raiden, shut up. Stop creeping me out. I mean, look at their eyes, it's like they're staring at my soul. Nah, don't worry. Come on, let's head upstairs and see what's up, said Raiden. Since both Carrie and Corey refused to get on the elevators, Raiden was forced to join them on the stairs. Each floor had dozens of those robots he saw at the entrance, but Raiden didn't care much for it. Let's see, this sounds like what we're looking for, said Raiden as he looked at the weird thing in the middle of the top floor. Ding. Ding. Brother Raiden, look, my ring, it's resonating with that thing, said Carrie. Let's check it out then. Carrie, can you tell what we have to do, said Corey. I think I'm supposed to insert my hand into that thing, said Carrie. The item had some sort of hand-scanning thingy on top of it, clearly needing to scan someone's hand. Okay, here I go, said Carrie as she placed her hand inside the hand-scanning thingy. The thing scanned her hand then focused on the ring before a green screen popped up. Oh, look, I can control this, said Carrie, as she was switching between files. Whoa, hey, click on that. That looks like it's very important, said Raiden as he pointed at the screen, specifically at a file that said, Femra, females only race. Raiden. Try to be serious here, said Corey as they watched Carrie navigate through the files. Wait. Carrie, go back, said Corey. Carrie obliged as she returned to the last file, a small incident. Clicking on it, the file opened up. The images and the report about the incident were horrific. Jesus Christ. That's messed up, said Raiden. Zal, may you guide these lost souls, said Corey. Brother Raiden. This is horrible, said Carrie. The trio looked at horrific destruction images, showing the manhunters hunting and killing the people of Ismalt. The report recorded the death of not 1,000 or 1,000,000, rather, it was 2 billion lives taken, all in one day. Manhunters have judged that emotion is the source of evil. As such, they are now hunting for all lives that had emotion in them. Manhunters must be stopped, and we the Guardians must start taking action against them. This is much worse than the Vega incident. The report concluded with this. Brother Raiden, look, there's a follow-up report for this, said Carrie. Manhunters have taken this much further, they have eliminated an entire section. Sector 2322 has been erased fully. Reports indicate an estimated 10 billion lives have been lost. This is insane, said Raiden. If this report gets out, the Red Lantern Corps would wage total war on the Green Lanterns. Ismalt is their planet, said Corey. Their leader always raged about revenge against the Guardians and their actions. I now understand his anger. But forget the Red Lanterns, if these reports and numbers get out, not just the Red Lanterns, rather the whole universe will turn on the Guardians. Hell, I suspect some members of the Green Lantern Corps will turn on them as well, said Raiden. Hey, Carrie, is there a way for you to download this? Asked Raiden. Yeah, I think I can download it to my ring storage, said Carrie. Do it then. Download both these reports and the one about Vega as well. These will be nice blackmail material against the Guardians, said Raiden. As Carrie initiated the download process, the room suddenly trembled. Oh, fuck, said Raiden. The trio exchanged alarmed glances. This is absolutely your fault, Raiden. You jinxed us, said Corey. The statue-like manhunters surrounding them began to stir. Eyes that were once lifeless now gleamed with an eerie glow, the dormant army of manhunters had awakened. Raiden, Corey, and Carrie stood ready, bracing themselves for what was about to unfold. They're just robots, let's mess them up, said Raiden. The manhunters attacked with swift and coordinated precision that took the trio by surprise. They walked together and held in their hands shotgun-looking laser beams and started shooting. Raiden, relying on his instinct, skill, and art of the swallow skill, dodged the beams. His movements were a dance of power and agility, dodging laser beams and striking back with a blast of purple energy, a new spell he learned from the skill teachings of Cersei. Corey unleashed her abilities, creating bursts of solar energy that scorched through the metal bodies of the manhunters. Her combat prowess matched Raiden's. However, the duo was stunned. Both of them had unleashed a lot of power to surprise the dozen or so manhunters. Yet, both had only killed one each, the other ones were mildly hurt. Okay. I now understand why they are a danger, said Raiden. They were robust and resilient, incredibly so. Carrie, though still inexperienced in real combat, utilized her Blue Lantern powers to create a shield and used it on Raiden and Corey. She also started to enhance Raiden with her energy. Her protective constructs absorbed the energy attacks, giving Raiden and Corey the opening they needed to retaliate. However, the trio soon realized the overwhelming odds against them. As more manhunters joined the fray, their numbers swelled. Now, the building was full of them, and outside, where the city had been empty, their numbers reached the thousands. Raiden, initially confident in his abilities, found himself shocked at the sheer strength and efficiency of the manhunters. Raiden, we can't keep this up. There are too many, shouted Corey as she blasted a group of manhunters with a wave of energy. We need to retreat, find another way out, added Carrie, creating a shield to protect herself from the relentless attacks. Raiden, acknowledging the situation, nodded. Looks like this situation calls for a servant. Throne of Heroes. You just hit the servant summoning jackpot. I'm Achilles, a rider-class servant. Yep, I'm the hero everyone knows for having his only weakness being his heel. But not many can even get to my heel, no way. Don't forget that I'm one of the fastest people of all time. Ahaha. Oh wait, hey, what do you mean I don't get to fight? You use my body, and I just watch. I was so excited for battle. It was the swift hero, Achilles. Chapter 48. Carrie, you two fly back to the ship, get it ready and come pick me up once you're ready, said Raiden, now basking in his new Achilles form. What about by its gravitational pull, said Corey. Don't worry about it, I'll think of something then. Just go, screamed Raiden. Should I stay and help charge you up, brother Raiden, screamed Carrie. No, go with her. I'll need you for later. Now, go, I'm jumping down, said Raiden as he jumped from the high building's windows, landing on his knees, releasing a massive green aura. Raiden drew in all the manhunters surrounding the deserted planet. Come at me. Clad in intricately designed golden armor that exposed his muscular physique, he embodied the classical Greek hero aesthetic. His flowing green hair and intense eyes filled with strong determination were a testament to his fierce nature, emphasizing his unwavering commitment to battle. He wielded his divine spear, Diatrikon Asterlank, in his right hand, while his left hand held the divine construct, his shield, Achilles Cosmos. If this were the real Achilles, he probably would not use the shield until he truly needed it, but Raiden was different. He was not going to risk underestimating the manhunters. Confronting the relentless horde of manhunters alone, the atmosphere vibrated with the symphony of clashing steel and the mechanical whirl of 1,000 adversaries surrounding him. Raiden, with a confident smirk, drew his spear. His movements were akin to a whirlwind as he danced among the manhunters, exploiting their weaknesses with unparalleled skill and precision. The air crackled with green energy, courtesy of Achilles' aura. However, just like earlier, the manhunters proved they were a different type of menace. When an enemy loses a limb or two, they become naturally weaker, losing focus and starting to think irrationally. This applies to all people, whether they have truly lost a limb or have been pushed back. However, the manhunters were not people. The manhunters were relentless, ruthless, and determined. Whether they lost an arm, a leg, had to whimper or crawl, they would reach Raiden and try to kill him. Their goal was a must, and their worst quality was adaptation. They adapted to the speed of Achilles, his spear movements, and his strength. So they countered that with their sheer number, stacking atop each other and behind one another, reducing the spear's AoE energy damage. They also used that to cut off his movement, forcing him into a small space. Simultaneously, they all pulled out their shotgun energy blasts and started shooting. Master, I think I'm being underestimated here, ain't I? I've been fighting wars for more than half my life. The fact that they're already standing in front of me means they've already accepted defeat. Let's deploy Hephaestus' shield. In an instant, Raiden grabbed his shield and activated it. This was his chance of retaliation. Achilles Cosmos was not an ordinary shield, it was a high-grade noble phantasm of one of history's greatest heroes, Achilles. It displayed why it was not something ordinary. This divine construct was special. It could create a defensive-type bounded field, said to be able to stand against nearly any attack by deploying a miniature world described within 100 lines of text in Book 18 of the Iliad. It was the world Achilles lived in, reproduced by Hephaestus into a miniature form in the shield, featuring swirling ocean currents on the outer circumference due to the sea god Poseidon. It was said that, to oppose this shield is the same as making the world your opponent, allowing it to protect against anti-unit, anti-army, anti-divine, anti-fortress, and anti-country noble phantasms. However, this was Achilles' noble phantasm. The fiery swift hero would never accept something purely made to protect him, as his body was already immortal. No, Achilles was special in that he was the only one who could use the shield to attack, something that Hephaestus never devised, only possible because of who he is. Achilles learned to crush his opponents with the miniature world by continuously pushing forward after its deployment. Achilles Cosmos, the miniature world enclosed by the azure sky. The bounded field world started to expand further and further as the manhunters were invited in. Unable to escape, yet unable to move and attack Achilles inside, they were surrounded, crushed, and trampled on by a world. Sounds of iron crushing and twisting emanated, and their systems were unable to find an escape route. The manhunters were being reduced to scrap metal. After a few seconds, the shield's power started to lower, and the world dissipated. The area surrounding Achilles was barren, only the dead manhunters remained, around 1,000 or so, were crushed. Clank clank clank. Yet, as if it didn't matter how many had died, the rest carried on walking closer and closer to Achilles. I'd have to admit, Master, I've never faced an enemy as relentless as these guys. Guess that's what happens when you don't have a real brain or emotions, you don't know what fear even means. I'm getting excited here, Master. Wish it was me out there fighting. Come on, let's try the impossible and instill fear onto robots. Raiden, screamed Corey as she drove the ship closer to the airspace he was occupying. Hearing that, the manhunter started to shoot at her, but a blue shield surrounded the ship. Corey. Fly up directly to space, I'll get us out of here. Just stir the ship, said Raiden as his aura started to emanate with green energy. Carrie, support me now, said Raiden. I'm coming. Carrie dropped down flying from the ship as her ring started to increase Raiden's energy directly, creating a thick line towards his back that charged him up with energy. I can't keep this up long, brother Raiden. I still have to protect the ship with the barrier construct, said Carrie. You don't have to, Carrie. Prioritize the ship. Just charge me up as long as possible, because I'm calling for a special type of backup. Putting his 2 fingers in his mouth, Raiden whistled. Ah. You calling for my boys? Aight. Let's have some fun. Xanthos. Balios. Pegasus. Let's go. Run as if your life depends on it. My life is a shooting star. Troya's Tragoidia. Tempestuous immortal chariot, Achilles' 3-horse chariot that is able to move through the sky. Driven by the 2 divine horses Xanthos and Balios, who are as strong as servants themselves, and in the supporting role Pegasus, the chariot emerged in the skies, descending close enough for Raiden to jump on top of it. He swirled around in the sky for a few seconds, charging it up in DOD. Jing the onslaught attack of the manhunters. Then the entire chariot started shining a bright green aura, its speed increased as well, creating what looked like a comet. The green comet-like chariot slammed onto the hordes of manhunter robots, creating a massive path and eliminating half of them, distracting them and disorganizing them as much as possible. While the attack did prove to be fatal, it wasn't going to destroy the entire manhunter army. He could tell that even now, in the city, he had only eliminated about 20% of them, roughly 2,000 or so. Imagine if the entire planet were to fully awake. So instead, he gained their aggro, creating a perfect escape route for the ship, ascending further and further into the sky. Its speed started to slow down, the Biot gravitational pull started to take a toll on it. That was Raiden's cue. The chariot's direction shifted to the skies. Carrie. Focus all your efforts on the shield. I will ram onto the ship and push it beyond the gravitational pull, screamed Raiden. Carrie, stopping her support to Raiden, increased the amount of blue energy going to the shield. The manhunters all pulled their energy blasts and started shooting at them. The chariot kept on pushing the ship, going beyond its limits to escape the strong gravitational pull of Biot. It took a while, but he made it. Ha ha ha. Well, the quests you go on are pretty invigorating. It's satisfying. Make sure to call me again sometime. I might even start to like you, Master. Bond increased. Achilles Bond 1 Bond 3. With his energy finally depleting after using 2 S-class noble phantasms, Raiden's body returned to normal. The chariot that had carried him to the skies disappeared with Achilles, so he found himself free falling back to Biot, but a blue cushion held him and grabbed him back to the ship. As he was pulled inside the ship, Raiden, completely exhausted and tired, looked at Carrie and said, "You saved me once again. You should always be grateful for me then." "As such, I get a boyfriend at the age of 15, spoke Carrie as she tried to take advantage of the situation. "No," replied Raiden with a flat response. "Damn it," lamented Carrie. As the ship soared through space, Raiden collapsed into a seat, exhausted but happy. Catching his breath, he smiled and said, "No more space. Earth immediately." "Well, you damaged the ship a bit too much with the push, so we'll have to land somewhere to repair it. But overall, our next destination, Earth," said Corey with a smile on her face. "I wonder how Brother Raiden's planet looks like," said Carrie. "Well, it's not boring. I'll at least admit to that. I sometimes wonder if the dangers we've faced here in space are worse than the ones on Earth. We'll just have to wait and see." Raiden then closed his eyes and smiled as he imagined the face of his other lover, Raven. "I can sense it, Raven. That spell you are using to catch my heartbeats, just a bit longer and I'll be home. No matter who it was, locating Raiden using magic was impossible, due to the sheer number of servants inside his heart. It's impossible for him to have a single mana imprint, and while that was usually a very good thing, it also stopped Raven from finding him as well. However, she was able to at least hear his heartbeats, proving that he was alive. I'm coming home, Raven. 6 months later, Earth's solar system. A ship was passing Mars, closing in on Earth. Chapter 49. Are you sure this thing has good stealth systems? Spoke Raiden. Yes, I promise. This is a Citadel stealth ship. It's super fast, and I highly doubt it will be detected, replied Corey. I don't know if I trust this thing. The Justice League and Batman should have a very good security system in place to protect Earth from alien invasions. Why are you worried anyways? Didn't you tell me that you used to work for the Justice League? Asked Corey. No, I worked with them, and I'm worried because before I left, I killed a villain, said Raiden. I still don't understand that. He was a bad guy, right? So why would they not like you killing him? I don't know. That's what I've been saying. Like, these guys believe in the bullshit mentality of not killing villains. And yes, I do understand that some villains shouldn't be killed, like thieves and all that, but Ivo was a murderer. He killed probably hundreds. His life won't be missed. I doubt you will be judged by them too harshly, Raiden, but we'll see. We're approaching Earth's atmosphere now, so get ready. Yup, that's home alright. The ship has detected an alien ship on the planet, spoke Corey. She then pressed the button to scan it. It's a bike ship. This means... Lobo? Lobos on Earth? It looks like it. Well, I'll be damned. This is gonna be a hell of an introduction. Get me close to there, I'll beat Lobo's ass again. Sure thing. Now. Attack him, screamed Wonder Girl, also known as Cassie, to Raiden. She was now a grown-up and part of the team. Seeing the opportunity that Wonder Girl had provided, Batgirl, also a new recruit for the team, threw multiple sticky bombs onto the enemy's body. They all exploded at the same time. However, after the smoke dissipated, the main man came out unfazed. TSK, this is dull as dishwater. I'm squabbling with amateurs here, buncha kiddos who couldn't fight their way out of a paper bag, said Lobo as he exhaled smoke from his mouth while smoking a large cigar. Secretary General Tang, are you all right? Asked Batgirl as she helped the Secretary General up. We won't let him take you, sir. Don't worry, said Cassie. Lobo let out a loud laugh, sending a chill down the spines of those nearby. You two really reckon you can put a stop to me? He scoffed, his eyes gleaming with malice. I gobble up punks like you for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you hear? Lobo lunged forward, his fists swinging like wrecking balls as he closed the distance between them. Wonder Girl met his attack head-on, her legs starting to give out with each blow due to the force of his blows. Damn it, she grunted through clenched teeth, her determination to protect the man still unwavering. Batgirl sprang into action, her nimble frame darting around Lobo as she unleashed a flurry of smoke bombs mixed in with real bombs, surprising Lobo. Come on, Cassie, we can do this, she called out. But Lobo was a relentless foe, his onslaught unyielding as he pressed the attack. With a swift motion, he grabbed Wonder Girl by the wrist, hurling her across the alley with bone-crushing force. Cassie! Batgirl cried out, her heart racing as she watched her friend tumble through the air. However, before she could do anything, Lobo kicked her in the gut and punched her away, joining Cassie on the wall. There, you dolled up this hallway real nice. Guaha! Now get your sorry ass over here, you little fraggin' turd, said Lobo as he called out to the Secretary General. But before he could get close to the man, a kick found itself landing on his face, sending him flying much further than the girls outside the building. The man who had kicked him landed and started walking confidently into the hallway, clad in a sleeveless top divided into 3 sections, with a feminine flair in its design. His black trousers, adorned with red strips, seamlessly led into matching boots with a silver accent. Golden gloves and forearm protectors added a touch of regality to his ensemble, while a distinctive golden sash-like armor piece adorned his midsection, completing his formidable and stylish appearance. Ayo Lobo. Missed me, said Raiden. Do you know this man, Master? He's a great fighter. I can tell with one look. Let's compete with him with honor, spoke the voice in Raiden's head, belonging to the great king of Kosala. Sure, Rama. Let's beat him up, said Raiden. Getting up from his momentary fall, Lobo looked around to find himself outside the building, with the man who had kicked him looking at him. "You snot-nosed punk. Who the frag do you think you are, huh? And how in the seven hells do you know my name, you little twerp? Oh. That's so unfortunate. I had expected you to at least remember the man who had defeated you once before. Or was I too foolish to expect much from a monkey?" said Raiden. "Defeat? Ha! The main man ain't never tasted the bitter pill of defeat. I'm untouchable, you hear," screamed Lobo as he brought out his shotguns and started blasting. Raiden easily blocked the shots with his sword before saying, "Then let me remind you," as he dashed towards Lobo. Lobo tried to punch him, but Raiden ducked and used his sword to cut Lobo's legs. As his body started to fall, Raiden pierced Lobo's head with the sword, causing it to burn, and then threw him with his half-body flying once again. The duo of girls who had just fought Lobo couldn't believe what they had witnessed. The man they had just struggled against was being toyed with. They had no idea who the man that had just helped them was, so they watched the fight in utter amazement. Lobo's body started to regenerate. "A man who got lucky and bested me once, huh? Ah, now it's all coming back to me, you cursed bastard. You. The one I tussled with back on Karna, that runt who thinks he can shape-shift his way out of trouble, Raiden Kagawa. Your name's still etched in my brain like a scar. If it weren't for the bounty running dry, I'd have hunted you down myself, but looks like fate's got other plans. So you decided to waltz right into my territory, huh?" screamed Lobo in anger. "R.A. Raiden. Raiden Kagawa," screamed Cassie. "Cassie? Do you know him?" asked Batgirl. "It's him. The one who went missing a few years ago. He's the one that saved my life. Raven will be extremely happy to see him. Rama, it's time. Lobo may look easy to defeat, but if we give him much more time, he'll start taking this seriously, and it will be tough to take him on." "Sure, master. Let's use that. Well, at least you remember me, monkey. Let's end this, shall we? I kind of have a nice reunion with a girl that I missed. Corey. Carrie, let's do this," said Raiden. From the sky, both Corey and Carrie emerged. Corey went on the offensive, using her green solar energy blasts to blast Lobo many times, stunning him in the process. Carrie constructed a massive hammer and dropped it on Lobo's head, forcing him back on the ground. "Now, it's my time. Behold the immortal blade that vanquished the Rakshasa king. Feast upon my enemy. Brahmastra." Brahmastra, the Rakshasa-piercing immortal, is the noble phantasm of Rama. The immortal blade is a sword that Rama uses to fight, but due to Rama's real class being an archer, when he is summoned as a saber, he forcibly turns this sword into a throwable weapon. Throwing it into the skies near him, the blade starts spinning horizontally at a speed that makes it look like a flame wheel. When it's ready, Raiden releases it. The blade spinning in the skies takes a direction towards the distracted Lobo. The moment of impact is explosive, creating a small sphere of hell flames that consume Lobo's entire body, incinerating it completely. After a while, Corey and Carrie descended and walked beside Raiden towards the now scorched area. In the crater made by the noble phantasm's attack, baby Lobo was sitting there. "You damn brat. Hi, baby Lobo. Good to see you again. One of these days, mark my words, you're gonna screw up big time, and I'll be the Grim Reaper paying you a visit, ready to snatch your sorry head right off your shoulders. Well, let's agree that it won't be today. Now, goodbye," said Raiden as he grabbed the baby Lobo and threw him onto his bike ship. Just like last time, Raiden put some random coordinates in the bike ship's AI and sent him flying away into the far reaches of space. "I didn't believe you when you said he turned into a baby," said Carrie. "Me too, I had thought that you were making a joke," spoke Corey. "He'll grow up to be an awful person." "Raiden," screamed Cassie, who came running towards him. "Is that really you?" asked Cassie. To which Raiden responded by turning his body back to normal and smiling towards her. "Good to see you again, Cassie." Chapter 50. "Raiden," screamed Cassie as she ran toward him and jumped to hug him. She held onto him tightly as she kept saying, "I missed you. Everyone missed you. Where have you been? I thought you had died." Her eyes were teary as emotions filled her heart. She owed her life to him, and not only that, he was someone she had looked up to when she was young. He was her hero, just like Wonder Woman. "I missed you too, Cassie." "I missed everyone," replied Raiden as he continued. "Raven's been waiting for you, Raiden. She's been looking for you ever since you left. She didn't even miss a single day, always using different spells to try and find you, said Cassie. I know. Come on, let's go see her. But hold on a second, there's something I'd like to do here, said Raiden. Oh sure. And hey, this is Batgirl. She's one of Batman's allies. Just like Robin used to be. Oh, he's not Robin anymore. He's called Nightwing now, said Cassie. Is that so? Well, I guess he finally grew up, huh? Nice to meet you, Batgirl, said Raiden as he looked at her. Ah, yes. Nice to meet you. I would like to say I know about you, but information about you is secured, said Batgirl. I had expected something like that, said Raiden. You also changed a lot from the images, said Batgirl. And she was correct. Raiden now stood at 6 feet 2 inches, his physique extremely toned due to his training on Autumn, unlike his past self. His eyes were golden instead of brown, and much more importantly, he was much older. After all, he was now 18 approaching 19. Cassie, Batgirl, this is the Princess of Tamaran, Corian Dar. She's a new refugee on Earth, and this is Carian Dar, a Tamaranian as well. Both are under my complete protection, and they are both my companions on my hard journey back to Earth. So, treat them well, Raiden introduced. Hello, nice to meet you, Raiden's friends, said Cori. Nice to meet you as well. I'm happy brother Raiden has such pretty friends, said Carian Dar. Well, introductions are done. Let me handle something, Raiden said as he walked towards the Secretary General. The man looked at Raiden and said, I'm thankful for saving my life, sir. Raiden looked at him confused, then, shocking everyone, he attacked the man, immediately using his hand to rip his head off. Raiden. No, screamed Cassie. No. Don't, screamed Barbara. But as soon as the Secretary General's head rolled on the ground, the two girls' faces changed from a shocked and angered expression to shocked and confused because the head that rolled was robotic. It's a robot, said Batgirl. Raiden then continued by ripping out his chest. By doing that, the suit was destroyed, and a small imp-like alien emerged sitting inside the suit. Well, look what we got here. Any idea what race this is, Carrie, said Raiden. It was an alien, said Cassie in shock. The alien started screaming in a random language. Raiden grabbed him from his head as he squirmed to save himself from Raiden's hands, but it couldn't move a single muscle. Go ahead, Carrie, Raiden said. Carrie used her ring to scan his body as she said, it's a Krolodian. Krolodians are a race of small aliens from Krolodia. Their entire society is built around theft, brother Raiden. They always travel in groups. So there's more of them. Interesting. Looks like Earth has gotten much more fun since I left. Batgirl, Cassie, here, you report this to the team and Justice League. Guide me to the nearest Zeta tube. I want to go to Mount Justice to see Raven, said Raiden. Yeah, sure, Raiden. Follow me, said Cassie. Wait. We can't just take him to our headquarters, said Batgirl. Girl, that place was my home before you even learned how to fight. If I wanted to, I would go there on my own. I'm giving you an option here, said Raiden. Barbara. Raiden is trustworthy. The team and Nightwing will be excited to see him. Trust me, said Cassie. Fine, and my name is Batgirl and yours is Wonder Girl. Don't forget, we don't know who's listening. Wonder Girl, huh? Interesting nickname, Cassie. Yeah, Diana allowed me to use it. The duo of girls guided Raiden towards an abandoned alleyway with a phone booth. As soon as he walked in, he placed his hand on the machine as the voice spoke. Nightwing was looking at the monitors in the cave, scanning the progress of missions all around the world. The team was much larger now, divided into Alpha Squad, Beta Squad, Gamma Squad, Delta Squad, and occasionally others like Zeta Squad, so he had a lot on his hands to worry about. You must be having a hard time with this. Want some help, said Megan as she walked close to Nightwing. Aren't you having too many other problems on your hands, said Nightwing, referring to Connor, who was playing with his pet wolf. Trust me, I'd rather do this. Has Team Gamma finished their mission, asked Megan. Speaking of the devil, here they are, said Nightwing, replying. Recognized, Batgirl beat 16. Recognized, Wonder Girl beat 21. Looks like the mission went smoothly, said Nightwing, but then a voice was heard, shocking not just Nightwing, but Megan and Connor too. The rest of the new team members were left confused. Recognized, Raiden Kagawa B. 10. Unrecognized, A. 12. Unrecognized, A. 13. Hearing the name, Raiden Kagawa, Nightwing's eyes widened as he looked at the person who had just walked in from the Zeta tube. Nightwing. Look who we found, screamed Cassie. Raiden took a brief look around the headquarters before his eyes closed in on his 3 ex-allies. I guess you guys have grown as well, said Raiden. Raiden, screamed Megan as she went flying towards him and hugged him. Raiden was a bit startled, but he returned the hug. It's been so long. We looked for you with every possible method. And Raven. Raven's been wanting to find you ever since you left almost 4 years ago, said Megan. Yeah, I know. Thank you, and I'm back now, said Raiden. Connor and Nightwing were right behind Megan. Raiden turned towards them and said, I guess you guys kept the fort, huh? We missed you, man. Don't act like nothing happened, said Nightwing. Yeah, we thought we lost you. Where have you been all this time, said Connor. Well, I wasn't exactly having fun either. I was thrown into space, another solar system, called Vega, said Raiden. In fact, that's where these two are from. Everyone, meet Corian Dar, the princess of planet Tamarin, and Carian Dar. She's from Tamarin as well. They have been my companions for these last 4 years. I owe my life to them on multiple occasions. They're going to be taking refuge here on Earth with me, said Raiden. Megan flew towards Cory and Carrie and said, nice to meet you. I'm Megan. I'm a white Martian from Mars, so I'm like you, a refugee here on Earth too. With her excitement and overly bubbly attitude, the girls were welcomed in a great manner. Robin, oh I guess you're Nightwing now. You finally went through with that, huh, said Raiden. Yeah, I told you I was thinking about it. Well, it happened. The team is larger now, huh, said Raiden. Yeah, we have more than 20 members now, but some of our old members are either retired or graduated now, replied Nightwing. Retired? Graduated? Who? Connor was the one to speak as he said, both Wally and Artemis are now retired. They wanted to focus on college, and Zatanna and Rocket are league members now. I see. What about Raven? Where is she now? As soon as he asked that, a voice was heard from down the hallway. Raiden. Raven's voice quivered, her eyes widening in disbelief as she saw him standing there before her. Upon hearing her voice, Raiden's heart swelled with emotion. He had dreamt of this moment countless times during his journey through the vastness of space. Without hesitation, he dashed towards her, his legs fueled by longing and determination. As Raven surged forward to meet him, their movements synchronized in an unstoppable rush of reunion. For years of separation went away in an instant as they collided in a passionate embrace, their arms wrapping around each other as if afraid to let go. Raven clung to him, her grip tight and desperate, as if afraid he would vanish once again. Tears streamed down her cheeks as they finally let themselves succumb to the overwhelming tide of emotion. Every hardship, every sacrifice, every sleepless night spent searching or yearning for the other was encapsulated in this moment of pure, unadulterated joy. Their lips met in a tender, passionate kiss, sealing their reunion with a promise of unwavering love and devotion. For that moment, they were lost in each other, oblivious to the world around them. As they finally pulled away, their gazes locked in a silent exchange of shared love and gratitude, the onlookers, witnesses to this heartfelt reunion, could only marvel at the depth of their connection, their own hearts swelling with admiration and happiness at the sight of two souls reunited against all odds. I missed you, I love you, there's so much I want to tell you, but first of all, I'm sorry, Raven. Raiden's voice trembled with emotion as he spoke. Raven's own tears continued to flow unchecked as she replied, me too, me too. I'm sorry that I couldn't find you. Raiden shook his head as he wiped her tears, his expression filled with regret. No, never apologize for that. It was impossible to begin with. It was all on me. I shouldn't have risked my life back then. I should have thought about you. Raven reached up to gently cup Raiden's face in her hands, her touch tender and reassuring. I don't care, Raiden. As long as you're here with me now, I don't care, she whispered, her voice filled with emotion. In that moment, the weight of their past mistakes seemed to lift, replaced by the overwhelming relief of being together once more. They held each other close, finding solace in the warmth of their embrace as they vowed to cherish every moment they had been given. Chapter 51. After their heartfelt reunion, Raiden was introduced to the team by Nightwing and Megan. Most members of the current team didn't know Raiden well, courtesy of Batman and the League hiding information about him from the League's computers. Raiden also introduced both Corey and Carrie to the team. They were surprised to see not only the first Blue Lantern on Earth but also the fact that Corey was a princess. Recognized Zatanna 0 to 25. Recognized Rocket 0 to 26. The Zeta tube opened to allow the two girls in, Zatanna and Rocket. Raiden. "You're alive," said Zatanna as she, too, came to give Raiden a hug. "Good to see you, Zatanna. How have you been?" "I hope Dr. Fate wasn't causing any troubles for your dad whilst I was gone," said Raiden. "Silly Raiden, you asking about my dad when you have just arrived." "I'm more worried about you right now," said Zatanna. "Are you not going to give me a hug?" snickered Rocket. "Of course I will," said Raiden as he leaned in to give Rocket a hug as well. "We missed you, Raiden." "It's not been as fun without your wild attitude," said Rocket. "I heard you got a kid now, Rocket." "Congratulations," said Raiden. "Thanks. Must be really shocking for you, huh?" "We were just teenagers back then, but now I'm a mother," said Rocket. "A little bit, yeah. I haven't even seen Wally or Artemis yet." "Heard they retired to focus on college," said Raiden. "I'll let them know as soon as possible, Raiden," said Nightwing. "Please do that," replied Raiden. "What about you, Raiden? Tell us about your journey. Where have you been? What happened that night?" A barrage of questions was released by Connor. "Don't ask him so many questions when he just arrived. He should go and relax a bit, talk with Raven," said Megan in an annoyed tone. "I just wanted to know," said Connor. "It's okay, I don't mind. A lot must have changed, huh? Considering you lovebirds never even disagreed with each other before," said Raiden with a small smile on his face. "Yeah, about that, Raiden," said Nightwing as he placed his hand on Raiden's shoulder. "Ain't no way," said Raiden as he opened his eyes wide. "We're not a couple anymore," said Megan. "Yeah, we broke up," added Connor. "Nah. For real. You two. Things really have changed, huh?" "Well, I don't know the details nor do I care. I still care about you two equally as my friends," said Raiden. "Now, where's Calder?" asked Raiden. The mood turned a bit sour after he asked that question, to which Nightwing said, "One of our members, his friend Tula, died recently, and after that, Calder found out that his father was Black Manta, Aquaman's greatest nemesis. As such, he turned his back on the League and the team and joined his father." Hearing that, Raiden closed his eyes to think for a bit. Calder would never abandon his king or the League, even if his father was Black Manta. "I know that for sure. He was too uptight and loved his king more than anyone. Aquaman practically raised him, even if Manta was his father. Which means one thing, Aquaman might have sent him on a secret mission." "Interesting. Do Nightwing and Batman know?" "I see, then that is unfortunate," said Raiden. Recognized 0-03 Wonder Woman. Recognized 0-01 Superman. Recognized 0-02 Batman. Recognized 0-05 Green Lantern, Hal Jordan. Recognized 0-11 Zatara. Recognized 0-13 Black Canary. Recognized 0-14 Green Lantern, John Stewart. Recognized 0-24 Green Lantern, Guy Gardner. Hearing the plethora of League members entering the cave, Raiden sighed as he said, "Well, here comes the trouble. I had hoped they'd give me a bit of time. Thank the gods." "Raiden, you are back with us," said Diana as she walked towards him, placing her hand on his shoulders to check on him. "Ms. Diana, good to see you again," said Raiden as he smiled. "Raiden, it's good to see you back with us," said Dinah, aka Black Canary. "Ms. Dinah, I'm back," said Raiden as he nodded his head towards her. "I heard you caused a lot of trouble to get back," said Batman. "Somewhat, yeah," replied Raiden. "It's good to see you again, young Raiden," said Zatara. "You as well. I hope you haven't been facing any trouble," said Raiden. "Nothing of that sort, all thanks to you," said Zatara. "Alright, enough with the pleasantries, hotshot. I couldn't care less about your little buddy-buddy act. But here's the deal, that kid you're yapping about. He's on the Corps' radar now, and that means he's my jurisdiction. So do us all a favor and step aside, 'cause I'm gonna handle this my way," said the last entering member, a Green Lantern member with ginger hair and a fiery attitude. "Stop it, Guy. We agreed we would speak with Raiden first," said Hal Jordan. "The kid just arrived home after a long journey. Can't you hold yourself a bit," said John. Listen up, princess. I ain't got time for your Amazonian rhetoric. This scumbag's on the Green Lantern Corps' radar, and that makes him fair game for me. So, unless you want to get in the way of justice, I suggest you move aside and let me handle this, said Guy Gardner as he flew up and his rings started shining. To his surprise, however, the entire OG members of the team that were in the cave came in front of Raiden to defend him, completely ready to battle for his safety. Raven, Corey, and Carrie were first to step in, followed by Nightwing, Connor, Megan, and even the current League members Zatanna and Rocket. What was more shocking was both Wonder Woman and Black Canary also taking his side, with Zatara saying, "We won't allow you to take one of us, Green Lantern." Whoa, hold up. You lookin' to pick a fight with the Green Lantern Corps? This guy's a certified menace, wanted for a laundry list of crimes, including offing hundreds. So unless you're gunning for a showdown, step aside and let me handle this ringslinger style, said Guy. You have yet to provide any evidence of such claims. Unless you have evidence, we can't hand over a member of our team to the Lantern Corps, said Batman. Surprising everyone around, it was Superman who replied, saying, "Do we not already have evidence of his crimes? He did kill Dr. Evil." "While that is true, that is outside the jurisdiction of the Lantern Corps," replied Batman. Raiden was at a loss for words, not for the actions that the Green Lantern or Superman had taken, rather for the actions of his old friends and some Justice League members. Seeing them defend him so readily warmed Raiden's heart. He had believed they all would have hated him for the Evo incident, but it looks like that wasn't the case. The new team members were all shocked at this development. Most of them didn't even know who Raiden was, but seeing that controversy surrounding him as he arrived, they knew Raiden must have been a very important figure back in the day. Raiden walked in front of his protectors as he said, "This is quite the development. I did not expect this." He then walked towards the duo of John and Hal as he said, "Would one of you be so kind as to connect me to the Guardians of the Universe?" "The Guardians? I don't think that's possible, Raiden," said Hal. "A wanted criminal speaking with the Guardians will put us in trouble, kid," said John. "I see, that's unfortunate. I had expected to pass this without fighting, but meh, it doesn't matter either way." "You. Ginger. What the hell did you just call me, punk? You got a death wish or something? Listen closely to what I'm about to say. You look like an idiot, so focus on my words. You and I fight. If you win, I surrender and you take me to the Guardians and start my judgment. If I win, however, you will use that ring of yours to connect me to the Guardians. Deal? Why should I even entertain your offer? I could just lay you out right here, right now, and haul your sorry but straight to the Guardians," said Guy. "Are you afraid? If you are so confident, you wouldn't have hesitated to accept. Don't worry, I'm not a Yellow Lantern. I won't strike fear into your heart, at least not yet," said Raiden. "Fine, I'll play your game. But here's the deal, it's just you and me, mano a mano, no interference. And once I start pounding on you, there's no tapping out. I'll keep going until I've had my fill," said Guy. "Sure, why not? Let's use the cave's arena," said Raiden as he turned to walk towards the arena. "Lantern. I'm warning you, surrender this fight immediately," said Diana. Hearing that, Guy smiled as he said, "Worried I'll turn the kid into pulp? Relax. I'll do my best to hold back the haymakers. I'm not worried about him, Lantern. I'm worried about you. Raiden is one of the few people I would have to go all out to fight him." "May the gods protect you," said Diana. Hearing that, a cold sweat dropped from Guy's head, but he was determined to fight Raiden regardless. "Fighting as soon as you got back. That's so like you," said Raven as she kissed him. "After all of this blows over, I want to speak to you privately, Raven." "It's about Corey," said Raiden as he lowered his head in shame. "Yeah, I had a feeling something like that was going on when you arrived with a woman. Just focus on coming back to me. We can discuss what we're going to do about that later, okay?" said Raven. "Hey Raven, I love you, and thank you for waiting for me," said Raiden as he turned to enter the training arena inside the cave. "Lantern, do you know anything about me, or did you pick up this fight just because?" asked Raiden. "I've heard all I need to. Your heroes won't be swooping in to rescue you from the righteous might of the Green Lantern Corps," said Guy. "I see. Unfortunately, I won't need any heroes today, you're not worth it," said Raiden. Immediately, Raiden activated one of his skills, Sabotage A+. This skill allows Raiden to sabotage enemy forces up to 60% before going into battle. In this case, the skill reduced Guy's ring charge to 40% without him even realizing it. Raiden then activated two other skills, as a dark blue aura started circling around him. The two skills were Determination of Steel EX and Robust Health EX. The former increased his magic regeneration to the max, making it so his latter skill lasts longer, as it was the skill he needed the most, increasing his endurance from D to A++. In this state, Raiden can withstand blows from Superman like they were nothing. With his skills activated, Raiden looked at Guy then said, "What are you waiting for?" Getting annoyed by Raiden's taunts and the aura that has surrounded him, Guy created a massive baseball bat and attacked Raiden with it, but the bat dropped on Raiden's head, cracking immediately after. "What?" said Guy as everyone else was shocked to see Raiden do nothing. The entire league never expected him to grow this strong without activating his powers. They didn't know this, but his robust health skill was broken. It would make him almost invincible, however, only for 4 minutes. Even with Determination of Steel active, it consumed too much mana. However, Guy didn't know that, and Raiden took advantage of the info. "Looks like your willpower is pathetic. How did you even qualify for a Green Lantern? I've fought multiple lanterns, from red to yellow, but you're literally the most pathetic 1-inch." Raiden was clearly lying to Guy. He was actually quite a capable lantern, but he knew that the best way to beat a lantern is to emotionally play them. With a red lantern, it was easy if you calm them, with a yellow lantern it was easy if you don't fear them, and with a green lantern, it was easy if you show them that their will was weak. "Damn it," said Guy as he created multiple swords, maces, and spears, releasing them all to attack Raiden. Once again, as soon as they impacted Raiden, they cracked immediately. "Hey, your willpower is like glass." "What's up?" said Raiden. Maybe this will motivate you." Multiple purple magic circuits were created behind Raiden as he looked at Guy and said, "Makia Hikatic Griya." With his high-speed incantation passive, the magic circuits were endlessly spawning behind him without having to draw or chant them. Each and every single one was releasing a volley of rapidly fired beams of light, each with an A-rank power of attack. Unfortunately for Guy, the massive green shield he made to protect himself was useless. Raiden had fought multiple lanterns during his period with the blue lanterns, and one thing he learned was that the ring's energy was incredibly vulnerable to magic, especially high-ranking magic from the Fate universe. The light rain dropped on Guy, hitting him different times, even when he tried to dodge and evade it. By flying, weakening him to a degree that he couldn't handle. Ag damn it. Guy went on a small child's rampage, creating massive boxing fists and dropping them on Raiden, trying to punch him over and over again, then creating one large school bus and trying to ram it into Raiden's face, but Raiden simply punched it as it cracked completely, to which Guy created multiple other weapons, guns, swords, knives, and maces. Feeling bored, Raiden said, "Are you throwing a tantrum? Just how pathetic is your willpower? Sigh, I suppose I'll have to end this." Wandering Tales of Shano. Dan no Yura, Aso Tobi. A katana emerged in Raiden's hand as 7 versions of him emerged, each looking more real than the other. They all jumped on different constructions of Guy, using their unified skill, Art of the Swallow B+, that granted them incredible agility, closing the distance. The katanas were about to strike, but each and every single one of them was stopped, one by Diana and her sword, one by Superman's fist, 2 by the lanterns Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart, each with their respective shields, 1 by a loud scream from Dinah, 1 by Zatara's magic shield, and the last one by Batman and his shield that was somehow hidden this entire time. Had he wanted to, Raiden was confident he could have gone through most of them and slashed Guy, but he simply realized that it was worthless and his point was already made. Each Raiden disappeared except the one facing Diana as he said, "Well, that was boring." Everyone who had witnessed this realized one thing, Raiden was now strong and a danger. He was classified as a danger even before, when he could only summon his servants for mere minutes, but now, he can fight on par with a lantern and defeat him effortlessly without even transforming. Whatever had happened in space, Raiden was now a formidable enemy, that would take the entire league to take him down. The magic and skills that were activated were all shut down as Raiden walked past Diana towards the exhausted and collapsed Guy whose battery had run out and said, "Charge your battery and then come to me later. You owe me a meeting with the Guardians." Chapter 52. "You've grown stronger," said Diana. "Somewhat," replied Raiden in a monotone voice. "Are you annoyed with our interference?" asked Diana. "Yes, I wanted to teach him a lesson, but it doesn't matter now," replied Raiden. "Can you tell us about what happened to you?" "That night, and your time in space," said Diana. "Maybe another time, I'll need some time to settle in," said Raiden. I understand, said Diana. Raiden went back to his friends in the control room. Corey and Carrie were also there, getting to know some of the team members, specifically Megan, who welcomed them the most. The League shouldn't have done that. You just came back. We couldn't even get an hour for ourselves, said Nightwing. Raiden expected something like that to happen. He's been telling us all about it, said Corey. Even still, it's not nice. If they attempt something like that again, I won't let it slide, said Raven. It doesn't matter now. The problem should be solved soon anyway, said Raiden. After speaking a bit more with his friends, the League members came back. Guy was with them as well, now much quieter than before. Raiden, we've spoken with the Guardians, and they've agreed to talk. However, they don't know that you're the topic of discussion, said Hal. Good. Let's start, said Raiden. Hearing that, Hal, John, and Guy all pointed their rings in front of them, released their powers, to which a green projection was shown, of the Guardians of the Universe, all sitting in their respective seats. Hal Jordan, John Stewart, and Guy Gardner, what matter do you wish to address? Asked one of the Guardians. Hal stepped up and said, we have made contact with Raiden Kagawa. He's the one who wanted to speak to you, and we were forced to oblige due to him saying that he has some sensitive information regarding the Guardians. Halt. Cease your actions immediately. Apprehend the individual in question at once and ensure his return for trial. He is a wanted criminal, with charges spanning across 10 sectors, spoke the Guardian. Oh. I did not expect you old midgets to be so stupid and irrational. Are you sure you don't want to hear what I have to say before making such a rash decision? Spoke Raiden, who walked to face them. Human mage. We do not negotiate with criminals. Lanterns, take action. Arrest him without delay. We cannot afford to allow such a dangerous and disrespectful individual to remain free, said the Guardian. If that's the case, then too bad. Looks like I'm going to have to let the world know about what happened in Ismalt in Sector 2322, said Raiden in a mocking tone. Halt. What did you say, human? Asked the Guardian. Oh. You're in the mood to listen now. Well, you see, a few months ago, I happened to stumble upon this very nice vacation spot called Buy It. The information on that planet was to die for. Now imagine my surprise when the Guardians of the Universe weren't exactly as nice as they claimed to be. Nah, I'm lying, I wasn't supersized, however, I do wonder. What would happen if such information were to be released to the universe? You dare, human. Are you threatening the Guardians of the Universe? Do you comprehend the consequences of such actions? Do you truly believe you can blackmail us? Spoke the Guardian in anger. Cut the bullshit, midget. I hold the power to destroy the Green Lantern Corps and your reputation. I don't want to hear any more bullshit from you psychopathic bastards. You created the Manhunters. As such, you should be the ones to take responsibility for your actions, not me, screamed back Raiden. With silence descended, not the League nor the Guardians dared to speak. Any wrong action by the Guardians, and Raiden could lose his cool and do the unthinkable. What is it that you desire, human? Asked the Guardian. Remove my name from any wanted list, and give me some fucking respect, or else I will ignite the end of the Guardians, said Raiden. The Guardians stayed silent for a while, clearly discussing amongst themselves. Then a voice said, understood. And the comms were cut, the Guardian's image disappeared, and everyone was left to wonder what had just happened. After a few seconds, the 3 Green Lanterns in the room all opened their eyes, as their rings all shone for a few seconds. What is it, Hal? Asked Batman. We received an update, said Hal. And what did it contain? Said Diana. Immediate removal of Raiden Kagawa from the wanted list, said Hal. Raiden Kagawa will be protected by the Lanterns if he was in danger, said John, to which Raiden simply rolled his eyes, thinking, they think I'd be petty and release the info if I'm in danger. Then Guy Gardner stepped up and said, Raiden Kagawa will be treated with the utmost respect, like he's one of the Guardians themselves. That means we're done here, said Raiden, to which Hal nodded his head and asked. Yes, we're done. There won't be any trouble regarding you from the Green Lantern Corps. But I have to ask, what did you mean with your words? Why did the Guardians bend the rules for you? Sorry, Hal. I can't tell you that. That was my agreement with them. Maybe you should ask them yourself, replied Raiden as he patted Hal's shoulder and walked past him towards his friends. Guess we're done here, said Batman. However, once again shocking everyone, Superman said, what about Evo's murder? Are we going to just forget that? Everyone in the room opened their eyes wide due to his words, except Raiden, who turned back towards Superman and said, "What about it?" as he walked up to Superman, staring right into his eyes. "We were informed that you defeated Doomsday and Amazo, yet you still carried on and killed Evo." "Why?" asked Superman as he too stared back. "Evo held a weapon that was going to send the entire team to the Phantom Zone. I took it upon myself to kill him and save them. Clearly, I have been through a lot to get back to Earth. Let's call it repercussions, so I don't want to hear any more bullshit from you or anyone else," said Raiden as his eyes started glowing and energy started swirling inside him. Superman readied himself as well, his body started to float a bit, and his muscles tensed. But before the two went at it, it was both Batman and Wonder Woman that came in between the duo, stopping them. "Enough. By the gods. Do you wish to start a fight amongst us? We who call ourselves heroes. There are many younglings around. Is this the sort of example you wish to set for them?" screamed Wonder Woman as she came in between the two. Batman also emerged, putting an end to the impending fight. Seeing this, Superman looked at Raiden with anger. "TSK." He then turned around and walked towards the Zeta tube, then teleported away. Following after him, Batman, the three lanterns, Satara, Dinah, and Diana all left. After the League left, a loud silence took over the mountain. Before the robot saved the day. Recognized Kid Flash B-03. Recognized Artemis B-07. The duo lovers, Wally and Artemis, walked in from the tube. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Wally asked, "Did we come in at a bad time?" To his surprise, Raiden responded, "No, you came in at the perfect time." "Raiden." The duo lovers heard his voice and both screamed as they ran to hug him. "How have you guys been?" said Raiden as he tapped their shoulders. It's been fine." "Whoa. We don't matter. How have you been? Where have you been?" "I searched the entire planet for you," said Wally, to which Raiden laughed and said, "Unfortunately, I was off-planet." "You know what, since we're all gathered here, why don't I tell you all what happened up there, if you're not too busy that is," said Raiden. Everyone responded enthusiastically to his words, so Raiden nodded his head and smiled. He took a seat with everyone and started retelling everyone in the team about his journey, how he found himself on Tamaran randomly, his few months without power and relying on magic he learned from Medea and Zatanna, the day he recovered his powers and the loss of Carrie's mother, his escape with Corey, the first encounter with Lobo and meeting the Blue Lanterns, his mission against the Red Lanterns and Sinestro's Corps, and his last battle, his recent battle with the Manhunters. Of course, Raiden left out some important bits, like the info on Bayat and his relationship with Corey. Hearing his story, many of the young team members were excited and happy. They looked up to Raiden after hearing his stories, and his friends were much more shocked. They had first-hand knowledge of how strong Raiden was before, but now, he was something else entirely. Of course, Nightwing gave Raiden a brief explanation of what had happened to the team in the time he was not in. After Raiden disappeared, the team welcomed two new members, Tula and Garth, Aquagirl and Tempest, about the battle with an ancient entity that resulted in Tula's death, and how right after, Garth joined the League, whilst Calder turned evil and joined Black Manta. Nightwing and Batman then started expanding the team and adding many new members to it such as Batgirl, Bumblebee, Lagoon Boy, Beast Boy, Robin 3, Wonder Girl, and Blue Beetle. After hearing what had happened when he was gone, Raiden looked at Nightwing seriously and asked, "Did something happen to Superman? Anything weird? Some sort of significant event?" To which Nightwing closed his eyes for a few seconds, then said, "Nothing to my knowledge, just his usual battles with some villains and League mission." "Are you asking to check up on him?" "Superman was one of the most welcoming people to me, ever since I was saved. Even when I threw that tantrum back in my trial, he wasn't one of the people that lashed out on me or even got mad. But for some reason, he is hostile to me. I can't imagine one murder would do this. Superman is not the type to judge someone by one mistake. The real Superman would have started to persuade me into coming back to justice," replied Raiden, speaking his opinion about what he had witnessed from his brief interaction. "I figured that was what you're thinking, but no event has happened recently, and ever since the incident where Savage took over the League, we conduct monthly sessions with Manhunters to check for any mind manipulation," replied Nightwing. "I see. Well, I'll know what it is with time. Anyways, I'm kinda tired, and it's late. Where should I go to sleep?" "Kinda don't want to go back to the ship," said Raiden. "Come with me," said Raven. "I would love to, but what about Corey and Carrie?" said Raiden. "We've got plenty of free rooms. You and the girls can take any you want," said Nightwing. Raiden smiled as he said, good, I'll be crashing here for today." Hearing Raiden's words, Nightwing was taken aback as he said, "Crashing? Are you not returning?" Raiden shook his head and said, "Nope, that ship has long sailed, Dick. I'm going to need some money too. Tell Batman that I have some alien tech I'd like to sell." Saying that, Raiden walked to the dorm hallway with the girls. He was going to Raven's room to start a talk that he had practiced for years, and yet he still wasn't ready. "I'd rather go back to buy it and spend a year there than talk to Raven about Corey Sai. I've got to take responsibility, regardless." Chapter 53. Megan guided Corey and Carrie to a room for them to use. She suggested that they get a room each, but the girls decided to share one for the time. They felt they would be a nuisance to the team if they both took a room each. In the meanwhile, Raiden found himself in Raven's room. He looked around and said, "It's darker than before," as he grabbed a skeleton head and inspected it. "It's kinda of my hobby, I like this vibe of darkness. By the way, that skull is cursed," said Raven, as she watched Raiden throw the skull in panic. "What?" She laughed a bit before saying, "I was joking." She then started showing Raiden all the random dark items she had in her room: dark magic tomes, candles and incenses, a dark blue crystal ball and some carnivorous plants. "Well, this place is amazing, I give it a gothic out of 10, said Raiden. Raven hugged him from behind and said, "Isn't that why you liked me?" She then went to her bed and laid on her back. "Come to me," said Raven in a seducing manner, to which Raiden scratched his head and said, "Shouldn't we talk a bit? I've got to tell you something, it wouldn't be fair to you if I just jump in and join you." Raven sighed before lifting herself up. She grabbed Raiden from his collar and said, "I don't care, I've been waiting for this moment for years. I have no care or interest about anything else right now. I want you, and only you, everything else can wait till tomorrow." Seeing her talk in that manner excited Raiden. He cast a sound-dampening spell all around him as he started kissing Raven. Noticing the spell, Raven smiled as she said, "That's the Raiden I want now." "Ugh, this is the worst," said Raven as she struggled to pull herself up. Seeing this, Raiden smiled as he placed the small bed table close to her. "As I said, you don't need to get up, I've made breakfast for you. You could have told me you were this good." "I've never felt so good in my life," said Raven. She then started eating the breakfast. This is good." "You didn't make it," said Raven. "How do you know that?" "I'm pretty good at cooking now," said Raiden as he smiled and closed his arms. "Bullshit, I remember the taste of your food, 10-year training camp with Gordon Ramsay, and you still wouldn't be able to cook this well," said Raven as she took a sip from the juice. This tastes good too, also I've never tasted it before. What is it?" Seeing Raven's reaction, Raiden sighed as he said, Fine, that's Ermera juice from planet Sertonian. It was one of the best things I've drank in my journey." Also the one to make the breakfast was Corey. Hearing the name, Raven looked at Raiden suspiciously and said, "Corey, She continued to chew on her food before saying, "So she's the one you cheated on me with?" Hearing that, Raiden's heart dropped as he started scratching his head. "Yes, listen, it's a complicated story. Before he finished his words, Raven said, "Was the other one involved too?" "Carrie." "What?" "No, she's like 13. I'm not like that. She's like a daughter to me," said Raiden in panic. He was flustered by Raven's words. "I see, so while I spent 4 years worrying about you and thinking about where my boyfriend was, you went ahead and created a family in space." "Got it," said Raven in a mocking and annoyed manner, clearly angered by Raiden. "Raven, it's not like that. I would never do something to harm you. It was just..." Before he could continue his words, Raven cut Raiden deep as she said, "How would you have felt if you came back and found me with another man? Maybe Dick or Connor. They're single now, or maybe a totally different stranger, an alien perhaps." Raiden grit his teeth as he lowered his head and looked at the ground before saying, "I would have felt betrayed." Raven got up from bed and said, "That's how I should feel too, but I'm not going to, because I'm not giving up on you. I don't care about that alien princess of yours, but I'm not giving up on you. If she wants to fight for you, then I will. I've already spent years researching magic to fight for you. It's about time I used them," said Raven as she started walking outside. "What? Wait. Raven, Corey isn't like that." Ignoring Raiden, Raven walked to Corey's room directly as she said, "Come out, princess. I've come to fight for my love, do not hide from me." Raiden caught up with Raven and grabbed her shoulder saying, "Hold on Raven, please, you're being irrational." Corey came out of the bathroom wearing only a towel and said, "Miss Raven, I'm glad I get to see you again." Raven scoffed at Corey, clearly annoyed by her wearing a towel only, and said, "So it was you, huh? You think you can take Raiden away from me? I'm never letting such a thing happen. I've waited for Raiden all these years, I've researched many dark and banned spells just to get him back, I'm never giving him up for you." Hearing Raven's word, Corey started laughing. This scared Raiden, who feared that Raven would start attacking, whilst Raven narrowed her eyes at Corey, who said, "Miss Raven, I could never imagine doing such a thing. I'm sure you're aware of this, but..." Raiden loves you, and as much as he might deny it, Raiden loves you more than he loves me. I spent 6 months trying to convince Raiden to love me back, to seduce him, but they all failed. I couldn't even move him. Each time he would only reply with I can't do this to my Raven. Hearing that, Raven opened her eyes as she turned to Raiden and said, if that's true then why? Once again the one to respond was Corey. It was because of my race. We Tamaranians have very strong emotions. Due to Raiden rejecting me, I started to become weak, and struggled to control myself. As much as I hate to admit this, Raiden probably only returned my feelings because he feared for my safety. Miss Raven, I do not wish to separate you and Raven, I only wish that you share his love with me. I, just like you, can't imagine a life without him. I love him, and I don't care if he loves you more, or anyone else, as long as I get to share my days with him, I'd be a happy woman. Hearing that, Raven turned to Raiden and said, is that true? Raiden simply scratched his head and said, yeah, I love her though. I love you both equally, said Raiden. Raven walked to Raiden and hit him in the shoulder saying, why didn't you say this earlier? To which Raiden said, Raven turned to Corey and said, I'm okay with it, I don't mind sharing him with you, I too wish to spend my days with him, so let's become sisters. To that Corey smiled warmly as she said, yes, let's. Seeing that, Raiden smiled as he said, well, I'm happy to see you girls getting along, it makes me happy. This earned him a scorned look from Raven who said, who told you to talk? You think I've forgiven you? I've only forgiven my sister Corey, because I feel her pain, but you, don't talk to me anymore, you're a cheater. This confused Raiden as he turned to Corey, who scoffed at him and said, cheater. You cheated on my sister. When did I become the bad guy? Are you sure you want to live here? With the money you got from selling those items to Batman, you could live in a mansion, said Dick to Raiden. The two were in their civilian outfits, Raiden wearing his red jacket and dark shirt and black jeans, whilst Dick was wearing his dark shirt, with blue jeans. Of course both wore dark glasses. Yeah, this is the only place I know. I've never been out there really. Ever since I came to my sense I've been fighting evil with the team, then space shit happened and I just want to settle down. Of course, I don't want to stop fighting evil. As such, what's a better place than this? Happy Harbor is home to me, said Raiden as he stared at the house he just bought. It was your typical American house, with massive garden and nice interior, all bought with Batman's money. Raiden sold all the random weapons and things he stole from Pirate while he was journeying to Earth. The only thing he kept was the ship itself. So about that incident back in Washington, said Raiden, referring to the Lobo fight, any news? We've found traces of Krolodians all over the Earth. They've been hiding in plain sight, but we need to know the source of this incident. Why are they here? Said Dick as he started thinking. Probably for the simplest reason, they are here to scout us, before they invade, said Raiden. You're coming tomorrow, right? For the meeting, said Dick, to which Raiden said, are they going to be okay with this? I've already quit being a member of the team. They aren't going to complain. I called you in, as an expert of space warfare and races. Hearing Dick's words, Raiden scoffed and said, space warfare expert, seriously? See you tomorrow. The girls are coming back, said Dick as the girl who had been checking out the interior started coming out. By the way, did I tell you that you're a bastard? Who cheats on his girl, and still manages to convince her for a polyamorous relationship? Dickhead. Yeah, fuck off Dick, you're even worse, Mr. Playboy, said Raiden as he waved to Dick to go away. Raiden then turned back to look at his new home as he though, well let's see how life plays out now. Chapter 54. You see that, folks? The new hero of the people, known as Raiden, rips off General Secretary Ting's head and body to reveal that there's a little alien inside. A teen less than 20 years old was able to figure out that an alien has infiltrated our highest governmental officials, but the Justice League can't, spoke the figure on the TV, known as Gordon Godfrey. I know what you're thinking, Gordon has lost his mind. How many times has he run that clip? The 8 billionth time. That's because I'm trying to wake you up. Turn and look at the person next to you. How can you be sure that he or she is human? When is the Justice League going to find a way to scan for these aliens? Who are they trying to protect? I mean, sure, Superman and the Manhunter from Mars are on the side of the angels, but how many aliens are out there? Are they all as good as them? What is the League hiding? How do we know that Amazonians are human? Are Atlanteans from space? Icon. Hawkman. GPS News will not rest until we expose the League for its true colors. Boing, the TV was shut off immediately as Batman said, he's here. Recognized, Raiden beat 10. Raiden looked around to see many members of the League, such as Adam, Batman, and the one giving the briefing, Green Lantern John. The big guy is Lobo, a bounty hunter. He's dangerous, but he's not likely to return, especially due to Raiden's effort. However, this little guy is worse. Krolodians always travel in packs, said John. I believe our friend here, Adam Strange, is the man who developed the Zeta tubes, and he knows more about them, spoke Martian Manhunter as he introduced the blonde scientist. Well, it's a little involved. I might need some visual aid, spoke Adam, to which Manhunter responded by linking his mind with all the others. Well, I guess I'm going to sit this one out, said Raiden as he looked at them communicate in their minds. I apologize, Raiden. I hadn't considered your situation, said Manhunter, to which Raiden simply waved his hands as he said, it's okay, Nightwing will brief me later. After a while, John said, this fits the Krolodians all right. Their entire culture revolves around stolen tech. While I was on RAN, I was given this item. It detects Zeta tube usages on Earth, the stolen ones. It exposes all the Krolodian locations, said Adam as he displayed a small globe with multiple highlighted locations. I'm ordering an attack on all those locations. We'll take them down. Another group of Leaguers will go with Adam here to RAN. We'll cut the Krolodians at the source, spoke Adam as he ordered the plan, to which both Raiden and Adam said, that might be a problem. The two looked at each other, but Raiden stayed silent as he nudged Adam to speak. I don't know why, but humans are persona non grata on RAN's side of the galaxy. In fact, these 6 Leaguers are all wanted. Adam then displayed the pictures of Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern John, Hawkwoman, and Martian Manhunter. What, said John in shock, to which Nightwing spoke, Batman. It's the missing 16 hours. Agreed, 5 years ago, Vandal Savage took complete mental control of the Justice League members, and these exact 6 were missing for 16 hours. John placed his hand on his chin as he said, it never even occurred to us that he sent us to space, to which Adam said, doesn't matter, we can send other members, said Adam. This made Raiden speak as he said, that won't work. I don't know the exact details, but apparently you guys attacked some planet and started declaring that you are the Justice League of Earth and the universe should beware. Savage set you up pretty nicely because ever since then, all League members are on watch. If any member steps on RAN, multiple galaxy police forces are going to strike, and even bounty hunters like Lobo will show up. And you'll jeopardize Earth's safety. Wait. Not all of us are League members. I can send a squad from the team. That won't cause any intergalactic incident, said Nightwing, to which Adam nodded his head and said, do it. Are you going to join us, Raiden? Asked Nightwing. On RAN? Nope, I really don't want to go back to space at the moment. As for the Krolodians, I'd be happy to help, but after this, I'm taking a month off for myself. I really want to experience no fighting for a while, just me and the girls. I understand. Okay, me and Wonder Girl are Alpha Squad. We are going to Philadelphia. Batgirl, Bumblebee, you take Wolf. You're Beta. Assignment, Vladivostok. Robin, Lagoon, Beetle, you guys are Gamma. Take the biochip and head to New Orleans. As for you, Raiden, I'm assuming you'll go alone. Should I call you Delta? I mean, you did quit the team. Raiden simply shrugged and said, I don't care, where do I go? Nightwing nodded and said, your assignment, Cape Town, South Africa. Everyone started to take off for their missions, as did Raiden. January 4th, 2122, Cape Town. Delta, how is it going? Spoke a voice on the comms. It belonged to Malcolm Duncan, the team's current mission operative. Nothing much, I've just arrived at the location. Looks like some sort of farm, spoke Raiden in response as he surveyed the area around him. There was a small shed at the edge, probably some place used to store tools and such. The Zeta tube signal is close to you. There should be some sort of small building close to you, spoke Mal. Ah, I see, then I see it. I'll be going in. Thanks, Mal. Raiden closed the comms as he said, Ikam ml Bisevnai, to which his body went completely transparent as he closed in on the shed. Opening the door, Raiden looked around and found nothing. Did Mal get the location wrong? Or, wait, said Raiden as he wiped some haystacks from the ground to find a small door, this is interesting, why would there be a basement door in a random shed? Raiden went down the basement door and there he found his surprise, a full-on base of the Krolodians. He could see hundreds of them all working on different things. They were fixing their ships in a super-fast manner, almost like they were panicking and trying to escape. This is odd, why is an invading force panicking like this? I mean, sure, we've exposed them, but, are they really that afraid of Earth? Raiden kept his invisible form as he sneaked closer to what he had assumed was their leader's office. Finding the right moment, he entered without making any sound, courtesy of sound cancellation magic, and started. Evacuation is going smoothly here, spoke the leader as he looked at the screen that showed other leaders like him, all Krolodians. Glad I still have that language translator we stole from the Citadel. Other bases have been exposed and are under attack by the Justice League bastards. Be careful of intruders, spoke the voice on the screen, to which the leader responded, this is all due to the competitor exposing us. Damn it. Boom, what? There are intruders in our base. I'll take my leave, hurry up and fix the ships of Sector 3, spoke the voice as it shut down communications. Load up all the hostages on board. All the other bases have been invaded. Our location may be exposed, screamed the leader at his subordinates, hostages. Are they experimenting on civilians, thought Raiden. He bided his time, awaiting for the Krolodians to reveal the location of the civilians for him. After a while, a few Krolodians came out from under the base, pushing the hostages in a cage with wheels. It's time. Throne of Heroes. I'm Okada Izo from Tosa. You might know me by the name Manslayer Izo. What? I'm an assassin. Don't get the wrong idea, my class is Manslayer. Raiden's appearance was revealed behind the leader as a sword cleanly cut his head. Too bad, Izo, we're alien slayers today. The Krolodians were in shock as Raiden, with incredible speed, started to slice through their ranks one by one, shocking them. He jumped towards the ones pushing the hostage cage and sliced them first. The Krolodians quickly recovered as they activated their spider-like robots and started shooting at Raiden. Raiden drew their attention away from the hostage cage and started running at them, dodging all their lasers and slicing through most of them. He jumped at the first spider robot and lunged his sword deep inside the pod, injuring the driver. Ahahaha, that's how it should be, master. Kill kill kill. Raiden sidestepped another robot trying to hit him as he jumped towards it as well, injuring the other driver. From one robot to another, Raiden quickly ended their attacks. Can't do that, I want to lay low for a while, killing them will only cause me trouble. I don't have anything against you, but a job's a job. Divine punishment. Oh. Settlement sword. Raiden used Okada's noble phantasm as he sliced the last robot in 3. With this, the entire base was cleared out. He then walked towards the Zeta tube and cut it. He quickly reverted back to his normal appearance. Mal, I'm done here. I've completely finished this base. However, I have some hostages to be saved, spoke Raiden through the comms as he walked towards the cage and broke the door open. You're free now. The people inside looked regular. They were shocked to see Raiden, who had just wreaked havoc on the base, but then they started to thank him. Raiden, we'll send someone for the hostages. Quickly head to the nearest tube and support the Gamma squad, they might be in trouble. Hearing Mao's words, Raiden said, sure, I'll head out then. Listen up, head to the surface. The police are going to come soon and take you back home, as he quickly guided them out and ran towards the nearest Zeta tube. Raiden reached New Orleans quickly. As soon as he reached there, he heard an explosion. The base was destroyed by Team Gamma. He then used a floating spell as he flew to the river nearby and watched as Robin, Lagoon Boy, and Beetle emerged from the water with many other civilians and smiled. Looks like you guys didn't need backup. Quickly behind him, many members of the League all emerged, clearly all with the mission to support Gamma, but it was clearly unnecessary. Nightwing smiled at the Gamma trio as he said, good job, guys. To which Lagoon Boy screamed, Gamma rules, excited by the battle he just had. Chapter 55. They're here, said Batman as a Zeta tube opened, revealing Adam, Beast Boy, Megan, and Connor, done with their mission. Adam revealed that he and his Ranian friend had managed to create a Zeta tube barrier, locking aliens from invading Earth through that. It was Megan who showed everyone what had happened in Rimber, the planet that the missing Leaguers went to. The Leaguers went on a 16-hour rampage. I don't remember any of this, said Wonder Woman, clearly shocked and saddened by her actions. Raiden put his hand on her shoulder as he comforted her and said, it's not your fault, it was Savage's fault. Don't blame yourself. We'll deal with that later, Megan. I have something I want to show you. Come with me, said Batman. Megan nodded and said, yes, but before the two left, Raiden said, I need to tell you something as well. Batman nodded and said, come with us then, you too, Connor. Batman led the trio to an interrogation room, where Martian Manhunter had been interrogating one of the Krolodian generals. We're trying to extract information about their base. This is the Krolotian that was captured by Gamma Squad. Your uncle has been interrogating him for days without progress, simply achieving, said Batman. Raiden spoke up as he said, I might have a solution for that. But Megan, in an attempt to impress Batman, used her psychic abilities on the Krolotian, saying, the Krolotians have an emergency rendezvous point and have standing orders in case of discovery to evacuate there. The base is inside a volcano on Melina Island. Megan. What have you done? Said Raiden as he looked at the Krolotian drool on himself, his mind completely blank. You just fried his brain. I had to do what's necessary to extract the information out of him. First, it was Connor, and now you too, said Megan, angered a bit by Raiden's reaction. Connor had been pestering her about using her ability to extract information for months now, and she didn't think Raiden would take his side. I don't care about the damn Krolotian's health, I care about the information. Tell me, Megan, who is the competitor to the Krolotians? Everyone was confused by Raiden's question, to which Raiden showed them his belt that had a circular item. This device translates any language to the user's preference, Citadel Tech. When I took down the Krolotians in Cape Town, one of them mentioned that they were exposed by a competitor. I was going to use this device to translate their language and make them tell me about the competitor, but it's impossible now. Hearing that, Megan realized her mistake and said, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you had planned to do this. Sigh, I guess it's fine. Just make sure to capture one of them on Melina Island. That way, we can interrogate one of them, said Raiden, to which Megan nodded. You didn't tell me about such a device. If you have more, I'll buy it as well, said Batman, referring to the fact that Raiden had sold him many devices he stole from the pirate in space. Sorry, I can't sell you this, as I have only 3 of them, one for each of my companions. However, I'm willing to lend it to you for a short period of time. Maybe you can replicate the technology, said Raiden. Melina Island. Remember, this is a recon mission. We need to figure out the Krolotians' plans before we strike them down, said Batman. Approaching drop zone beta, said Nightwing, as the team went into stealth mode. Aquaman and Lagoon Boy jumped from the ship to the ocean. The Martian duo of uncle and niece phased through the ship. The Bat family, Batman, Nightwing, Robin, and Batgirl, and Raiden were dropped off by the ship. Throne of Heroes, Bond 10 selection. 100 Faces Hassan. Picking his servant, Raiden's body transformed into that of a shadowy figure, cloaked with a dark hood and holding 2 knives in hand. My master, the army of shadows is under your command. Raiden sneaked inside the volcano containing the Krolotian base as he started to scout the area. Raiden to squad, I have visual on the Krolotians. They're somehow in a hurry, but Black Manta is with them. He's helping them for some reason. Raiden started to get close to the ship, but before he got close enough, Black Manta suddenly started blasting his laser in the water, and his troops started shooting at Robin, Batgirl, and Nightwing. We've been exposed, said Nightwing on the comms. Raiden started his attack, helping the team. He dropped down on 2 Manta soldiers, drop-kicking one of them before taking the other out from under. He then jumped on another group, surprising them too. One tried to shoot him, but he only found smoke as Raiden emerged from behind him, almost snapping his neck. I suppose I shouldn't kill them, I have no clue if they're truly evil or forced to be this way. Then again, I also don't want trouble with the League this early into my return to Earth. WAK wah, screamed one of the Krolotians as they started to board their spider mechs. Unlike last time, there's 10s of them here, thought Raiden as he continued to beat the hell out of Manta's men. He then jumped towards the mechs and maneuvered towards the pod. He managed to take out the Krolotian, but he was hit with another mech's legs and sent flying. TSK, damn it, I'll need backup at this point. We are all as one, and one is all. A shadow with 100 variations. Go, Zabaniya. Hundreds of cloaked figures emerged all around the volcano. Some were large, some were slim, some were females, and some were males. An army of assassins. You, and you, go recon the underground, said Raiden to one of his clones as he went back to battle. The 3 Raidens went underground as they slid through a small tunnel. There, they found a shadowy figure. The 3 attacked him immediately. One of the figures tried to kick it, but it was grabbed by the figure and slammed to the ground. The man was strong. Interesting. Meat that can clone itself. He then finished it up by attacking the clone in the face as it dissipated in darkness. He turned to the other 2, blasting one with some dark laser and then attacking the other with his fists, eliminating all of them. As Raiden and the team continued to destroy the Krolotians' mechs, Superman, Superboy, Wonder Woman, and Wonder Girl came rushing in to help, easing the elimination of the mech substantially. "Enemy is attempting escape," said Nightwing as he directed everyone to Black Manta and his men escaping. Black Manta hit Aquaman with a laser, pushing him away. "What? 3 are dead. Who was that? I didn't even get a good look at him," thought the main Raiden as he finally figured out that he lost 3 assassins. "Rendezvous with me, we're going to the location the other mess got taken down. Superman and the others can handle it here." Raiden quickly recalled the assassins, all to the place he lost the other 3, sliding down as his army followed. However, when he reached there, he didn't find the shadowy figure, as he had already escaped, leaving Raiden and the Justice League a gift. A bomb. Lagoon quickly distracted Black Manta with his raging attack, enough for Aquaman to smash Manta's face and mask off, revealing the face of the man behind the mask, Kaldur. "I had not believed Nightwing until this moment," spoke Aquaman, as Kaldur screamed back, "You did not want to believe him. None of us wanted to believe this." "How could you betray us?" spoke Connor, but he was quickly shut down as Kaldur said, "You dare question me? After all of you let Tula die." "Kaldur, that was a mission," Aquagirl knew the risks. No one, before Nightwing could continue to persuade Kaldur, Lagoon jumped in. "Neptune's beard. Don't talk to this traitor. He's joined forces with our king's greatest enemy." "Do you mean the king who hid from the true identity of my father?" said Kaldur, to which Aquaman admitted, "That was my error in judgment, Kaldurum. No one else needs to suffer for it. All will suffer if Black Manta demands it. Blood is thicker than seawater." Kaldur then released a small rocket from his suit, knowing that Superman would come and block it. He used the smoke to escape through a small tunnel to the underground. Sliding down, Kaldur was about to escape before a knife was pointed at his neck. "Long time no see, old friend," spoke Raiden. "Raiden, I had heard that you returned," spoke Kaldur, to which Raiden smiled and said, "I'm interested. How did this happen? Why did my team leader become a villain?" Kaldur formed blades from water and defended himself against the knife as Raiden stepped back. "Relax, I'm not here to fight you, Kaldur. You have no idea what I've been through, Raiden. I've lost too much to care about justice and the team," spoke Kaldur. Raiden thought for a second, did I misjudge this? The Raiden I left on the top witnessed his interaction with Aquaman and the team, he seemed too spiteful. I don't know who this Tula is. But is it possible that he truly became evil? Before Raiden could continue his train of thought, Nightwing dropped down. "So it's you, old friend," said Kaldur, but the one who answered was Connor, who dropped behind him. "No, it's a regular reunion special." "Fine, you can take me down, or you can save everyone from this bomb." "I'm told it's quite impressive," said Kaldur. The one to make the first move was Connor, but he was easily taken down by Kaldur, who electrified him. "You have 2 minutes." Kaldur then jumped towards his ship, starting his escape. "I could catch up to him. But I'll trust him for now," said Raiden. He then turned to the bomb and said, "This is an alien bomb. I don't know how strong it is, but I might be able to turn into a servant capable of absorbing its impact." "Let me take it out instead," said Connor, who got up scratching his neck. "No. It might have pressure or motion sensors. All squads, evacuate, we have a bomb." Raiden's shadow started to dissipate as he joined the Bat family and the others in their escape. The last one to leave was Superman, who tried to convince the Krolodians to leave, but they didn't listen, which led to the island exploding and Superman getting injured. Aquaman went to bring Superman to the ship. Raiden looked around then said, "Megan. Did you capture any of them?" To which Megan shook her head and said, "No, I wasn't able to, but me and Uncle John managed to blend in as some of them and extracted information from their base. I doubt it would have information about their competitor, though." "That's the main issue," Raiden started to think before he said, "the main issues. The main man. Lobo." Batman looked at Raiden with intrigue as he asked, "Did you figure something out?" To which Raiden nodded and said, "I don't know who the competitor is, but I'm pretty sure of one thing, they must be a global galactic level threat. Lobo was paid to attack one of the Krolodians. Lobo doesn't take offers where a fight isn't interesting unless the pay is good, and good pay for Lobo is not some cheap change. Lobo demands billions, and the ones that could afford such prices are always the big organizations of the galaxy, the Citadel, Daxam Dominators, Apocalypse. Either one of these, or an organization of that level. Whoever they are, I have a feeling it's up to you and the team to figure that out," spoke Batman. Chapter 56. Is this really necessary? said Raiden as he looked at the League members under him, specifically the 6 members who are accused of committing crimes on Rimber. He was sitting on a rock. Their current location was the beach outside Mount Justice. "We have to clear out our names and clear the Justice League's name," spoke Batman, responding to Raiden's question. He was bidding farewell to his allies, the Bat family. Wonder Woman did the same as she said her goodbyes to Cassie, Wonder Girl. Hawkman insisted on following his wife, Hawkwoman. Superman said goodbyes to Connor, whilst Martian Manhunter did the same to Megan. "You know that this is what the light wants, right? We have unidentified aliens on Earth who are allying with the Justice League's biggest nemesis. Yet, one of the most important members of the League are going to space," said Raiden. The one to reply was Superman, who said, "Some of us have a reputation to uphold. The people cannot think their saviors are wanted criminals. Sigh, as long as you keep the people safe, why would they care about your reputation?" "Well, it doesn't matter. It's not like you'll listen anyway," said Raiden before he turned his head to Green Lantern John and added, "John, tell the Guardians to make sure it goes smoothly, or it's over for the Lantern Corps. I'm pushing it with this Guardian blackmail, but it needs to happen. I doubt I'm powerful enough to face the light and some alien invasion on my own. I must grow stronger," thought Raiden. "No need. The Guardians have already sent Hal and Guy ahead to make sure everything goes smoothly," spoke John. Raiden felt somewhat relieved as he said, "That's good to hear." "Raiden, may I speak with you in private?" spoke Batman. Hearing that, Raiden jumped from the rock he had been sitting on and walked towards Batman. "With those guys here, I doubt this will be private," said Raiden as his eyes turned to the superpowered Leaguers. "The privacy was just to get your attention." "I don't mind them hearing," said Batman. "So, what is it?" asked Raiden. "Stay with the team," said Batman. Raiden was about to laugh in his face, but Batman cut him off, saying, "Temporarily. I'm aware that your mission today was supposed to be your last as a member. And I understand your decision. However, I must ask you to continue working with us, not as a member of the team, but as a member of the Justice League." Raiden narrowed his eyes before he said, "I refuse to work with the team where my friends are, and you think I'll come to the League?" "Yes, as a replacement to us 6. Analyzing your abilities against Guy, I believe that you are much stronger than before. As such, I'm entrusting Earth to you," spoke Batman. Raiden opened his eyes wide for a second before saying, "You seem confident. What makes you think I'll do it? You're asking me to act as Earth's guard dog while the owners are gone." "No, I'm asking you to be Earth's guard dog while the other dogs are gone. There's no one in the world capable of doing it like you. I have faith in you. I may have grievances with your methods, but I trust you to do the right thing, Raiden. I saw what you did in Cape Town and on Molina. You caused a lot of damage, but you didn't kill them. I believe in you," said Batman, to which Raiden said, "If you think I've changed my opinion on killing, then you're wrong. I just simply judged that they didn't deserve it. The only thing that changed was my criteria for killing. As for your favor, I will do it. But I won't be taking missions for the League. I'll be available for any emergency, but I need a break. I haven't had a month to myself, man." Hearing Raiden, Batman nodded and said, "I understand. The world is big, the light and the new aliens aren't the only threats on Earth." Yeah, got it. "You owe me for this though," said Raiden, to which Batman walked away, saying, "I don't owe you anything. You would have done this regardless. I simply nudged you. After all, you are a hero." Looking at Batman walk away and hop on John's plane construct, Raiden said, "Mr. Know-It-All Bastard just used that conversation to prove to Superman that I'm not a threat. TSK, whatever." Nightwing walked beside Raiden and put his hand on his shoulder as he said, "Wanna go grab a bite? In-N-Out or Wendy's?" "You bastard, I've just returned from a 4-year-long journey, and you want to take me to some dumb US junk food place," said Raiden, to which Nightwing laughed and said, "Come on, nothing's better than fast food after not eating it for months. Oh, and I'll introduce you to Batgirl and Robin as well. Raiden, this is Barbara Gordon. I believe you have already met before when she was acting as Batgirl," said Dick as he introduced Barbara to Raiden. She was in her normal civilian outfit. He then turned to the new Robin and said, "This is Tim Drake. You also met him when he successfully destroyed the Krolodian base." "Indeed, I've met both of them, but I have to say, I'm surprised that they're okay with this. I remember when you were hiding your identity from me. Too bad for you, I used my assassin servants to stalk you," said Raiden as he pretended that he didn't know it before stalking him with assassin. Yes, I remember, you made, Dick, jokes for 3 days after that, said Dick as he remembered the terrible jokes by Raiden. Anyways, I guess we're so you could ask me about what Batman wanted, said Raiden as he dug in. He was eating a nice burger, the taste melted in his mouth as his eyes almost watered before saying, it tastes awful, but damn it does it taste like home. Told you it will be good, and by the way, Batman trusts me. I know what he wanted to tell you, I just want to hear it from you, said Dick, to which Raiden raised an eyebrow, saying, seriously. Okay, I don't know, enlighten me, said Dick. Raiden finished the burger before he said, he wants me to be Earth's guard dog. Hearing that, Nightwing opened his eyes as he said, will you do it? Barbara and Tim looked confused as they asked respectfully, what does that mean, Dick? Guard dog? Before Dick could respond, Raiden said, it means Papa Bat wants me to act as the League's substitute Superman while the real Superman is busy clearing his name. He then turned to Dick and said, I'll be taking a month break, so only call me for emergencies that you and the League can't handle. I at least deserve a break. That means you'll do it. That's amazing, said Dick. This made Barbara and Tim even more surprised as they've never seen Dick act that way due to another person's help. Not to be rude, but can you handle such a task? Superman is Earth's strongest hero, asked Barbara. Raiden simply smiled as he said, trust me, I can handle a lot more than you can think of. As for the other comment, I'm closer to him than he might think. With Raiden's confident declaration, Tim and Barbara started to question him about himself, so he and Dick started telling the two of them about some of their missions together. In the end, Tim and Barbara grew to respect Raiden, well, Barbara not as much when she heard this. So yeah, I'm now dating both of them at the same time, and they've agreed to it, said Raiden as he answered Dick's curiosity as to how he managed to get 2 girls. You sly bastard, I'd say congrats and I'm jealous, but I'm not. You kinda look like an asshole now, said Dick, to which Barbara added, that's worse than an asshole. You. Raven waited 4 years for you. Do you know how selfish it is to just come back with another woman? Raiden looked at the ceiling as he thought, guess I should expect a similar reaction from Artemis, Megan, Zatanna, and Rocket, before he said, I'm aware more than anyone about how selfish I am. I have done something that socially isn't acceptable, but nonetheless, I don't care about others' opinions. As long as the girls are okay with it, then I am. I will treat them better than anyone else can. He then turned to Dick and said, also, how can you call me an asshole? How many girls have you messed with without ever getting in a serious relationship? To which Dick raised his hand and said, well, it's different when it comes to me, 'cause I didn't date 2 at the same time. Now that you reminded me, I have to go home. I have 2 girls that are waiting for me. As for you, you have a bat report to make or something. TSK, why did you even bring that up? The youngsters are going to think badly of me, said Raiden as he left the restaurant. Chapter 57. I'm back, said Raiden as he walked back into his new home. Welcome home, said Carrie as she hurried towards Raiden. Behind her came Raven, who said, welcome back, dear, to which Raiden smiled awkwardly and said, that was terrible. I know. I've always wanted to try that, but it's not as romantic. Anyways, you're done with the League, said Raven. Before Raiden could respond, a sound was heard far away. Raven. How do I stop this? The sound, of course, belonged to Corey. Raiden and Raven walked towards the living room where the sound was. There they found Corey watching TV dramas as she said, I can't stop the show. It just keeps going. Both Raiden and Raven had deadpans on their faces as Raven said, you can't stop TV shows, to which Corey replied with shock, what? How will I greet Raiden now? I'll miss out on the show. I mean, I don't really mind, Corey cut Raiden, saying, no. I must greet you at the door. It's a human wife's duty. I learned that from TV. Raiden scratched his head as he said, you can just continue the show later online. I don't know. Besides, what show are you watching that has a wife greet a husband at her door? That's so 60s and 70s. She said, and I quote, I need to watch all human TV shows from part 1. As such, she started with shows back in the 30s, said Raven as she looked at Corey. Indeed. I will learn all human culture, Corey affirmed. Raiden just looked at her with a stupefied face and said, you do realize that they aren't connected? Actually, never mind. I'm tired, and I'm gonna go sleep. Wait, before you go, did you finally complete the mission? Does that mean we're leaving the team? Asked Raven. Raiden nodded his head. Yes, we are. I'll work independently, but... Sigh, I made a deal with Batman. He wants me to act as a substitute Superman, so I guess I'm not completely free of them yet. Raven narrowed her eyes as she said, you said we're going to spend time together. I can't believe you want to go back to fighting monsters and evil already. Raiden, we've been fighting for years now, especially you. You deserve a break, said Corey. This put Raiden in a rather awkward situation as he raised his hands, saying, I know. And we're still taking a break. I swear, it's just that, in dangerous emergencies, things the League can't handle alone, that's where I come in. Emergencies only, warned Raven. Emergencies only, baby, I swear, said Raiden. Sigh, I suppose I can live with that. I just want you to take some time for yourself, Raiden. I know, love, I know. In fact, now that I have a lot of money courtesy of Wayne Incorporated, we're going on a vacation. I'll take you girls on a special trip, Greece, Rome, Paris, Tokyo. We'll go to them all. Us four are truly going to get the vacation we want, said Raiden excitedly. Actually, I won't be joining you, brother Raiden, said Carrie. You and sister Corey and my new friend Raven deserve this trip. I don't want to be a burden anymore, so I'll train myself more. Seeing the team, I got excited. I want to join them, a team with people similar to my age. I feel like I could better myself there. No, Carrie, you are not a burden at all. I'll be happy to have you with us, to travel with me. Never think that you are getting in the way, said Raiden, persuading Carrie. No, brother Raiden, it's not just that. I feel like it's where I belong, continued Carrie. Before Carrie could continue, Corey placed her hand on his shoulder and said, she's been thinking about this for the last 3 days. It's a hard decision for her, so don't deny her. It's a choice she made on her own. We must honor it. Raiden looked at Carrie. She had determination in her eyes as she stated her decision to join the team, so he sighed and said, if that is truly what you want, I won't deny it. The team is an appropriate place to gain friends and learn about Earth. However, if any problem arises, you inform me immediately, understood, said Raiden, to which Carrie said, yes. I have thought that you would say this. Her ring shone bright as something formed around Raiden's arm. The blue light formed a small watch around Raiden and clicked. If this watch ever breaks, this means I'm in danger. It will create a small map to my location. Find it, and you find me. I guess you know me too well. Fine, tomorrow we go to the team, and I'll ask them to add you as a member. Everyone. This is Carrie. You've met her before when she came with Raiden. She will join us as a new member of the team. She's a Blue Lantern, so she'll fit in well with us, said Nightwing, introducing Carrie to the team. Hi. I'm Carrie Indar. I hope to fit well among you all, said Carrie as she walked towards the team. Of course, she was welcomed greatly. Cassie went to her immediately and hugged her, saying, welcome. I'll give you a full tour of the place. There they go. Don't worry, Raiden. I'll make sure to keep her safe and welcomed in the team, said Tim, who walked in front of Raiden. Raiden patted his shoulder and said, yeah, I trust you with her, Tim. Raiden walked outside the Zeta Tube. He was in Star City. Today's mission, buying gifts for his girls. Aha, so you think she'll like this, said Raiden to the clerk. If she is as you said, then she will love this. This outfit is the hot thing around these days, the best gothic theme outfits you can find. Alright, good. Here, use this card and pack it all up, with the other outfits, said Raiden. The girl nodded and said, 6 high limited edition designer dresses with accessories and outerwear. Everything will cost $41,214, said the clerk. Hearing the number, Raiden opened his eyes a bit, but ultimately didn't really care. I feel like I'm being robbed, but it matters not. If the girl's like this, it would be worth it. Ring ring. Hearing his phone ring, Raiden looked at it, then he opened his eyes wide. It's an unknown number. This is the same number I had 4 years ago. If someone were to call me, they would either be a friend or an accident. But an unknown number, now that's suspicious. Hello, said Raiden. Mr. Raiden Kagawa, this is Amanda Waller speaking. I trust one have your undivided attention, the voice on the phone responded. Amanda Waller? I think I have heard that name before, but not quite sure where. As for my attention, you got it the moment you found my number. Now tell me, Amanda, what is it that you want, said Raiden, interested in who this Amanda was. I'm aware of your remarkable capabilities and accomplishments in the team. You've certainly caught my attention. I'm calling to discuss an opportunity to join a highly specialized team that deals with unique challenges requiring individuals of your caliber. A team that isn't restricted like the Justice League or your former teen spy team. Ahahaha, is this seriously a recruitment call? Well, unfortunately for you, Miss Waller, I left the league to work alone. I have no interest in working with someone like you or the government. Working with us opens doors to resources and opportunities that few can access, not even the league. It's a chance to make a real difference in ways you've never imagined. Of course, with such privileges comes a level of responsibility that surpasses what most are willing to handle. Refusal isn't typically an option, considering the sensitive nature of what we deal with. But rest assured, I'm confident that someone with your intelligence understands the potential consequences of declining such an offer. I'll expect your decision promptly. But know that my patience is limited. Was that a threat? Do you realize who you are? THRTSK, before Raiden could finish talking, Amanda hung up on him. Raiden looked at the phone and started laughing. Ahahaha. The clerk was a bit shocked to see her client start laughing hysterically like a maniac as she said, "Is everything alright, sir?" Snapping back to reality, Raiden said, My apologies. I just received some interesting news. Please, this is for your service. Raiden handed the woman $1,000 in tips and grabbed the bags and left the store. He then raised his phone and called his friend. Hey, Dick, I've got a favor to ask. There's someone I want info about. Hey, sure thing. What do you need to know? You know I've always got your back. Amanda Waller, huh? That's no small request. She's a powerful figure with connections all over. What's going on? Why the sudden interest in Waller and her whereabouts? She gave me a phone call, said something about recruiting me. Of course, I said no, but guess what? That crazy woman hinted at some blackmail against me, and her worst offense was that she hung up on me. I'm quite shocked, so I'm going to teach her a lesson. Whoa, that does sound intense. Amanda Waller doesn't play around, that's for sure. Blackmail and recruitment. Classic Waller move. But listen, going after her isn't something to take lightly. She's got resources and connections most people can only dream of. Let's think this through before diving in headfirst. Listen, Dick, you know me. Do you truly think I can be threatened by her? Just give me the info and her location. Don't worry, I won't kill or harm her, not too much at least. I'll be careful to keep my image as the new Superman. God, that's an awful task. I get it, you're not one to back down from a challenge. And no, I don't think you can be easily threatened. But Amanda Waller isn't someone to underestimate. Alright, let me see what I can find out. Just promise me you'll tread carefully, okay? I'll get back to you with whatever I can gather. Chapter 58. Alright, got some info for you. Amanda Waller is currently in Star City. I'll send you her exact location in a sec, seems like she's been keeping busy there lately. As for her background, she's one tough cookie. Known for her no-nonsense approach, she's the head of Task Force X, also known as the Suicide Squad. She's got her fingers in a lot of pies, if you know what I mean. I'll send you more details, keep your guard up if you're planning to confront her, said Nightwing. Star City, huh? What a coincidence. Alright, thanks. I owe you 1 inch, said Raiden as he hung up on Nightwing. He then opened his messages to see the location and read the detailed report on her and her squad, then said, well, let's pay her a visit. So this is the building, said Raiden as he started walking towards the massive multi-store building. The building was supposed to be a branch of the CIA, however, in reality, it was not related to the CIA in any way. In fact, this place belonged to a completely different branch of the government called the RGUS, Advanced Research Group Uniting Superhumans. Raiden walked towards the reception, passing multiple guards and a weapons scanner. The woman working there looked at him with confusion as she asked, may I help you? Got a meeting here, said Raiden. The woman responded, may I have your name? I'll check the guest list. Raiden said, Raiden Kagawa. Doubt you'll find me there. Just tell Amanda Waller that I'm here to talk, and make sure to tell her that refusal isn't typically an option. Hearing Raiden's words, the woman pulled a gun immediately from under her desk and pointed it at Raiden. Many guards around all pulled guns and aimed at him. Who are you? Raise your hands now, said the woman. Ryden simply sighed as he leaned on the counter, completely unfazed with the guns pointed at him. Look, you sold like a pretty smart woman. So, how about you act like one? Call Amanda and tell her I'm here, before I beat everyone in here and walk to her office unannounced. Before the woman could respond, the phone next to her started to ring. Welp, guess that option is gone. I suggest you take that call, said Ryden, to which the woman obliged, but she kept her gun pointed at Ryden. She listened to the voice on the phone, then said, Drop your weapons, Mr. Ryden. Follow me. The guards all put their weapons down as the woman walked in front of Ryden. She clocked the elevator and put in a secret code. The door opened as the two walked inside. Ryden looked at her vibrant red hair and her red glasses. He then smiled to himself as the door opened again, on a different floor. He followed her towards the room as she knocked. A voice from inside said, You can come in. The woman opened the door to Ryden as he walked in. There he saw her, Amanda Waller. She was a black and tall woman having an imposing figure with sharp features and a stern expression. Her piercing eyes conveyed authority and determination, while her posture exuded confidence and strength. Clad in tailored suits, she presented herself with a no-nonsense demeanor, commanding respect with every calculated movement. To her right side, there was a man there. He stood tall with a military posture, making sure to keep holding the assault rifle strapped to him. Welcome, Ryden Kagawa. I didn't anticipate your arrival this quickly, said Amanda. Then she added, Please take a seat. Said Amanda. Ryden walked inside but didn't sit. Instead, he looked around a bit then said, Interesting. I see why people respect you a lot, but against me, ahahaha, it's quite amusing really. What is it that you find so intriguing and amusing, Mr. Ryden, that it elicits laughter, said Amanda in a stern look, clearly annoyed by Ryden. Rick held his rifle tighter as well when Ryden started to laugh. Let me tell you what I find amusing. To your right, a man holding a rifle, safety isn't even on, almost like he's hoping to shoot me. Then he turned to a vent on the left of him and the right of Amanda and said, The vent to the left, Katana is there, awaiting. He then walked to the right and knocked on the wall saying, And the room to the right, what? King Shark. Seriously? I killed Doomsday, you know. He then walked to the middle and looked outside the window behind Waller and said, Oh, let's not forget our buddy over there, on the rooftops, who's that dead shot? Already aiming at my head, eh? After waving his hands at dead shot, Ryden turned to the girl who escorted him here and said, Finally, Miss Reception Girl. You reek of flowers. Learn to disguise yourself better, Miss Ivy. Hearing Ryden's words, Amanda and everyone else surrounding the room were astonished and shocked due to their locations being exposed. Before Amanda could say anything, a figure busted through the door saying, What about Lil Olmi? Did you crack the code? How'd you manage that? A man walked behind her saying, You idiot. Now he knows about us. We could have jumped him. Harley Quinn and Captain Boomerang, I already knew you were there, but you're so insignificant that I didn't even bother, said Ryden before he turned to Amanda. This is a pathetic display. Now I'm curious, what makes you, a pathetic government dog, think that you can even dare threaten me? As if inviting me to a team of criminals wasn't an insult enough, you alluded to the fact that I'm not allowed to refuse, and not just that, you dared to hang up on me. I didn't imply that refusal was not an option. I'm quite certain of that. Watch closely, said Amanda as she turned her laptop to Ryden and showed him a video. The video was CCTV footage of the Amazo/Doomsday and Evo vs. Ryden incident, showing how Ryden killed Evo. This footage serves as irrefutable evidence of your homicide. Should this become public knowledge, your heroic facade will crumble irreparably, and the public will clamor for your arrest. You'll descend to the level of the very criminals you've adamantly resisted joining in this team, said Amanda with a confident tone, clearly happy with herself that she found this footage. Ha! Cat got your tongue, huh? Not so high and mighty now, Mr. Hero. Welcome to the dark side with us baddies, said Harley Quinn as she pointed her bat at Ryden and started turning around him. Ryden nodded and said, Yeah, indeed, I'm flabbergasted. Everything about you, Miss Waller, pointed at you being one hell of an intelligent individual. But it seems they were wrong. You're just a pathetic woman drunk on power. He then walked towards Amanda and added, If you think this is enough to threaten me, then you're a fool. I have no interest or care about public opinion. As long as they're safe, people's opinions are useless to me. As for the criminal allegations, well, good luck with that. But let me warn you, Amanda, said Ryden as he put his hand on her desk. I'm willing to go to war with the Justice League, the United States, and the planet Earth. As long as I live, ain't no one threatening me or taking away my freedom. I do what I want, however I want, whenever I want. If I wanted you, and your squad dead, would have erased you in mere seconds. Got it? Amanda didn't say anything. Instead, she quickly pulled something from under her desk and put it on Raiden's hand. Raiden looked at his arms as he saw 2 bracelets placed on him. Confused, he said, "Oh, what's this?" As Amanda said, "It appears you've underestimated the resilience of humanity during your time in space, Raiden." "I see, these must be metagene inhibitors, huh? Sai, let me guess, you got this information through the government." "And the government got this information from Captain Atom, the Justice League's weapon against Raiden Kagawa, huh?" said Raiden. He then surprised everyone by smashing the 2 bracelets on themselves, crushing them, as Amanda opened her eyes wide. She uttered, her voice trembling, "They're as resilient as diamonds." "Is this it?" said Raiden as he kicked her table in the sky and grabbed her from her neck. The squad all went on the attack. Rick aimed his rifle at Raiden's head, Katana quickly put her sword on Raiden's neck, Ivy summoned multiple plants that surrounded Raiden, and King Shark broke through the wall screaming, "I eat. Cease. Halt." Amanda bellowed at the team, as they all stopped moving. Raiden smiled and said, "I wonder, who do you think I can kill faster? You or them?" He then turned to look at Katana and then said, "Maybe I'll spare her. She doesn't seem to be that bad." "Kanojo o ika seat, let her go," said Katana to Raiden. Hearing that, Raiden realized, "Oh yeah, I'm half Japanese, I can understand her. Shinpei shinada kudasai, watashi wa kanojo yahoku no hito o korosu tsumori wa arimasen. Kore wa kanojo ga watashi o odo shitakuradisu, don't worry, I have no intention of killing her or anyone else. This is just because she threatened me." Raiden then turned to Waller and said, "I don't want to hear anything from you, or about you. If I so happen to coincidentally cross paths with you, I will take your head. This team or another, they won't save you. Not even that enchantress you just called for. If you thought Superman was a nightmare, I'm much worse, because I don't hesitate to kill. You have proof of that. Ring ring. Give me a second," said Raiden as he grabbed his phone. "Yo. Raiden, you're in Star City, right? There's a rogue monster in the outskirts. It's about to approach the city, might kill hundreds," said Nightwing. Yeah, I'll take care of it," said Raiden as he turned to Waller. "Good luck with this. Squad." Raiden then dropped her and kicked the window, breaking it open as he jumped from it. "What? He's just gonna bail like that," said Harley, to which an alarm then sounded all around the city of a massive monster approaching. Amanda turned on the news to check for it. The footage showed a massive red 3-headed dragon approaching the city. It was spitting fire at helicopters and military jets attacking it. "That's Azidaki, ancient mythical dragon. It's going to be hard to kill it, even for the League or us," said a woman behind Waller. "You're tardy. I came perilously close to death," said Waller as she looked at Enchantress with anger. "Don't sweat it, Miss Waller. If he'd offed ya, I'd have made him pay. And then I'd have spit on your grave." "Lucky for him, he bolted out that window," said Harley. "Oi. Look at that. Isn't that the guy that just messed over Waller seconds ago?" said Captain Boomerang as he pointed at the footage. Raiden dropped down from the sky in front of it, turning into a silver-armored knight with white hair. Waller, Harley, and the Suicide Squad watched as Raiden released a massive blue beam of light from his sword that split the dragon in half and left a pool of blood before he left. Everyone looked at the screen with shock as Ivy said, "I think we're the ones that just got lucky, Harley," to which everyone agreed in their hearts. Kare wa Kaibutsuda, he's a monster. Chapter 59. This was amazing. Raiden. This place is awesome. I got to see so much about Earth. Those gods looked fantastic. According to that guy in the museum, they live in the skies. A place called Olympus. We have to go there next, said Corey as she boiled with excitement. She had been on a long month-and-a-half trip with Raiden and Raven. They had visited London, Munich, Paris, Rome, and now they were in Greece, specifically in Athens. Too bad, but that place is long gone. Some even doubt it's real. Shame, I'd have wanted to meet some Greek gods myself, since my powers are based on some of them, said Raiden in response, destroying Corey's chances of seeing Olympus. Hee, don't be too disheartened, Corey, we still have one last battle to conquer, said Raven. Battle? Asked Raven in confusion. See that, Corey? This entire trip we've been fighting for our lives, but he doesn't even recognize it as a battle. We've failed every day. But today, I have a feeling we'll defeat him, said Raven as she looked at Raiden with excitement for her battle. Yes. Today's the day. We will outlast him. How is it possible for us to lose each time? We will unite to make him sleep first and be the one to lose his stamina. Let's go, Raven, Corey said as she took off her clothes, and so did Raven following after her. The two jumped on the king-sized bed as they invited Raiden in. Oh, I see. Well, I'm in a good mood too. Let's see if you can beat me, said Raven as he got excited for the long night ahead. Raiden opened his phone, the screen showed him the time, 4 a.m. He looked at it for a while, then got up from the bed. He looked at his girls, both sleeping with stupefied faces on them. He smiled, happy for the days ahead. He had been wanting life to be this way for him, and now that he had achieved it, he was content with himself, or at least that's what he had thought he should feel. For me, this is eternal peace, having the power to protect them, and having them by my side is great. However, there's this feeling deep inside, it's almost like I want more than this. I should be content, happy, and beyond thrilled, but I suppose I never realized how greedy I was. I want more. I want to become more. I want the world to be at peace with my powers. Yes, I see, I understand it. It is the throne in me. The heroes of greatness can't be content with this life, they desire more, they don't want to stay put when there's a world of threats, people I can still fight, people who are still stronger, they want the peak. No, I can't blame this on them, this is me, I want to be the greatest, I still don't know what this power is and how I gained it, I want to reach a level like that, a level where no one, regardless of their origin and power, can influence me, I want to become the ultimate existence. Raiden's thoughts reached a climax as he set himself on his goal going forward. He grabbed his phone and called Dick. Yo, what's up Raiden, isn't it too late where you are? Any news? Well, for now, nothing much. It seems that Waller took your threat seriously. She hasn't released the video or made any sudden moves. You don't need to worry about anything. I'm not worried, Dick, I simply wanted to know if I should take her head or not. Anyways, how is Carrie? Sigh, always with that dark side of yours. Anyways, Carrie is amazing Raiden, she's helped the team tremendously. She's doing great, honestly. I'm grateful for you allowing her to join us. She's been a great asset, and is helping the team amazingly. Good. Take care of my Carrie, got it? Now tell me, any new information about the so-called competitors of the Krolodians? Nothing much as of yet, but we've noticed this weird pattern. There have been some sort of disappearances over the last 2 weeks. We believe it's connected with this competitor, because it was the light that helped them. Most of these children were runaways from home as well, so we're investigating this case. I see, looks like you got your hands full. Indeed, and then there's another issue. Some kid came from the future, claiming to be Barry Allen's grandson from the future. He's caused some chaos, but we've dealt with him. Was he lying? No, I did a DNA test, turns out it was really the truth. After doing something with the Flash, he tried to go back to his time, but his ship failed due to unknown reasons. I've got my doubts about him, but I'm keeping an eye on him. There's also the matter of Arsenal, damn, things are getting hectic. Arsenal? Remember Roy? The guy that was kidnapped by the Light and made a clone of him that infiltrated the Justice League 5 years ago? Well, he's back, and it turns out that he's been alive and frozen, and lost an arm. He was not happy. He almost killed Luthor, but we managed to stop him, and we're helping him readjust. It's a shame that he failed. Don't say that, he's young. Had he succeeded he'd be jailed for life. Whatever, I'll be seeing you in maybe 2 weeks. Wait, actually, I've been meaning to tell you, there's a problem in Metropolis. A group of terrorists called the Elite have taken residence there. They've been causing trouble, and we've been unable to capture them at all, so please, consider helping us with that. Look, Dick, you're my friend, but you got to understand, there's limits to everything. I know I said I'm the substitute Superman and all, but don't call me for some pathetic terrorist group. Just deal with it yourself. Remember what I said, unless we're talking city-destroying level, don't call me about it. Well, actually you're the one that called, and I really do understand Raiden, it's been rough for you ever since you got back, and you wanted a break so long, but I've been interrupting it almost on a weekly basis, but this is really serious, this group has evaded all our attempts at capturing them, and with the Martian satellite launch getting closer, the entire team is nervous. Even Artemis has come back from retirement to help us because we're short-handed, so please. Fine, I'll be back in maybe a week's time, then I'll investigate this terrorist group, just give me all the info you got on them. We don't have anything of importance as of yet, but we do know their leader. It's believed he has some sort of mental ability, mind control or something of a similar nature. He calls himself Manchester Black. Chapter 60. Metropolis, March 18th. Raiden's vacation ended, and as such, he went to Metropolis searching for ways to catch the terrorist group known as the Elite. "Hey, did you catch anything?" a voice rang in his comms. It was Raven. "Nothing here, Raiden." "What about you?" said Corey. "Nothing as of yet." "I told you not to bother coming," said Raiden, to which Raven replied, "Absolutely not. I want to be a part of whatever you are going to do from now on," said Raven. Raiden sighed and said, "Understandable." Raiden kept looking at the city from above the buildings until he heard an alarm ringing. "Hold on, I might have something," said Raiden as he jumped from one building to another, trying to locate the source of the sound. A bank robbery, thought Raiden as he looked at three crooks escape through an alleyway carrying bags of money and holding pistols. "I suppose this is where Superman would pop in and arrest those men." Sigh, thought Raiden as he prepared himself to catch the men. But then suddenly, a man showed up. It was an African-American man with a huge build wearing a body-tight suit. The suit was black and silver. "Huh. Is that some new hero I haven't heard about yet?" thought Raiden as he decided to stand by and observe. The man pulled his hand up as massive energy collected in his hand. Then lightning came out as it struck the first man, electrifying him. Raiden had thought the man was about to catch the crooks, but instead, he fried the first man to death, killing him on the spot. He then used his ability to grab an iron pipe and threw it at the second man. But before it could pierce him, Raiden showed up and caught the pipe with one hand. He looked at the crook and said, "Put the money down and surrender yourself to the police, or you'll end up like your friend." The crook did exactly what Raiden had said and started running. Raiden turned to the man and said, "Who are you?" as he landed. "Raiden Kagawa, indeed. I can recognize you. We've been looking for you," said the man as he pulled more pipes from the nearby building, filling them with electricity. He then threw them at Raiden. The power each one held was massive, so Raiden opted to dodge and attack. He pulled out his katana and danced around the field, dodging each pipe skillfully, before he locked in on the man and attacked with his sword. But to his surprise, the man had disappeared. "I'm sure he didn't dodge that." Raiden looked behind him as he dodged another pipe coming from the back and locked back in on the man. He was standing with another. The new man was Asian, wearing a funny magician hat. Seeing the two, Raiden hit his sword as he said, "Should we stop this now? I'd like to know who you guys are before I take you out." "Name is Cold Cast. I'm a true hero, unlike you hypocrite," said the African-American giant man. His voice was deep and filled with hatred. The other man smiled and said, "I'm the Hat. Nice to meet ya, hero. But I want to see you dead. Better that way." The Hat then used his eccentric hat to bow. Then, using it, he opened up a gate that pulled out two new members. Raiden Kagawa. An intriguing one, ain't ya? The talk of the town, the fresh-faced hero who took down that blasted alien. But you, mate, you're a right dangerous piece of work, aren't ya? Crossing lines, offing an old bloke like that. TSK, that's a dark road you're walking. Got no heart, do ya? Said the man who came out from the gate. He was wearing a black coat and black jeans, and under the coat was a shirt displaying the British flag quite proudly. Behind him, a woman came out wearing a dark bodysuit. "I see. I get it now, so you're Manchester Black. Quite the eccentric name. I heard you were a terrorist of some sort," said Raiden, to which the man smiled and said, "Ah, famous, am I? League eyeing me up, are they? Well, ain't that a turn-up for the books? But let me tell you something, mate. The League, they might come sniffing around, but they'll find out soon enough that I don't play by their rules. Not then, not now, not ever. Why would the League want to recruit a pathetic man such as yourself?" After he said that, the woman tried to move and attack Raiden, but Manchester stopped her and said, "Don't fret, Menagerie. His noggin will soon be snug as a bug under my boot. Quite the bold man you are. Now I'm curious. I don't believe I'm that famous yet for a low-life organization such as yourself to be searching for me. I especially believe that not a lot of people know of Evo's death, said Raiden, half mocking the elite and half asking seriously. Well, think of us as the new Justice League, a proper justice-bringing outfit. As you've witnessed firsthand, we put a halt to crime. And as for you, let's just say I'm a bit special myself. Know a thing or two that might surprise ya, Manchester smirked, his eyes glinting with a knowing gleam almost like he knows a lot more than he's letting on. True justice. Does that mean frying the man to death, said Raiden as he narrowed his eyes. Manchester did the same as he said, so it was true, you're a hypocrite, huh? What, you're allowed to off villains while we can't? Well, isn't that a double standard if I ever saw one? Dr. Evo killed tens of people, in front of my eyes. He deserved to die. This guy was what? A thief? A drug addict? This man could easily be redeemed, given time and care. Killing him outright is simply outrageous and barbaric, said Raiden, to which Manchester laughed as he said, oh, bloody hell. Making excuses for these bastards, are we? They're the scum of society, and taking them out sends a message loud and clear. If they know their actions come with consequences like this, maybe, just maybe, they'll think twice before crossing that line again. I used to think the same. While I agree that some of them do deserve to die, you shouldn't do it like this. This is simply tyranny. It's not beneficial to society. There are even ex-criminals in the Justice League, people who changed. If we go around killing everyone, we'll only be setting a bad image for heroes. Trust me, this road, it only leads to more death. Eventually, you'll lose your way and start killing those who don't deserve it, said Raiden. He too believed in the killings of villains, but over time, he had come to realize that it would only lead to much more death and evil. Listen up, mates. I've walked the streets, breathed in the grime, lived among the scum. People don't change, mark my words. They just put on a show. Innocents die. So what? It's the harsh truth. With each death, maybe folks will finally wake up. Fear and death, they're the only languages some understand. Sad, but true, said Manchester. Raiden closed his eyes and sighed, saying, it seems you're beyond saving. I'll have to put an end to you and this team of yours. Maybe a few years in jail will change your mind. Well, bring it on, kid. I've been itching for a brawl with Superman himself, but I reckon you'll make a decent substitute, said Manchester as he levitated many garbage bins and parked cars in the sky, aiming at Raiden. He immediately threw them towards Raiden, to which Raiden said, now. The objects coming at him were all sliced up and destroyed before they could reach him as a dark and green energy blew them away. I was wondering why you're wasting your time on such trash, said Raven. We finally get a chance to fight all together. This should be fun, said Corey. The two girls floated behind Raiden. Ah, look at this. Lovely ladies gracing us with their presence. Well, we've got a lovely lady of our own, haven't we, said Manchester as Menagerie moved to attack. She was fast and powerful, immediately jumping towards Corey. Cold Cast stepped in between Manchester and Raiden, blocking the attack Raiden was about to deliver. He then used his magnetic energy to try and blast Raiden away, who dodged it. Raven was about to assist him but she sensed something behind her and turned to block it. A kick was about to hit her as the Hat said, I'll be your opponent, as he disappeared and emerged at her side, kicking her down. She hit the walls and fell down. Raiden was tempted to go support her, but then he thought, no, Raven could deal with him on her own. I'll just focus on this guy. Throne of Heroes, said Raiden as his body started to transform, but Manchester anticipated this and said, now, Menagerie. Menagerie, who had been fighting Corey, heard her boss's commands as she kicked Corey away and said, let me show you, my pets, as she activated the special abilities of her power, summoning alien monstrosities from outer space to Earth. Various dark monsters emerged from the ground, looking like Lovecraftian entities. Raiden's transformation was complete as he turned to strike down the 10 or so aliens, but before he could fully use his powers, something happened, something he had never experienced before. Raiden's body froze as something invaded his mind. Manchester had used his telepathic attacks to invade his mind as he said, I had heard that you were immune to mental attacks, but that's because your body is special. It contains the power of many heroes. But when you transform, does that protection stand? Looks like it doesn't. Manchester winced as pain rippled through him. Cold Cast, protect me. That brat's power, it's too much. I won't be able to move for long. Deal with those ladies quick. With determined focus, Manchester turned his full attention to Raiden as the two engaged in a mental battle akin to a siege, Raiden defending his mind while Manchester surrounded it with relentless pressure. Raiden. Corey. Raiden has been affected by something, most likely that man in black. We have to deal with all of them ourselves, said Raven as she quickly realized that Raiden had been incapacitated. Okay, got it. I'll deal with the alien woman, and you deal with the teleporter and magnetic guy, said Corey. Meanwhile, Raiden opened his eyes. Everything was in ruins. Darkness emerged, the sun looked like it was eclipsed forever. The world was a disaster, with ashes everywhere, crumbling buildings, the smell of death and defeat. The moon was crumbling, almost destroyed. Earth looked like it was done for. What the fuck? Where am I? Said Raiden as he started to look at his surroundings, trying to remember the last thing before he opened his eyes here. Do you see it? The end? All of this was caused by a massive catastrophe. All of Earth, no, the entire universe is crumbling due to the actions of one man, a man you couldn't stop, said a voice. Hearing it, Raiden turned quickly. There she stood, a vision of ethereal beauty, radiant as freshly fallen snow under a moonlit sky. Clad in a gown of purest white, it seemed to emanate with a divine luminescence, enveloping her in an aura of sacred energy. Her presence transcended mortal understanding. To call her a goddess would be a diminishment of her majesty, for she embodied a celestial essence beyond comprehension. She was the epitome of grace and beauty, her form an exquisite symphony of purity and holiness that transcended time itself. As Raiden beheld her, it was as though he gazed upon the very essence of eternity, a manifestation of sublime perfection that stirred the depths of his soul. Who are you? And where am I? Said Raiden as he looked at her with fear. He couldn't understand why, but this woman, she is powerful, no, beyond that. She looked like she could easily destroy the universe with one hand. Her eyes, although the most beautiful thing he had seen, they're dead, as if she has given up on everything. I am Gaia, the embodiment of the Earth's will, the essence from which all energies and life flow. Indeed, Raiden Kagawa, your thoughts ring true. I stand before you as a witness to the consequences of your failure. My once vibrant planet lies in ruins, ravaged by the negligence of those entrusted to protect it. I have watched as my children perished, their cries echoing through the void. In the wake of such devastation, I find myself adrift, stripped of purpose and bereft of hope. The weight of despair crushes me, and I am left with naught but the hollow echoes of what once was. Gaia, so that's you, the one in the... Before Raiden could continue, he held himself. She's the one appearing on the system, the loved by Gaia trait, thought Raiden. Indeed, the system speaks the truth. Once, you were my beloved, my hero, my chosen one. It was I who bestowed upon you the power to embody the essence of all the heroes who have walked upon my surface. I chose you for this sacred duty. Yet, in the end, you faltered. You succumbed to the frailties of mortal weakness, and in your failure, you betrayed the trust one placed in you. Hearing that, Raiden felt pain in his heart, as if her disappointment in him mattered. He wanted to do everything to protect her, to amend for his mistakes. He wanted her to be happy. He didn't know why, but to him, Gaia looked like a mother, someone that he should cherish regardless of everything. He needed to do everything to keep her safe. Who did all of this? I will. I have to. Avenge you. I haven't failed yet. I'm here. I'll do everything to help, to revert all this damage, said Raiden frantically. He felt like he had to fix everything, to make her proud of him. After all of his being belonged to her. She's the one that granted him this second chance, and she's the one that gave him his power. She practically made him who he is. With a voice as cold as the void between the stars, Gaia delivered her verdict, each word a merciless blow to Raiden's shattered spirit. All of this, she declared, her eyes devoid of warmth, was caused by the dark god, Raiden Kagawa. The weight of her accusation hung heavy in the air, a damning indictment that pierced Raiden's heart like a dagger, leaving him to confront the bitter truth of his own culpability in the face of cosmic devastation. Chapter 61. What? What do you mean, Raiden Kagawa? That's me, why would I, said Raiden in confusion. He was absolutely shocked, for some reason, he was too emotional, beyond his usual self. My cherished one, you have awakened to the stark reality of our future. This path we tread is the most likely outcome, where despite your noble intentions, you faltered in safeguarding our shared home, your kin, and ultimately, myself. Darkseid's formidable presence overcame you, igniting a consuming fury within. You grasp the essence of the emotional spectrum, drawing strength from every corner of the universe, rendering yourself invincible. With boundless power, you vanquished Darkseid and claimed the anti-life equation, only to judge all existence unworthy and bring about the universe's demise, spoke Gaia. Each word she said shocked Raiden even more, and he even started to doubt himself. Is it possible for me to do such a thing? To destroy everything in rage? What kind of thing would lead me to such a path, questioned Raiden, but before his mind could process everything, Gaia spoke. Indeed, my chosen one, this realm we find ourselves in is but a potential future, not yet realized. Before this juncture, do you recall where you once dwelled? Reflect upon the journey that led you here, the paths taken, and the choices made. The past holds the key to understanding the present and shaping the future yet to unfold. As Gaia asked, Raiden tried to recall. After thinking for a few seconds, he remembered. I was fighting Manchester, he somehow bypassed my mind protection and invaded my mind, said Raiden, to which Gaia nodded as she spoke. It was I who untangled the threads of your mind's protection, my child. I sought this moment to commune with you, to share vital revelations about the path ahead. Trust in my guidance, for together we shall navigate the intricacies of fate and forge a brighter destiny. Raiden, you are indeed my chosen one, but not the sole recipient of my favor. Throughout the eons, I have summoned numerous heroes, granting them access to the esteemed throne of heroes. My aim was to craft my champion, a guardian who would defend me and my children. Yet, none have approached your prowess, your dedication, your valor. You stand unrivaled among them, destined to fulfill the sacred duty entrusted to you. Gaia used her powers to change the world they were in. As if everything vanished, a new world was shown, multiple people were shown fighting with almost the same powers as his, but they all looked a bit sloppy, weak. They were using their powers, but they weren't bonding with the servants. It's as if they think the heroes are just powers to wear, said Raiden as he observed them, to which Gaia nodded. Indeed, their grasp of the power of the throne remained incomplete, unlike yours, which you wield with mastery. The distinction likely stems from your origin within the world where their concept was conceived. Understand, the throne is not inherently mine, I acquired it through a forbidden ritual from a separate plane of existence. This act, though taboo, was undertaken out of necessity to safeguard the balance and ensure the protection of all that I hold dear. When I ventured into the forbidden ritual, the quintessence, guardians of balance, would have intervened. However, they have perished, consumed by the darkness they sought to thwart. It is this same darkness that threatens our existence, the force against which I strive to endure. Remember the vision you beheld, the end of all things, when the presence uttered, "Let there be light." It was the erasure of that darkness. And now, it seeks to reclaim what was lost, to envelop us once more in its shadowy grasp. Hearing Gaia's words, Raiden was absolutely confused. She had said so many things too quickly for him to even understand, too many strong entities that he couldn't even hope to challenge at his current form. Fear not, my child, for I do not task you with confronting such a formidable foe directly. Indeed, darkness holds no sway over one such as you, as long as life endures. It is this inherent resilience that renders you impervious to its influence. Darkseid, the mortal vessel of darkness on this plane, seeks its power relentlessly, drawn to its essence buried deep within my heart. Your mission, then, is clear: safeguard me, Earth, and all life within it from the encroaching darkness, and thwart Darkseid's ambitions at every turn. Hearing Gaia's words, Raiden finally understood what she wanted from him, but he still couldn't help but ask, why me? I mean, I understand that I have the power too, and that I'm currently the only one that can truly control the throne, but why me specifically? There are millions of people on Earth that could be better than me, smarter, much stronger. Hearing that, Gaia smiled as she said, indeed, the criteria for purity transcends the conventional notions held by humans. True purity lies in the simplicity of living a moral life, devoid of pretense or grandiosity. While many perceive purity through the lens of heroic deeds or religious devotion, it manifests in the ordinary actions of everyday individuals, who uphold basic moral principles and lead modest lives. And yes, such individuals are abundant on Earth. Your selection as my chosen one was not based on the magnitude of your deeds, but rather on a singular act of selflessness. In a moment of crisis, you sacrificed yourself to save a young girl from a tragic fate. This act of pure altruism, occurring shortly after my visitation to your world, caught my attention. While some may argue that there are others more deserving due to their grandiose accomplishments, it was your genuine selflessness that resonated with me. Do not underestimate yourself, for my choice reflects the will of the world itself, and I have never erred in selecting someone unworthy of the task at hand. Hearing that, Raiden's old memories started to finally return to him. Just as Gaia had said, there was no big secret that he had. He was a simple guy, lived a life that would be called the most average, a European college student. One day he was passing the streets, when someone lost the brakes in their car and couldn't stop. He rushed to push the little girl that was about to be hit, but ended up getting hit himself. He died on impact, and he couldn't even blame anyone. The car lost its brakes, so the man wasn't truly responsible. I mean, sure, he could have taken care of his car better, but it wasn't like something like this was common. Well, at least I saved that girl. So I was nothing special. Not that I mind, I suppose this life, I should cherish it. Gaia has finally told me of the real reason I'm here. I usually wouldn't be so trusting of someone like her, but I don't know, I owe my life to her. Sure, she picked me randomly, but that just means she saved my life. I don't know if I truly deserve this or not, but I will fulfill my duty, not just for Gaia, but for humans and for me. I want to live happily. Lady Gaia, I don't know how to express my gratitude for all you have done for me. You've given me a second life, and more than that, the ability to fight back in this world. I will cherish your mission and put it to my heart. I will make sure that the future you showed me can never come true. I'll be the sword of Gaia, the true protector of Earth, said Raiden as he kneeled in front of Gaia. Gaia placed her hand on his cheeks as she said, "Do not kneel, my champion, not even before me. As my chosen one, you are the embodiment of this planet's hope, and perhaps, its sovereign. I place my trust in you, unwaveringly, despite the future I have glimpsed. Stand tall, for you are the beacon of light in the darkness, the protector of all that I hold dear." Hearing that, Raiden got up and looked at her. Gaia smiled as she said, "Now armed with the truth, I bid you farewell on your journey, my champion. May victory be yours, for you are the final hope, the guardian of all that I cherish. Go forth with courage and determination. Good luck." "Thank you, Lady Gaia, for everything," said Raiden as the world started to break and he regained his powers. The battlefield crackled with energy as Starfire hovered in the air, her hands pulsating with glowing energy ready to strike. She was panting heavily, and beside her, Raven stood, her cloak waving ominously behind her, dark energy swirling at her fingertips as she too looked tired. They had finally gotten rid of all the aliens that Menagerie summoned. The elite members were unfazed by the challenge, spread out in a defensive formation around Manchester Black, who was focused intently on Raiden. "Manchester is taking too long, and we're not supposed to harm that hero. Those two girls will come for Manchester. Your aliens couldn't handle them, and now we're pushed to the defensive," said Coldcast as he eyed Menagerie. "My aliens aren't supposed to be that strong, but we've already exhausted them. It's time we strike, instead of just defending. I'm with Menagerie on this one. My powers aren't exactly meant to be defensive anyways. Besides, we could always teleport the leader if he is in danger," said the Hat. Hearing that, Coldcast nodded as he said, "Fine, you two attack them." Raven's cloak waved ominously around her as she summoned dark energy to her fingertips, while Starfire's hands shone with glowing energy, ready to unleash her blasts at a moment's notice. With a shared nod, they surged forward, launching a coordinated attack on their adversaries. The Hat, a master of manipulation with his magical headgear, conjured illusions to disorient Raven and Starfire, as he planned to teleport behind them, but the duo remained focused, their minds shielded against his tricks. Menagerie, meanwhile, unleashed a horde of ferocious aliens as she said, "You think I have run out of them?" The horde distracted them, but Raven's telekinetic abilities repelled the beasts, smashing most of them on the walls of the alleyways while Starfire's energy blasts kept the Hat and Menagerie at bay. Coldcast, observing the battle from afar, intervened with well-timed energy blasts, providing support to the Hat and Menagerie on shifts. His attacks kept Raven and Starfire on their toes, as they had to fight the two enemies while protecting against Coldcast's sudden attacks. As the battle raged on, Manchester Black continued to exert his mental powers on Raiden, his focus unwavering despite the chaos unfolding around him. Raiden, caught in the midst of the mental struggle, finally opened his eyes. "Archer-class servant. I have been summoned for a while now, but I suppose you were busy. I don't really have a name. Someone once called me Pretender though." Chapter 62. Oi. How in the bloody hell did you manage to wiggle out of my mental grip? It even had old Superman in its clutches. Screamed Manchester. As he was shocked that Raiden was completely free of his control, he then turned his eyes to one of the girls. "That one's a proper witch, I doubt I'd ever get a leash on her." But the other one, now that's where I should be able, whilst he was thinking an arrow passed his face in a speed neither he or Coldcast were able to predict, the sword cut his cheeks as he turned to the man who threw it. It was Raiden, but he was different, possessing a striking appearance that exuded strength. Clad in a sleek, form-fitting attire, his dark attire complements his stoic demeanor. With a muscular build, he stands tall and confident, his posture exuding an aura of authority. His silver hair cascades down, framing his chiseled face, and sharp, piercing eyes that reflect his unwavering determination. Adorned with a red cloak that billows behind him, he carries himself with a sense of purpose, each movement deliberate and precise. In his hand, he wields a formidable bow, a testament to his prowess as a skilled marksman. Now, my girls are enjoying their battles quite a bit, so I won't be having you deny them their fun. You and that man over there shall not interfere, try to focus on me, or you'll be dead, spoke Raiden as he stared at the duo. He could have taken on the entire elite on his own, but what he chose to do, was allow Corey and Raven to fight. His reason was because they weren't doing well. He looked at Raven struggle against the hat, he teleported quite often, and although she sometimes was able to catch him off guard, she was the one that had received the most damage. It looks like you're still afraid, Raven, but you shouldn't be. As long as I'm with you, you can go all out, your father will never go back. Raiden sighed as he turned his head towards Corey. Corey's struggle was different, she was more than capable of dealing with menagerie, as she was much faster and stronger, but her issue was that menagerie's alien monsters, she spawned over hundreds of them. Corey's energy blast was still weak, in a 1v1 it was very effective, but she had never trained it to fight a group of enemies. I should make her learn to use that energy blast in an AoE manner, this way even if she was outnumbered she could easily deal with them, thought Raiden. He then quickly raised his right hand to guard against Coldcast's punch. Good, you're at least focused, you use a bow, best way to deal with a ranger is to face them head on, said Coldcast as he released a barrage of punches. Raiden quickly dodged all of them as he thought, his magnetism is making his punches heavier, if allow one to hit, then it might even damage me. Interesting. Quickly Raiden jumped as he went to deliver a kick to Coldcast's face, but then surprising him a quite bit, a force stopped him. He turned to the source Manchester's telekinesis. He was struggling to keep Raiden in place, as Coldcast took advantage of the few seconds his leader bought him, and released an earth-shattering blow to Raiden sending him flying away. Raiden looked at the sky as he said, I like this, Archer, I'm learning a lot because of you, said Raiden inside his mind, to which Archer replied, I do enjoy teaching you this, but you just received damage, you're not focused on the battle. Raiden opened his eyes a bit as he said, oh yeah, true, don't worry about it though, we'll start the counter-attack. Hearing that, the Archer smiled inside Raiden's mind and said, you know, it's almost sad to know this battle is almost at an end. I've seen many a battlefield, but this is something special. To see someone grow using your own power, I've never thought something like this could happen. Getting up from his place, Raiden closed his eyes as he focused, projection magecraft. As soon as he said that, a sword was made in his hand. The sword was incomplete, but Raiden was glad he made it. This was made even without Archer's power. Over time, I might even surpass him. With his goal achieved, Raiden took one last look at his girls as he said, Raven, Corey, you need to pay attention to the battle, what you gain and lose out of each battle, how your enemy is moving, and how it is best to defeat them. I expected you to at least come to this on your own, but it seems your synergy is still weak as of now. Switch the targets, that is all I will say. Hearing him say that, the girls were a bit disappointed at their incompetence. Raven felt weak and blamed herself for fearing her own power, whilst Corey felt helpless due to her never contributing to Raiden's battles. Even now, the girls looked at each other as they nodded and quickly switched their places, eyes filled with determination for the future. He then turned to Coldcast and Manchester as he said, I'd like to be faster than my girls in defeating my enemies, could you quickly surrender? The duo ignored him as Manchester threw large cars at Raiden and Coldcast started to blast him with energy. Raiden dodged the energy as he jumped in the air. Manchester smiled as he said, gotcha now, you cheeky bugger, as the two cars he threw reached Raiden. Good luck dodging that up in the air, you bloody bastard, screamed Manchester, but to his dismay, the cars were cut into two pieces each as Raiden dropped down quickly holding two short swords. He then immediately rushed the duo. Standing in his way, Coldcast attempted to protect Manchester. Raiden jumped as he tried to cut Coldcast. He held his arms together in order to defend against the short swords, but the blades didn't care as they passed through a knife through hot butter. The first arm was lost, but the second one was saved due to Manchester interfering. You bastard! Are you trying to kill us? Hypocritical maniac! We're heroes here. Damn you, screamed Manchester. Raiden smiled as he said, I don't kill the ones that don't deserve it, but that doesn't mean I'm going to send you home uninjured. Before Manchester could reply, Raiden focused on his next move. He couldn't care less about Manchester's opinion, as he thought, since Manchester is focused on protecting Coldcast, who was going to protect him? He smiled at this thought. He then quickly kicked Coldcast in the face and used the momentum to jump in the air, exchanging his short swords with a bow. Raiden loaded 2 arrows as he said, "Who's more important?" Boom! The 2 arrows were released, one towards Manchester and the other towards Coldcast. They both knew that dodging them was impossible, and the only one who was fast enough to defend them was Manchester, who chose himself. The arrow rebounded off his telekinesis field. He then turned around to see Coldcast impaled. The arrow had hit him in the shoulder of the arm that was safe, pinning him down to the ground. Tuning around, Manchester screamed, "Menagerie! Grab the hat! We're retreating!" "Let's go!" However, as he looked towards them, a sense of despair settled down on him. Menagerie was completely dominated by Raven, as her monsters stood no chance against Raven's massive AoE spells, and Corey held the hat from his neck, not allowing him to escape due to her being physically much stronger. He couldn't even harm her one bit. "How?" said Manchester as he was utterly shocked. His elite squad was completely dismantled and beaten in matter of seconds. Raiden was about to say something, perhaps to mock Manchester, but then suddenly his servant's clairvoyance skill kicked in. It was a weak C-ranked clairvoyance skill that allowed him to see fast and unpredictable people, but now it showed him that something was about to happen, something that happened before. Raiden quickly drew his bow as he chose a special arrow, known as the Kalidbolg II, fake spiral sword. Originally it was a sword, but due to his unique projection magecraft skills, the servant was able to turn it into an arrow. His hand shined in bright red, as the spiral-looking sword emerged. He then straightened his posture and knocked the arrow. He then drew the arrow as the spiral started to stretch and stretch to the point that the sword looked more like an arrow. He then started to collect insane magic energy, started to collect around his body, and all of it started to pour into the sword. Are you not done yet? Do you really intend to kill us?" screamed Manchester, but Raiden ignored him as he readied his arrow for one specific moment. And that moment had come. "This is a gift from me, Raiden Kagawa," said Raiden as he released the arrow with enough force. Manchester prepared for death, but the arrow never hit him. Instead it passed behind him, where an unusual yellow gate had opened. "A boom tube," said Raven as she dropped down next to Raiden, to which Raiden nodded and said, "Indeed, our friends of the light tried to save them from me for some reason, but instead I decided to give them a gift." "Indeed, master. That was quite the display. You have interested me a lot, my master. As such I see no reason to hide this from you. My name is Amiya, Shiro Amiya, but feel free to call me Amiya when you call me again," said the servant as he disappeared. Bond increased. Amiya Bond 1 Bond 5. Unlocked skill, Projection Magecraft CA+, is a magecraft that reproduces tools for a few minutes by means of images. When projecting swords, the rank jumps to A+. The gift Raiden spoke about reached its destination, in undisclosed location, one of the secret bases of the light. The arrow reached the location as it exploded on the ground, creating a massive sphere of damage that destroyed half of the base and its operators. Many people had died. "Damn it, damn it, damn it. I will kill him. Dead, dead, dead. That shitty brat. He's dead," stomped one of the Light's members, a small kid wearing black clothes that were completely tattered due to the attack that has surprised them. He was able to create a shield to protect himself and 2 of his allies, but it wasn't enough. "That damn kid," screamed another person, who had a piece of debris in his leg. "Calm down, Clarion, Sportsmaster, this doesn't change anything," said the last man who was standing, even though a massive shard was right in his left shoulder and blood was dripping through it. He had a scar on his face as he looked at the destroyed base with an amused look. Seeing that, Clarion screamed, "What are you being smug about, Savage?" Savage looked at Clarion and said, "I think we just found a man we can use for our goal. We don't have to rely on that team, that kid, he can be a good asset." Chapter 63. Seeing that the Light had attempted to save Manchester, Raiden had guessed that he either was a member or someone very important to them. As such, he decided to escort him to the Hall of Justice himself, just to make sure he doesn't get an escape chance, and much more importantly, to interrogate him. Recognized Raiden Kagawa beat 10. Recognized Raven beat 11. Recognized Starfire A 15. With the criminals at hand, Raiden was about to escort them to the interrogation room, but then he suddenly spotted Captain Atom waiting for him, and beside him was Black Canary. "Where's Nightwing?" asked Raiden. Atom walked towards Raiden and offered his hand for a handshake. "Nightwing is busy, he has a mission for tomorrow." "I wish to personally thank you for helping the League," Atom said. Raiden looked at him, then walked past him, ignoring him completely. "Do you still hold a grudge against me, kid?" said Atom, as he turned to the Raiden that ignored him. Raiden stopped and turned back to face Atom. "You told the government about my weakness, the meta-gene inhibitors. Waller got a hold of that and tried to blackmail me with it. This goes beyond a grudge, this is personal. You want to get rid of me, too bad for you. I'm just superior, said Raiden as he looked at him in the eye. I had to do that. I work for the government, and the government should have a way to take down heroes if they go evil or are mind-controlled, said Adam, giving a solid reason for why he did what he did. But Raiden couldn't care less. Well, if I'm ever to turn evil, be careful, because I'll be coming for you first. Raiden then turned around and went to the interrogation room. A voice sounded behind Adam, belonging to Black Canary, as she mused, I don't think he likes you. Well then, Mr. Hero. You got me now. I'm off to jail. Oh, how scary. A prison. An institute meant to fix villains and bad folks and make them into better people. What do they call it? Rehabilitation. Utter rubbish, useless. Clear the entire prison community and just off them all, and you'll see. You'll see how crime drops, said Manchester as soon as Raiden walked into the interrogation room to speak to him. Hearing that speech, Raiden waited for him to finish before saying, You done? Yeah, I'm done. Send me to jail, said Manchester, but then he sensed something burning in his hand. He looked at it and saw a knife had pierced his skin and was already inside his hand. Ag. Are you fucking crazy, you fucking motherfucker, screamed Manchester over and over again. But Raiden ignored him as he placed his hand on the knife and started to twist it over and over again while he listened to Manchester scream, Justice League. Are you just gonna stand there and let this happen, you fucks? I have rights, am I right? Wog. Raiden simply kept twisting and twisting until the knife had nothing left to twist, his skin and meat had been cleared out, leaving a hole. You see, the thing is, I'm not like the Justice League. I want you to tell me about something, and you will do it. It's up to you when you will, said Raiden as he got up and turned around the interrogation room. He then stopped in front of Manchester's hand and used his magic to heal the wound. Now, if you're willing to answer some of my questions, you'll get to go to prison. What do you say? Raiden sat down and looked at Manchester. Manchester looked at Raiden and said, You think I'm some sort of snitch, eh? You ain't getting me to talk no matter what you do, bruv. I see. Then that's unfortunate, said Raiden as he placed the knife right back into his hand. 3 hours later. I'll fucking talk. Just stop, bloody hell, stop, screamed Manchester as his body was covered with blood and in extreme pain. However, no wound was to be found on him as Raiden healed all of his wounds. Good. I need you to tell me about the light. Why do you work for them, and what is their goal, said Raiden as he stared into his eyes. Manchester shrugged and said, I don't work for the light. But after seeing Raiden reach for the knife again, he screamed, I don't. I made a deal with them. A bloke called Sportsmaster approached me and set up a meeting with this Vandal Savage guy. I knew that org was big, so I got myself a good deal. I get to operate in Metropolis without any problems from them and Lex, as long as I do a simple job for them. Oh. And what was that simple job, said Raiden as he looked at Manchester. Manchester looked around the room, afraid, but he eventually spoke. Look, it's nothing personal, alright? Just business. But the job was that I place a mental note in Superman's mind, increase his hatred of you, and make him not want you to join the League. Controlling someone mentally is usually hard and takes effort, but a mental note? It's easy. It's like placing a small idea into someone's brain and feeding it negativity. Eventually, it will grow on its own, even if the guy doesn't want to feel that way. Hearing that, Raiden finally understood why Superman had been super aggressive toward him. It wasn't out of choice, rather, Superman was almost forced to feel that way against his will. He wasn't someone who would be irrational and deem Raiden an absolute villain just like that. So it was clear now that Manchester had been the reason. Why, though? Why would they do such a thing? And what else did they ask, said Raiden as he stared dead into Manchester, signifying that if he lies, he's getting another torture session. Look, I have absolutely no idea. However, I do know that Superman was not the only target. The targets were Superman, Batman, and Raven. I was easily able to pierce through Superman because he wasn't pleased with what you did to Evo already. I just made it much more prominent and worse. As for Batman, it didn't work. Unless I reveal myself and try to forcefully control him, a mental note was impossible. As for Raven, well, I was never able to get a hold of her. Hell, today was the first time I saw her, explained Manchester as he was afraid Raiden would lash out on him. Hearing that, Raiden realized that Manchester was useless and the light only wanted to protect their involvement in the mental note. "Can you stop the mental note inside Superman?" asked Raiden, to which Manchester straightened up nervously and said, well, yeah, I can. However, there's an issue. Superman needs to be here, and the other issue is that." While Manchester was nervously fidgeting, Raiden banged the table and said, "Spit it out. Because you're back, his hatred of you is going to grow more and more, to the point that maybe when he returns, he'll want you dead." "I'm sorry, man, don't blame me," said Manchester. "I see, well that doesn't matter, just make sure to remove it when I bring him to you. Now you and your little squad are going to enjoy a bit of jail time," said Raiden as he walked out of the room. Outside, he found Raven and Corey waiting for him, and beside them was Dinah. "That was insightful," said Dinah, but then she added, "This kind of method, it's not good, it will cause problems for us, and people will think we've mistreated prisoners. I would agree if something had happened to him, but..." Raiden turned and looked towards Manchester, who sat down in his chair completely uninjured even though his clothes were full of his own blood, and then said, "Nothing did happen to him. I mean, look at him, he's completely fine. Just get him some new clothes and send him to jail. No one will believe him if he says anything." Raiden then left the interrogation room as he headed out. Dinah stared at his back and thought, well, at least he's better. I hope nothing bad happens to that kid, or things will become chaotic. March 20th, 0:15. Ring ring. Getting up from his bed, Raiden answered the phone. "Sup, Connor? Something's up." "Raiden. It's Artemis. She's dead." Chapter 64. Hearing the news, Raiden told Raven and Corey before the trio went to Mount Justice. Recognized Raiden Kagawa beat 10. Recognized Raven beat 11. Recognized Starfire A 15. Walking off the teleporter, Raiden immediately noticed the sad atmosphere surrounding the team. All of them were in mourning, young members of the team were crying, and Megan seemed devastated. Seeing Raiden come in, Megan quickly went to hug him, saying, "Raiden, it's Artemis." As she cried, Raiden placed his hand on her head and said, "I know, Connor told me, I won't let him get away with it," Raiden said as a tear dropped from his eyes. "Damn it, Dick. She was retired. Fuck, she quit this whole thing. Why did you go and bring her back? And Calder. I'll fucking kill that bastard. I shouldn't have hesitated back on Melina Island, fuck." The anger inside Raiden's mind was flowing, as he couldn't help but feel helpless. Perhaps he made a bad decision by leaving the team, he lost a dear friend due to his selfishness. "Artemis was the one who taught me martial arts in my early days, she was always beside me and helped me grow, one of the first members who welcomed me and cared for me." Raiden held himself as he turned to Connor and said, "Where's Dick?" Hearing that, Connor lowered his head and said, "He went to tell Wally, you just missed him." Hearing that, Raiden opened his eyes, "Wally, shit, how must he feel, fuck." Raiden looked at the team and said, "I see, I'm going there. Stay with them and stay strong, everyone. I'll make sure to avenge her." He then turned around and walked towards the teleporter. Raiden went to Wally and Artemis' apartment, trying to locate him, but to his surprise, he wasn't there. He looked around and couldn't find him. Assassin. Turning into his assassin servant, Raiden tried to locate any evidence, and once again, he was surprised. It seemed that Wally had just left the home not long ago, so tracking the traces, he spread his 80 or so clones all around the vicinity. Got him. Raiden removed the transformation from the copy that was close to Wally, as he saw him walking around with a hooded person, that hooded person. It can't be, thought Raiden as he continued to follow them. They walked into an abandoned building, he stayed close by, making sure to hide his presence as he looked at them. Suddenly, Nightwing and Calder emerged, and the hooded person revealed their identity. "You know, I was this close to killing you," said Raiden as all of them turned to the top of the abandoned building, seeing Raiden. "Raiden," said Nightwing as he looked shocked. "It looks like we were found out," said Calder. "Raiden, I'm sorry. It was necessary," tried to explain Nightwing as he looked at Wally and the hooded figure. "Artemis. The entire league is in mourning, and here you are faking a death like this. Do you have any idea what the consequences of such actions are?" said Raiden as he dropped down close to Wally and Artemis. He placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "I'm glad that you're safe." He then turned to Nightwing and Calder and said, "You make such decisions without going through the team first, it's stupid. Do you understand what could have happened?" "I wasn't joking, Calder. I had a hunch at first, but it was all gone when I heard that you killed Artemis. I was really coming to kill you, Calder. I was this close to destroying every Mantis ship until I located you. We had to do this, we needed to infiltrate the light. It's for the mission, argued Dick. But Calder raised his hand and said, I was aware of the consequences, but as Dick says, it is very necessary. I needed the light and my father to trust me. Hearing that, Raiden gave up on arguing and just said, well, at least I confirmed something. I'm not happy about it, but at least Artemis is safe, and that's what matters. Raiden turned to leave, but then Nightwing said, are you going to tell anyone? To which Raiden looked back and said, no, you'll be responsible for that, not me. Gaia walked back to her throne. As she sat on it, she relaxed a bit and then looked at her servant, the entity known as Alea, the one usually responsible for the protection of planet Earth. Alea was what is called a counterforce, a special ability that the planet Earth holds to always protect itself and its residents from danger. This force acts in many different ways. When Superman or the League is fighting the world's doom, this force acts and increases their powers a bit. It guides them with new clues and grants them their unfound strength. However, no matter how strong Alea was, darkness wasn't an entity that could be easily defeated. After all, it doesn't aim to destroy the Earth, rather, it's trying to engulf the entire universe, eventually, the entire multiverse. The fate system has been completed. The individual identified as Raiden Kagawa now possesses full control, spoke Alea as she addressed her mother, Gaia. Yes, it is an unprecedented occurrence. Among all the potential future simulations, he alone has achieved this feat. Our reliance rests solely upon him now, spoke Gaia. When she had shown Raiden about other people using the fate system, she didn't clarify it enough. The reality is, none of that ever happened. They were all possible futures for people to wield that power, not reality. But due to Raiden coming from a different universe, she couldn't really see his future. I am burdened with shame, for I have deceived him. I spun a tale of his selection based on selflessness, concealing the truth, and even subjected him to a fabricated future where he succumbs to darkness, said Gaia, somewhat disappointed at herself. Another lie she hadn't told Raiden is that his acquisition of the system was nothing more than a mere coincidence. When she unlocked the ways to the Fate universe, she wasn't actually supposed to take a soul from there, she was simply going to hand it to the real Raiden Kagawa, assuming that him losing his parents due to that accident was going to make his character stronger, and as such, attaining the Fate power was going to lead him to a righteous path, and from all the simulations, he was the best possible. But Raiden's soul slipped away from its original world and came with the Fate system, taking over the original Raiden. You have executed actions deemed beneficial for the world. There is no necessity for you to experience shame. I have faith in you, mother, said Alea. Although she was a calculative entity, usually showing no emotions, when it comes to her mother, that changes. I hope so. 2. May he indeed be the savior we desperately need, guiding us all towards a future filled with hope and prosperity. Chapter 65. After the fake funeral of Artemis, Raiden went back with the team to their headquarters, obviously to pretend that he's standing by them. Hey, Raiden, I wanted to introduce you to this guy, said Dick as he led Raiden to meet a new team joining the team. He looked like a mini Wally to Raiden. Hi, I'm Bart Allen. From the future. Super Speed King. Grandson of Barry Allen. Crash, right? Said Bart as he dashed around Raiden. Cute, reminds me of old Wally. The name's Raiden Kagawa, said Raiden as he looked at Bart. Bart extended his hand to shake Raiden's hand but looked confused as he said, are you new? I'm from the future, but I've never heard of you. Raiden raised an eyebrow as he turned to Dick, asking, that wasn't a joke. He's actually from the future. Nope. Nada. I'm indeed honored with knowledge from beyond times. But unfortunately, my ship crashed and broke. Can't go back there now. So I'm stuck here with you all. So I'll teach you the crash way of the future, said Bart as he kept flexing himself. Dick was the one to be the most confused as he asked, are you sure? You've never heard of Raiden? He's one of the strongest people on Earth. How could his name be erased from history? Hearing Dick and Bart speak about the future made Raiden think, is it possible that due to Gaia summoning me here, an entire new future was made? Or wait, am I a singularity? Does that mean the future Bart comes from is the one where I never existed? Damn, this stuff is confusing me to hell. Doesn't matter, I'll make my name known from now on. Anyways, Dick, I'm going to head out. I've got some training to do, said Raiden as he went to the teleporter and dipped. Dick looked at Raiden's back as he thought, all of that strength and he still trains more and more. What is it that you wish to reach, Raiden? In his house, Raiden made sure to create a massive bunker for his training sessions. It was reinforced with some of the strongest steel known to the universe, just to be sure, and it was completely soundproof. He didn't want to scare his neighbors. Unfortunately for him, while he was able to cover the sound, the massive damage impact he's done has already scared his neighbors, as every day, they feel like many earthquakes are moving under them. "Ro-A-S," screamed Raiden as he used every ounce of magic he had to create a massive purple shield that looked like a blooming flower. Unfortunately for him, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't maintain it for long enough. "Shit. System, show me my magic in quantity form," said Raiden as a screen emerged showing him his magic. Magic, 10/1000. Seeing the stat, Raiden sighed as he thought, again, it used most of my magic, but still failed. Amiya's magic stat is only at B rank, whilst mine is EX. His magic quantified could only amount to about 4000, yet he can use this shield without problems and still continue fighting. What am I missing? As his thoughts started to race, Raiden was frustrated. He grabbed his head and got angry as he threw himself on the ground and said, "Damn it. I finally managed to get access to his crazy projection magic, but I'm so bad at it. The swords are so weak, and Ro-Ajax won't even function correctly. Oh. Is the great Raiden Kagawa finally defeated? I had expected you to have already surpassed me in magic, but I guess not." Hearing the familiar voice, Raiden turned his head to see who it is. "Zatanna? What are you doing here?" Zatanna crossed her hands as she said, "Not happy to see me?" Next to her, Raven walked in as she said, "Zatanna and I share some spells and magic information together, so we bonded quite a bit." Hearing Raven's explanation, things started to make sense. "So is that a new type of magic you developed?" asked Zatanna, as she was intrigued. "Well, not really, it's one of my servant's special abilities, but I'm not able to replicate it well. Unlike Cersei and Medea, his magic isn't based on magic circles and incantations, he just does it. Even he has no clear explanation for it. Here, look, trace on," as Raiden said. Green lines started to spread all over his hands towards his face as Raiden created two short swords. Seeing the swords, both Zatanna and Raven were impressed, but they soon realized Raiden's problem, as when he swung them against a training dummy, they broke too quickly. "This spell is visually impressive, but is it really useful in combat?" said Zatanna, questioning its usefulness. "You would say that, but that's because I'm bad at it. In Amiya's hands, he could even replicate some noble phantasms and create hundreds of authentic swords in a matter of seconds," explained Raiden. "What are you missing then? Why are your swords weak?" asked Raven, but the one to answer was Zatanna. "Raiden, do you lose a lot of magic when using this? If so, then my guess is that your efficient usage of it is the problem. It feels like you're trying to create the shape instead of the essence of the sword. It's like you use too much magic to make it look real, but leave it hollow on the inside. You need to reverse that, and you might be able to get somewhere with it." Hearing Zatanna's words, Raiden's eyes opened wide as he realized what she meant by that. What she said was true, he was more focused on how the sword looked instead of its true power. "Thank you, Zatanna. I'll practice with your method." 3 days later. "Trace on," said Raiden as a plethora of swords emerged behind him, each with its own unique set of shapes and powers. He then aimed towards the training dummies that were set up and launched them. Chaos unfolded as many of the dummies got absolutely pummeled and cut multiple times, but the swords didn't fare much better, half of them broke on impact. "I still have a long way to go, but this is undeniable progress," said Raiden as he looked at the havoc he created. "Still, the swords are useful, but I still can't use Ro-Ajax. Does that mean I'm unable to use that unless I bond with Amiya better? I should consider." "Wait, what?" As he was thinking about his training, his magic senses activated. He had placed the entire vicinity of Rhode Island under a detection spell, and right now, it's signaling that some unknown ship has entered it. It's something underwater, a submarine. It has to be Aqualad, thought Raiden as he left his training room. He looked around until he found Carrie. Good, she's just watching TV. If Aqualad is attacking, I don't want her to get involved. "Raiden? Is something wrong?" asked Carrie, to which Raiden simply said, "Stay here. I'm going out to check on something. Don't leave the house, I'm serious." Okay, I won't." Raiden then immediately left the house. He went flying in the direction of the ship but kept himself hidden under an invisibility spell just in case. Aqualad, besides him, that's Artemis. She's disguised, but I can't clearly see it. Zatanna's magic, huh? He's with a bunch of villains. From the looks of it, it's something he planned with Dick. I'll be on standby just in case, thought Raiden as he continued to hover over the island carefully. He wasn't happy with allowing this since it might lead to something dangerous, but he had to trust Dick and Calder. Besides, I left the team. Why do I even care about it this much? Sigh. After waiting for a while, Aqualad and his squad left the place in a hurry, kidnapping a few members of the team. Glad I didn't let Carrie go. But then, shocking him very, was an explosion emerging from the inside of the mountain, leading to the complete destruction of it. Raiden deflected a few debris that were heading towards the city and then went directly towards the scene, looking for any signs of life. It can't be, Calder wouldn't kill them, would he? After looking for a while, Raiden looked behind him to see Carrie using her blue ring to help Connor, Dick, and Wolf escape from the water. I thought I told you to stay home, said Raiden as he looked at her with a bit of anger. I'm sorry, I just saw the explosion. I couldn't help but come help them. They're my team too. Sigh, it's fine, you did good, said Raiden as he looked at the unconscious Dick. This has become a bigger problem now, Dick. You almost got hurt, even if you planned this. Later on, after waking up, Dick explained how Calder used Impulse, Bart Allen, and Blue Beetle to find the mountain and kidnap them with Beast Boy. Hearing that, Raiden thought, this kidnapping of kids is getting too ridiculous. It's time I got involved. Chapter 66. Raiden's search for the aliens that were the competitors of the Krolodians wasn't long. He looked into some odd cases that had been happening all over America and noticed an increase in teenage runaways. Usually, most teenage runaway cases would end with them returning home in less than a week, but these ones were different. Many kids had never returned home, which was very unusual. This prompted Raiden to thoroughly investigate. His discovery revealed that the light was kidnapping these people. Let us go. Hui, come on, please, screamed one of the kidnapped people. Raiden managed to sneak in by pretending to be one of the kidnapped. He changed his appearance with a spell and allowed them to take him in. He found himself in a cage outside the pier. These are Manta's men, so they are Calder's people. They seem to have been the main force behind the kidnappings, Raiden thought to himself. Move the shipments. Now. Inside the pods, let's go. One for each pod, spoke a voice. It belonged to a woman called Tigress, the current leader of this operation. That's Artemis, huh? She's getting used to this villain role. As he waited in the cage, suddenly two people sneakily landed inside it. The kidnapped people were shocked. We're here to help. First, we have to pretend to be kidnapped, like you, spoke the girls. As for the boy, he nudged the people to be quiet as he showed them how a small human entered his inner pocket. Shit, that's Barbara and Tim. With Bumblebee. Are they infiltrating as well? Shit, what a coincidence. Well, I see no problem with this, thought Raiden as he followed the guards who escorted them to their pods. Pod. This leaves a bad taste in my mouth. But I'm not like last time. I'm strong. I'm entering this pod because I want to, not because I was forced, Raiden thought, getting over his little trauma that remained from his time imprisoned by Evo. Raiden allowed them to put him in the pod. The pods were then pushed by the soldiers towards a submarine. Well, this is quite interesting. So, this is the alien ship, thought Raiden as the submarine he was in docked to enter a much larger submarine. It was clearly of alien origin from its design, the highly advanced tech. After pushing the pods in, they were left inside a special room, filled with similar pods. So, what are they going to do with us? But before Raiden could get an answer for that, he noticed how Batgirl, Barbara, and Robin, Tim, had been swirling around speaking before they got themselves out of the pods with Bumblebee's help. It took a while, but Batgirl released everyone as the alarm started to ring. A few armed alien soldiers came in, holding staff-like laser guns, but Raiden didn't even need to step in as Batgirl, Robin, and Bumblebee made quick work of them. Follow us, we'll take you to safety. Come on, said Robin as everyone started to follow him outside. Raiden took this opportunity to slip away from the crowd as he wanted to discover more about their alien friends. After walking for a few minutes and beating up some fodder soldiers, Raiden reached a room that was clearly important. Getting inside by breaking the door open, Raiden found an alien there. It was clearly a she, as she looked at him with shock and screamed, "There is a subject in the experiment room. I need backup." Subject? Last time a guy made me a subject, I killed him, said Raiden as he started walking towards her. So, you must be the scientist that is experimenting with people. Which race are you from? You don't look like a Daxamite, not from the Citadel, and you sure as hell are not a Red Lantern. So, who are your people? She quickly reached for a speaking device as she screamed, "Black. INEDUG." Before she could continue to speak, Raiden already choked her as she dropped the device. Now, if you make any wrong moves, I'll take your life. Answer me, what race are you? As she was about to answer, a bunch of soldiers walked into the room. Raiden looked at them as he held her from her neck and said, "Trace on." Tens of swords were conjured behind him as they were thrown in the direction of the soldiers. Half of the soldiers were pierced, while the other half received no damage as the swords were smashed like glass. Still too weak, huh? Damn it. He looked at the remaining soldiers and threw the scientist he was holding at them. She smashed into 5 of them as they all fell. He walked towards them and knocked them all out with a kick each. He then turned to her and grabbed her from the neck again, saying, "Now, we're back to you, pest. What race are you?" Rough reached. Realizing he might have gone overboard with the choking, he released her a bit from its tight grip as he allowed her to speak. "We're from the Reach." The Reach? I've heard of that. Don't you have a rule with the Guardians that you must be invited to a planet before invading it? I don't remember Earth inviting you, said Raiden as he looked her dead in the eyes. Our ambassador is about to hold a meeting with your leaders by tomorrow morning, so us being here isn't illegal. What kind of experiments are you doing here? If your answer doesn't satisfy me, I'll snap your neck, asked Raiden. The scientist was frightened as she said, "We're trying to study the human metagene and forcefully unlock it." Hearing that, Raiden raised his eyebrows as he remembered an old mission he was in fact, it was his first mission, where the Light had been trying to do the same experiment. Why is the Light helping you? The Light and us have an agreement. We take over Earth, and we help them unlock the metagene inside humans. They were unable to progress further with their weak human science, said the scientist. Raiden was about to ask her more questions about where the Reach was and how many soldiers they had, but then a sound from the device she dropped said. Listen up, this is Black. I've cornered the humans that were trying to escape. I'm taking them out and putting them back in their pods. Don't blame me if I kill any of them. There's also a Blue Lantern here. I'm going to kill her as well. We don't want word getting out that we're on a planet without being invited first. Hearing the voice, Raiden snapped towards the device as he thought, Carrie. Shit, I should have realized she would be here. She's been a member of the team for the last 3 months. Raiden turned to the scientist and said, I was going to arrest you and bring you back with us for an investigation. But too bad for you. If I let you go and handle Black, you'll escape, so snap die. Snapping her neck he left the room heading directly to where the others should be. Ajih, screamed Carrie as she attacked Black with a massive blue hammer. He used his cannon to destroy it, then turned to the upcoming Connor and punched him, sending him flying away. A golden rope surrounded his neck as he tried to stop it from choking him. He saw Robin and Batgirl throw small bombs at his face. He grabbed hold of the rope and yanked it down, dragging its owner, Cassie, Wonder Girl, and getting her to tank the bombs for him. You meat can huddle together all you like, but you amount to nothing, he declared. You won't be getting away with this, you. Black Beetle, said Cassie as she came up with a random name for him. After all, he looked awfully like the Blue Beetle they had with them, but instead, he was much larger and his suit was black. Everyone, I'm going to make you stronger. The light of hope may you shine upon my friends, said Carrie as she started to strengthen everyone and help them recover. It was one of her strongest abilities. However, it was a double-edged sword. In exchange for strengthening everyone, she became weaker and unable to create her constructs. Thanks, Carrie. This is what we needed, said Connor as he went back on the attack. Following after him was Lagoon Boy, who said, yeah. Let's get him. You better surrender, Black Beetle. Let us get away, and we'll go easy on you, said Cassie. You. Will go easy, on me? Ahahahahaha. I'll be crushing you all, like the meat you are, spoke Black as he mocked Cassie, which frightened Bumblebee a bit. Saying, oh, that is not a good sign. Chapter 67. Black Beetle held Lagoon Boy by his neck and threw him away, smashing into the ship's walls. Their power has increased. For some reason, these pathetic creatures are still fighting. It's almost like they have unlimited vitality, thought Black as he punched Connor. Before turning to face Cassie, he used his laser to aim at Robin and Batgirl. Surprisingly, Connor recovered quickly and punched him, followed by Cassie tying him up and slamming him against the ship's wall. Yes, I was right. They have definitely gotten stronger. It's the work of that bitch. If I get rid of that blue lantern, I'll be able to deal with them easily, thought Black as he recovered, grabbing the robe and punching Cassie. Then he turned towards Carrie and started releasing his laser cannons. He's targeting Carrie. We have to protect her, said Batgirl as she threw multiple smoke grenades under him. As he swept the smoke away, he was met with Bumblebee releasing her small beams right into his eyes, blinding him. Due to the pain, he started swatting away, accidentally hitting her. This is our chance, screamed Connor as he ran directly towards him. Black recovered fast, and the two locked hands, with Black proving to be much stronger. Even with that bitch's support, you're still pathetic. You can't hope to stand against me, he taunted as he swung Connor up and then slammed him down. With both Cassie and Connor incapacitated, the main powerhouses of the team were beaten. All that was left was to deal with the others. I don't wish for our products to go defective. Why don't you kindly go back to your AGH, bitch? Black was interrupted as Carrie punched him, taking down her reinforcements. She regained her super strength and her lantern powers. Megan and Nightwing should be coming soon. I have to hold out until then. I've only got about 20% of my power left, and I won't be able to charge while fighting him, thought Carrie. Seeing that Black was regaining his foothold, Carrie conjured up two hammers and slammed them into him from each side. Black guarded against the first one and blasted the second one with his laser. He then created cannons on his shoulders, surprising Carrie as they attacked her, sending her flying. I'm going to incinerate you, said Black as he connected his hands together, forming a massive cannon. A blue beam was released from it. Carrie created a massive shield that deflected most of the beam, but not all of it, leading to her defeat. I've run out of energy. Reinforcements aren't here. Barbara and Tim can't deal with this alone. Should I use that? She thought. But as if the heavens themselves had heard her prayers, the door that Black Beetle had locked was smashed, and a man walked forward. He was wearing regular civilian clothes and had blonde hair. The man walked towards Carrie, not giving Black much thought. Are you all right? Looks like you worked really hard. I'm proud of you, he said, confusing Carrie. Who? Who are you? She asked. The man had a blank expression as he said, oh. Sorry about that, reverting back to his original appearance. Brother Raiden. Why is Raiden here? Did Dick call him? Thought Batgirl, and Tim thought, can he win this? All of us were beaten. Meat, more meat keeps coming here, and you are ignoring me. Perhaps I should skin you alive to make you know your place, said Black, but in reality, his thoughts were different. He broke the ship's walls. They're very durable. That half-Kryptonian could only dent them, but he completely destroyed them. I was warned about him, but let's see if he lives up to that. You there, are you the Reach's ambassador? Said Raiden as he pointed at Black. This got Black to slightly twitch his eyebrows as he said, meat that knows too much. No, I am not the ambassador. But how do you know of my race, and that we have an ambassador? Raiden sighed and said, oh. That's disappointing. So you're just some random soldier. That scientist did say that the ambassador has left. I won't get to complain about them being here uninvited. He even knows about the invitation law. Who is this human? Why does he know so much? The light never told me that he's that informed. Wait, no, he said scientist. That bitch, thought Black. So it was that scientist that told you about us? That traitorous bitch. I'll kill her after dealing with you, meat, said Black. Raiden simply raised his hands and said, I don't think you'll have to. I've already snapped her neck. She was a nuisance. Anyways, you keep referring to others as meat. Is that supposed to be some sort of insult? You do realize that you're a beetle, right? On Earth, beetles are crushed beneath boots. Why don't you give it a try then, meat? As soon as Black said that, Raiden met him with a kick to the face, sending him flying and smashing him into the walls. I used reinforcement magic, but my leg. It's absolutely broken. This guy. He's actually strong. Fine, no more playing around, thought Raiden. Getting up, Connor and Cassie looked at Raiden. You seem to show up at the most random places. Is this coincidence, or did Dick call you? Raiden shrugged. Definitely a coincidence. I was as shocked as you guys are. Guess great minds think alike, he said. Great minds, huh? Well, let's hope that great mind has a great fist. I've got your back, said Connor. Raiden looked at Beetle, who was getting up, and said, I can't afford to play around with this guy. Throne of Heroes. S. Servant, Lancer. My true name is Karna. Nice to meet you, the voice in Raiden's head spoke, belonging to Karna, the hero of benefaction. Raiden's figure changed as usual, but this time, it was phenomenal. It boasted a majestic presence with his golden armor adorned in intricate designs. His flowing red cape billowed behind him, adding to his regal aura on the battlefield. His eyes filled with determination, spoke of his unwavering resolve as a warrior. Beneath his armor lay a powerful, muscular physique, emphasizing his prowess in combat. With his divine lineage and legendary spear Vasvi Shakti, Raiden now stood as a formidable and imposing figure, radiating an aura befitting his heroic status. The son of the Sun God. Shit, this is insane. This power. Screw me, I've summoned many servants, but this guy is destructive. He reminds me of Scathach, but much more destructive. It's like I'm made to erase everything. This flame. It's almost the same as Svathaman, but instead of chaotic, this flame is calm, but calm in a dangerous way. It's much more powerful, thought Raiden, as Karna's powers started to swirl around him. You should pay attention to me, meat, screamed Black as he used his hand cannon to release a massive blue laser. But Raiden didn't even look at it. He just moved his hand a bit to make the laser not hit the spear, and his armor absorbed all the attack. It wasn't even powerful enough to leave a scratch on it. I hate to say it, but this is boring. No, I'm sorry. It's my fault, not yours, said Karna inside Raiden's mind, to which Raiden agreed. This was just too much. Black was not someone that Karna needed to fight. After all, Karna could incinerate him in a second. But the problem arose. If Raiden were to go all out, then his friends would be in danger. They were still in the middle of the ocean. If Raiden were to release a single powerful attack from Karna's arsenal, the ship would be destroyed, and water would start to seep inside. But if I don't go all out, I won't be able to satisfy Karna, and I might not get his skills. Karna is an S-class servant, one of the most pinnacle servants in the throne. I have to get one of his skills. Connor, take everyone and leave. I'm about to destroy this ship. Whoever's from the team that's still in the ship, make them leave. I'll buy you 3 minutes. After that, I'm turning everything to ash, said Raiden. Hearing that, Connor nodded as he said, everyone, we're retreating. Get all the hostages out. He then started running with everyone as he turned to Batgirl and said, can you communicate with Dick? If so, tell him that Raiden is going all out and has said that we have 3 minutes before he destroys the ship. Is that even possible? We weren't even able to dent this ship. Is Raiden that strong? Asked Bumblebee. To which Connor said, listen up, you all might be new to the team, but there's one thing you should understand. The reason why Raiden does a lot of things and gets away with it is because he's undefeated. Out of every battle I've seen Raiden go through, he has lost none. Today will be no exception. And if you still don't believe me, you'll see in 3 minutes why he's scary. Now that they're gone, I should toy with this guy a bit, thought Raiden as he looked at the determined Black Beetle. As the confrontation ignited, Black Beetle wasted no time unleashing his full arsenal. His hand cannons blazed with deadly precision, sending a barrage of energy blasts toward Raiden. Dodging with agility, Raiden deflected the projectiles effortlessly with his spear. I can't afford to play around. He's strong. I need to kill him now, thought Black Beetle. Undeterred, he activated his shoulder rockets and released his hidden beetle wings, propelling himself into the air with tremendous speed. From above, he rained down a torrent of missiles, each aimed with pinpoint accuracy at Raiden's position. Yet, Raiden remained steadfast, weaving through the onslaught with ease. This bastard. He's just not fazed by anything. I'll have to use that. I'm going to erase him. With a battle roar, Black Beetle swooped down, unleashing a devastating energy beam from his cannons. He combined both his hand cannons and released his full power. The blast engulfed the battlefield, but Raiden stood unfazed, his armor glowing faintly from the impact. Damn Karna, this armor is a joke. Wearing this, I'm almost invincible. I doubt even Superman can destroy this. Sensing an opportunity, Raiden closed the distance with remarkable speed, his spear poised for a decisive strike. In a swift motion, he delivered a powerful slash that shattered Black Beetle's defenses, sending him crashing to the ground. Looking around, Black Beetle realized that it was hopeless, his armor was half broke with one attack, how the hell was he going to win? I've got to run. Taking his chance, Black Beetle escaped the room they were fighting in, and using his authority, he closed every door behind him, just in case that Raiden chased after him, but what he didn't know, is that Raiden wasn't even chasing him. I'll let him escape, he should be important, he'll make that ambassador know that I'm here, he'll be a warning, now let's see, it should be a little over 3 minutes though Raiden, he then activated detection magic. Looking around, he noticed that everyone in the radius of 5 kilometers are either aliens or Manta's man, I can't sense Calder and Artemis, and the team has left, nothing is stopping me now, oh and look at this, 7 ships like this one are closing in, they're probably back up to the aliens, good, good. Karna, are you ready? We're going to be having some fun, said Raiden, to which Karna said, you're a pretty eccentric master, you know that? But, don't worry about it. I've never found your commands to be inadequate. Use me as you please. Good to know, then, let's test it shall we, said Raiden to which Karna said, I've never seen it before, it's meant to be an attack that makes me weak after using it, I usually die after using it, even if I win the battle, but with you, it might be different. Raiden's body glowed as he flew to the skies, destroying the ship and flying underwater, he went to the skies, everything in his way started to melt due to the skill, mana burst, flame, making his mana flammable as he reached the skies, Raiden looked at the ground and started his chant, for the strongest noble phantasm he's ever used since he came to this world. Know the mercy of the King of Gods. Indra, open your eyes. This single strike is extinction itself. Burn it all. Vasvi Shakti. His golden armor and core melted away in flames as an eye appeared behind him, an eye that was created by the flames, his spear that was pointed upwards unleashed its true form, turning into a massive black spear with a purple middle, he then pointed downwards as he thought, oh, son, abide to death. The spear released a strong flame that covered the entirety of the 5 kilometers as the entire ocean was engulfed by it, incinerated, to the point that not even the steam that was supposed to come out was there, everything turned into a dark hole in the ocean, all the ships there, the backups and the original, disappeared, as if they were never there, no trace left. After few seconds, the surrounding ocean started to flow inside as it covered the hole Raiden has made. This was insane, I restricted it, and it was that destructive, if I hadn't restricted it, 10, no 20 kilometers could all be incinerated. Once a certain master told me that my problem isn't that I say too much, but rather that I say too little. Since then I've been trying to do something about that, that was amazing master, I'm happy that I've witnessed that, thank you, Do you think it's working? Have I said enough? Ahaha yes Karna, thank you as well, you've said enough. Raiden's energy went back to normal as he floated around with his magic, looking at what skill he chose. Bond increased. Karna Bond 1 Bond 7. Host can choose an active skill. Knowledge of the Deprived A. Mana Burst, Flame, A. Uncrowned Arms Mastery. I'll take Mana Burst, Flame, said Raiden. Duplicate skills detected, combining skills. Mana Burst A plus Mana Burst, Flame, A equals Mana Burst, Chaos, A+++. Mana Burst, Chaos functions the same way as normal Mana Burst, in that it increases in performance caused by infusing one's weapons and body with magical energy and instantly expelling it, however, with Chaos, the user can tap into different abilities that are part of the Mana Burst skill tree. Currently unlocked, Flame, Lava, Magic, Light. Now this is a fucking skill, as of now, I'd compare myself to a B or an A-class servant without the throne of heroes, it might also be the reason why the servants I've been summoning lately are all insanely strong. Chapter 68. Earlier. Are we seriously leaving him alone? Nightwing just said that the enemy has called for backup, said Robin, he and the rest of the team were running towards the escape zone they agreed upon, trust in Brother Raiden, Tim, as long as he's here, we've won this battle, replied Carrie. Having already lost her power, and not having time to charge her battery, she decided to just run on her legs, after all, she was still a Tamarian. Her physical stats were much better than that of a human. We've arrived, looks like Megan and Beast Boy are already here, come on, get on the ship, said Connor as he commanded the rest to get on the Martian ship, they secretly docked it near the Reach's ship due to its special invisibility, that way, they'd have a viable escape route. Welcome back, is everyone out, asked Nightwing. Cassie looked around and said, no, we're still awaiting for Impulse and Blue Beetle, as soon as she said that a yellow and red dash entered the ship. That was so Crash. Woohoo, screamed Bart, to which Blue Beetle said, I agree see, that was fun, but it's still not good man, they almost removed my scarab. We'll talk about that later, Nightwing, what should we do? It's almost 3 minutes, said Batgirl. Nightwing looked around and said, since everyone is here, we'll get away, fly us far, about 5 kilometers away, since Raiden's here, there's no need to worry. 5 kilometers. Are we leaving him? Said Batgirl, to which Bumblebee said, hey, that handsome guy helped us out and saved our life, we can't just leave him. The entire new team came to an agreement that they couldn't just leave him, but then Cassie said, why are you guys worried? That's Raiden we're talking about, since when did he need you to worry about him? Hearing that, Connor looked around and said, if Raiden were to hear you all, he'd be insulted, we're talking about a Godslayer here. Godslayer, haha, he'd absolutely like that name, don't call him that, ever. Said Nightwing as he joked with Connor, Godslayer. Seriously, is this the time for jokes? Said Batgirl, but Dick and Connor said nothing as Cassie said, it's not a joke, when I was a kid, Raiden killed the god of war Ares to save me, he and Aunt Diana teamed up to kill it, but even when I asked her about it, she said if not for Raiden it wouldn't have been possible. Hey look what the hell is that, said Impulse as he got the attention of everyone, is that Raiden? He's flying, said Cassie, fire is swirling around him. Is he crazy? We're in the middle of the ocean, said Robin. Oh, shit, Megan, fly us further, Raiden said he's going to do something destructive, screamed Connor. Then as they watched, a bright light covered the entire area, all of them hid their eyes with their hands and arms, it was so bright that they couldn't see anything, then as the light dimmed, they saw it, absolute destruction, a feat no one in the league was capable of ever approaching. Holy crap, that's a hole in the middle of the ocean, said Bumblebee, then to her right Robin who had his eyes wide open said, I now understand why he's our Superman 2.0, and lastly, Batgirl said, glad he wasn't here, or else, we really would have looked like a bunch of children insulting him. That's why you never doubt my brother, especially when tyrannical rulers are experimenting with people, whenever he sees something like that, the result is always a similar massive destruction wave, he hates scientists who experiment on people, said Carrie as she puffed her chest proud of her brother. He went a bit too much though, we could have caught 1 or 2 for investigation, well, it's good, at least we saved the people, and got intel and our invaders, said Nightwing. In the middle of the ocean, one man had been flying above it, bit by bit, calling him a man wasn't exactly accurate either, as he wore an armor that looked like a beetle, the armor was half scorched and the man's exposed left side was burnt, he was desperately escaping the destruction he's seen, damn meat. How did the humans get someone that powerful on their side? This entire operation is in jeopardy. A bit by bit, he arrived at one of the last ships that were coming for backup, this one wasn't caught by the blast, so he managed to hide inside of it, the ship then turned around and left, when it arrived, Black Beetle got up and looked, a fleet of hundreds of ships awaited, their hidden army. Raiden flew towards the ship, as the door opened, he got inside, and 2 hugs came rushing in, one from Carrie and one from Cassie, looks like you guys are safe, after returning the hugs he turned to Dick, Dick looked at him and said, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Asked Raiden in response, to which Dick sighed and said, we got tracked a trafficking ring with the help of Aquaman and managed to get our guys in, the mission was important, since we needed to save our people, but what about you? How did you get here? We can't keep relying on you or the team will never progress, coming to save us each time isn't that good. I didn't come here to save you, in fact, we are in a similar situation, I actually infiltrated as a random person as well, I just happened to see you guys, I wasn't going to help either, after all I went to find their important figure, a scientist, she told me about a lot of things, unfortunately, I had to go fight that Black Beetle due to him being also important, chances are, he escaped, I couldn't kill him without going all out, spoke Raiden, he then went on to tell them about what the scientist has said, about how they've been trying to find a way to awaken the metagene and push for the human evolution with the light's help. After saying all that, Beast Boy was the one to reveal a very important information, however the only 3 that knew how bad the situation was, are Megan, Raiden and Nightwing, according to Beast Boy, the duo if Megan and him met up with Calder in the ship, and the former, fried his brain, attacking him on sight, due to her believing he had killed Artemis, of course when attacking him, she realized that it was a mistake, and that he was a spy for the team, and the worst part, was that whenever she fried someone's brain, she didn't know how to fix it. This has led to Megan being depressed and apprehensive about using her powers. Watchtower. In the League Watchtower, after everyone returned, Nightwing and Raiden agreed to meet up and speak about some important things. This all on you. She has destroyed his brain, he may never return from that, the worst part is, no one knows that what she did is a bad thing, they're praising her for almost killing her ally. This is why I told you it was dangerous, said Raiden, angered by the reckless actions taken by Nightwing, Artemis is with him, they'll manage somehow, Calder isn't so weak to be defeated by mental attacks. This is Megan. She's a fucking white Martian that has mastered mental attacks. Even Batman could be endangered. For fuck's sake, Dick, this mission is getting to you. Look, I understand your intentions, but hiding things like these, they are dangerous. At least tell Connor, he's the only one that can help her now, she's too depressed to even fight anyone. As for Calder, I'll find a way to monitor him and help him, replied Raiden. He was frustrated that Dick was prioritizing the mission over his friends, even though Raiden agreed with his intentions, the way he went about it wasn't ideal. Fine, I understand, I'll tell Connor, and Lagoon Boy, her ex and her current boyfriend could help her deal with it, explained Nightwing, but he then asked, what about you, why did you let that Black Beetle guy escape? Raiden raised an eyebrow and said, escape? No, I was just able to go all out and defeat him, to which Nightwing narrowed his eyes saying, Raiden, I know you, that guy wouldn't be able to escape from you, no matter what, you allowed him to escape. Tisk fine, said Raiden as he clicked his tongue, before adding, since you're eager to know, I didn't kill him because, had I done so the Reach would have escaped, and left the planet, with him alive. They'll push for their plan to conquer Earth. You don't know how things work in space, so I'll explain. The Reach will lay claim to Earth before invading it. Essentially speaking, no other race will come, since they know Reach has Earth. But, if we destroy the Reach and kick them away, boom, every race in the universe will know that Earth isn't to mess with. Hearing Raiden's explanation, Nightwing asked, how will Reach lay claim to our planet? To which Raiden turned on the TV and said, just like this. In the TV, footage of a giant alien ship floating in sky was shown, as the UN Secretary General was speaking to the alien ambassador of the Reach, establishing friendly relationship with the Reach and the start of a great partnership. Or at least that's what humans believe. In reality, by doing this, the Reach has eliminated the Green Lantern Corps threat and laid claim to planet Earth, said Raiden before he added, what a great opportunity, now all we have to do is, kick them out, and place our name in the universe, as great civilization. Earth won't be fucked with, again. Chapter 69. Earth welcomes its Reach friends. And are hoping to establish great relationships in the future, spoke the Secretary General. After that, Captain Atom came and also shook hands with the Reach ambassador, and the trio went into a private meeting. Seeing that Gordon was about to speak, Raiden shut the TV off, before laying down on Corey's thighs. This better than anything in the world, said Raiden as Corey started to pat his head slowly. Raven came from the kitchen carrying some snacks as she said, are we not having a movie night? Watching that Reach agreement put a bad taste in my mouth. Honesty, don't feel like watching anything, said Raiden, to which Raven replied, you should have taken picture evidence of their ship and experiments, that way we could have exposed them, said Raven, to which Raiden sighed as he said, while I do agree, that might have led to them going in an all-out war against Earth. We would win of course, but the amount of casualties would be a lot. And Earth can't afford such a war, not yet at least. So what did you have in mind? Asked Corey. This was going to be Raven's questions, so she appreciated her sister's insight. Well, for now, I have to find their fleet. If their initial plan was to control Earth, then they 100% have a fleet hidden somewhere. I just have to find it and destroy it. If that's done, we can avoid as many as collateral damage and civilians getting killed. I see, I'll start a wide Earth search. I have some spells in mind, said Raven, but before she left Raiden asked, hey, hold on, where is Carrie? The one to answer was Corey, who said, she's with the team. Apparently she's helping Duncan, Connor and Megan find a new home. Oh, I see. Well then, I'll relax for now. Hey Corey, want to have some nice? Damn it, hold that thought, I'll be back, said Raiden. He was about to suggest some quality time with his lovely girl, but due to some interception, he decided to leave the house. Inside one of the house close to Raiden, a man was observing it through binoculars. He had several weapons attached to him, a sword, and an armor. It was split in two colors, orange and black. I should make my move now, said the man as he was about to get up from his place, but then suddenly a foot was planted on his back, pushing him down. The amount of strength was something he couldn't even fathom as a voice said, yes, you should make your move. Hawk wow, said the man as he struggled to get up. He even reached for his gun, but Raiden's right foot crushed his hand. Agh. Now, I had thought that you died back when I killed Evo, but I suppose you a cockroaches that always survives. Or perhaps a parasite, seeing as you attach yourself to big organizations for survival. So what are you here for, Deathstroke, said Raiden, mocking the pathetic man in front of him. I made sure to dispel all your detection magic. Ugh, how, did you find me? Asked Deathstroke. How did I find you? Asked Raiden before stomping on the man's head. Of course he made sure to keep him alive. Then he added, I'm the one asking questions here. Now, I'll repeat, one last time, why are you here? The Light wishes to conduct a meeting with you. I've come in peace. I was only supposed to inform you of the meeting location and guide you. I had no intentions of attacking, said Deathstroke, somewhat pleading to survive. Raiden smiled as he said, sure, lead the way, I'm interested. Following Deathstroke, Raiden got inside a helicopter with him as they flew to mainland USA. They waited in an abandoned building together. Before a boom tube opened behind them, Raiden turned slowly to look who it was, and then looked as Deathstroke walked towards the tube, clearly joining his leaders. From the tube, 3 people came out, all 3 that Raiden recognized quite well. Vandal Savage, Witch Boy Clarion, and Queen Bee. Is your arrogance so high that you are not afraid of meeting your enemies? This might as well have been a trap to kill you, said Vandal as he stared at Raiden. Raiden smirked and said, arrogance is the hubris of fools who do not know their limits, mine is pride. Had I not known I could kill you all today, I wouldn't have come. Just so you know, even with the protection of the Witch Boy of Chaos, you are not safe, nor is that bitch of a queen capable of controlling this great mighty's mind, spoke Raiden, in utmost arrogance for most, but in the form he was in now. It was simply his right to speak this way. After all, as long as I'm in the great Pharaoh of Sun's body, no being is my equal, added Raiden, as his golden eyes shone of radiance, when he caught Deathstroke sneaking near his house with Fate World rune magic and Circe circles, 2 things no one in their world could dispel unless they were Clarion or Dr. Fate. He immediately transformed into a servant, to Deathstroke's dismay. The servant that Raiden transformed into was the man with many titles such as, Great Pharaoh of Sun, the King of Gods, Sun King and God King, the Great Ramesses II, or in his more common name, Ozymandias. So you have already transformed into one of your magical beings. It matters not, we've come here to discuss an important topic with you, Raiden Kagawa, spoke Vandal as he stared at Raiden's magnificent appearance. Adorned in opulent royal attire reminiscent of ancient Egyptian pharaohs, he wears elaborate garments and jewelry, including gold necklaces and ornate headdresses studded with precious gems. His muscular physique reflects his prowess as both a ruler and a warrior, standing tall and dignified. Raiden's regal demeanor and majestic appearance embody the grandeur of ancient Egypt, making him an imposing figure. We have a queen with us, but she can't even be compared to him in elegance, thought Savage. Then shocking him very much, a massive light beam shone with brightness came dropping from the sky aiming at Queen Bee's head. A red shield, courtesy to Clarion, blocked the light beam as Raiden said, that was a warning. I'm not so magnanimous that I'd allow you to disrespect me twice. Try that again and that witch boy won't be able to protect your head, trash. Hearing that, Savage understood that Raiden had already figured out that she tried to mind control him. Her special powers was controlling men with her mind, but doing so against Raiden was a mistake. I knew he was persistent, we at least had to try. Time to get rid of her, thought Savage as he created a boom tube behind her, sending her away. My apologies, I didn't know she'd act in such manner. Now back to our dealings. I've got a matter to discuss with you, spoke Savage, to which Raiden simply waved his hand and said, hold it, if it is something as pathetic as join us, or selling me on your cause, then please do not bother. My goal is simple and precise, just like how Evo died, you all will, the light will be killed one by one, all by my hands. Forgive me for being late, but I'm simply dealing with this reach problem. Once it's done, I'll come for you all, even you Mr. Immortal. To me your immortality is never an obstacle. Hearing Raiden's words, Savage smirked as he said, I wouldn't have it in any other way. I'm very well aware that you are not someone who'd join our cause. Today's meeting is about your problem, the Reach. I might have a solution that will benefit all of us, and get rid of the Reach, and their fleet. Humph, so you've already predicted that I'm seeking to eradicate their fleet. Well, let's hear it, tell me where it is, and I'll get rid of it, said Raiden. But Savage replied with something much more interesting, no, destroying it now would be a waste. Let me tell you about something that will truly pique your interest. Have you heard of the War World? With the discussion close to ending, Raiden's hand shone as a blue watch broke, then a map was revealed. Shit, this is Carrie's watch, she said. If it breaks, then she's in danger. The map is saying, Hall of Justice. Looking back at Savage, Raiden said, fine, we have an agreement, but before that, I must take what's within my right, said Raiden, to which Savage was confused and asked, what's that? Then shocking everyone, a yellow beam of light shone from the sky, not too dissimilar to the last one. However, it was faster, much faster that even Clarion wasn't able to block. The light took Deathstroke's left hand, immediately cutting it. AGH. If anyone sneaks close to my home again, it will be your head that's gone. I'm only being forgiving today due to our short partnership, said Raiden. No one was able to even utter a complaint. As a massive chariot descended from the skies, Raiden got inside and started flying with it away. Destination, Hall of Justice.